Chapter 1. The beep. The ECG monitor emitted a series of piercing alarm sounds. Quick! The patient in bed 13 is in critical condition. Prepare for resuscitation. In the dead of night, the nurse's station was in disarray as a duty doctor knelt at bed 13, performing CPR. Beep. After a long line, the ECG waves began to fluctuate slightly once more. The duty doctor let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was merely a pause. He picked up the chart and deliberated on the medication adjustments. With a look of compassion, he glanced at the girl lying silently on the bed, seemingly lifeless, and shook his head with a sigh. March 9th, 1960, Kirkworth Town, 9, Flack Street, Trelawney Manor. Oh, Merlin, how could this happen? A midwife gasped softly. The woman on the birthing bed wearily opened her eyes, her golden brown hair hanging limply beside her face. She turned her head slightly, her bewildered gaze fixed on the small bundle of pale blue in the midwife's hands. Mrs. Trelawney, focus, push, there's one more to go. Another midwife shouted as she assisted. The woman on the birthing bed took a deep breath. Redirecting her attention to her contracting belly, another child remained inside. Wah! A loud wail erupted, and the midwives in the delivery room collectively exhaled in relief. One midwife pulled over a new crib lined with a small cushion, placing the now quieted infant inside, gently pushing it next to the other silent baby. Mrs. Trelawney, the primary midwife, observed the woman sprawled on the birthing bed, looking like a deflated balloon, hesitating to speak. A man beside her feigned a cough. The man glanced at his wife, soaked and exhausted, her eyes closed tightly, her lips pressed together, emanating a sense of fragility and sorrow. He pressed his lips together, roughly stroking his wife's hair, his hoarse voice reverberating in the small room. The firstborn has not arrived. The second will inherit the family legacy. His words wove into a strange melody. She has no name, I beg of you. Very well. The primary midwife responded, fully aware that such occurrences were not uncommon often. Only one of the pair of fraternal twins would survive. As for the ambiguous statements regarding the Trelawney family tradition, everyone was well aware. We will observe for the next hour, and if all is well, we will take our leave. Meanwhile, another midwife, after completing the necessary procedures, gently lifted the quiet infant once more, the nearby crib's occupant waving its tiny hand, striking the little purple face. Wah! The sudden wail startled the midwife, causing her to nearly drop the already confirmed deceased infant. How could this be? Her trembling hands gripped the swaddling tightly, her shocked gaze fixated on the small purple face that was gradually turning red from the cries, its tiny limbs kicking vigorously against the blanket. How could this happen? She had confirmed it clearly. More content loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading modes, ad blockers, or copy the URL to another browser to read. The man abruptly turned his head, glaring fiercely at the pale blue bundle cradled by the midwife. His voice a hoarse roar. Demon. Quick, take her out and bury her. Bury her. Garcia weakly grasped the agitated man, her voice pleading, Seize, I beg you. The infant's cries grew ever more anguished. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the fluorescent light and clock on the wall shattered. Headmaster, you cannot enter. At that moment, commotion erupted at the door. The bedroom door was flung open, and the furniture, which had been poised to revolt, fell silent. At the entrance stood a sprightly elder, his chest-length gray-brown beard neatly groomed. He appeared entirely unperturbed by the awkwardness of intruding, disregarding the strange and fearful atmosphere within the room, his crescent-shaped spectacles failing to obscure the mirth in his eyes. Oh, what a surge of magic! I just spotted 2 new names in the school's records and couldn't wait to meet our new little ones. Headmaster Dumbledore. Tracy Sees gasped for breath, trembling fingers pointing at the infant still cradled by the midwife. This is not my daughter. The first child has not arrived. No, Tracy. Dumbledore slowly stepped into the room, taking the infant from the midwife's arms, gently patting her a few times while gesturing for the midwives to wait outside. Prophecies are merely conjectures about the future, and the future is ever-changing. He extended a finger to playfully poke at the little one. Look at her, such a delightful little creature. With such abundant magic, she is destined to become a remarkable witch. Tracy Sees inhaled deeply. Headmaster Dumbledore. The Trelawney family has always had but one heir. It was true in the past. It is so now, and it shall remain so. Consider her a side branch. Dumbledore gently placed the infant on a small table. I know which little Sybil she is. Why not name her Sybil Trelawney? There is bound to be some connection. Headmaster, you cannot. Tracy Sees leaned against the wall as if drained of strength, murmuring, Keeping her will bring disaster. She does not belong here. He straightened his hunched back slightly. For this generation's sole heir to the Trelawney abilities, I have never heired. Oh, indeed. Dear Seas, you must understand that fate presents countless variables at every moment. Now that I am here, one mistake on your part is hardly catastrophic, is it? Dumbledore smiled gently. I believe you both need to rest, while only then will you have the energy to tend to these two adorable little ones. With that, he slowly walked to the door, gently opened it, and took out a blackthorn wand, the corners of his mouth curving slightly. I believe these words are best kept between ourselves. Shooting several beams of white light towards the door, he declared, "Obliviate." The setting sun cast its glow over the only river in Kirkworth town. A striking orange glimmer illuminated the dark water. The grand chimney at the end of the town slowly exhaled thick black smoke, and all around, a cluster of low houses sat closely together, resembling a series of gray, flattened tin boxes. Dumbledore squinted for a moment before vanishing into the shadows of the house. This truly was a town of remarkable talent. The infant placed on the bed by Dumbledore opened her eyes, perceiving only a blur of blue. Had she awakened? Why was her vision unclear? Was she still in the hospital? Chapter 2. A new Miss Trelawney had been born, reportedly endowed with commendable talents. The birth announcement was tucked away in a small corner near the bottom of the Daily Prophet, signifying to the entire magical community that the Trelawney family had a future. However, even the birth of a newborn could not alter the reality of the Trelawney family's decline. Only the family tree hanging on the wall, the faded, deep blue velvet drapes, the antiquated furniture, and the odd decorations reflected the legacy of an ancient wizarding family. Naturally, the most striking feature of this modest two-story house was the polished yew-wood display cabinet in the living room, which housed rows of variously sized crystal balls and an assortment of tarot decks occupying the best spots. Mikao, no, she was now called Sybil after 3 weeks of dazed existence, began to understand that she was not in her original world. The reason was simple. Every time she was fed or had her diaper changed, it was always by a peculiar creature with a few strands of brown curls atop its head, golden earrings dangling from its pointed ears, and a round face adorned with large, cup-sized eyes and a long, hooked nose. To be honest, it resembled a creature from a storybook she had once read. If she recalled correctly, it was called a house elf. Sometimes she would fixate on those big, glistening eyes, and the little elf would respond with an awkward grin. It seemed that the parents of this body preferred the neighboring infant, who was approximately her age. For reasons unknown, they had never come to visit her or hold her, but it mattered little to awaken once more and embark on a new life was the greatest blessing of all. Time, like a fleeting shadow, has passed swiftly. Under the tender care of the little sprites at home, Sybil has gradually grown into a walking infant. Yet, it is evident that her sister, Sybil, captures far more attention from the family. The inhabitants of this house seem to deliberately ignore Sybil's presence occasionally. The woman who might be her mother would stroke her hand or gaze vacantly at her during the absence of the golden-haired man. However, should the golden-haired master of the house discover this, a fierce argument would surely ensue. Sybil strives to be as well-behaved and quiet as possible, yet it has not altered her circumstances. On a summer evening of the following year, the sky was adorned with resplendent hues of twilight, vibrant colors mingling with the deep blue velvet backdrop, as if gilding the wall with a layer of gold. Sybil lay quietly in bed, her gaze intently fixed on a small section of the wall, seemingly detached from the quarrel unfolding beside her. Listen, Tracius Trelawney. Tracius, who had just returned from outside, irritably tousled his already disheveled golden locks. We should send her away. The fact that she was given life is the greatest blessing. She should never have existed. Moreover, no, I vehemently disagree. Garcia interrupted Tracius' unfinished statement with fervor. Sybil noted that time appeared particularly unkind to Garcia Don Trelawney in just a year. This woman had become gaunt to the point of emaciation. The golden-haired man seemed even more fatigued. This was the first time he held Sybil, and he brusquely placed her on the bed draped with cobalt blue curtains, pointing at her as he shouted at Garcia, "She is not your daughter." Garcia, her eyes brimming with tears, looked at Sybil, "But she is my firstborn." This unfortunate muggle woman did not comprehend prophecies or what should not be. She only knew that this was her daughter, born after a 10-month gestation, and that fact was immutable. "Mommy." Sybil extended her arms towards Garcia, yearning for an embrace. This was perhaps her only opportunity to seek affection, and she could not afford to let it slip away. "Get away." Tracius swiftly positioned himself between them, pushing Sybil aside. The wooden window frames and eaves suddenly seemed to bear an immense pressure, followed by a shattering sound of glass and Garcia's terrified scream, as wood splintered and chaos ensued. "Sybil Trelawney." Tracius glared furiously at the innocent infant gnawing on her fingers atop the bed. Hey, why are you staring at me? What does this have to do with me? Don't think that you alone can glare, I can do it too. Truth be told, at that moment, Sybil felt a twinge of resentment. She had done nothing wrong. So why should she be subjected to such treatment? Yet, this feeling was fleeting, as she did indeed occupy the body of someone else's daughter. After being discovered, not being deemed an abomination and executed could be considered fortunate. No? Who would have guessed that within the fallen Trelawney family, there existed a soul capable of perceiving the essence of this body? Was that not a bit extraordinary? Tracius, his fist clenched, relaxed slightly before tightening again. He glanced at his wife, cowering in the corner, the remnants of the recent magical upheaval lingering in the air. With a resigned sigh, he spoke. Sybil, I know you understand our words. I hope you remember every word I say today. First, please control your magic. Second, do not even think about altering the future with the abilities of the Trelawney family. Unpredictability is the most perilous fate for us. Finally, with great power comes even greater burdens. The Trelawney family's gift is not easily inherited. Sybil blinked, lowering her thumb from her mouth and grasping the bedspread with her tiny hand. A gentle breeze rustled the ochre curtains that hung quietly by the window. Tracius frowned, contemplating whether to say more, but ultimately chose silence. He helped Garcia to her feet and led her outside. You are the variable of the Trelawney family. Before me lies a fog of uncertainty. I can only hope my act of mercy today proves to be the right choice. He gently tapped the wall. Star, young Master Tracius. Star appeared at the door, dressed in a lovely and pristine little tea apron, bowing respectfully. Take her back to her own room. Yes. Sybil floated unsteadily, attempting to tug at the golden brown curls of the woman as she passed, but fell just short. Looking down at her chubby little hands, she mused that, whether in the past or present, her connection to her parents was rather tenuous. It was a brilliant summer, tinged with an indefinable sense of regret. Each day, Sybil would quietly sit on her bed, gazing out at the sky or perusing books, with no one to lift her from that room. Occasionally, her mother Garcia would visit, bringing her new books, yet she never lingered long, her gaze filled with pity, reverence, and caution. It seemed that the earlier incident with the broken window had been sufficiently explained to her. Although Sybil now lived in a sort of disguised confinement, this restricted existence did not dampen her spirits in the least. Compared to her previous state of numbness, unable to speak or move, she felt as though she resided in paradise. Especially with the plethora of eccentric books and stories to entertain her, she never felt lonely at all. The only downside was the disdainful glances she cast at the obsidian bracelets inscribed with spells upon her chubby wrists. Those bracelets were far too heavy. Chapter 3. 6 years had passed, and the Trelawney family's vigilance over Sybil had lessened considerably. Perhaps Tracius deemed the girl, who spent her days either in silent contemplation or reading, to be no threat, or perhaps he had discerned something from his precious crystal ball, realizing that this little girl posed no danger to the Trelawney family's future. In any event, Sybil was now permitted to venture out alone. Yes, alone. She was absolutely forbidden from taking her little sister Sybil along, even if Sybil gazed at her with those pleading, glassy brown eyes. This rule was clearly inscribed on the small blackboard by the door, which Sybil had noticed the first time she descended the stairs. Sybil's greatest delight was to stroll along the little river that meandered just outside her door, leading to the remnants of an abandoned kindergarten. The building lay in a state of disrepair, yet the playground remained untouched by the rampant growth of wild grasses. Some of the play equipment still valiantly showcased its last flickers of joy, making this place one of the few havens for children in the small town. However, even in this paradise, Sybil appeared distinctly out of place. She possessed a tranquility and composure that seemed far beyond her years. Often occupying the sole intact picnic bench beneath a grand tree in the playground, whether lost in her drawings, daydreaming, or engrossed in a book, unfazed by the surrounding clamor. The children who frequented this spot were well acquainted with one another and typically referred to her as the peculiar girl on the bench. "Are you a witch too?" came a hushed, nasal retort, laced with an almost imperceptible hint of anticipation. Sybil swiftly closed her book, firmly pressing the pages she had previously propped open onto her lap, pursed her lips, and turned a glance at the vacant spot beside her, now unexpectedly occupied. There sat a lanky boy with long, greasy black hair, clad in an oddly oversized, baggy hoodie, faded and short denim jeans that barely reached his calves, and a black wool coat that seemed to have suffered from bald patches, draping down to his knees. "You are the boy from the Snape family." Sybil instantly recognized the visitor. "Do you know me? What is your name?" Snape endeavored to conjure a friendly smile with his rigid countenance, yet his efforts were far from successful. He had been observing the peculiar girl seated in the chair for quite some time. Initially, it was due to their shared experience of being ostracized, but subsequently, it was because he discovered her clandestine use of magic. Each time she wielded her powers, she did so with such caution that her magical fluctuations were nearly imperceptible, leading him to invest considerable time before confirming her identity as a young witch, Sybil Trelawney. Trelawney. Snape's eyes lit up. Is it Cassandra Trelawney, the renowned Trelawney? It must be. Sybil remained non-committal. She herself was uncertain of her origins, as that family had yet to acknowledge her existence. Should it be? Oh. Snape first experienced a moment of revelation, followed by an expression of profound regret upon hearing that the new heir of the Trelawney family was someone named Sybil, thus indicating that you are not of direct lineage. What a pity. He then assumed an air of pride and arrogance, adjusting his rather ridiculous coat, proclaiming, "My mother is a pure-blood descendant of the Prince family." Oh. With an utterly unperturbed demeanor, Sybil maintained a stoic expression. The Prince family is an ancient lineage within the wizarding world. Indeed, I am aware. Sybil stood up, smoothing the creases of her brown cotton dress. Snape appeared somewhat irked by Sybil's demeanor, yet upon witnessing her intent to depart, he was suddenly engulfed by a sense of despondency and disappointment. Are you leaving? Indeed, I am returning home. Sybil turned to glance at the dejected Snape, then looked at her own palm, hesitatingly patting his shoulder, inadvertently stirring up a cloud of dust. She took a step back and said, "Well, see you tomorrow." Severus Snape certainly did not overlook the disdain emanating from Spella. His inherent sensitivity was piqued, and he retorted, "I do not care for it." With that, he swiftly retreated, leaving Spella in a state of bewilderment. The emotions of children are notoriously capricious. Perhaps Snape had been lonely for far too long. Or maybe it was the novelty of encountering someone with whom he could converse, even if she was not entirely to his liking, yet still tolerable. In any case, whenever Spella graced the dilapidated playground, Snape would invariably find himself before her, as though he could sense the traces of the ministry of magic lingering around her. Recently, a family by the name of Evans had moved to the quaint town of Corkworth, and they quickly gained notoriety among the children, particularly due to their charming and beautiful younger sister, Lily Evans. Children are always eager to explore new territories, and the two sisters from the Evans household soon discovered this little paradise. Snape sat beside Spella, gazing from a distance at the pair of sisters swinging back and forth. The younger girl gradually soared higher than her sister. That Lily, I believe she is a witch. I once witnessed her flying down from the swing, and he paused, seemingly pondering how to articulate his thoughts, musing, like a daisy swaying beneath the sun's warm embrace. Upon hearing this, Spire looked up in astonishment at Snape. She had never before encountered a compliment from him, which made it evident that beauty indeed held significance. Subsequently, she lowered her gaze, silently maneuvering her pencil, the paper emitting a soft rustling sound, without uttering a word. Snape had grown accustomed to the silence of spell, his gaze fixed with both focus and longing upon the joyous little girl who seemed on the verge of flight. "Lily, don't do that," called the older Petunia Evans. The moment her words escaped her lips, Lily soared into the air, accompanied by Petunia's sharp gasp. As Lily darted towards the heavens, she erupted with laughter, gliding through the air like a delicate bird. After a brief pause, she landed gracefully on the ground, akin to a skilled ballet dancer. "Mother told you not to behave like that," Petunia exclaimed, bringing the swing to a halt with the heel of her sandal, producing a creaking sound. She then leapt up, hands on her hips, her expression one of exasperation as she reiterated, "Mother said so." "You must not do that, Lily." "But I didn't get hurt," Lily chimed merrily. Petunia scanned the surroundings and noticed two other children on the playground, leaning against a large tree, curiously observing them. In a fit of anger and dismay, Petunia let out a low exclamation. "Oh, no." Lily seemed oblivious to the unfolding events, yet Petunia was acutely aware of the reasons they had moved to this town. "Stop it." Petunia firmly grasped Lily's hand, glancing back at her several times, noticing the flower in Lily's grasp opening and closing like a clam expelling pearls. "What's wrong?" Lily asked, closing her palm and tossing the flower back to the ground, only to lift her gaze at Snape and Spell approaching from the other end of the playground. It appeared as though she had suddenly realized something. Her lovely brows knitted together, yet she did not immediately depart. "Isn't it obvious?" Snape spoke before they were within earshot, a hint of remorse evident on his face as he regarded Lily, a flush gradually rising upon his pallid cheeks. "What is so obvious?" Lily inquired. "Lily, don't converse with strange people," Petunia interjected, clearly unimpressed with Snape's presence, attempting to pull Lily away. Snape appeared both agitated and anxious. He cast a glance at Petunia before swiftly leaning towards Lily, lowering his voice as he spoke. I know who you are. What do you mean? You are a witch. Snape, his face flushed, spoke in a hushed tone. Lily's brow furrowed even deeper as she gazed at Snape, feeling a sense of offense. That was certainly not a commendable term. She turned away, lifting her chin as she followed the force of her sister's hand. No. Snape, filled with an unwilling determination, pursued after her, his face flushed to the point of embarrassment, having completely forgotten about Spiff. His oversized coat flapped about him like the wings of a bat. The Evans sisters likely regarded Snape as a deranged individual, collectively keeping their distance from him, while Snape stubbornly yearned to engage Lily in further conversation. They circled around the swing set multiple times, each unable to gain the upper hand over the other. You are, Snape exclaimed to Lily. You are a witch. I have been observing you for quite some time, yet it matters not. My mother is a witch, and I too am a wizard. Oh, and there is Sybil. Sybil is one as well. It seemed that he had just remembered that in interactions with girls, Sybil, being a girl herself, would possess a distinct advantage. Snape hastily gestured towards Sybil. Lily cast a skeptical glance at the silent girl beside her. Sybil? However, before she could pose any questions, Petunia interjected, a wizard? I recognize who you are. You are that child from the Snape family. She pulled Lily back a considerable distance, shielding her like a hen with her chick, and declared, he resides at the end of Spinner's End. Have you forgotten what father and mother said? Those people over there. She refrained from completing her thought. Yet her tone and expression conveyed her belief that that place was synonymous with malevolence. As for Sybil, she had never heard of a girl named Sybil in that vicinity. She must be a stranger from somewhere unknown. Why are you watching us? We are not watching, Snape remarked. Feeling both overheated and uneasy from the recent chase and Petunia's tone, his hair appearing even more disheveled than usual. What business do we have monitoring you? He glared fiercely at Petunia. You are a muggle. Although Petunia did not comprehend the term muggle, she could discern the disdain in his tone. Lily, let's go, she exclaimed sharply. Without hesitation, Lily complied and departed, casting glances back at Snape and Spittle as they strode purposefully through the schoolyard gate, gradually vanishing along the path. Sybil discerned the expression of bitter disappointment etched upon Snape's visage, simultaneously realizing that he had been scheming for this moment for an extended period. Yet circumstances had not unfolded as he had envisioned. What are you gazing at? Snape glared at Sybil with indignation, demanding, why did you remain silent just now? What should I have said? Sybil gazed in the direction where the Evans sisters had departed, and indeed, she spoke the truth. Moreover, Sybil turned to scrutinize Snape, questioning why they should trust his words without justification. Sybil, Snape's chest heaved violently as he exclaimed, we are no longer friends. Without another glance, he dashed away. A sudden gust of wind swept through, dislodging blossoms from the nearby bushes. A small girl murmured, Humph, who did I offend? Chapter 4. Why have you returned home so late recently? As Sybil returned home, she was immediately confronted by the inquiries of Trelawney. However, she exhibited no sign of concern. You better control yourself and refrain from causing any trouble outside, Trelawney admonished, gazing sternly at the girl who stood in the shadow of the doorway, her head bowed, her expression concealed. Her lips were pressed into a thin line, brimming with impatience. Do not go near the boys from the Snape family again. He did not require her response. He was merely conveying his command, which she was obliged to obey. With a sharp sound, an invisible force struck Sybil, causing her to flinch in pain. This elicited a cold, indifferent glance from Trelawney. Return to your room. At that moment, Sybil emerged from her own chamber, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Sybil's return. Sybil cast a glance at Sybil, offering her a gentle smile as she gingerly made her way upstairs, supporting herself against the wall. As she passed by Sybil, she extended her hand, presenting the painting to her. Thank you, cousin Sybil. Noticing her father's piercing gaze, Sybil stuck out her tongue and hurriedly placed the painting on her small desk before dashing downstairs. She eagerly linked her arm with Teresa's, playfully inquiring, Father, will you be telling me about crystal balls or reading tea leaves today? Did you not mention that I might get burned? I have remained confined to my room all day. Teresa smiled warmly and turned to lead Sybil toward the study. Sybil discreetly turned to wink at Sybil. Upon returning to her room, Sybil rolled up her sleeves, revealing a prominent, swollen red mark on her fair arm. Nonchalantly lowering her sleeves, she collapsed onto her bed, contemplating the potency of the two bracelets. The following day, as Sybil prepared to venture out as usual, she discovered the door firmly locked. Although the now locked door could no longer confine her, the stars within the household remained dutifully obstructive. It seemed she was destined for yet another period of confinement. As summer faded into autumn, and autumn transitioned to winter, Sybil never anticipated that this period of seclusion would extend for so long. During her prolonged absence, her former friend, Snape, who had previously severed ties with her, could no longer restrain himself and sent a letter via owl to the bothersome Sybil. Do you recall our encounter with Lily Evans? I have since become good friends with her. She now visits me every day after school. She attends a Muggle school, and we've discussed many aspects of magic. She has inquired several times about your absence. Given her concern for you, I felt compelled to write this letter to help her ascertain your whereabouts. Best wishes, Lily Snape. Sybil gazed at the parchment in her hands for a while, then rapped her knuckles against the wall, requesting some cookie crumbs from the stars to feed the owl, patiently awaiting her response by the window. Turning the parchment over, Sybil deftly inscribed with her quill, "All is well, thank you." When Snape received the letter and shared it with Lily, he nearly lost his composure upon discovering those words on the reverse side, nearly causing his sharply defined nose to contort in irritation. Their next encounter, after Christmas, found Sybil in a peculiar state, for Trelawney had recently become exceedingly busy, often departing early and returning late, neglecting even to instruct Sybil, let alone consider whether to continue confining her. Thus, on a January morning, Sybil, adhering to her routine, turned the doorknob and the door swung open. Just as she was about to step outside, she was called back by Sybil. Sybil. Trelawney extended a tiny glass vial, no larger than a thumb, toward her. Could you help me collect some snow? Mother has not seen the snow in Cockworth for quite some time. Sybil took the bottle, reminiscing about the woman who had once bestowed upon her a semblance of warmth. How was she faring? You are aware that Mr. Teresia prohibits me from visiting her. Sybil appeared somewhat sorrowful. Her father remarked that her vitality had waned significantly, rendering even the fruit from the tree of life ineffective. She made an effort to stifle her sniffles, blinking away the redness from her eyes. Nevertheless, her mother expressed contentment, stating that she had no regrets. Subsequently, they had a few disagreements, which prompted me to leave. Spiel instinctively touched her chest, her throat tightening slightly. Oh, I see. Well, I shall take my leave. The little river in Corkworth had completely frozen over, and children were gleefully skating on its surface. From a distance, Spiel spotted Snape and the Evans sisters seated on a bench by the riverside. Snape still donned his rather comical black coat, while the Evans sisters wore fluffy white earmuffs and deep red woolen cloaks, with a glimpse of red plaid skirts peeking out, their feet adorned with brand new cream-colored skates. The trio stood out conspicuously, drawing curious glances from passing children, who would even snicker upon catching sight of Snape. Lily, could you please not sit here? Petunia clasped her hands together, refusing to glance at Snape, her discontent evident in her muttering. We came out to skate. I understand. But as Lily turned to reassure her sister, she noticed Spiel approaching them. She tugged at Snape's sleeve, nearly yanking his coat off, while waving at Spiel. Hey, Spiel, over here. Spiritedly, she waved to them with a smile, and Lily's enthusiasm immediately captivated the attention of those children even further. Snape, feeling somewhat awkward, tugged at the corner of his mouth and inquired, Where have you been these past few months? Just as Spire was about to respond, she was interrupted by a snowball. Hey, look who it is. A boy tossed a snowball in his hand, taunting Freak Girl and her friend, Snotty. Lily, Penny, are you going to befriend them? Ha. Oh no, certainly not. Penny replied quickly, a hint of trepidation in her voice, as she tugged at Lily, attempting to lead her away from the troublesome scene. However, Lily remained steadfast, unmoving. Frustrated, Penny leaned closer to Lily and whispered, Do you want to get Mom and Dad in trouble? I know who he is. Lily impatiently interrupted, placing her hands on her hips. The fluffy white earmuffs accentuated her rosy cheeks, which had flushed with anger, making her appear particularly adorable. She then shouted at the boy, Stewart, I will play with whomever I choose. Snape's nostrils flared slightly, and in an instant, his ears flushed crimson. His gaze first froze upon Lily's profile, then shifted to her deep red hair, as one hand clenched into a fist. Stewart appeared somewhat exasperated, raising an eyebrow and deliberately curling his lips into a smirk as he forcefully hurled the snowball at Lily's feet, exclaiming, Ungrateful. He then waved his hand dismissively, calling out, Smash those little monsters. Behind him, a gaggle of boisterous children emerged, both boys and girls, their faces adorned with malicious grins. The snowballs they wielded, propelled by the brisk wind, resembled white cannonballs, raining down upon the quartet like a flurry of precipitation. A few snowballs struck Penny on the head, prompting her to swiftly shield Lily in her arms, wishing she could shrink into a quail. Yet, contrary to her expectations of pain and cold, no further snowballs managed to hit them. The riverbank was filled with a cacophony of startled cries. These mischievous children, a peculiar species indeed, found themselves under the watchful gaze of Sybil, who extended one hand forward, her pale palm facing the incoming snowballs, smiling as she thought how utterly detestable they were. Now and in the future, she despised being called a monster. Her eyes needed remedying. The snowballs, seemingly manipulated by an invisible force, hurtled back at astonishing speed. The obsidian bracelets on Sybil's wrists began to hum and vibrate, faint arcs of light crackling around them. Perhaps the flurry of snowballs disturbed the air currents, causing the accumulated snow on the fir trees by the riverbank to tumble down, striking the children and sending them sprawling, their shrieks piercing the air. Snape's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he glanced at Lily, only to find her expression far from joyful. "You all," Lily exclaimed, breaking free from Penny's embrace. Disapprovingly gazing at the two, "You've all resorted to violence." Snape pressed his lips together. "Should we simply allow them to hurl snowballs at us?" Moreover, as he observed the cacophony of wailing and lamentations, he muttered quietly, "A bunch of muggles. Hey, you mischievous children." A man draped in a violet cloak materialized before the quartet, eliciting a gasp from Petunia, who seemed on the verge of fainting after the recent events. The man surveyed the chaos along the riverbank, shaking his head in resignation. All forgotten, the tip of his wand emanated streams of white light, which dispersed into the bodies of the children, halting their turmoil and inducing a state of dazed bewilderment as they began to meander away. The riverside of Cokeworth returned to its former tranquility. The man exhaled softly, returning his wand to the inner pocket of his cloak. "I am Arnold, a memory eraser from the Ministry of Magic. Now then," he turned to face them, "I believe it is time to escort you home and have a proper conversation with your parents." Chapter 5. Upon learning that Sybil's surname was Trelawney, Arnold cast several furtive glances in her direction, intrigued. The enigmatic and wondrous gift of prophecy is rarely ignited by anything other than bloodline inheritance, thus far. Only one had emerged, Grindelwald. Aware that Trelawney was not at home, he merely delivered Sybil to number 9, Linen Street, before returning to the ministry. "Sybil? Who is that person?" Sybil, holding a small bottle filled with snow, arched her brows, captivated by the crystalline snowflakes within. "From the ministry." Sybil nonchalantly removed her coat, then suddenly paused, furrowing her brow as she exhaled deeply, holding the garment in her hands. "Sybil, could you allow me to visit Aunt Garcia?" she inquired. After a moment of gazing into her eyes, Sybil smiled and replied, "Of course." Sybil had long lost track of the last time she beheld Garcia. Perhaps it was when she was merely 3 years old. Since that fateful day when she heard the sound of a heavy object tumbling down the staircase, Garcia had not ventured into her room again. Enveloped in the depths of a deep blue velvet, the woman resembled a mere skeleton. Were it not for the slight rise and fall of her chest, one might have mistaken her for a corpse. Her once luxuriant golden brown curls had faded to a pale gold, so sparse that her scalp was visible. With her eyes half closed, it was uncertain whether she was awake or lost in slumber. "Spill?" Her voice emerged, raspy and reminiscent of sandpaper rasping against aged bark. In both form and voice, Garcia seemed to have entered the countdown of life. Sybil gently caressed Garcia's veined hand, lingering for a moment before turning it over, palms facing each other. She closed her eyes, and the points of contact between their palms began to emanate a soft white glow, gradually intensifying and enveloping them in its embrace. "Sybil, what are you doing?" Sybil screamed, attempting to rush forward to intervene, only to be forcefully repelled by the seemingly thin barrier of light. Undeterred, Sybil fervently sought to channel all her magical energy into Garcia. The swiftly spinning obsidian bracelet produced a cacophony of piercing sounds, its arcs of electricity colliding with the overwhelming magical force, further complicating any attempts to draw closer. Teresia, alerted by the stars, was instantly consumed by anxiety upon witnessing this scene. "Stop. Sybil, stop. You will kill her. If my magic originates from her life force, why can it not be returned to her? I have consulted the literature. If one person's magic is fully imparted to another, it could grant her a new lease on life." For the first time, Sybil was overwhelmed by intense emotions. She clasped Garcia's frail hand tightly and turned to glare at Tresh's with the ferocity of an enraged lion, yearning to revert to her former self. Tresh sighed in exasperation, wiping his face. "The literature you reference pertains to events that have transpired within the magical realm." Meanwhile, Garcia slowly retrieved his wand, merely an ordinary individual, all petrified. A brilliant beam of light pierced through the seemingly fragile barrier of magical turbulence. The incantation ricocheted against the ceiling, and a large chunk of cement fell to the floor, leaving the once pristine hardwood marred with dents. So it is thus, Sybil mused, her gaze dropping as she stared blankly at her right palm. A fine, black substance reminiscent of sand oozed from her hand and vanished into the air. I am sorry. If only I could return this to you. Control your magic, Sybil, Treshes exclaimed, horrified by the scattering darkness. Being well-versed in magical history, he recognized the ominous nature of the substance. Several infamous disasters had been instigated by such black sand. Treshes? This is Adno. We just detected a severe surge of dangerous magical energy emanating from your residence. May I come in? A figure appeared in the century-silent magical mirror at the entrance of the Trelawney household. Clad in a violet cloak, Arnold, who had just departed moments ago, reappeared at the door of 9, Flax Street. Upon hearing this, Treshes swiftly flicked his wand, restoring order. He yanked the still-dazed Sybil and unceremoniously tossed her back into her room, sternly instructing, "You are not to emerge without my permission." With the stairs creaking beneath him, he descended with purpose. "Hello, Arnold. I accidentally damaged my ceiling. It might have caused quite a ruckus," Treshes said with an awkward smile as he opened the door. Indeed. The commotion was so great that it triggered the emergency lights at the department. Arnold entered the house, surveying the surroundings. A threat is present. Have you had visitors? No. How could that be? The Trelawney household has not entertained guests in ages. Star, please prepare tea for our guest. Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load chapter content. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features. Or copy the URL into another browser to read. Esteemed guest, what tea would you prefer? English breakfast? Earl Grey? Or chamomile? Star curtsied, holding a small tea pouch. Earl Grey, please. Arnold produced a square box from his pocket, featuring knobs on either side, connected by parallel tuning bands in the center. He clumsily extracted a long antenna from the back of the box, producing a crackling sound. What is this? Treshes frowned, eyeing the contraption resembling a Muggle radio. A sense of foreboding creeping in. A new invention from the department, modified from a Muggle radio, shrunk with a charm to precisely measure sources of magical fluctuations. Arnold proudly patted the small device. You don't mind if I take a look around, do you? Of course, even if you did, I'd still proceed. Ha ha ha. Arnold considered himself quite humorous, knowing the Trelawney family's decline, but understanding the significance of the prophecy chamber within the Department of Mysteries was prudent for maintaining good relations. As they reached the second floor, the box emitted a shrill beeping sound. Arnold's smile faltered. Glancing at Treshes, opened the door. Sir, your tea. Star approached Arnold with the teacup. Mr. Trelawney, I insist, please open the door. At this moment, Arnold was clearly not in the mood for tea. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from within the room, and the alarm from the box grew increasingly piercing, threatening to rupture eardrums. Arnold, disregarding his manners, drew his wand and aimed it at the keyhole. Alohomora. The door swung open to reveal an empty room, with the cold northern wind rushing through the shattered window, causing Treshes, standing at the threshold, to shiver uncontrollably. The magical detector in Arnold's hand fell silent as he packed the device away, questioning, Mr. Trelawney, who was just in this room? Treshes inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly. Sybil, my niece. Ah, the little girl. Arnold exclaimed, evidently taken aback. You know her? 2 hours ago, I received a report of a minor magical disturbance caused by your niece. Arnold looked at Treshes with curiosity. You were unaware? Treshes's expression darkened further. Gritting his teeth, I did not know. Ah, it's merely a child. In a playful age, Arnold reassured, patting the stiff Treshes. Yet, the frequency of these incidents is alarmingly high. We must locate her swiftly before any adverse consequences arise. It's too late, Treshes nodded, sighing deeply but saying nothing more. Unbeknownst to them, the door to the adjacent room was slightly ajar, adorned with a charming fabric doll in its frame, clutching a small name tag reading Sybil. The doll seemed to convey, next chapter prepares to change the map. Chapter 6. Sybil's room differed from the other chambers dominated by deep blue hues. It was filled with an array of deep red, light red, and maroon plush cushions adorned with tassels, and the floor was covered with a Persian cashmere rug. Beside the four-poster bed stood a small round table, draped with an intricately patterned gold and crimson tablecloth. A crystal ball, a white porcelain teacup brimming with red tea, an empty cup with remnants of tea leaves, a teapot, and an array of laid-out tarot cards cluttered the table, leaving it overflowing. Seated at this small table, Sybil showed no surprise as she observed Sybil climbing through her window. She merely cast a sidelong glance before returning her focus to the book in hand. She beckoned to Sybil. "Would you care for a cup of tea?" "Do you blame me?" Sybil stepped onto the windowsill and leapt into the room. Once there was. Then there was not, and just a moment ago, there was. Sybil paused, striving to present herself as an adult. Yet she could not suppress the tears welling in her eyes. "I understand your intentions are good," she murmured. "But your stubbornness prevents you from engaging with us in a meaningful way. It always feels as though you wish to leave nothing behind." As she observed Sybil lifting the teacup to drink, she offered a gentle reminder, the remaining tea swaying thrice before she inverted the cup upon the saucer. "You should depart now. They must have noticed your return." Tea leaf divination? Upon hearing the voice of Arnold outside, asking if she was inside, Sybil obediently turned the teacup upside down on the saucer, intending to pick it up for a closer inspection, only to be interrupted by the sound of knocking at the door. Sybil glanced at the teacup. Strictly speaking, she was not a person of this era at all. Could the outcome be accurate? As she opened the door, Arnold's hand, poised to continue knocking, nearly struck her on the head. Upon seeing her, he immediately flashed a smile and pointed towards the rather dilapidated window of the adjacent room. "Is this your room?" he inquired. Spear tilted her head slightly. Glancing at the window, she had shattered. "You might find it hard to believe, but I merely intended to close a window." Her expression, combined with the notion that the window was excessively fragile, was quite disarming, leaving Arnold somewhat wounded. "Very well." Arnold patted Spear's head, seemingly acquiescing to this ludicrous explanation. An owl flapped its wings as it flew through the gaping hole, dropping a letter at Terry Trelawney's feet. Upon picking up the envelope and noticing the seal upon it, his expression darkened further. "Dear Mr. Terry Trelawney, we have received a report indicating that at 1:19 p.m., your niece, Miss Spear Trelawney, used magic in the presence of a non-magical individual muggle. Mr. Arnold Peasgood, a memory eraser, has been dispatched to handle the matter. Miss Spear Trelawney has severely violated Article 70 of the International Confederation of Wizards Secrecy Act. We urge you to strictly monitor the magical activities of minors. Furthermore, at 3:09 p.m., we detected a high-level magical disturbance originating from your residence. We regret to inform you that you must accompany Miss Spear Trelawney to the Ministry of Magic for a reprimand hearing tomorrow morning, March 19th, at 9 a.m. Best wishes. Mafalda Hopkirk Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures." With that, Arnold took a cup of still warm tea from the tray, gulping it down in one swift motion. "I shall take my leave now, Mr. Trelawney." Terry Trelawney nodded weakly, and Arnold quietly closed the door behind him. The house once again succumbed to a stifling silence. Exhausted, he repaired Spear's window in silence and returned to Garcia's room, slamming the door behind him. Sybil hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose not to return to Sybil's room. She entered her own chamber and closed the door. Sybil shut the window that had never been opened and drew the deep crimson curtains. The teacups on the small round table had been overturned. 2 empty cups, remnants of tea leaves, formed a vague pattern resembling a chair at the bottom of one, while the other displayed clearer, intertwined traces deeply etched into the cup's base. The following morning, Trelawney transported Sybil to a narrow street near central London. The buildings lining the roadside appeared drab and aged, with several locked offices and what seemed to be a defunct pub, contributing to the desolation of the alley. Trelawney silently led Sybil to an old red telephone booth, backed by a grimy wall. He opened the door, ushered Sybil inside, and followed, closing the door behind him. The telephone appeared to have been used by countless individuals, looking particularly worn. Trelawney lifted the receiver to his ear and began dialing, his long fingers rapidly turning the dial. After 5 beeps, the dial returned to its original position, and a cold female voice emanated from the phone. "Welcome to the Ministry of Magic. Please state your name and occupation." Trelawney replaced the receiver and declared, Trelawney, Department of Mysteries, accompanying Sybil Trelawney for a disciplinary hearing." "Thank you," the icy voice replied. "Visitors, please collect your badges and place them on your chest." 2 silver badges, inscribed with their full names and the phrase disciplinary hearing, fell into the metal slot for coins. As they affixed the badges to their clothing, the voice continued, "Visitors to the Ministry of Magic. You are required to undergo a check and register your wands at the security office located at the far end of the atrium." As the last words faded, the floor of the booth began to tremble and slowly sank underground. The sidewalk outside gradually ascended, soon enveloping them in darkness. Light flooded back into the booth moments later, and with a clunk, it came to a halt. The door of the telephone booth automatically swung open, and the voice once more intoned, The Ministry of Magic wishes you a pleasant day. Like muggles, the peak commuting hours rendered the atrium bustling with activity. Trelawney guided Sybil through the throngs of people. The security office was situated at the opposite end of where they stood, marked by a sign above a counter where several individuals were queuing. Suddenly, two wizards clad in black robes approached, and the wizard responsible for inspections waved them over, declaring, "Take him away." "Hey, on what grounds are you arresting me?" protested the wizard at the counter, writhing unsuccessfully in an attempt to escape the grip of the two robed figures. "For carrying controlled creatures. Don't think I'm unaware just because you've tucked them into your pocket. Hand over your wand. You'll need to explain yourself to the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures." The man was swiftly escorted away, and the flow of people continued unabated. After this brief interlude, it was soon Trelawney and Sybil's turn. "Hey, Trell, what brings you here?" The wizard behind the counter clearly recognized Trelawney and seemed quite familiar with him. "Attending a disciplinary hearing," Trelawney replied tersely, handing over his wand and raising his hands in a hasty manner. The wizard chuckled heartily, wielding a long, golden rod resembling a car antenna, inspecting it thoroughly before saying, "All right, here is your wand." He glanced at Sybil standing beside him and inquired, "Who is this? I've never seen her before. Just a distant relative's child." "You brought a distant relative's child to a hearing?" Accompanying. Trelawney gritted his teeth. She used magic on a muggle child. "And Arnold even wiped the memories of the muggle children near my home. Today's kids are quite impressive." The wizard clicked his tongue, then complimented, "Little Sybil is certainly a relief." Indeed. Chapter 7. Trelawney and Sybil traversed several small halls until they reached the elevator waiting area, joining the queue for the lift. Despite the multitude of people awaiting the elevator, the hall remained eerily quiet, with most individuals frowning and engaging in hushed conversations. Some held copies of the Daily Prophet, their expressions grave. The wizard who calls himself Voldemort is rather formidable. He has already recruited most of the students from Durmstrang Institute in northern Scandinavia, who share his ideology regarding pure bloodlines, remarked a wizard with brown curls standing before them, gesturing to a photograph of the Durmstrang castle standing resolutely against the snowstorm on the front page of the Prophet. "It's no surprise that Durmstrang has aligned itself with him." Another wizard in a dark green robe leaned in to skim the article, noting that many wizards there were infatuated with the study of dark magic. He then lowered his voice, allowing Sybil to barely catch a few words. "Albania, Ministry personnel, casualties." Sybil cast a glance at Trelawney, who wore a stern expression, lost in her own thoughts. It seemed that Voldemort had begun to extend his influence, and the curtain was about to rise on a new chapter. Amidst a cacophony of noise, an elevator arrived before them, its doors sliding open with a swift motion, allowing the crowd to surge forward. Trelawney and Sybil followed the throng into the cramped confines of the elevator, which could barely accommodate 7 people without feeling overcrowded. As soon as everyone found their footing, the doors shut with a decisive clang. As the elevator ascended slowly, the cold, mechanical voice from the telephone booth announced, "7th floor, Department of Magical Sports, headquarters of the British and Irish Quidditch League, official club of Gobstones, Magical Goods Patent Office." The doors opened to reveal a corridor festooned with an array of Quidditch advertisements and flamboyant posters of star players, while a haphazard pile of broomsticks cluttered one side, leaving little room to maneuver. After a few paper airplanes fluttered out, the doors rapidly closed. The elevator resumed its ascent, and shortly after, the voice intoned, "6th floor, Department of Magical Transportation, Broom Regulatory Office, Portkey Office, Apparition Test Center. Make way, make way," cried a petite witch struggling to maneuver a large trunk overflowing with assorted items. The doors closed once more, and a wizard with brown curls approached as the elevator announced, "5th floor, International Magical Cooperation, International Magical Trade Standards Association, International Magical Law Office, British Division of the International Confederation of Wizards." As the doors opened, the curly-haired wizard gestured, "After you." 2 paper airplanes trailed behind him. With a slight increase in speed after a few passengers disembarked, the elevator bypassed the 4th floor and halted at the 3rd floor, Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, Reversal of Accidental Magic Office, Memory Modification Command, Muggle Affairs Mediation Committee. The wizard clad in a dark green robe, along with 2 whispering witches, exited at this level. A swarm of paper airplanes surged into the elevator with a deafening buzz, their sheer number obscuring the ceiling lights, plunging the space into darkness as the doors closed. Moments later, the doors opened again to reveal the 2nd floor, Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Office for the Prohibition of Misuse of Muggle Artifacts, or Command, Wisingamot. Trelawney adjusted the collar of his robe, and they stepped out of the elevator. Sybil chuckled at the tempestuous weather outside the corridor's windows, wondering if the Ministry of Magical Repairs was angling for a pay raise again. Trelawney, however, was not in the mood for amusement. Thoughts of the dark substance he had witnessed swirled in his mind, cloaked in dread, especially with the young girl beside him. If she were to vanish into St. Mungo's, he knew she would never return. It was absurd that he had allowed Garcia to persuade him into such an irrational guarantee. She was not truly their daughter. Why should he be burdened with such concerns? Despite the turmoil within, Trelawney maintained a steady gait. They turned a corner, passing through two substantial oak doors, entering an open area partitioned into small, independent chambers. The atmosphere was tense and solemn. The spacious room was filled with many people, and aside from the rustling of paper airplanes, not a sound could be heard. In the nearest compartment, a group clad in black robes was deeply engaged in a serious discussion, their voices muffled as if soundproofed by the wards around them. Above the doorframe hung a neatly affixed sign, or command. The ambience within this department of the Ministry of Magic was palpably strained, and Sybil sensed that the situation was likely more dire than publicly acknowledged. Yet, the plight of an 8-year-old girl seemed irrelevant to her. Quietly, she trailed behind Trelawney as they crossed a second oak door into the Office for the Prohibition of Misuse of Magic, adjacent to which were 4 small courtrooms. Trelawney glanced at the sign posted by the entrance, leading Sybil into Hall 3. "Hey, Mr. Trelawney." Arnold, seated in the front row, turned at the sound, waving at them. In front of him stood a platform of mahogany, and at the center of the hall sat a petite witch in a black robe, her blonde hair framing a focused expression as she scrutinized a lengthy piece of parchment. Beside her was another witch in deep red robes, who, upon noticing Trelawney and Sybil, picked up a long quill and unfurled a pristine sheet of parchment. The fluff-haired witch lifted her gaze upon hearing Arnold's call, smiling warmly at the two still standing at the entrance. "Good morning, Mr. Trelawney and Miss Sybil Trelawney. I am Mafalda Hopkirk, head of the Office for the Prohibition of Misuse of Magic. Please stand over there, Mr. Trelawney." She gestured towards the platform in front of Arnold, and once Trelawney took his position, she indicated for Sybil to sit. Then, rising, she struck a small gavel 3 times. March 19th. Inquiry into the unusual magical disturbance in Corkworth Town commences. Questioner, Mafalda Hopkirk, head of the Office for the Prohibition of Misuse of Magic. Court Recorder, Coco White. Witness and Detailed Information Provider, Arnold Peasgood, Memory Modification Officer. As the quill scratched against the parchment, Mafalda recounted the events in detail before inquiring of Trelawney. "Is the above information accurate?" "Yes," he affirmed. "Could you elaborate on the cause of the unusual magical disturbance?" Mafalda inquired, extracting a sheet from a stack of parchment. "According to the evidence, the disturbance was caused by your niece, Miss Sybil Trelawney, who had been warned earlier that morning for using magic in front of Muggles." Her brow furrowed as her fingers tapped the table, a rhythmic sound echoing in the silence. She fixed an intense gaze on Trelawney. "Mr. Trelawney, is there any unusual circumstance that you have failed to report?" "None," Trelawney replied without hesitation. The courtroom fell into a heavy silence as the red-robed witch exchanged a questioning glance with the mute Mafalda. Mafalda leaned in to whisper in her ear, first furrowing her brow at Trelawney before shifting her astonished gaze to Sybil, then nodding gravely. She took a piece of notepaper, scribbling a few lines before tearing it off and folding it into the shape of a paper airplane. With a flick of her wrist, she sent the airplane soaring into the air, where it quickly vanished from sight. "Now, we will recess for 10 minutes. As Mafadar's voice faded, hurried footsteps echoed outside. A figure swiftly darted past the doorway of the courtroom, only to return immediately. It was a short, stout wizard, his once meticulously combed black hair now damp and clinging to his forehead. "Oh, Mafadar, why are you still here?" "Thank Merlin, Arnold. You are here too. This is splendid. What is the matter?" Just as the wizard began to explain, a paper airplane struck him on the head, flattening upon impact before wobbling back into the air, only to be bombarded by a flurry of incoming paper airplanes. Thousands of paper airplanes surged through the door, accompanied by several shouting letters. Mafadar's expression rapidly shifted from astonishment to terror. "Oh, Merlin!" Her petite figure was instantly engulfed by the deluge of paper airplanes. "Mafadar, are you all right?" Tiresias and Arnold gently pulled the dazed Mafadar from the chaotic pile. "I am fine. What on earth is happening?" "Minister Mafadar, we have received a warning of a massive influx of Death Eaters in Belfast, Northern Ireland, with traces of forbidden curses detected." "Minister, Traces of forbidden curses have been found in London. Merlin above. They are torturing muggles. A whole street of muggles was obliterated by spells. The Muggle Prime Minister has already contacted Minister Eug and IE. Letters began to automatically unfold, emitting a cacophony of roars, murder, explosions. Darkness officially descended on March 19, 1968. Tiresias and Spill's hearing could no longer continue, for a graver incident had unfolded. A tremendous explosion echoed. Chaos erupted within the Ministry of Magic. Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load chapter content. Please exit reading mode, novel mode, and disable ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser to read. Moffedar departed the courtroom with the red-robed witch and Arnold, advising Tiresias and Spill to return home promptly and cast protective enchantments over their residences. As the situation had become perilous, it was best to avoid venturing out. Suddenly, Spill felt an inexplicable wave of anxiety wash over her. Instinctively, she grasped Tiresias's hand, only to feel as though her head were being struck by a hammer, propelling her uncontrollably forward. A surreal scene unfolded before her, a terrified crowd fleeing down Downing Street. Tiresias's face magnified to a horrifyingly distorted size, spells intertwining in the air. A green spell reflected in Tiresias's enlarged pupils, before being struck down by a red spell. A furious roar echoed in her ear. Alive. Blood flowed like a river through the streets, buildings shattered by spell attacks, and the desperate screams of people filled the air. Debris tumbled from nearby structures as she caught sight of hooded figures in black robes, their faces masked as Death Eaters, before everything faded to black. The crimson oak floor loomed close as she fell, but Tiresias caught her. Spill gasped for breath, as though she had just resurfaced from drowning. Cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Tiresias seemed to understand the gravity of the situation. He steadied Spill, crouched beside her, and gazed intently into her vacant eyes. Tell me, what did you see? Many people have died. Sybil's voice was hoarse, her delicate fingers pointing upwards, trembling as she spoke. You may be in grave danger. Trelawney licked her parched lips, aware that they were searching for her. Yet, she had not prepared Sybil adequately. Do you believe my words? Sybil inquired, astonished. I do. Trelawney interjected, but this body flows with the blood of Trelawney. Therefore, I trust you. No sooner had she finished speaking than Sybil felt a sudden palpitation. A faint green hue escaped through the gaps of her fingers pressed against her chest, vanishing into the air. Trelawney appeared oblivious to the spectral green, swiftly hoisting Sybil onto her back. If they cannot locate me, they will seek Sybil. We must return post-haste. Trelawney hurriedly traversed the now desolate Auror Command Center and Hall, entering the elevator, where sporadic clattering sounds echoed. At this hour, the elevator was unoccupied, and the two reached the atrium hall without obstruction. The hall lay in disarray. The flames in the fireplace extinguished, leaving only Trelawney and Sybil, who had just emerged from the elevator. They discovered the dilapidated red telephone booth that had brought them down. Its top now vanished. As they ascended to the sidewalk, Trelawney's eyes widened in disbelief. The street was unrecognizable, concrete shattered, and enormous stones cracked, revealing the churned earth beneath. A few individuals lay at the intersection, some in suits, others in robes. Oh, Merlin. At that moment, a female voice crackled from the telephone booth. Reminiscent of an old radio with poor reception. Welcome back to the Ministry of Magic, and may you have a delightful day. Trelawney swung the door open, eagerly attempting to apparate, only to find herself rooted in place. Alas, we are under a disapparition jinx. We must depart immediately. There is no time to waste. As Sybil beheld two wizards clad in black robes, their faces concealed behind metallic masks, emerging at the alley's entrance, she forcefully struck Tiresias's back, her breath quickening. We must return to the Ministry of Magic at once. It will be fatal. We shall all perish. The protagonist's abilities began to manifest. She possessed the power of foresight, revealed only through silent contemplation, and upon physical contact with another's hand, she would glimpse ominous prophecies tied to that individual, all of a sinister nature, none bearing good tidings. Yet, her revelations would be met with disbelief, akin to the curse of Cassandra. Initially, I had intended to title the work The Cursed Prophet, but due to prior alterations, I could not amend it again for 60 days. Moreover, the backstory of our heroine is that of an 18-year-old girl, a long-term patient in a hospital, rendered a mere shell of her former self. Thus, she exhibits a degree of capriciousness, showing kindness solely to those who treat her well, while her greatest fear remains death. It is my hope that she will evolve throughout the narrative. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 9. Look who we have here. How fortuitous. One of the masked wizards, dragging his greasy long staff, advanced step by step toward the two. Twirling his wand, he mused, our master will surely be delighted. His tone was laced with mirth and mockery, as he appeared to regard Tiresias as already ensnared. Sybil and Tiresias pressed themselves against the side of a telephone booth. Through the murky glass, the two wizards reveled in their prey's terror, akin to cats toying with mice, taking no haste in their capture. Sybil, in a state of panic, gazed at the oppressive figures, her sole intention now to avoid hindering Tiresias. Crucio. The red curse struck the pavement before the telephone booth, shattering the already fragmented stones into even finer debris that hurtled toward Tiresias and Sybil. Armored protection. We must devise a means to return to the ministry. There lies the key. In a hushed tone, Sybil whispered to Trelawney. Upon hearing her words, Trelawney's eyes sparkled with determination as he nodded, urging her to proceed. I will divert their attention shortly. You must return. He spoke with rapid urgency. The number is 62,442. But do not hide, Trelawney. The nonchalant wizard twirling his wand spoke again. Our master has sincerely invited you to join us. As pureblood aristocrats, we ought to reign at the pinnacle, compelling those filthy muggles and mudbloods to submit to us. What madness! Trelawney cursed under his breath, gripping his wand tightly. Sybil, listen closely. They are searching for me. Please look after Sybil. With a countdown of 3, 2, 1, they would depart. Trelawney focused intently on the two Death Eaters, now less than 2 meters away, whispering swiftly. 3, 2, 1. In an instant, Trelawney sprang forth, his wand emitting a brilliant green light, Avada Kedavra. Meanwhile, Sybil hastily opened the phone booth door, swiftly dialing the number 62442. Only a crackling static filled the air, mingled with barely audible words. Ministry of Magic. Sybil Trelawney is attending a disciplinary hearing. Sybil could only pray that her identity had not been revoked by Malfoy. Otherwise, she would be unable to return. Damn it. The two Death Eaters sought refuge, exchanging curses that pierced like daggers. Several struck Tiresias, who, despite the agony causing his calves to convulse, resolutely refused to yield even an inch. Embodying the spirit of the most valiant gladiator, fearless and undeterred. A crackling sound filled the air as Sybil, from within the telephone booth, watched Tiresias standing there, his silhouette fading. Tears welled in her eyes, though he had not offered her much warmth over the past 8 years. He was now truly risking his life to protect her. A badge inscribed with Sybil Trelawney's hearing tumbled down the metallic chute of the phone, slowly descending. With another crackle, Tiresias seemed to sense the booth's descent, stealing a glance at the vanishing Sybil, forming her name with his lips. Avada Kedavra. Damn it. Disarm. Antonin, what are you doing? Rodolphus Lestrange furiously deflected Antonin Dolahov's killing curse, narrowly missing its mark. The master commanded that he remain alive. Rodolphus aimed at Tiresias, who was nearly cornered with no escape, a cruel smile curling beneath his mask. Piercing curse. Piercing curse. Ultimately, Tiresias could not withstand the torment any longer and cast a final glance at the empty telephone booth, succumbing to an abyss of excruciating darkness. Spill raised her hand to wipe her eyes and, upon opening the door of the telephone booth, summoned every ounce of strength to dash toward the elevator hall. The elevator ascended rapidly, yet to Spill, it felt as if she had been waiting for decades. At last, a clear female voice announced, 6th floor, Magical Transportation Department. Flying Network Management Bureau, Broomstick Regulation Office, Apparition Testing Center. After traversing a short corridor adorned with checkered tiles, she entered a domed chamber, where 4 signs pointed toward various offices. However, the items placed along the corridor provided ample hints as to each office's identity. Spill raced down the cluttered passageway, filled with an array of muggle and wizard trinkets, until she finally spotted a crooked sign hanging on the wall, Broomstick Regulation Office. Fortunately, the office was neither chaotic nor disorganized. Rather, it was neat and bright. One wall was dominated by a grand map, each place name accompanied by a square for miscellaneous items, above which rested a small stopwatch. Spill noticed a notice board to one side, indicating that the system activated every 5 minutes. She quickly scanned the map, and truth be told, she recognized not a single location. Yet, she knew she must reach a place inhabited by wizards to return home. Suddenly, a small hill caught her eye, accompanied by the words Weasel Hill. A smile graced Spill's face. Weasel Hill, near the Weasley residence. How splendid. She pulled over a nearby movable ladder, climbed up, and touched the square, retrieving an old pink plastic comb. Spear glanced at the stopwatch above the grid, noting that a minute had already elapsed, leaving merely 2 minutes before the key would be activated. She returned the comb to the compartment and extended a finger to rest upon the handle. With unwavering focus, She observed the second hand of the stopwatch making another full rotation, poised to cross the 12 o'clock mark. Suddenly, the map before her began to distort, as if a hook yanked sharply from behind her navel, propelling her feet off the ground as she soared forward like a gust of wind. Everything before her became a blur, the sensation of spinning twisting her stomach in knots. With a loud thud, Spear landed on her back in a patch of grass. This time without anyone to assist her. The azure sky and fluffy clouds greeted her sight, while a gentle breeze caressed her cheeks, carrying the faint aroma of fresh grass. At the foothill stood a peculiar, crooked house, surrounded by a meticulously arranged vegetable garden, adjacent to what appeared to be a newly constructed shed. "Hey there, little sister. Are you lost?" Arthur Weasley, who was wrapping up his spring break reading, suddenly noticed a strange, tear-streaked girl, covered in dirt, facing his home. "That's my house." He pointed towards the distant, crooked dwelling. "Would you like to come over for a cup of hot cocoa?" Arthur tucked his book under his arm, bent down to help Spear to her feet, brushed off the dust from her dress, and then extended his hand towards her, saying, "Shall we go?" Spill extended her hand, hesitating momentarily, before silently grasping Arthur's sleeve. Arthur smiled gently, guiding her towards the humble abode. Chapter 10 accompanied by the clinking of utensils. Arthur pushed open the door to the modest dwelling. "Arthur, go wash your hands and come try my freshly baked cookies." A tall, slender woman busied herself in front of the oven, her back to them, as the air filled with a sweet yet slightly spicy aroma. Spill observed Arthur's body stiffen momentarily, and instinctively he took a small step back, his face contorted in dismay. "Oh dear, I believe I can wait for Father to return before savoring your delightful cookies." He gently placed his hand on Spill's shoulder, guiding her forward. "I discovered a little girl on Weasel Mountain. I suspect she may have lost her way." "What?" At this hour, Mrs. Weasley, evidently aware of the day's events, wiped her hands on her apron before turning around. Upon catching sight of Spill's slightly disheveled white shirt and red checkered dress, her gaze was filled with scrutiny and curiosity. She approached Spill, crouched down, and affectionately patted her head. "My dear, what is your name? Are you well?" "Hello, Mrs. Weasley. My name is Spill Trelawney." "Trelawney?" Mrs. Weasley raised her eyebrows in surprise. "Is it that Trelawney? Oh, do you happen to know Trelawney Fresias?" "Yes, indeed, he is my uncle." Sybil gestured towards the owl cage perched beside the kitchen windowsill. "May I borrow the owl?" she inquired. "Oh, it is not safe to use an owl at the moment," Mrs. Weasley replied with a disapproving shake of her head. "Let Arthur take you there via apparition instead. Would you like some of my biscuits?" Mrs. Weasley retrieved a tray of golden, delectable butter animals from the oven, their enticing appearance promising delight. She placed a fresh sheet of parchment beside the tray, then, with a flick of her wand, the biscuits elegantly arranged themselves in a neat stack upon the parchment, the edges of the paper folded together, secured by a slender, purple ribbon. Very well." Sybil accepted the bag of cookies from Arthur's sympathetic gaze. "Thank you, Mrs. Weasley." "You're welcome. Will you accompany me?" Arthur inquired, grasping Sybil's hand. "Where do you reside?" "Yes, at 9, Lennon Street, Cokeworth." "Then let us depart." Arthur led Sybil into the garden outside the shabby abode, and together they vanished with a clean swiftness. Upon returning to Cokeworth, dusk had nearly settled, with the soft orange light cascading over the melting snow piles along the street, resembling cotton candy. After confirming that this was her home, Arthur Weasley and Sybil apparat back to the shabby dwelling. "Sybil, where's your father?" A breathless silence enveloped the small house as Sybil stood at the top of the staircase, gazing intently at the solitary figure of Sybil at the door. With a constricted throat, Sybil managed to utter, "I'm sorry, Sybil. He was taken by Death Eaters, and I do not know where he is now. Yesterday, I saw a dark mist and a serpent in the crystal ball." Sybil's voice wavered. "I told him, but he did not believe." Sybil slowly ascended the stairs, embracing the rigid little body of Sybil as she passed. Perhaps it was not disbelief, but rather faith, and a readiness to prepare for the worst in anticipation of his return. The following day, the Daily Prophet published a detailed account of the recent turmoil, with a prominent photograph of Voldemort rallying his Death Eaters upon a high platform. One could only wonder if the reporter who captured that image still drew breath. In the ensuing weeks, several writers who had spoken on behalf of Muggles and Muggle-born wizards met untimely ends, including the renowned Cedric Goshawk, who was found lifeless on his kitchen floor, deemed by the Muggle police as a premeditated burglary gone awry. As the wizarding community across Britain trembled with apprehension, fearing a swift takeover of the Ministry of Magic, Voldemort inexplicably retreated to Dunstable, Northern Ireland. There, he continued to recruit those intrigued by dark magic, eager for power. or yearning for a return to the era of pure-blood supremacy. Summer arrived in a flash, yet since that fateful day, Trisha had not been seen again. His name had made its way onto the ministry's list of missing persons. The mere presence of his name on that list suggested he was still alive, which might be considered the greatest fortune amidst misfortune. Garcia's condition improved with each passing day as summer unfolded, though to Sybil, it appeared more akin to a fleeting glimmer of life. Remarkably, she had ventured into the kitchen that day. I discovered a packet of biscuits in the cupboard. Which of you little gluttons brought them home and forgot to eat them? This marked the first occasion Sybil beheld Garcia's smile. She gazed tenderly at her two daughters. Aware of the recent turmoil, and the prolonged absence of Trisha filled her with a sense of foreboding. Yet her daughters were so well behaved, a source of both comfort and heartache. Sybil was delighted, her pale little face breaking into a smile as she cautiously embraced the frail Garcia, playfully declaring, "Mother, it must be Sybil. I haven't stepped outside at all. Then let us indulge, paired with the cherry liqueur chocolates I just made." Garcia seemed in high spirits, preparing a platter of the liqueur chocolates before her two sisters descended the stairs. Sybil enthusiastically took a small biscuit, only to wrinkle her brow and cover her mouth in surprise. "Oh, Merlin." A stream of steam erupted from her ears, her face reddening, and the next moment, her attempt to speak transformed into a train's whistle. Garcia and Sybil erupted into laughter, and in a fit of playful defiance, Sybil shoved a biscuit into Sybil's mouth. Soon enough, Sybil found herself in the same predicament, steam escaping her ears while she emitted similar sounds of distress. Sybil now understood why Arthur had recoiled at Mrs. Weasley's biscuits. He must have experienced such a fate more than once. The trio, along with Star, gleefully devoured the entire bag of biscuits in the kitchen, the steam rising around them enveloping their bodies in warmth. The prolonged half-year of anxiety and depression had nearly driven Sybil to the brink of despair. Yet, as all joyful moments are fleeting, Garcia soon fell into a deep, unresponsive slumber, and Sybil remained vigilantly by her bedside, praying that Merlin would bestow upon her the strength for recovery once more. Misfortunes often come in pairs. A month after Halloween, Trisha was discovered, but by then he had long since departed this world. The location was a remote forest, and had it not been for a wizard chasing after a moon-crazed beast, it might have taken much longer for him to be found. The healer dispatched from St. Mungo's initially struggled to identify the body, given the recent spate of magical murders. However, upon examining the corpse, he unearthed a wand, cleverly disguised as intact but actually broken, nestled in the inner pocket of the cloak. The core had been removed, and within its hollow chamber lay a piece of paper inscribed with 3 names: Garcia, Sybil, Trelawney. Chapter 11. Master, why must we leave? Voldemort strode calmly through a dense forest, Dolohov trailing behind, appearing discontented. Do you truly care for the words of that charlatan? The situation is ripe for conquest. We were on the brink of seizing all of England. As he spoke, a hint of color flushed Dolohov's pale face. His nostrils flared as he gazed at the man before him with fervent admiration. Are you questioning my decisions? Voldemort shot a cold glance over his shoulder. Dolohov quickly lowered his head, placing a hand over his heart and bowing deeply. The Master's decisions are always right. Our forces remain insufficiently strong. I shall summon the giants and werewolves, along with those creatures lurking in the shadows. Only those of us with true power deserve to govern this world. For now, we merely offer warnings to the arrogant traitors, the tainted bloodlines, and the foolish muggles. But the prophecy Trelawney spoke of silence. Prophecies are mere pretentious nonsense. Voldemort interrupted Dolohov with displeasure, waving his slender fingers forward, causing the thorny brambles blocking their path to disintegrate into ash. It must change along with the future. And the future is me. In the distance, snow-capped mountains loomed, their peaks obscured by clouds, perpetually blanketed in unmelting white. Here resided the Grumblehorn Yeti and a handful of giants, the very destination of their journey. Garcia Trelawney's death came without warning, yet was anticipated. Upon receiving the news of Trisha's demise, the comatose woman shed a solitary tear from the corner of her eye. She departed quietly, leaving Sybil engulfed in profound sorrow. After Trisha's passing, even if she could do nothing, the mere presence of an adult at home had provided Sybil with a sense of stability. Sybil possessed no experience regarding funerals. She was consumed by grief, weeping incessantly and entirely neglecting to acknowledge Sybil. In her helplessness, she resorted to sending a letter to Mrs. Weasley, earnestly beseeching her assistance. With Mrs. Weasley's support, the funeral arrangements swiftly commenced in an orderly fashion. On the day of Tracy and Garcia's interment, a multitude of attendees gathered. Among them were Dumbledore, Arnold, and a wizard employed at the Ministry of Magic's security department, all of whom Sybil recognized. Additionally, There were many unfamiliar faces, including the recently appointed Minister of Magic, Eugenia, several impeccably dressed healers from St. Mungo's, and a few wizards purportedly from the Department of Mysteries. "Hello, Sybil. How are you?" Lily said, as she held on to Snape and gently patted Sybil's shoulder, oblivious to how these two children had managed to infiltrate the gathering. Spirits tugged at the corner of her mouth, yet she could not muster a smile of reunion after such a lengthy separation. These brief 6 months had offered her far too few moments of joy and tranquility. "Stop laughing. It is unseemly." Snape cast a disdainful glance at Sybil before turning to Lily and saying, "Let us depart." Lily seemed inclined to utter something further. Yet this was hardly an appropriate setting for reminiscing. Moreover, Sybil indeed had numerous tasks to attend to. She waved her hand dismissively, watching as Snape led Lily out of the cemetery. During the family tribute, Sybil wept uncontrollably, the small 8-year-old girl appearing to have aged overnight. Despite her sobs rendering her breathless, she stumbled through the lengthy eulogy to its conclusion. Subsequently, everyone cast the flowers they held into the deep pit atop the 2 adjacent black coffins. Sybil stood aside, expressing gratitude to each attendee. Finally, Dumbledore waved his wand, solidifying the earth covering the grave. "What will you do next, Sybil?" Mrs. Weasley inquired anxiously. Crouching down to observe the still sobbing Sybil and then regarding the composed Sybil, she gently tended to their hair, saying, "The Trelawney family now consists solely of you two. Would you like to come and stay with us? Arthur will be away with Molly for a while after graduation, so you need not feel like a burden." "No. Thank you, Mrs. Weasley." Sfeel cast a glance at Sybil, who clung to 2 photographs, the remnants of their home still filled with stars and cherished memories. A place they did not wish to abandon. "Very well. If you ever require anything, do not hesitate to write to us." Mrs. Weasley embraced Sfeel, then Sybil, before departing alongside Mr. Weasley. In the graveyard of late autumn, a cold wind swept through, stirring the fallen leaves into a dance. All visitors had departed, leaving only Sfeel and Sybil standing before the 2 cold gravestones. "I despise you," Sybil said, her eyes reddened, her voice muffled. This marked the first exchange between her and Sfeel since their parents' passing. "I am sorry. If only she had been more composed. Perhaps Teresa's could have taken more time to arrange everything. Yet now, it is only you that remains." Sybil gently rested her head upon Sfeel's shoulder, and soon Sfeel felt the fabric dampen beneath her. Uncomfortably, she extended her hand, stiffly wrapping it around Sybil's frail shoulder, patting rhythmically, "I shall always be by your side." Sybil gently kissed Sybil's cheek, uttering, "Until you no longer require my presence." Although Trisha and Garcia had departed from this world, Sybil showed no inclination to venture outside. She appeared to revel in her time at home, often gazing into her crystal ball for hours on end. Sybil, on the other hand, still cherished her outings, albeit now choosing moments when crowds were sparse. She frequently opted for the twilight hours, finding solace in solitary moments of writing and painting. Lily and Snape had grown accustomed to her schedule, often sneaking out after dinner whenever possible. At times, Lily would bring Penny along, much to Snape's discontent. Lily frequently inquired about the wizarding world, her fascination mingled with disbelief, as she sought reassurance from Sybil and Snape that this was not merely a dream or a figment of their imagination. Sybil noticed a slight elevation in Snape's tone when he responded, radiating an aura of confidence. If Penny were present, she would undoubtedly accuse Snape of being a little liar. Yet over time, Snape had grown indifferent to her provocations. To Sybil, it seemed he was merely biding his time for a grand revelation. Thus, life continued in its noisy, chaotic manner. The tumult of the following year commenced with a silent protest for rights, triggered by the brutal murder of a Muggleborn from the Rozier family. Despite being a Muggleborn, the wizards had no right to take a life indiscriminately. The family of the deceased first issued a statement in the Daily Prophet, severing ties with their lineage, and subsequently published an article extolling the contributions of Muggleborns to the wizarding community. This not only garnered widespread attention and discussion but also incited resentment among pureblood wizards, who perceived Muggleborns as no different from Muggles. Muggleborns, unwilling to be trampled upon by wizards, found themselves at odds with a wizarding society that sought to limit their rights. Ultimately, hundreds of Muggleborns staged a strike, marching to Diagon Alley, thereby obstructing normal market operations. Minister Eugenina agreed to negotiate with the protest's organizers, but during the talks, further acts of violence erupted, leaving a ghastly mark composed of a skull and a serpent at each side of turmoil. Muggleborns required the protection of wizards, while the wizarding world sought temporary stability to fend off Voldemort's imminent resurgence. Thus, this struggle for power faded into obscurity, tacitly accepted by both parties. As the incident did not encroach upon the interests of wizards, the newly appointed Minister Eugenina solidified her position in office. Nonetheless, the external turmoil remained distant from the young wizards, yet even the farthest shadows would inevitably descend, and the brightest stars could be shrouded by clouds. Voldemort's return heralded not just a shift in the lives of the young wizards preparing for school, but a profound alteration of their destinies. Chapter 12. In recent years, the Daily Prophet had transformed into Voldemort's mouthpiece, dedicating extensive coverage to extolling this most ideologically potent and powerful wizard in history. Most members of the ancient pureblood families had, almost without exception, become his supporters. Severus Snape often presented the Daily Prophet to Lily, who found herself more captivated by the animated images and intriguing advertisements it contained. Naturally, she would occasionally peruse the news, yet the commentary often eluded her comprehension. She merely understood that it pertained to a remarkably powerful wizard, someone whom Snape appeared to hold in high esteem. From the tone of Snape and the articles in the Daily Prophet, Lily began to discern that the wizarding world seemed to possess a distinct classification regarding blood status. Did it truly make a significant difference to be born into a Muggle family? As she inquired, a sense of trepidation washed over her, prompting Sybil to glance at the pair, discreetly delivering a kick to Snape beneath the table. Snape winced in pain, glancing at Lily's eager face, and slowly lowered his gaze to the wooden grain of the picnic table. He softly replied, "No, of course there is no difference." Upon hearing this, Lily sighed in relief. "That's good. Then we can be sorted into the same house and continue to be together, just like now." As she spoke, she took Snape's and Spinet's hands, shaking them gently while closing her eyes to savor the summer night breeze. "How's your family doing?" Lily suddenly inquired. Snape's hand clenched tightly on his knee, as if a fissure had formed in his dark eyes. "Very well," he said. "Have they ceased their quarrel?" "Oh, they have never been without their disputes." Snape feigned indifference as he spoke. Although the air was not particularly cold, he nonetheless adjusted his garments and tugged at his sleeves. Spill caught a glimpse of his nails subconsciously digging into the texture of the chair, leaving behind several white marks. "After their quarrel, it would no longer concern me, for I shall take my leave soon. Only a year remains. Why does your father harbor such disdain for magic? He disapproves of everything." Snape coldly mocked, asserting that there was nothing in this world that he cherished, save for alcohol. Lily's emerald green eyes brimmed with sorrow as she gently pulled Severus from his morose state. "Severus." Snape turned to gaze at her, his face gradually flushing, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, Sybil heard a subtle rustling behind her. She gently tapped the table, placing a finger to her lips in a gesture for silence, and then abruptly turned to see Penny, who had been caught hiding behind a tree. Lily followed suit, her eyes widening in surprise at the sight of her sister standing helplessly by the tree. "Penny," she exclaimed with a welcoming smile, clearly delighted by her sister's arrival. However, Snape glared at Penny with intense hostility. "What do you want? When did you arrive?" He recalled how disheveled he had felt moments ago, realizing that a Muggle had overheard his entire embarrassing tale. His eyes burned with indignation. "Oh." He raised his voice, as though this would validate his assertions. "You're spying on us." Caught in an awkward predicament, Penny blushed, glancing at them, unsure of what was wrong with her simple desire to join in their play. She shot an angry look at Snape. "What is there to spy on? Are you monitoring your mother, Escher?" The derisive laugh that followed incinerated whatever semblance of reason Snape had left. "Stop." Before Sybil could intervene, she swiftly unleashed her magical energy, enveloping Penny in a protective barrier. With a resounding crack, a sturdy branch struck the magical shield, only to be repelled. Sybil let out a pained grunt, her magic dissipating as a result. Fortunately, Penny was not seriously harmed, merely appearing a bit dazed. Lily, her eyes wide with alarm, rushed over to check on her sister's well-being. However, Penny pushed her away, crying out, "Freaks? You all are a bunch of freaks." Before turning to flee, "Penny." Lily felt a mix of sorrow and urgency in her heart as she called out. But Penny did not look back. In a fit of anger, she turned to Snape, demanding, "Was it you?" "No," he replied. Snape appeared both haughty and panicked. "It is your doing," Lily exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears as she cast an anxious glance towards the direction in which Petunia had departed. "You seek to harm her. Only the intervention of Sybil thwarted your intentions." At this moment, a realization struck Lily. She stepped before Sybil, scrutinizing her from head to toe. "Thank you for earlier, Sybil. Are you unscathed?" Sybil waved her hand, gently rejecting Lily's touch, and with a smile remarked, "I am perfectly fine. You should go after Penny." Snape, on the other hand, stubbornly denied it, saying, "No, I did not." His feeble lie failed to convince Lily, who remained silent, merely casting a fierce glare at Snape before turning away, leaving him in a state of confusion and anguish. Why did she care so much about that muggle? Snape gazed in disappointment as Lily's figure vanished entirely at the end of the path. That muggle eavesdropped on our conversation. For their family. Sybil contemplated Sybil, who remained at home, a smile gracing her lips, for she held great significance to Lily. Yet, it appeared that Severus remained oblivious, perceiving her merely as a muggle. He paused, refraining from elaborating further. Severus, there exists a distinction among muggles. Not all muggles are the same. Sybil tucked her notebook away and smoothed the creases of her skirt. Indeed, you comprehend my meaning. Snape gazed at her pair of unusual eyes for a long moment before responding tersely. No, I do not know. He then furrowed his brow, observing Sybil's somewhat stiff movements, and inquired, Are you truly all right? You presently resemble a walking corpse. Sybil cast him a glance, unwilling to engage in conversation with this individual. Snape pondered for a moment. The visage of Sybil appeared somewhat familiar to him. He scrutinized her from head to toe, his gaze ultimately resting upon her arm. He swiftly approached her, and, catching Sybil off guard, seized her wrist with one hand while lifting the sleeve of her long garment with the other. Ouch! What are you doing? Sybil gasped in surprise. Hurriedly bringing her arm, marked with several ghastly scars yet devoid of blood, close to her mouth to blow on it, as if that would alleviate the pain. One cannot help but wonder if your intellect is as vast as that of a behemoth. Snape placed his hands above the crimson marks, whispering a spell of healing. As if by magic, a chilling aura swiftly enveloped the bruised and swollen skin, causing the inflammation to dissipate at a remarkable pace until it ultimately vanished completely. With a glance, Snape signaled to Spinette to reveal her other arm. Haven't you learned any useful incantations at home? He inquired. I have, she replied. Sybil smiled and replied. I haven't had the chance to use it before you discovered it. Snape let out a soft huff, disregarding her entirely. After that moment, Lily refrained from conversing with Snape for a considerable time, until the following year when they both received their Hogwarts acceptance letters in early July, which eased the tension between them. Chapter 13. Hey, did you know? Lily exclaimed excitedly to Spinette and Snape when that owl flew into my house. It completely startled my parents. She shared her joy, recounting how they had even considered contacting the Animal Protection Agency to inquire about how to handle the creature that had something tied to its leg and refused to leave. At this point, she beamed with pride, declaring, after all, it was I who retrieved the letter. Severus had informed me about owls delivering messages. Spinette. Remember when we sent you a letter? Spiel smiled and nodded, surveying her surroundings. It was her first visit to Lily's home. Lily led them to the communal area on the second floor, which boasted a large floor-to-ceiling window flanked by 2 desks. The walls were adorned with numerous photographs, some solo and others featuring groups, with what appeared to be her parents' pictures displayed higher up. It was evident that this family shared a strong bond. Are you hungry? Shall we head downstairs for a bite to eat? Lily proposed, rising from her seat and urging Spiel and Severus to follow her. As they descended halfway, Lily noticed Severus lingering upstairs. What is the matter, Severus? Is this Petunia's room? Snape gestured towards the room, indicating that the letter seemed to be sent from Hogwarts. What? Lily was initially taken aback, but soon her face brightened with uncontrollable joy. Could it be that Petunia had also received an invitation from Hogwarts? How wonderful! We could attend school together. But that was impossible. She was a muggle. Severus Snape furrowed his brow as he entered Petunia's room, extracting a letter that was partially buried beneath a heap of books, already opened. The seal at the envelope's closure bore the unmistakable wax insignia of Hogwarts. Just as he was about to turn it over, it was snatched away by Lily. Severus, you cannot do this. This belongs to Petunia. She has the tea mentioned it. Perhaps she wishes to surprise us. Lily deftly flipped the envelope, revealing the other side inscribed with the address, 91 Muggle Path, 2nd floor, middle room, Miss Petunia Evans. See. It's just like my letter, except mine is addressed to the room on the far right. With a proud tilt of her charming chin, Lily's emerald eyes sparkled with delight as she declared, Professor Dumbledore would never misdirect a letter. It's simply impossible. Snape attempted to retrieve the letter from Lily, feeling a surge of irritation. How could that muggle possibly resemble Lily? He was certain of his judgment. A muggle could never have penned a letter to Hogwarts. As he gazed at the letter, contemplating for a moment, it seemed he had found a plausible explanation. Perhaps there were wizards within the muggle postal system. But didn't you say that wizards do not interact with muggles casually? Lily inquired, perplexed. Nonetheless, the Ministry of Magic does send wizards disguised as muggles to mitigate the risk of the wizarding world being inadvertently exposed. Sybil remarked, casting a glance at the letter held firmly by both individuals at either end. Is that so? Lily responded, releasing her grip in a moment of despondency. Her expression tinged with disappointment that tugged at the heartstrings. Perhaps we should unravel it and see what's within. Snape shook the letter in his hand, having already opened it. However, Lily still hesitated, for it was Petunia's letter, and she had no intention of showing it to her. Spill it. What do you think? Lily was indeed curious. Yet her upbringing restrained her from committing such an impolite act. I suggest we return it to its original place. Sybil pulled the crumpled letter from Snape's grasp. Surely, you do not wish to further deteriorate your relationship with Petunia, do you, Lily? We merely seek the truth. It was unclear which remark had displeased Snape. But he forcefully reclaimed the letter from Sybil's hands, swiftly extracting the parchment within. I refuse to believe that Muggles could attend Hogwarts. That realm is solely for wizards and witches. Sybil let out a sigh. However, since the letter was already unfolded, the three of them gathered together to examine its contents. Dear Miss Evans, I was delighted to receive your correspondence. It would be my utmost pleasure to instruct a child as intelligent as yourself. I am confident that, had you possessed magical abilities, you would have been just as remarkable as your sister, Miss Lily Evans. Regrettably, I must decline your request. For Hogwarts cannot admit students devoid of magical talent. Furthermore, during every school holiday, Miss Lily Evans will have the opportunity to return home and reunite with you. Therefore, there is no need for concern. We shall take great care of Miss Lily Evans. Lastly, may God bless you. Best regards, Albus Dumbledore, Headmaster. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. See, I told you so. Snape exhaled in relief upon witnessing Dumbledore's refusal of Petunia's request. However, Lily felt increasingly despondent. She had longed to attend school alongside Petunia. After all, since the inception of her academic journey, Petunia had been by her side, offering care and support. Now, the inevitable separation loomed before her. Lily, consumed by melancholy, fell silent, and an awkward stillness enveloped the room. A sudden click resonated as the door lock was disengaged, shattering the unexpected quietude. Lily glanced anxiously at Sybil and Snape. Severus quickly put the letter away. Spiritedly, Sybil tiptoed to the door and peered down. Whereupon she beheld Penny's black leather shoes. Hastily, she turned her head and mouthed Penny's name to the two individuals. Snape reacted with remarkable swiftness, meticulously folding the letter back to its original form and returning it to its place. He gazed at the crumpled envelope and employed a spell to restore it to its pristine condition before concealing it beneath a pile of books. The trio hastily dashed towards the staircase, at which moment Petunia had already leaned most of her body into the room. Thank goodness it was a rainy day. Sybil rolled her eyes as she descended the stairs. What are you doing here? Upon shaking the water off her umbrella, Petunia caught sight of the three descending from the staircase. The moment she laid eyes on Snape, her expression darkened. Lily invited us. Spear stepped forward, calmly interposing himself between the deadly glares emanating from Snape and Penny, as we were just about to depart. That is well, he remarked, as Penny passed by Snape. She let out a soft scoff, ascending the stairs without a backward glance. Lily glanced towards the upper floor and whispered, she won't discover anything, will she? Rest assured. With her being such a muggle, how could she possibly uncover the truth? Snape possessed a profound confidence in his magical abilities, which was reassuring. Lily gently patted her chest, deeply wishing to avoid any further incidents that might jeopardize her relationship with Petunia, casting a furtive glance upstairs to ensure Petunia was oblivious to their presence. She softly inquired of Spittle and Snape, shall we arrange a time to procure books and other supplies together? I perused the list of required texts and materials, discovering numerous items unfamiliar to me, and I am uncertain where one might acquire such things. Did they not send anyone to elucidate this for us? Snape expressed his confusion, asking, hasn't the school sent someone to explain to your parents? No, they haven't. Would they send someone? Who would that be? If a young wizard hails from a muggle family, the school would indeed dispatch someone for clarification, typically the deputy headmaster or the professor of muggle studies. At that moment, a loud scraping sound echoed from upstairs as chairs and tables were moved, prompting Lily to hasten her speech. Well, I shall wait for the professor to arrive before arranging a meeting with you. Thank you for visiting my home. Please take care on your way back. Goodbye. She hurriedly exchanged her farewells and ushered them out of the house. Once outside Lily's home, Spire and Snape walked along the chilly street, sheltered from the light rain. They first passed by Snape's house, exchanging their goodbyes. As Spinel observed, the door swung open to reveal a drunken man who seized Snape's slender arm with such force that it nearly tore his worn coat apart. Snape flinched, yet mustered the strength to glance in Spinel's direction. Then, with a resounding thud, the door slammed shut. Faint echoes of a woman's scream and the shattering of glass lingering in the air. Chapter 14. 3 days later, Professor McGonagall appeared at the Evans residence, offering a general explanation to Mr. and Mrs. Evans regarding the necessity for young witches and wizards to attend Hogwarts at the age of 11. She elaborated on the process of procuring essential items in Diagon Alley and kindly offered to escort them the day before the term commenced. As Muggles often struggle to locate the heavily bewitched Leaky Cauldron, she subtly hinted at the current turmoil within the wizarding world. Noting a shift in attitudes towards Muggles that was far less amicable than in the past, the Evans couple expressed a mix of emotions, though concerned for Lily's safety. They were nonetheless pleased to affirm their intention to send her to Hogwarts. They agreed to meet at the entrance of the Leaky Cauldron the day prior to the start of term, with Lily guiding them. "Professor McGonagall," Lily called out as the professor prepared to depart. McGonagall turned back with a smile. "Miss Evans, do you have any further questions?" "Professor, I have 2. Oh no, 3. Including Spinel's sister. May I invite my 3 friends to wait for you there as well?" Lily gazed at Professor McGonagall with anticipation. "You mean Mr. Snape and the 2 sisters from the Trelawney family?" "Yes, of course. That will be perfectly fine. I look forward to our next meeting," McGonagall replied, nodding slightly in acknowledgement to the Evans couple before exiting, vanishing from their astonished sight in an instant. "Magic? Huh, how marvelous." Lily's father chuckled, patting her shoulder, his excitement palpable as if he were about to embark on his own journey to the magical school. Lily's mother, however, maintained a more reserved demeanor. The lovely woman pressed her lips together, her eyes crinkling with tender smiles as she kissed Lily's cheek. "My dear, I am so proud of you." Penny watched silently from upstairs, gripping the wooden banister tightly, her knuckles paling. Her reddened eyes hinted at an impending separation, jealousy, or perhaps disappointment in herself. The day of their arrangement arrived swiftly. Just 2 days prior, Eileen Prince Snape had surreptitiously packed Snape's belongings, her fingers tenderly caressing the fabric of her former robes. A profound and rigid smile etched upon her pale face. Although she had meticulously preserved the books she once used, time had inexorably weathered them, rendering them aged. "I've made the necessary alterations. As long as you wear it with care, it should be just fine. When you return for the holidays, I'll mend it again, and it will be as good as new, won't it?" She rarely exhibited such a light-hearted demeanor, her voice imbued with a buoyancy that was a rare delight. As Snape meticulously organized the herbs he intended to carry, he cast a cold glance, pondering why, if he cherished them so deeply, he would relinquish them. His dark eyes drifted toward the door, and beneath his slightly shrunken expression lay concealed pain. Why could he not simply depart? Eileen Snape paused in her task, her hands momentarily halting before they resumed their swift folding of already neatly arranged garments. Unbeknownst to Snape, a solitary droplet of water had stained the old wizard's robe, soon merging into the surrounding darkness, leaving no trace behind. "You shall understand in due time," she remarked, lifting her gaze, her face adorned with a deep, creased smile that elicited a wave of irritation from Snape. Silently, he placed the few items he possessed into the battered old trunk, uttering no further words. Eileen, I am famished. You wretched witch. Hurry and prepare a meal. What are you loafing about for? Do you wish to starve me?" A drunken voice echoed from outside, accompanied by the sound of fists pounding on the table. "Your father calls for me. I shall step out," she replied, closing the door. Snape, with vacant eyes, gazed at the sole source of light in the room, a small window barely the length of his arm. In the shadows, a derisive snicker arose. "I have no desire to understand." The following day, Snape departed early with the trunk in hand, still clad in his tattered black coat, which appeared to have been washed. Beneath it, he wore an old, yellowed shirt, and his trousers were perpetually ill-fitting, revealing his ankles. Sybil spotted him from a distance and waved. At that moment, the door to Lily's home swung open, and the Evans couple emerged, each carrying a large trunk. While Lily and Petunia also held their own, they did not seem to be en route to school. Rather, it appeared they were preparing to move. "Good day, Mr. and Mrs. Evans." "Hello, Severus, Lily, Petunia," Sybil introduced as she accompanied them. "Cousin," Sybil softly interjected to correct her. Sybil's smile faltered momentarily before she nodded and continued her introduction. "Indeed, this is my cousin, Sybil. Hello, everyone. Haha, you truly bear a striking resemblance." Mr. Evans, feeling a gentle tug at the hem of his garment from Mrs. Evans, was aware of the slight impropriety and discreetly cleared his throat. "Ahem, shall we set off? Today's itinerary is rather extensive." By evening, the group stood wearily on the street where the Broken Axe Tavern was located. As Mr. and Mrs. Evans could not see the tavern, the party had no choice but to check into a Muggle hotel on the same street. Sybil, may I request that Severus join us in our room? Sybil discreetly inquired of Sybil. Sybil cast a glance at Snape and replied, very well. But he must partake of a cup of my tea. No problem. Hey, Severus, could you possibly stay with us? Sybil and I have never resided in a Muggle hotel, and we feel rather apprehensive. Sybil gently tugged at Snape's sleeve and whispered in his ear, expressing her desire for him to sample her red tea. Some individuals and events can be understood through a mere glance, a single word, or a simple gesture. Snape, of course, comprehended instantly. In Sybil's lexicon, did the term fear even exist? He had certainly never witnessed it. As for Sybil's red tea, the Trelawney family's brew elicited a slight arch of his brow. Indeed, he had never tasted it. Very well. He heard his own voice, softly enveloping the two of them, calm and unperturbed. At dawn, the group rose early, tidied themselves, and stood amidst the bustling street with their various packages, awaiting Professor McGonagall's arrival. In this busy morning, the few individuals, seemingly hailing from a quaint rural town, appeared utterly out of place. Several passers-by inquired if they were lost and needed assistance, only to be awkwardly declined by Mr. Evans. Professor McGonagall appeared punctually at the entrance of the Leaky Cauldron. Upon spotting the group across the road, a hint of a smile broke through her serious demeanor as she waved to them. The Evans couple found themselves momentarily dazed as they followed Professor McGonagall into the inn. They could scarcely recall entering which establishment or what sign adorned it. It felt as though they had traversed a thick, murky veil, only to suddenly find themselves in this dilapidated tavern, where the tables seemed untouched for centuries. The bar was devoid of patrons, and the bald bartender behind the counter did not even glance in their direction. McGonagall led them through the tavern to a back alley, where a gaunt old cat lounged atop an empty trash bin, eyes half closed in slumber. The group stood awkwardly in the narrow alley, less than a meter wide, and Mr. Evans pondered for the first time whether he had been too trusting of others. Professor McGonagall then extended her finger and tapped a few bricks, which emitted a clattering noise. In response, the entire wall began to move, reminiscent of a slumbering elder stretching. Dust and debris cascaded down, and before the astonished eyes of the group, a doorway large enough for two to pass through emerged, revealing Diagon Alley. Chapter 15. After the initial wonder faded, the group gazed upon the street with a sense of disappointment. For the only wizarding commercial street in all of Europe, it appeared eerily deserted. The shops lining the street stood mostly ajar, and through the frosted glass, vague silhouettes could be discerned moving within. A look of sorrow crossed McGonagall's face for the first time. This place had once thrived. Yet, as Sybil inhaled deeply, she regained her composure. As if the fleeting vulnerability had been a mere illusion. I shall take you to the bank first, and then I have other matters to attend to. I will meet you at the entrance of the cauldron around 6 o'clock, she instructed, gesturing toward a shop across the street. Adorned with a brass cauldron that appeared to be concocting something, with a transparent stirring rod gently swirling within. Mr. Evans nodded, raising his hand. Let us go, children. We shall exchange some money first. Mrs. Evans turned back to Sybil and the others, inquiring, what about you all? Will you join us at the bank? Mrs. Evans. We also need to visit the bank to withdraw some funds. Sybil replied. Snape cast his gaze downward and murmured softly, so do I. At the end of the street lay Gringotts, where Professor McGonagall had taken the opportunity to introduce the Evans couple to several essential shops, such as Ollivander's wand shop, Flourish and Blots, and the Cauldron shop. Along the way, they occasionally encountered parents preparing for the upcoming school year, shopping with their children. Most of these parents donned long wizarding robes, making the Evans couple, clad in Muggle attire, stand out remarkably. The young wizards, however, were mostly dressed in Muggle children's clothing, with scarcely any wearing wizarding robes. Before them loomed an oddly tilted, towering white structure, its grand bronze doors polished to a brilliant shine. 2 goblin guards, adorned in scarlet uniforms trimmed with gold, stood at the entrance. Their distinctive appearance caught Mr. Evans' attention more than once. Well, I shall take my leave now. I wish you all a delightful day. Professor McGonagall bid farewell, before making her way to the Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor across the street, likely to meet someone there. Welcome to Gringotts. Upon seeing the Muggle Evans couple, the goblin guards inclined their heads, but as they noticed the young wizards trailing behind, their demeanor shifted to a deep bow, addressing them with the utmost respect. Stepping onto the polished white marble, they traversed the grand hall, arriving at a second silver door, which stood unguarded but bore intricate inscriptions. The Evans couple, holding Lily and Petunia's hands, Read the words etched upon the door with keen interest, finding them profoundly educational. As they passed through the silver door, a magnificent chandelier, made of a colossal diamond, illuminated the marble hall beneath a ceiling adorned with elaborate carvings. Aside from the entrance, the remaining 3 walls were lined with long counters, with nearly every meter featuring a new one. Behind each counter sat a busy goblin clad in black attire. Some were recording in ledgers, others weighing gold on scales, and still others examining gems through magnifying glasses. In the center stood a lengthy, deep black counter, behind which 3 goblins attended to 3 individuals conducting their business. Soon, it was the Evans couple's turn. They deliberated briefly before exchanging some galleons and opening a standard vault numbered 687 for Lily, ensuring future ease of access for deposits and withdrawals. Snape seemingly did not exchange much. He was the first to stride outward, stating, "I shall await you at the leaky cauldron." Snape surged forth with an almost panicked haste, the opulence surrounding him rendering him profoundly uncomfortable. "Wait, Severus!" Spill pursued Snape, overtaking him and cornering him at the door. Naturally, they could not obstruct the thoroughfare. So Spill grasped his sleeve and led him to the corner of the street. Snape, feeling uncomfortable, tugged at his sleeve and asked, "What are you doing?" Spill replied, "I merely wish to inquire how much you have, so I can calculate how much we will need to gather in order to purchase everything." Sybil responded with unwavering confidence, "You all." After a moment of contemplation, Snape estimated that around 20 galleons would suffice. "Oh, very well then, see you shortly." With that, Sybil hurried back to Gringotts. Upon her return, Sybil had already presented the token of the stars to the goblin behind the counter. Upon inspecting the token, the goblin forced a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful, muttering the key phrase, "Thank you." "Fog," replied Sybil. He gestured behind him, rang. "Please escort these 2 young ladies of the Trelawney family to their vault. Follow me." Rang led them through the first door on the left side of the grand hall. As the door opened, they were met with an abyss so profound it seemed to resemble a monstrous beast with its maw agape. At the entrance stood a cart that appeared to have been repurposed from a mine cart. Once they were both seated, Rang instructed, "Please hold on tightly." In the next instant, the cart soared down a narrow track, plummeting swiftly. Sybil found herself nearly blinded by the fierce wind. Unable to discern how many turns they took or how many forks in the path they navigated, it felt as though they traversed a subterranean lake along the way. At last, they arrived at Vault 709 of the Trelawney family. Rang traced an unusual pattern on the door, constructed of countless gears, with his fingernail. With a series of clicks, the gears gradually vanished from sight. The vault was filled with an array of exquisite silver and gold artifacts, and heaps of galleons nearly covered the entire space. However, what captivated Sybil's attention most was an ancient black wooden cabinet, which starkly contrasted with the surrounding opulence of gold and silver. Sybil, as if enchanted, gradually approached the cabinet, her blood seemingly boiling. An insistent impulse clamoring in her mind to open it, surging relentlessly, leaving no room for refusal. "Sybil, let us go." At some point, Sybil had already gathered the money, and, seeing Sybil in a daze within the vault, she tugged at her garment, urging her to step outside. Sybil cast another glance at the irresistibly captivating cabinet, allowing Sybil to lead her out the door. Upon returning to the hall, she found that the Evans couple, along with Lily and Penny, had also departed. Sybil sauntered leisurely outside. "Hey, Sirius, did you catch a glimpse of that girl with deep red hair just now? She is quite my type." "Huh? Which one?" "The girl following those 2 muggles?" 2 dark-haired boys ambled into Gringotts, and the entire somber hall seemed to be infused with vitality by their exuberance. Behind them, a stunning woman entered, her long black waves cascading down her back, adorned with an oval sapphire the size of a fingernail resting on her forehead. With porcelain skin and large eyes that slightly slanted upwards, her gaze was captivating and enchanting. A veil of red lace obscured her face, embellished with tiny pearls that scattered into her lustrous dark hair. She wore a black gown that perfectly accentuated her curves, tightly fitted yet provoking a wealth of imagination. On her feet were delicate, pointed shoes adorned with an array of colorful gems. She resembled an Indian woman. Sybil pondered as she passed by. 13 of them, Sybil murmured softly. "What's the matter? With 13 people together, the first to leave will be the first to perish." At that moment, Sybil appeared rather peculiar. "Which one of you 2 went out first?" "Huh?" Sybil uneasily tucked her hair behind her ear, but I paid no heed. Sybil cast a meaningful glance in her direction, yet remained silent. Chapter 16. Sybil as the 2 emerged from the bank. They spotted the pale-faced Evans family seated outside the ice cream parlor across the street. "Are you all right?" Lily greeted Sybil with a lackluster tone. The recent ride had been exceedingly thrilling. She leaned closer to Sybil and whispered, "My parents and Penny have already been ill, but I'm merely feeling a bit queasy. Why don't you all take a moment to rest? We shall first visit Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, and then proceed to the leaky cauldron to meet Severus." Spear's keen eyes detected that Professor McGonagall seemed to still be inside the ice cream shop, seated opposite an elderly gentleman adorned with a deep blue-top hat, his visage obscured by a cascade of silvery white beard. Could it be Dumbledore? No, Dumbledore's beard is a shade of gray-brown. Who then could this be? "I shall accompany you," Lily declared as she turned to Mrs. Evans for some money, and soon the trio made their way toward the robe shop. Upon opening the door, a melodious chime of bells greeted them, revealing an array of colorful robes, various wizard hats, and cloaks within the store. Behind the counter, several workstations were busily sewing robes with a magical sewing machine, while a steam iron diligently pressed garments in the corner. "Welcome," exclaimed Madame Malkin, a petite witch with a fair complexion, clad in a striking violet robe. With a warm smile, she emerged from a partition at the back of the shop. "Are you here to purchase Hogwarts uniforms, dear ones?" With a flourish, she summoned a dark green velvet curtain that gracefully descended. "Come, let me take your measurements." Upon entering the shop, they noticed a pale, gaunt young man perched on a stool, a witch pinning his black robe with a measuring tape. Hearing the commotion at the entrance, he turned with a scowl, dismissively waving away the witch's measuring hand before descending from the stool like an imperious white peacock. "Make it 2 inches larger than before, using the finest materials," he commanded, then disdainfully waved his hand at the air. "Mudbloods, absolutely revolting. The very air is tainted." With that, he strode out, indifferent to those around him. "Girls, there's space now. Please step up." Madame Malkin appeared to disregard the earlier incident, urging the three to position themselves for measuring. Lily, somewhat puzzled, stepped onto the platform and inquired curiously, "What does mudblood mean?" Madame Malkin paused momentarily, then resumed her work with the measuring tape, feigning ignorance to the question. Sybil gazed into the mirror at Lily, uttering words that were exceedingly rude and impolite, terms specifically denoting wizards born into Muggle families. "Pay him no mind, it is of no consequence." Lily nodded in agreement and raised her hand in response. Sybil cast a glance at Sybil, who stood vacantly, mechanically stretching her arms as if lost in a reverie. Mrs. Malkin worked swiftly, soon measuring their dimensions and inquiring about their names before informing them that their garments would be ready for collection in the afternoon. The trio exited the robe shop and promptly re-entered the Lycan bookstore. At the entrance, they encountered the striking young man with mid-length golden hair, who passed by with a frown, covering his nose. Undeterred, the girls lifted their chins defiantly and entered the bookstore, treating him as if he were invisible. Upon stepping inside, they were awestruck by the vast array of books towering high to the ceiling. Although the Trelawney family's study boasted 2 rows of shelves, it paled in comparison to the grandeur of this bookstore. Perhaps due to the back-to-school season, the textbooks for first-year students were prominently piled in the center, marked with a large sign that read first-year texts, accompanied by 4 additional stacks for grades 2 through 5. Lily eagerly explored the aisles, discovering an assortment of peculiar books, some of which were even caged on the upper level. However, after her exploration, she could not find Severus. Sybil remarked, "I haven't seen Severus." Spill flipped through the pristine pages of the book in his hands and, upon noticing the price at the back, realized that perhaps he had already purchased it. "Have you got everything? Let us proceed to the checkout." As they made their way to the ice cream shop, each of the 3 carried a hefty stack of books. Lily, balancing the pile in her right hand, struggled to retrieve the item list with her left. She recited, robe, hat, gloves, cloak, standard incantations, history of magic, theory of magic. After meticulously checking off the items she had already acquired, she tucked the list away and remarked, "Well, I believe we are only missing the wand and cauldron. Do we need an owl? And what is a flying broomstick?" I noticed that the owl shop is right next to the cauldron shop, and across the way, one can also purchase ink and quills. Sybil remarked that a broomstick serves as a means of transportation for wizards. She reached out to steady the book that was on the verge of slipping from Lily's grasp. Although first-year students were not permitted to bring such items. "Why is that?" Lily inquired. "Is it truly perilous?" "Indeed, it can be rather hazardous, personally. I have never been fond of Quidditch. It is a rather barbaric sport." Sybil appeared to recall some unpleasant memories, shaking her head as she placed the book into the trunk they had brought along. Spiel placed the book down and glanced into the ice cream shop, failing to spot Professor McGonagall or the old man. After a brief respite and a light snack, Lily proposed they visit the wand shop first. She turned to Mr. and Mrs. Evans and her sister, inquiring, "Mom, Dad, Petunia, would you like to join us?" The faces of the Evans couple and Petunia remained pale, despite their prolonged rest. The sensation of dizziness lingered. Spiel suspected that Gringotts might possess some unique defensive enchantments, which could render those with lower magical abilities particularly uncomfortable upon entering. Petunia chose to rest her head on the table, tightly closing her eyes and remaining silent. Mr. and Mrs. Evans shook their heads, indicating they would wait for the girls here. At the end of the alley stood the wand shop, appearing small and decrepit, somewhat at odds with the grand golden sign proclaiming Ollivander's superior wands, established in 382 B.C. Although the gilding had suffered some wear, it did not diminish the sign's impressive presence. The three coincidentally encountered Severus Snape at the entrance, wand in hand, as he prepared to exit. "Hey, Severus, what does your wand look like?" Lily inquired, her curious gaze scanning Snape, yet she could not discern his wand. Upon witnessing this, Snape extracted a wand that glimmered faintly with silver from the depths of his long coat. The handle, partially visible through his grip, was adorned with intricate and ancient designs. "How splendid!" Lily exclaimed. "I too wish to select a fine wand. Would you care to wait for us?" Snape shook his head, carefully stowing away his wand and discreetly concealing the box in his hands. His eyes flickered with intention. "I still need to procure a few other items." Lily nodded regretfully and pulled open the grimy glass door of the wand shop, producing a cacophony of chimes. Sybil glanced back at Snape's departing figure before following her inside. The shop was diminutive, housing nothing but a long bench. Every available space was occupied by elongated cardboard boxes, with 5 large cabinets leaving only a narrow passage for a single person to navigate. The boxes towered up to the ceiling. After a slight tremor of the bracelet on Sybil's wrist, it settled into silence. "Good afternoon, ladies." A gentle voice wafted through the air like a feather brushing against the ear, sending ripples through their hearts. An elderly man emerged from the gap between the cabinets. Standing before them, his large, pale blue eyes, steeped in the wisdom of time, seemed to perceive all that transpired within the humble shop, making the dim space shimmer with a peculiar brilliance. "Good afternoon, sir," Lily said, her tone softening considerably. "We are here to select a wand." Perhaps instinctively sensing the inappropriateness of the term buy, Lily opted for select instead. "Ah, indeed," Mr. Ollivander replied, his keen gaze sweeping over them. "Let's have this young lady go first." He gestured toward Lily before producing a silver measuring tape from his pocket. "Which hand do you favor?" "I prefer my right hand," Lily replied. "Very well, raise your arm." He placed the silver tape against Lily's arm, which began to measure her dimensions autonomously. It was evident that this tape held a special connection to him. After observing for a moment, he navigated through the shelves and returned shortly with a collection of slender boxes. "Each Ollivander wand possesses an extraordinary magical affinity. We utilize only the rarest materials: unicorn hair, phoenix feathers, dragon heartstrings, and the like. This ensures that every Ollivander wand is utterly unique, as no two materials can be identical in composition. Naturally, should you wield a wand meant for another wizard, your spells may not flow as seamlessly, and their potency may be less than perfect, for a wand must choose its rightful master." As his words concluded, the measuring tape slipped from his grasp, coiling onto the floor. "Now, let us try this one," he said, producing a wand made of fur and dragon heartstring, measuring 10 inches. "It will allow for great flexibility in casting spells." He handed the wand to Lily. Lily scrutinized the wand intently. "Give it a wave," Ollivander encouraged with a slight gesture. Yet, before she could even initiate a motion, Ollivander swiftly reclaimed the wand from her grasp. "Oh, quite evidently not suitable." Confused, Lily turned to Sybil, furrowing her brow and shrugging her shoulders. "But I haven't even waved it yet. How can it be unsuitable?" "Come, try this one," he suggested, presenting a willow wand adorned with a phoenix feather, measuring 10¼ inches. "It is quite powerful. Give it a shot." This time, Lily waved earnestly, and with a resounding bang, the shop window shattered into a cascade of glass. Trembling, she returned the wand to the counter. Still not quite right. With a casual flick of his wrist, Ollivander restored the window to its pristine condition. This one." He produced another box. "A willow wand measuring 10¼ inches with a dragon heartstring core. You possess more potential than I had anticipated." As Lily accepted the wand, a golden light coursed from its tip, and she waved it effortlessly, as if it were an extension of her very being. Ollivander nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. This is the one. 8 galleons, please. After Lily completed her purchase, Sybil stepped forward, and the silver measuring tape began its work on her. Ollivander pondered for a moment, putting the previous boxes back and retrieving 6 new ones. Clearly, he was confident that Sybil's wand lay among these selections. As fate would have it, on her second attempt, the wand's tip erupted in a dazzling array of colorful smoke, a breathtaking spectacle. Hazel, 9.5 inches, unicorn hair, Ollivander exclaimed, the most loyal of wands. Requiring careful maintenance. 7 galleons. Thank you. Curious, Sybil reached out to touch the swirling mist, stepping back. And I have my cousin. We shall settle together. Oh, very well. Spear grasped her wand, and a cascade of shimmering silver stars suddenly erupted from its tip, swirling around her before gradually fading into nothingness. Excellent. Uphold your principles. They are your greatest ally. 9 galleons, thank you. Spill counted out 16 galleons and handed them to Ollivander, after which the three exited the wand shop. How utterly enchanting. Lily cast a glance back at the quaint little store, then looked at the wand in her hand. I cannot quite articulate it, but this wand undeniably resonates with me. It is truly remarkable. Spire gently caressed the wand in her hand, feeling that the bracelet on her wrist had diminished her influence considerably. After reuniting with the Evans couple and Petunia, the group hurried towards the Owl Emporium and the Cauldron Shop. Perhaps girls are naturally drawn to white. Lily purchased a pure white snowy owl, its crown adorned with gray feathers, and named it Heatherwee. Meanwhile, Spire and Sybil also acquired a snowy owl with mottled wings, which they named Shadow. Along the way, they procured ink, crystal vials, brass scales, and more. Lily was particularly enamored with the color-changing inks. Had she not needed to save money for a cauldron, Spire suspected Lily might have squandered her funds on the myriad of vibrant inks and feather quills. This shared interest even led Petunia to engage with her more amiably. Professor McGonagall was already waiting at the entrance of the Cauldron Shop, with Snape standing nearby, his expression dark and brooding. He appeared the most at ease, still carrying the same small box he had arrived with, as if he had not purchased a thing. In contrast, everyone else was laden with packages, including Lily and Spire, who were also carrying a cage for their owl. After escorting them to the Muggle Street, Professor McGonagall took her leave, while the Evans couple found a hotel near King's Cross Station to settle in. As was customary, Spire invited Snape to sleep on the floor of their room. We are going to platform 9 3/4. Early in the morning, Mr. Evans pushed Lily's belongings and surveyed the station with anticipation. He struggled to keep his voice steady, masking his excitement. Recalling Professor McGonagall's words about passing through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, Mrs. Evans stood beside him, her arm linked with his, listening with a smile. They were oblivious to the fact that Lily and Petunia lagged behind, with Lily apologizing, "I'm sorry, Petunia, I'm sorry," gripping her sister's hand tightly, while Petunia fought to free herself, shaking her hand vigorously. "I will find Professor Dumbledore as soon as I arrive," Lily insisted earnestly. "I will persuade him to change his mind and let you come to school too." Lily, Petunia, Mr. Evans' voice interrupted their exchange as he gestured for them to join him. Lily glanced around, only to realize that Spire, Sybil, and Snape had already vanished from sight. "I'm not going," Petunia retorted, finally using considerable force to wrench her hand from her sister's grasp. Her arm reddened from the effort. She looked disdainfully at Lily, arms crossed. "Do you think I want to attend that ridiculous castle?" Her scornful gaze drifted past the platform towards the red steam engine, and she averted her eyes as if blinded by the sunlight. The cacophony of animals and voices filled her ears, speaking in tongues she could not comprehend. Donning cloaks she found utterly unappealing. They were akin to her sister, existing in a world entirely separate from her own. Look at those bizarre creatures. She inhaled deeply and pointed at the owls flapping their wings in the cage and the students in standard robes greeting each other on the platform. "Do you think I want to?" She hesitated, locking eyes with Lily, and uttered the word, "freak." Tears suddenly filled Lily's eyes as she withdrew her hand, ceasing her attempts to grasp her sister's. "I'm not a freak." Lily sobbed. "How could you say that? How could you? That is where you are going." Petunia interrupted, her tone laden with a certain understanding as she observed her weeping sister, a sense of satisfaction swelling within her. She no longer concealed her malice. "That's a freak school, you, that boy from the Snape family, and those 2 girls whose whereabouts are unknown. All of you are freaks. It is entirely right to separate you from normal people, preventing us from facing any unsafe situations." Memories of being pelted with snowballs and later struck by a branch at the hands of Snape surged in her mind, erasing any lingering guilt. Lily glanced at her parents, who were preoccupied with chatting with Spire while helping load her trunk onto the train. Turning back to her sister, whose expression was a complex tapestry of emotions, she lowered her voice significantly. You didn't think it was a freak school when you wrote to our headmaster begging him to accept you as a student, did you? Petunia's face flushed crimson. Beg? I did not beg him. I saw his reply. He is quite nice. You shouldn't have looked. Petunia hissed, gritting her teeth in a low voice. That was my private matter. How could you? Lily cautiously glanced toward her parents again, about to speak when Petunia suddenly realized. It was that day. You were in my room, sneaking around. Of course, it was to steal my things. Petunia was nearly beside herself, incredulous as she stared at Lily. No, there was nothing sneaky about it. The letter was visible. Severus saw the envelope. He didn't believe Muggles could send letters to Hogwarts. That's all. Spire had mentioned that surely there were wizards disguised as Muggles ensuring communication. Evidently, wizards have extended their reach to every corner of the world. Petunia scoffed with sarcasm, her eyes reddening and her complexion paling, waves of sorrow threatening to overwhelm her. All she desired was to escape this place that made her feel utterly uncomfortable. I hate you. With all her strength, she pushed her sister away and leaped off the train to join the Evans couple. Petunia, Mrs. Evans, noticing her daughter's tear-streaked face, assumed she was upset about parting from Lily. She comfortingly patted her shoulder. Don't be sad. Lily will be back during the holidays. Petunia merely stared at the ground, as if a beautiful flower were blooming on the cement floor. The train departed punctually, and the Evans couple on the platform waved fervently, excitement evident in their gestures. Lily, gazing out the window, could no longer contain herself, succumbing to tears. Spiritedly, Sybil gently patted her arm and offered her a tissue. As Lily opened it with a sniffle, a wisp of pale golden smoke rushed towards her, bursting upon her face with a soft pop before vanishing, leaving a fragrant aroma of daffodils in the air. Oh dear, my apologies, Lily. I seem to have taken the wrong tissue. With a look of exasperation, Sybil clutched another identical tissue. Lily let out a soft chuckle, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She tucked the tissue, fragrant with the scent of daffodils, into the corner of her eye and reassured, It's all right, Sybil, thank you. Raising her gaze, Lily then realized that the two boys seated across from her, engaged in lively conversation, were strangers to her. Glancing around the compartment, she wondered, where is Severus? She cast a questioning glance at Sybil. Sybil gestured to her robe, and Lily nodded in understanding. The vintage red steam train raced through the countryside, while Severus hurriedly traversed the compartments. He had donned the official robe, albeit an old one belonging to his mother, which was far preferable to his dreadful Muggle attire. He paused at the door of a compartment, adjusted his collar, and then opened the door to enter. Lily sat in the corner by the window, her face pressed against the glass, lost in thought. Sybil sat beside her, perusing standard spells, with the sleeping Sybil resting against her shoulder. Severus could only maneuver into the innermost seat, directly across from Lily, wedged between the legs of the two boys. She glanced at him briefly before turning her gaze back to the outside world. After a moment of contemplation, Severus considered speaking to her, but Lily interrupted with a wave of her hand, indicating, I do not wish to converse with you. Her voice was taut, yet tinged with a nasality from recent tears, lending it a somewhat endearing quality. Snape's face flushed slightly. What could be the reason? Petunia. She harbors a deep-seated animosity towards me, for we have perused the letter she sent to Dumbledore. More content is being loaded. Please hold on. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you encounter this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Kindly disable the reading mode, immersive mode, novel mode, and turn off any ad-blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. So what? She is merely a cough. Spill raised her gaze and shot a glare at Snape, feigning a cough to interrupt the unpleasant topic of conversation. It was inevitable, curiosity lingered among them. Perhaps by the time you return, she may have forgotten. Do not weep any longer. Would you care to change your robes? Lily dabbed her eyes with a tissue, nodded, and exited with her robes in hand. Why did you not allow me to speak? Snape watched Lily close the door and vanish into the compartment, immediately casting a disgruntled glance at Spiel. It was evidently the Muggle's own negligence in not securing the letter properly. What business was it of ours? Spear turned her eyes in exasperation. Have you forgotten everything I previously mentioned? Regardless of the circumstances, they are sisters, a family. Where could any lingering animosity possibly arise? Did Lily express her gratitude for your insistence on uncovering the truth? Nevertheless, be silent. Sybil's gaze remained fixed upon the book as she gently turned to the next page. Snape pressed his lips together, silently directing his attention toward the window. Unlike Lily, Sybil was not one to easily engage in conversation. It was best to avoid provoking her unnecessarily. Two boys nearby whispered among themselves, occasionally casting furtive glances in their direction and suppressing their laughter. Snape inexplicably felt a wave of discomfort. The compartment felt overly crowded. Lily entered, clad in a black robe that complemented her deep crimson hair. At merely 11 years of age, it was already evident that she would grow into a striking beauty. Lily. With a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, Snape called out. Lily did not meet his gaze, but offered a slight nod. Observing the diminishing aversion in her demeanor, Snape, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed, "We are about to arrive at Hogwarts." Aware that she too had been somewhat at fault, Lily managed a reluctant smile and replied, "Indeed. You better be sorted into Slytherin." Noticing Lily's improved mood, Snape felt invigorated, his tone lifting. Slytherin? The two boys in the compartment, who had been engrossed in their own conversation, suddenly halted. One of them, a disheveled boy with glasses, raised his voice. "Who wants to join Slytherin? I think I might as well leave. Are you not coming?" He smiled at the languid boy beside him. "Hey, James, my entire family is in Slytherin." The lazy boy lifted his eyes and glanced at them. "Oh dear." James exclaimed dramatically, "You must be too." The boy grinned. "Perhaps I shall break this tradition. If given the choice, which house would you prefer to join?" James mimicked the action of drawing a sword, declaring, "Of course, Gryffindor, the house of the brave. Just like my father." Snape let out a derisive snort, prompting James to turn and face him, flashing a forced smile that revealed his teeth. "Do you perceive anything amiss?" "Not at all," Snape replied, appearing to stifle a laugh. "As long as you are content to be a brawny fool," he scrutinized James with a critical gaze, "you would indeed be well suited to Gryffindor. Then it seems that Slytherin is destined for individuals like you, those who are both physically inept and intellectually simplistic," interjected the languid boy. At this, James erupted into laughter, only to be abruptly silenced as an intense, peppery flavor assaulted his senses, causing him to cough violently. How obnoxious. Sybil calmly placed the bag of Jelly Belly beans on the small table in the center. Lily couldn't help but let out a chuckle. "James, are you all right?" The perpetually languid boy immediately stood up, patting James on the back, and shot a fierce glare at Sybil. "What are you doing?" Sybil raised her head, gently leaning the slumbering Sybil against the glass wall of the compartment. With an impassive expression, she stood up. "Would you like some?" she inquired, reopening the bag of assorted beans and extending it beneath the boy's nose. "Do not hesitate, consume them, and then silence your mouths." The boy, incensed, reached into his robe, only to be halted by James. "Ahem," he interjected. Meanwhile, Sirius, Lily, and Snape also rose to their feet. Lily cast a disdainful glance at the two interlopers. "What? Are you still intent on fighting?" Snape swiftly drew his wand, his expression stern as he regarded the two. "And so what?" Sirius retorted defiantly, brandishing his wand from beneath his robes and pointing it at Snape. "Are you two about to duel?" A sudden feminine voice interrupted the charged atmosphere within the compartment. A middle-aged witch, pushing a snack trolley, regarded them disapprovingly. "This compartment is far too cramped for you boys." She extended her plump finger, gesturing towards the standing James, Sirius, and Snape. "Follow me." "No." Snape's unfinished protest was abruptly stifled by the stout witch. "Or would you prefer that I escort you to the teacher's carriage?" Snape gazed at Lily and Sybil with a glimmer of hope, yearning for them to utter a word that would compel him to remain. Alas, Lily promptly seated herself, diverting her gaze towards the window, resolutely ignoring him. Meanwhile, Sybil, having adjusted her robe and taken her seat, quietly repositioned Sybil beside her, and opened her book as if nothing had transpired moments before, her focus steadfastly fixed upon the pages before her. Sybil leaned against her shoulder, her head bobbing gently, completely oblivious to the earlier commotion, even as Sybil had been shifted about. Snape sighed, reflecting on that meeting. After several boys departed, the carriage fell into a tranquil silence. Before long, Lily rested her head against the edge of the window, drifting off into slumber unbeknownst to her. The vibrant scenery outside gradually succumbed to darkness, occasionally interrupted by fleeting glimmers of light, yet for the most part, it was enveloped in profound blackness. In just 5 minutes, the train would arrive at Hogwarts. "Please leave your luggage on the train. It will be delivered to your dormitory shortly. The belongings of first-year students will be taken to your dormitories after the sorting ceremony." The train's announcement resonated clearly throughout every compartment. Sybil gently roused Sybil and Lily, then carefully stowed the book away. The trio joined the throng of students spilling into the corridor. The train gradually decelerated, ultimately coming to a halt. The students jostled one another, eagerly surging towards the doors and stepping onto a dimly lit, cramped platform. The night air was thick with mist, and through the dense shadows of the trees, Sybil caught a glimpse of the Hogwarts towers peeking above. A smile graced her face, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. After all, having perused 3 volumes, she was well aware of the wonders that lay within the school. A lantern swung above the heads of the students, and a boisterous voice called out, "First-year students, first years, please come this way." The burly figure of a man with a bushy beard loomed large at the station, and as he surveyed the throng of newcomers before him, a smile broke across his face. "I am Hagrid, your guide. Are there any more first years? Watch your step, and all first-year students, please follow me." Spiritedly, Sybil observed the senior students gravitating towards the carriages stationed off to the side. These carriages were drawn by skeletal creatures resembling horses, yet possessing dragon-like heads, swiftly racing towards the castle. In a brief moment, they returned with their carriages empty. "What are you watching?" Lily inquired with curiosity, gazing at the carriages ascending into the sky, exclaiming, "What kind of magic is this?" "Magic?" As Sybil walked alongside the throngs of people, she remarked, "This is no sorcery. Ahead lies a creature pulling the cart, albeit one that appears somewhat fearsome." Lily scrutinized the carts but discerned no such entity as Sybil had described. "There is nothing there," she observed. "That is a night steed," Sybil continued, forging ahead. "Only those who have witnessed death can perceive them." Lily turned back, puzzled, and inquired, when Mother passed, "You were not by her side. Whom did you witness perish?" Sybil gazed at her in silence, and Lily felt an odd tension in the air. She linked her arm with Sybil's and urged, "Let us depart quickly. It sounds rather terrifying." The first years trailed behind Hagrid, trudging step by step through the mire, stumbling along a steep, narrow path. On either side of the path lay an expanse of darkness, illuminated only by the flickering light of Hagrid's lamp, guiding their way forward. "Just around this bend lies Hogwarts," he called back. A cheer erupted from the first years. However, as they rounded the corner, they were met not with the castle, but with a vast, dark lake dotted with numerous small boats. The majestic, brightly lit castle loomed high on the hillside across the lake, its towers piercing the night sky, while its countless windows sparkled like stars, casting a brilliant glow against the backdrop of night. "Each boat can hold no more than 4, Hagrid announced loudly, gesturing towards a small boat moored at the shore. "At last, I have found you." Severus Snape struggled to maneuver through the crowd to Lily's side, his hair clinging to his cheeks, and his robes askew. "Let us go. Board the boat." The 4 of them moved slowly with the throng until a small vessel halted before them. Snape took a seat at the bow, while Lily and Sybil settled in the middle, and Scabier positioned himself at the stern. Scabier spotted James and Sirius in a nearby boat, with Sirius making a face at her. "Are we all aboard?" Hagrid, alone in his own boat, stood up, raising a lamp to illuminate the shore, ensuring no one was left behind. He then seated himself and bellowed, "Let us set off." The small boat surged forward like arrows shot from a bow, gliding swiftly across the placid lake, cutting through the calm waters. Silence enveloped them as they gazed in awe at the towering castle, which loomed ever closer, causing their breaths to quicken with anticipation. As they approached the cliffs where Hogwarts resided, the castle seemed to rise majestically above them, casting a vast shadow that rendered them insignificantly small. "Duck!" Hagrid shouted again as the first boats neared the cliff. Heeding his call, they all bowed their heads. The boats carried them through a verdant curtain of ivy that cloaked the mountain face, leading them to a hidden, expansive entrance. It felt as though they had entered Hogwarts underground, traversing a damp, dark tunnel until flickering candlelight appeared, illuminating the underground dock like guiding stars. A collective sigh of relief escaped them. They had finally arrived. All the boats docked, and under Hagrid's guidance, they walked across a stretch of gravel and small pebbles. At the end of the path, another tunnel appeared, and upon passing through it, they reached a grassy area near an unknown entrance of the castle. They ascended the stone steps, gathering before a massive oak door, stamping their feet to dispel the chill and dampness. Hagrid stood at the forefront, gesturing above the heads of the students. "Good, we're all here." He then turned, raised a colossal fist, and knocked 3 times on the oak door. The door swung open with a heavy creak, echoing the weighty emotions of the new students. A tall, black-haired witch clad in a dark green robe stood at the threshold, her expression serious as she regarded the first years on the steps. "First-year students, this is Professor McGonagall," Hagrid introduced. "Thank you, Hagrid," Professor McGonagall acknowledged with a slight nod. Her sharp gaze swept over the students before she opened the door wider. "First years, please follow me." The entrance hall was vast, comparable in size to 2 basketball courts, with gleaming stone walls adorned with blazing torches spaced every meter or so. The high ceiling was embellished with enormous geometric stained glass windows, lending a grandiosity to the hall. Beyond the hall, a marble staircase led directly to the upper levels. Following Professor McGonagall, they entered a small, vacant room at the far end of the hall, where they crowded together, shoulder to shoulder. Silence prevailed, though the distant hum of older students conversing could be faintly heard from the adjoining hall. McGonagall clapped her hands to capture their attention. "Welcome to Hogwarts. The feast is about to begin. Before you take your seats in the dining hall, we must first determine which house you will be placed in. The sorting is a vital tradition at Hogwarts. During your time here, the house will become your home. You will reside together in the house dormitories and spend your leisure time in the common room." Her expression grew more solemn. "However, you will also need to attend classes with students from other houses. That you will be sorted. I hope you will maintain amicable relations with students from other houses. We welcome healthy competition at all times, but malice and underhanded tactics are not tolerated. Allow me to briefly introduce the 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house boasts its own illustrious history, having nurtured remarkable witches and wizards. During your time at Hogwarts, your exemplary conduct will earn points for your house, while any infractions will result in point deductions. At the year's end, the house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup, a great honor. I hope that regardless of your house placement, you will strive to bring glory to your house." Professor McGonagall glanced at her pocket watch. "In just a few minutes, the sorting ceremony will commence before the entire school. I advise you to take this time to compose yourselves and present your best selves." Her gaze lingered on James's unruly hair, then frowned at Snape's robes, which hung askew. "Once they are ready, I will come to fetch you. Please maintain silence while you wait." With that, she exited the room. As soon as she left, a collective breath of relief was released. "I wonder what subject Professor McGonagall teaches. I hope I'm not sorted into her house," James whispered to Sirius. "How can they accurately place us into houses?" Lily inquired of Scabier, Sybil, and Snape. The trio exchanged glances, shaking their heads. Sybil, the most knowledgeable among them, explained, "It's a Hogwarts tradition. Adults and upperclassmen seldom discuss it. It is considered a delightful mystery to be experienced firsthand." Spiriel pondered over the extensive history book she had perused, and it seemed that it made no mention of the criteria for house division. "The content is still loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading." "Lily, you are undoubtedly destined for Slytherin. Although they are quite discerning, I mean. Your magical prowess is exceptional, and you are remarkably intelligent." As Snape spoke, his ears turned crimson once more. "Severus, you should tidy up your attire. Professor McGonagall has been observing you intently." Lily assisted Snape in adjusting his robe that had slipped down his arm, also straightening his front. At that moment, Snape's face flushed as if he had consumed a glass of rich, spicy wine. "The Trelawney family has always belonged to Ravenclaw," Sybil's airy voice chimed in. "It seems we cannot be placed in the same house as you." "What?" Upon hearing this, Lily instinctively turned to grasp Sybil's hand, who did not evade, allowing Lily to seize her firmly. After a brief sensation of suffocation, Sybil was engulfed in darkness. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on Lily's hand and beheld a hazy image. Lily approached a grand elongated table, above which hung a silver-green banner, featuring a serpent coiled at its center. The scene shifted to reveal Lily sprawled on the ground, her robe smeared with milk and cereal, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Spill furrowed her brow and abruptly shook her hand, freeing herself from the confines of the image. Lily pouted and gazed at her, perplexed by the force with which she had shaken off her hand. "I apologize." Spear shook her dazed head, struggling to swiftly adjust from the immersive state of foresight. She silently clenched her hands into fists at her sides, her nails digging deeply into her palms, a method to alleviate her sense of dizziness. Severus Snape sensed an unusual demeanor from Spile. Just as he was about to speak, Professor McGonagall returned. She directed the first-year students to form a single line and then pushed open the grand door leading to the dining hall, instructing them to follow her. Upon entering the hall, they were greeted by 4 long tables. As the newcomers stepped inside, all the upperclassmen seated at the tables turned to gaze at them. Countless candles floated high above, casting a warm glow throughout the entire hall. It was unclear whether it was enchanted, but the ceiling mirrored the night sky outside, with a multitude of stars converging into a resplendent Milky Way, and a crescent moon faintly visible amidst the drifting clouds, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The first years followed Professor McGonagall, their eyes fixed ahead as she ascended the wooden platform. There, She gently placed a stool before them and set an old, patched, pointed wizard's hat atop it. After Dumbledore tapped his glass, the hall fell into silence, all eyes fixated on the hat. The upperclassmen watched nonchalantly, while the first years wore puzzled expressions, uncertain of the hat's purpose in the sorting ceremony. Suddenly, the hat wriggled, and a large slit appeared at its brim. It let out a tremendous yawn, revealing its worn inner lining. The hat began to sing a lengthy song, albeit tunelessly. Perhaps sensing the gravity of the circumstances outside, it echoed Professor McGonagall's earlier admonition, repeatedly emphasizing the necessity of unity among the four houses. It concluded with a resounding declaration: only through unity, only through courage, do not forget your beginnings. Can we overcome the most arduous trials? Now, let us commence the sorting. Professor McGonagall stepped forward, holding a scroll of parchment. When I call your name, you shall don the sorting hat, take a seat on the stool, and await your house assignment. She glanced at the parchment and called out, "Any poke." A petite girl with a heart-shaped face and soft golden curls timidly stepped out of the line and nervously seated herself on the stool. McGonagall placed the sorting hat upon her head, which obscured half of her face. The hat adjusted itself and proclaimed loudly, "Hufflepuff." Students at the far left table erupted into applause, welcoming her into their house. A chubby, translucent ghost clad in monk's robes, emanating a pearlescent glow, waved from beneath the table. Sirius Black. Sirius strode up to the platform, waving to the crowd below. He took the hat from Professor McGonagall and casually placed it on his head. "Ah, another Black. Hello." Sirius greeted the hat nonchalantly. "Hello, child. I know where you belong. Your family legacy is in Slytherin. But I see your heart does not wish that. Well, who says a Black must go to Slytherin? Then it shall be Gryffindor." Sirius Black made his way to the second table on the right, where many students gazed at him in astonishment. He was the first year to join Gryffindor and the first Black to do so. Instantly, students at the table erupted into enthusiastic applause, and many cast provocative glances at the somber faces across the aisle belonging to Slytherin. Among them, a tall, slender girl with light golden hair glared at Sirius with displeasure. "Narcissa, have any Blacks ever been in Gryffindor before?" inquired a smiling girl with chestnut curls seated beside her. "Be quiet, Whitney, he is the disgrace of the Black family," Narcissa replied calmly. Whitney covered her mouth. Although she did not laugh, her delight was unmistakable. Professor McGonagall displayed a look of surprise, but quickly resumed with a smile as she called out the next name. "Sybil Trelawney." The hat nearly shouted Ravenclaw as it touched Sybil's hair. She walked to the second table on the left amidst applause and waved its spile. "Lily Evans." Lily's legs trembled as she stepped forward, anxiously taking a seat on the stool and taking a deep breath. McGonagall placed the sorting hat on her head, and within a second of touching her deep red hair, the hat declared, "Gryffindor." Spile clearly heard Snape let out a soft sigh of disappointment from beside him. He reached out and patted Snape's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Lily removed the hat and returned it to McGonagall before running towards the cheering Gryffindors. Casting a fleeting glance back at Snape and Spile, her face adorned with a bittersweet smile, Sirius stood to make space for her. But she recognized him as the annoying boy from the train and deliberately walked a few extra steps to avoid him. Two upperclassmen, noticing, joyfully shifted aside to create a space for her. She seated herself at the back, eagerly watching the sorting hat, hoping that Spile and Snape would also join Gryffindor. Subsequently, Gryffindor welcomed 3 more students: Remus John Lupin, Peter Pettigrew, and James Potter. After James arrived, Sirius greeted him with a friendly clap. Then, Reno Freeman was sorted into Hufflepuff, becoming their second first year. Mary McDonald was sorted into Gryffindor, blushing as she joined Lily at the table. As the remaining students were sorted, only Spile and Snape were left. Severus Snape. Snape pressed his lips into a straight line as he slowly approached the stool. Professor McGonagall placed the hat upon his head. "Ah, Prince." "Indeed." The sorting hat exclaimed with a hint of mirth, "Slytherin." Snape descended from the platform and cast a glance at the Gryffindor table where Lily sat, managing a faint smile as she waved at him. Although Lily was not with him, he nonetheless entered Slytherin without a hint of doubt, which was a commendable outcome. A slight smirk played upon Snape's lips as he made his way to the farthest end of the hall, approaching the long table designated for Slytherin. Slytherin welcomed the new students with a reserved demeanor, in contrast to the other 3 houses. Leading the group was a handsome young man with shoulder-length, light golden hair, who initiated a round of applause that echoed 3 times. At his gesture, Snape took the vacant seat beside him. The young man gently patted his back, warmly welcoming him to Slytherin House. "I am the prefect, Lucius Malfoy," he declared, deliberately straightening his posture, the prefect badge on his chest gleaming brightly. Snape, with a composed demeanor, greeted the nearby students and raised his gaze to observe where Sybil would be sorted. Only Sybil Trelawney remained at the front of the stage. Once Professor McGonagall called her name, she neatly rolled up the parchment. Sybil confidently approached the stool, seated herself upright, and placed her hands gracefully on her knees. As Professor McGonagall placed the hat upon her head, it emitted an exclamation, seemingly uninterested in Sybil's thoughts, and declared, "Slytherin." Immediately, it insisted that Professor McGonagall remove it, as if Sybil's head were a volcano on the verge of eruption, threatening to reduce it to ashes. Amidst the curious gazes of the crowd, Sybil calmly walked to sit beside Snape. Lucius Malfoy regarded her with an inscrutable expression, a slight frown crossed his brow. And Sybil surmised he recalled their rather unpleasant encounter the previous day, as he swiftly turned his head away in disdain. Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment, taking the sorting hat and stool with her as she departed. Upon her return to the dais, Dumbledore tapped his silver spoon against the goblet before him. Though the sound was but a gentle chime, it resonated in the ears of all present, and silence fell as they turned their attention to him. His face beamed with joy as he surveyed the students before him, arms outstretched, as if nothing brought him greater delight than the sight of the gathered assembly. "Welcome, everyone," he exclaimed. "Welcome to Hogwarts as we embark on a new academic year. Before we commence the feast, I wish to share one sentiment. I am hungry. Therefore, let the feast begin. Thank you all." With a smile, he resumed his seat. The crowd erupted in applause and cheers. "Mad Dumbledore," Lucius muttered under his breath, casting a haughty glance across the long table before raising his cup. "To the Order of Walpurgis, a toast to the Dark Lord." Slytherin's students, as if enchanted, raised their goblets in unison, including several first-years among them. Lucius cast a stoic glance at Spindle and Snape, both of whom remained cupless. After a brief moment of contemplation, Snape resolutely lifted his chalice. Spill selected a baked bacon and cheese potato from the array of dishes before her and picked up a fork. She tilted her head slightly, smiling as she inquired of the imposing Slytherin prefect, "Lucius, must we decide now which club to join? I would love to peruse the promotional pamphlet, if you have one." Lucius's lips curled into a faint smile as he replied, "Oh, no need for that." He then raised his head and drained the sparkling fruit wine from his cup. As Snape sipped his fruit wine, a tinge of worry brewed within him, yet his countenance betrayed not a hint of it. Beneath the table, however, his hand discreetly patted Sybil's thigh, only to be caught by her, who then fiercely pinched the flesh of his arm before spinning around once. As Sybil turned slightly, she cast a glance at him, exuding an air of calm composure. She leisurely indulged in her roasted beef, albeit with a bit more vigor than necessary, causing the veins in her neck to become quite pronounced. Chapter 22. The long table of Slytherin is not filled with the raucous chatter typical of other houses. Each individual's dining etiquette is impeccably refined, and every dish is sampled only in moderation. Their every movement seems meticulously orchestrated, as if measured by an invisible ruler. The clinking of cutlery is a sound that never graces the air, and conversations are exchanged only in hushed tones with neighboring companions. Once the last person has set down their knife and fork, the remaining food vanishes from the plates in an instant. The plates and cutlery return to their pristine condition. Shortly thereafter, an array of desserts graces the long table. Ice creams of every conceivable flavor are available, alongside apple pie, syrup-soaked pancakes, mousse cake, deep-fried fruit-filled donuts, assorted fruit pudding, chocolate-covered strawberries, and coconut jelly. Spear merely poured herself a cup of hot cocoa, languidly lost in thought. Lily appeared to have seamlessly integrated into Gryffindor, savoring a substantial piece of mango pudding while engrossed in conversation with Mary beside her, oblivious to the circle of cream adorning the corner of her mouth. Of course, she remained unaware that James, seated a few places away, had been secretly observing her, prompting a mischievous smirk from Sirius. Sybil stared blankly at Lily, suddenly recalling the prophecy she had just seen, feeling it necessary to remind her. However, after glancing around, she realized no one was bustling about the long table of the academy, and she decided to let the thought go, planning instead to speak with Lily the following day, believing it would suffice. At the Ravenclaw table, Sybil engaged in casual conversation with those nearby, though she predominantly focused on attentive listening. Each house ghost enthusiastically greeted both new and returning students, except for the aloof Barrow from Slytherin, who sat in the farthest corner, looking gaunt and marked by large patches of silver, lost in a stupor while gazing at the beautiful ghost of Ravenclaw. Meanwhile, Snape and Lucius were engrossed in lively discourse. Lucius, upon learning that Snape's mother was a descendant of the Prince family, treated him with great warmth. Moreover, he was particularly impressed by the new student's exceptional grasp of dark magic. With eager eyes fixed on Snape, Lucius felt he had finally discovered a promising talent among this year's newcomers, though he resolved to observe further. On the left side of Sybil sat a new student whom she recognized as Selina Selwyn, although they had not exchanged a single word. Sybil could distinctly sense an air of rejection emanating from her. If her memory served her correctly, Selina had also raised a cup moments ago. In the center of the head table, Dumbledore once again tapped his glass with a small silver spoon, causing the fruit desserts on the table to vanish in response. The dining hall returned to a solemn quietude, now that everyone had indulged in the exquisite cuisine and delectable desserts. I wish to address a few important matters as the semester commences. First-year students, please take heed. Effective this term, students are strictly prohibited from venturing deep into the woods on campus. I urge our more senior classmates to remember this as well. Dumbledore's sharp gaze swept over Lucius Malfoy. Furthermore, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has requested that I remind everyone not to practice magic in the corridors during breaks. Violators will face laborious penalties. The Quidditch trials will take place in the second week of this term. Any student wishing to join the house team should contact Madam Hooch. Lastly, I must reiterate that the study of any subject or formation of clubs related to dark magic is strictly forbidden. Offenders will face severe consequences. And I implore everyone to bear this in mind. Lucius, have our gathering been discovered? Ford Avery inquired in a hushed tone, his brow furrowed. Lucius stroked his chin, contemplating. That should not be the case. He hasn't explicitly mentioned the woods in previous terms. I shall speak with Professor Slughorn tomorrow. At this moment, Dumbledore cheerfully announced. Before we retire for the night, let us join together in singing the school song. The hall, which had been abuzz with chatter due to the new regulations, fell into an odd silence, the smiles of the professors at the head table seemingly frozen. Dumbledore waved his wand, and a long golden ribbon erupted from its tip, twisting and curling in the air to form lines of text. Everyone may choose their preferred melody, Dumbledore instructed. Ready, sing. With a mix of embarrassment and suppressed laughter, the students and faculty began to sing aloud. The loudest voices belonged to the Gryffindor students, whose peculiar melodies prompted them to burst into laughter. Eventually, they concluded the song in a disorganized yet spirited manner, and Dumbledore's applause was particularly enthusiastic. It is now time for bed. Please return to your dormitories, he declared. Dumbledore waved his hand, and he and the professors filed out through a small door at the side of the dining hall. Lily waved fervently at Sybil and Snape before following the throng of Gryffindor students out of the hall. Sybil also waved at Sybil before departing with the Ravenclaw students. The first-year Slytherin students descended the staircase, trailing behind Lucius and the upperclassmen. The faint echoes of screams from above mingled with the furious shout. Peeves. The bloodline student, Barrow, frowned, signaling Lucius to hasten his pace. The entrance to Slytherin House lay within the depths of the school's cellar. Lucius led them to a damp stone wall, unremarkable in appearance, where the password noble was changed bi-weekly. As Lucius pronounced the incantation, a concealed door within the wall slowly creaked open, revealing a long corridor that led to a half-translucent common room adorned in silver and green. The walls, crafted from black marble, and the circular transparent dome gave the room an impression of being beneath a shimmering lake. The flickering light of the fireplace, exquisitely carved, filled the center of the room with warmth. Flanking the hearth were two sets of classical, intricately designed armchairs, upholstered in soft green cushions. This is our Slytherin common room, Lucius introduced, gesturing to the exquisitely elegant space, reminiscent of fine jade. The girls' dormitory was accessed via the staircase on the right, while the boys lay to the left. Lucius glanced at Narcissa, stating, "Your luggage has already been placed in your dormitories. Now, disperse. Girls, follow me," Narcissa instructed, leading the first-year girls to their rooms, while the boys followed Lucius toward the left stone staircase. "This is where the newcomers will reside," Narcissa announced as she brought Spirel, Selina Selwyn, and Abby Roll into a dormitory furnished with 3 four-poster beds. The elegantly carved beds were draped in silver-green satin canopies, with each girl's trunk positioned at the foot of her bed. "You should check the schedule on the bedside table before sleeping to avoid being late tomorrow." Narcissa pointed out the charming little wooden cabinet beside the beds, then gracefully bowed, wishing them sweet dreams. Once Narcissa left, the trio exchanged forced smiles. After changing into their nightclothes, Selina sat on her bed, meticulously tending to her already well-manicured nails. "I hope some of our dorm mates aren't too eccentric," We must all coexist harmoniously, she remarked, blowing gently on her nails before inspecting them with satisfaction. She then smiled at Abby and Spirell, bidding them good night as she drew the curtain closed. Abby, evidently aware of the earlier commotion in the dining hall, smiled at Spirell, saying, Senior Lucius is the leader of our generation. Under his guidance, our family status will be further solidified. Spirell, you belong to an ancient family as well, correct? Though no longer in its prime, who knows what the future holds? She gently lowered her curtain, whispering, Good night, everyone. Sybil curled her lips in a sardonic smile, pondering. What is this? A show of strength? She drew the curtains and collapsed heavily onto the bed. Glaring at the silver-green drapery, she bared her teeth. She had endured enough humiliation in her past life. Now, all she desired was to protect her loved ones and safeguard herself. As for the obstacles along her path, whether to disregard them, remove them, or shatter them, it all depended on the stone's demeanor. Comfortably caressing the wand resting beside her pillow, Sybil smiled and drifted into slumber. Chapter 23 Slytherin is conveniently located near the dining hall on the first floor, allowing its students to avoid the treacherous stairs and the misleading decorative doors. Due to the influence of blood trader Barlow, Slytherin students are seldom tormented by Peeves the poltergeist. Slytherin's long table was graced by the solitary figure of Spire, who was partaking in her breakfast. The majority of the students in Slytherin held Lucius in high esteem, while the remaining few would not dare to openly contravene his wishes. Perhaps the vow of self-preservation was a family creed among these noble households. As a gentle hand rested upon her shoulder, Spire turned to find Lily gazing at her with a warm smile. Spire, what class do you have this morning? Professor Scamander's class on the theory of magical creatures. She replied. Spill glanced at the class schedule. Lily. At the Gryffindor long table, Mary waved to Lily. Would you like some milk? She gestured with the milk jug she held in her other hand. Sure, thank you, Mary, Lily replied, glancing at the Slytherin students who were 8 paces away from Spill. She tugged at Spill's robe. Would you care to join us for breakfast? All right. Spear lifted the plate, preparing to carry it to the long table of Gryffindor. As Sybil had just risen, Lily was unceremoniously shoved from behind. She gasped and collided with Sybil, causing the plates and cups in Sybil's hands to be upended onto the floor. Milk and cereal splattered all over Lily, amidst a chaotic scattering of shattered porcelain, creating a scene of utter disarray. Spill raised her wand with a swift motion, casting a petrifying spell upon the individual who had knocked Lily down. With a dull thud, he collapsed to the ground. Almost immediately, another assailant launched an attack towards her, shattering the tranquility of the moment. Severus Snape, who had just entered the dining hall, was taken aback, yet instinctively rushed to shield the 2 girls, conjuring a protective shield charm to safeguard Lily and Spill. His face turned ashen as he stood before the girls, his voice slightly strained. Mr. Chris, may I inquire as to what transpired? New students seem to be unaware of the rules. They require a lesson, Chris Shafiq remarked nonchalantly, casting a stasis spell on the now immobile Electo Caro, rendering her humiliated. Electo scrambled to her feet, awkwardly brushing off her dress, her face flushed and resembling a balloon filled with blood, her eyes tinged with crimson. In a fit of rage, she approached Spill, arm raised high. Mr. Chris. Snape hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately chose to grasp the descending hand. Having made his decision, he was resolute. Calmly regarding Chris, who scowled from across the way, refraining from further remarks. Chris cast a sidelong glance at Snape, his icy blue eyes flickering with disdain. Despite being a favored newcomer of Lucius, there was a certain overindulgence in sentimentality. He shot a cold glance at Electo, who, unwilling to concede, inhaled deeply and attempted to reclaim her composure. Best not to cross my path again. Before she could complete her ominous warning, a stern voice interrupted. What are you all doing standing here? Fighting is strictly prohibited in public areas. Mr. Snape, Mr. Chris, Miss Spinnet, please sheathe your wands. 5 points deducted from Slytherin. Professor McGonagall's expression was grave. You are to report to Professor Slughorn and have him elucidate how camaraderie should be exhibited within the school. Professor McGonagall. Spinnet and Severus were merely explaining the situation regarding Lily, ventured a timid voice. Miss Evans, I believe you should first attend to your preparations. The first class is about to commence. Professor McGonagall was acutely aware of the current attitudes of Slytherin students toward Muggleborns. She glanced at Spinnet and Snape, a fleeting look of approval crossing her face. You lot, go directly to Professor Slughorn's office at once. Lily cast an apologetic glance at Spinnet and Snape as they departed the dining hall, glanced at the towering Electo, who was delicately inching closer to Chris, and thus she held on to Snape, gradually slowing their pace as they trailed behind the two. I am helping Lily. Snape wore a serious expression. Yet Spilla noticed a faint flush on the tips of his ears. Indeed, indeed, indeed. I also extend my gratitude to you on behalf of Lily. With a smile, Spire nodded in agreement, as she observed Chris and Alecto walking ahead of them. A sudden recollection of the prophecy she had glimpsed prior to the sorting ceremony washed over her, prompting a soft sigh. It would be prudent to issue a warning at the first opportunity when next encountered. Upon arriving at Professor Slughorn's office, however, they were met with an unexpected absence of reprimand. This rotund professor, whose laughter set his thick silver beard quivering, warmly welcomed the smiling Chris and the haughty Alecto. He offered each of them a cup of red tea and inquired kindly whether they had partaken of breakfast. After reminiscing about the illustrious histories of their noble families, Slughorn briefly reminded them of the importance of camaraderie among classmates. Following this, he bid them farewell with a smile, sending his regards to their parents. Once the door closed behind Chris, the portly professor's thick fingers tapped the table, asking, "Children, would you care for some chocolate biscuits?" Slytherin and Snape shook their heads, while Slughorn's mustache twitched once more. Do not be anxious. It is essential for the first-year students to heed the counsel of their upperclassmen, especially the children of Slytherin, who are the elite among nobility. Listening to them will not lead to misfortune, will it, Miss Sybil Trelawney? Very well, you may proceed to your classes. Remember, at all times, it is strength that serves as one's true support. Slughorn waved his hand. As Snape closed the door, he tapped the table again, nearly forgetting to mention that after school today, you were required to report to the office for an hour of detention. Yes, Professor. Spill and Snape responded accordingly. They refrained from inquiring why Chris and Alector were not participating. Appearing content with their discretion, Slughorn's eyes squinted in delight as he nodded with satisfaction and waved at them. Spill, I believe it would be wise for you to temper that fiery temperament of yours, Snape remarked on their way to class, cautiously glancing around. Are you truly prepared to confront Lucius? It will not yield favorable outcomes. Sybil cast a sidelong glance at him. Was she truly expected to follow him? Severus. Surely you are aware of the nature of the individuals who stand behind him, are you not? Do you believe there exists a possibility that I could be aligned with them? She exhaled deeply, gazing at Snape, and quietly inquired. Do you truly think that after my uncle's death, I could nonchalantly join this group? To be frank, I genuinely feel that the Sorting Hat made a grave error in placing me in this house. I had no desire to be here at all. Spill gazed into his dark eyes, a twinge of regret stirring within her. She was acutely aware of Snape's ambitions and aspirations, as well as his previous unwillingness to remain ensnared in the mire without hope of liberation. Now, with the heavens vast for the fish to leap and the sea wide for the birds to soar, he sought to align himself with the most formidable of individuals, eager to demonstrate to all that he was not the cowardly and inept Snape, but rather the exceptionally capable prince. Alas, the power he chose to follow had long been destined to diverge from her own path from the very beginning. Snape cast a profound glance at Spire before turning his attention to the ancient Gothic wooden door before them. His voice remained calm and steady as he spoke. We have arrived. Let us enter. As Spire gently pushed open the half-closed door, she distinctly heard Snape's words behind her. Perhaps our aspirations for strength differ. Yet before one attains such power, yielding is not an arduous task. Furthermore, he extended his hand from behind her to fully open the door, declaring, You shall forever be my most cherished friends. I am also willing to grow stronger for your sake. Snape secretly added to himself, propping the wooden door with one hand while gesturing for Spire to enter with the other. The sunlight illuminated Snape's pallid visage, causing him to squint slightly, initially taken aback. Spire soon regained her composure. A smile graced her lips as she lightly punched his frail shoulder, saying, I understand. 24. Chapter 24 Professor Scamander's enchanting lecture on extraordinary creatures proved to be exceptionally captivating. Initially, Sybil assumed that a theoretical class would merely involve reiterating the textbook content, followed by a cursory review of key examination points. To her astonishment, Professor Scamander actually brought forth a plethora of his private collection for demonstration. After the class, students engaged in animated discussions about the valuable silver eggshells, the obedient tree guardian beetle that had remained stationary at the desk, and the primary subject of the day, the tree monkey frog. Lily fervently asserted that she had once seen the tree monkey frog at her former neighbor's house. She recounted that during several consecutive nights in mid-June, she observed a red glow flickering among the branches. Until today, she had believed it to be a case of her neighbor neglecting to take down their Christmas lights. She presented a key piece of evidence. Since witnessing that twinkling red light, no birds had visited her vicinity. Oh, a change in the class schedule. Sitting by the flower bed outside the castle, Lily pulled out her timetable and suddenly noticed additional words beside her astronomy class for the evening. Slytherin house to join. You are to attend astronomy class with us tonight, she remarked, nudging Sybil and pointing at her schedule. Tonight? Snape leaned in closer. What is it? Is there something you need? Sybil inquired with curiosity. Snape cast a glance at Lily, and beneath the knowing gaze of Spila, he secretly shot her a glare. Sybil chuckled softly as she gently roused Sybil from her slumber upon her lap. After bidding farewell to Lily, the trio made their way to the first greenhouse. At Hogwarts. Herbology was taught by Professor Sprout, and this particular lesson was a joint session for Slytherin and Ravenclaw. Professor Sprout had placed a pot of bubotubers at each student nest station. As they entered, the students beheld the dark, glistening plants, resembling large, slimy slugs, breaking through the soil and writhing slightly in their pots. Each individual entering the greenhouse endeavored to suppress their disgust and avert their gaze from the grotesque sight. All right, everyone. Hook up, exclaimed the pleasantly plump Professor Sprout, her warm expression sweeping across the room. Today, we shall be collecting the sap of the bubotubers. First, don your dragonhide gloves. Spill observed as Snape retrieved an exceedingly tattered pair of gloves, adorned with numerous patches. Upon the emergence of these gloves, several first-year Slytherins could not refrain from snickering. Oh, Mr. Snape, those gloves are hardly suitable. The corrosive nature of bubotuber pus is quite formidable, and contact with one's skin is far from a trivial matter. Professor Sprout furrowed her brow and gestured towards the corner of the room where a shelf stood, laden with spare gloves. Please, take a pair for yourself. Snape moved his lips, a flush of color rising to his face. He strode purposefully to the shelf and seized a pair of gloves, the whispers still echoing in his ears. Although the gloves were ill-fitting, Snape remained the most adept and efficient in handling the tubers. Following closely behind was Sybil. As Snape discreetly shared his techniques with her, the tuber was handled with remarkable precision. Slytherin earns 2 points. Professor Sprout picked up the tuber that had transformed into a sticky black layer, her approving gaze directed at Snape. Everyone, take a look at the tuber Severus has handled. Each bump has been meticulously cleaned. I hope you all use this as a model and process 10 of your own. Those who finish can leave early. For our next class, I require a report on the effects and uses of the bubotuber. On the first day of school, these professors wasted no time in assigning work. By noon, students began to trickle into the dining hall. At the Gryffindor table, Sirius, with a sausage stuffed in his mouth, mumbled his complaints. I truly hope we won't have any more assignments for Transfiguration this afternoon. Impossible. Professor McGonagall will certainly not allow that, James replied, recalling that classes would stretch until 10 in the evening. He slumped over the table, a look of despair etched on his face. By the way, was that your cousin who just sought you out? What did she want? Sirius grunted, lowering his voice. What else could it be? Their wretched group. I refuse to go. His final words were almost a snort, provoking a soft laugh from James. Are you all gathering today? Spiel cast a sidelong glance at Snape and inquired in a hushed tone. Snape nodded slightly. Do you wish to go? It is an excellent opportunity for the freshmen to demonstrate their loyalty. I can certainly introduce you without any issue. Do not jest. Sybil shook her head, casting him a sidelong glance. I have assignments to complete. Perhaps they are even for 2 people. While I had managed to finish mine while waiting for you. I feel inclined to strike him, yet he is my good friend, so I shall endure. Sybil rolled her eyes. You are an academic prodigy. You are impressive. Why must there be a meeting on the very first day of school? After finishing her lunch, Spire suddenly realized that it was only the first day of school, and Lucius and his associates were already scheming. It was rumored that the Dark Lord had dispatched a confidant to inquire about certain matters, and Lucius expressed a desire to introduce her to some new blood. It is evident that Severus Snape has already become well acquainted with Lucius Malfoy on the very first day, possessing a modicum of knowledge regarding significant matters. Spill nodded, refraining from further inquiries, merely reminding, do not forget that we have labor punishment today. Well, we can go before dinner. Agreed. In the afternoon, the eagerly anticipated class on defense against the dark arts proved to be rather less enthralling than expected. Professor Mellis, upon commencing, bypassed much of the preliminary material, placing particular emphasis on how to repel werewolves and the appropriate treatment for werewolf bites. This was a topic well beyond the grasp of newly minted young wizards, who were still grappling with the distinctions between giants, yetis, and trolls. Even Professor Mellis was perplexed as to why Dumbledore had mandated such advanced content for the very first lesson. Typically, discussions regarding werewolves would not commence until the 2nd or 3rd year. It was an interminable and tedious theoretical session, and upon its conclusion, Students were assigned the daunting task of submitting a report summarizing the evolution and treatment of werewolves, with a minimum length of 6 inches. A chorus of lamentations erupted from the audience following Professor Mellis's announcement. After class, Spill and Snape remained in the classroom. Snape seized the opportunity to write fervently, hoping to complete the vexatious report within the half-hour break. Firstly, what are the essential conditions for becoming a werewolf? Snape turned the pages of the book with a resounding rustle. He had been bitten by a werewolf in its lupin form during a full moon. When the saliva of the werewolf mingles with the blood of the victim, an infection occurs. Spiriel hastily began to write. What would happen if one were not bitten during the full moon? Are there any additional details to include? Furthermore, what are the consequences if the other party consumes the wolfsbane potion? Severus Snape contemplated the notion of exploring methods to suppress the primal instincts of a werewolf in the absence of potions. Excellent, indeed. Sybil nodded, relieved that they need not worry about the dimensions any longer. They could also outline the treatment methods. The two of them composed the report seamlessly, feeling a sense of relief wash over them. Suddenly, Sybil became aware of a rare tranquility in the air, reminiscent of the stillness that often eludes students at Hogwarts after class. She gazed stiffly at Snape, who was still engrossed in correcting errors. What time was it? 3:35. Upon completing his response, Snape seemed to realize something, his eyes widening as he fixed his gaze upon Spill. The two shared an identical expression of terror, exclaiming in unison, Transfiguration class. Chapter 25. Spear and Snape sprinted down the corridor, only to encounter Peeves hurling water balloons. By the time they arrived at the classroom, drenched and in disarray, a quarter of the lesson had already elapsed. We apologize, Professor. We were so engrossed in our assignment that we lost track of time. Sybil weakly defended herself. Do you require me to transform you or Mr. Snape into a clock to remind you when class commences? Professor McGonagall's stern gaze swept over them, commanding them to take their seats. Should you arrive late again, I shall have no choice but to mark you absent. Lily gave them a small wave, indicating the empty seat beside her. Sybil hastily urged Snape to walk over and sit down. Transfiguration is the most intricate and perilous spell within your Hogwarts curriculum, Professor McGonagall stated, rapping her wand upon the desk to regain their attention. Any mischief or tardiness in my classroom will result in immediate expulsion from the class, with no chance of return. I have warned you. She then transformed her lectern into a pig, only to revert it back, and subsequently morphed it into a tabby cat before returning it to its original form. The students stared in awe. Transfiguration encompasses the transformation of objects, oneself, or others, ultimately culminating in the ability to become an animagus. Professor McGonagall wrote a series of key points and considerations on the blackboard, tapping her fingers against it. What are you all dawdling for? Take notes. Below, the sound of quills scratching against parchment filled the air. Transfiguration necessitates the caster to meticulously envision the shape, structure, color, and other details of the target object in their mind, alongside possessing sufficient magical power to sustain the transformation. Thus, the fundamental exercise involves transforming a matchstick into a silver needle, which is what we shall practice today. This class was perhaps the quietest Sybil had ever attended, as each student wished fervently for the ability to enhance their intellect to grasp these complex and profound notes. In the end, Professor McGonagall conducted a thorough inspection, noting that only James, Sirius, and Lily's matchsticks exhibited any transformation. The tips of James and Sirius's matchsticks even appeared slightly pointed. This rare display elicited a smile from Professor McGonagall. At least Gryffindor had not succumbed to Slytherin in this lesson, and she cheerfully awarded them each a point. Before the class concluded, Professor McGonagall assigned but a single task, to transform their matchsticks into needles by the next lesson. Sybil mused that this assignment alone could equate to 3 reports for defense against the dark arts. After class, Spittle and Snape hurried to Professor Slughorn's office, only to unexpectedly encounter Professor Scamander and Headmaster Dumbledore at the door. Professor Slughorn, with a cheerful demeanor, instructed them to grind valerian root powder in his office, 1 bucket each, and once completed, they could proceed to dinner. After issuing his request, he followed Professors Dumbledore and Scamander out of the office. Sybil, sensing an oddity, felt as though Professor Scamander was stealing glances at her intermittently, which struck her as peculiar. Newt, have you encountered that child? What are your thoughts? The trio arrived at Dumbledore's office, where Newt declined the pile of cockroaches offered by Dumbledore. There was indeed a silent aura surrounding her, albeit temporarily subdued by the suppressor in her possession. However, it also limited her potential. Professor Dumbledore, you are aware that I have only performed 1 separation, and it was an unsuccessful one. Yes, I am aware, but this child is different. Dumbledore plucked a chocolate-covered, nut-encrusted crispy cockroach and popped it into his mouth. Perhaps believing that a touch of sweetness might aid his contemplation, though he mused that they might have to wait until she was a bit older. Her current magical prowess would not breach the confines of the suppressor. Is the wolfsbane potion truly effective? Indeed. It can make the transformation for werewolves slightly calmer and more comfortable. Newt nodded, adding, but you are also aware that no potion can cure lycanthropy. Yes, I know. Innocent child. Dumbledore sighed, directing his gaze towards Slughorn. Horace, if there are any issues with the preparation, please do not hesitate to speak up. No problem. Though it would be beneficial to have a few more hands to assist with the materials. Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, immersive mode, novel mode, and add blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Slughorn chuckled amiably. Dumbledore's eyes, hidden behind his crescent-shaped glasses, crinkled with a hint of amusement. It is not a significant issue. I believe you may swiftly resolve your materials by tomorrow. After Spinette and Snape ground the large bucket of valerian roots into powder, they noticed that Professor Slughorn had not returned to the office in the cellar. Consequently, the two departed the cellar to dine in the Great Hall, their hunger nearly overwhelming. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the astronomy class was conducted by Professor Sinistra on the expansive lawn outside the castle. This lesson was perhaps the one Lily attended with the most focus, her notebook filled with densely written constellations and diagrams of galactic movements. However, as the class concluded and she prepared to return to the castle with Snape, she discovered he was nowhere to be found, uncertain of his whereabouts. Spiel waved at her companion Sybil, entwining her arm with Lily's as they approached. Let us proceed, for I did not anticipate the chill by the Black Lake this evening. I yearn for a cup of hot milk. What about you? Lily and Sybil's eyes sparkled with excitement, and they began to converse animatedly. Tonight's delightful dessert, a particularly delectable filled cookie, topped with toffee and crushed nuts. It is truly exquisite. I believe I could indulge in 2 more pieces. A quick brush before bed will suffice. Lily gazed at Spiel, her eyes shimmering with enthusiasm. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go. Spiel hurried back to the castle with 2 companions. At this moment, Snape had already joined Lucius. Now that everyone had arrived, they were ready to proceed. Lucius had not brought many people today. Snape was the only newcomer among them. After walking approximately 2 kilometers, Snape was only aware of a rustling sound, uncertain if it was merely the crunch of dried leaves beneath their feet or the quiet approach of some creature. The forbidden forest, with its dense layers of trees, appeared particularly menacing at night, the moonlight casting a mottled, flickering glow. This must be the place. They must have some agreed-upon signal, as Lucius stood before a tree, his wand raised for quite some time. Hiss, you are late. A cold, slithy voice suddenly echoed in Lucius's ear, causing the light from his wand to flicker momentarily. It was Lord Nagini. Lucius quickly bowed, observing a massive serpent descending from the tree, its scales shimmering in the moonlight like liquid mercury. In the next moment, the serpent transformed into a strikingly alluring woman, clad in black silk. Her slightly upturned eyes swept over the group, sending a chill down their spines. The object the Dark Lord desires is not in Gringotts, she hissed. It should be in Dumbledore's possession. You will take me inside. Nagini was disinterested in engaging in idle conversation with Lucius. Her eagerness to obtain the artifact capable of turning stone into gold or creating the elixir of immortality was palpable. The Dark Lord had informed her that this object might help lift the curse from her bloodline. She was determined to possess it. However, under Nagini's aggressive demeanor, Lucius took a step back, attempting to diplomatically convey the extent of research the Hogwarts professors had conducted on defensive spells. Any creature that did not belong within the school grounds would face severe repercussions. That is your concern. You are responsible for handling it, Nagini replied dismissively, effectively silencing Lucius's unfinished explanation. Perhaps we could utilize the pipes. Snape's slender finger rested thoughtfully on his chin as he appraised Nagini, suggesting that her animagus form was that of a serpent, enabling her to navigate through the various sewers within the school walls. Excellent. Hiss, newcomer. Nagini's elongated eyes glinted coldly at Snape, curving into a subtle arc. What is your name? Snape exhibited a semblance of agitation, his otherwise monotone voice laced with a subtle tremor. Snape, I am Severus Snape. Nagini nodded in satisfaction, remarking that at last he had summoned someone of worth. I shall convey his name to the master. Suddenly, a cacophony of barking echoed from afar, suggesting the presence of Filch nearby. Hagrid, accompanied by a hunting dog, strode through the woods. Wayward students. They must be confined. I shall ascertain which house possesses such audacity. Filch's gruff complaints grew increasingly distinct in the ears of those present. Thus, let us hasten, Lucius. Upon concluding her words, Nagini transformed once more into a formidable serpent, hissing menacingly at Lucius before vanishing from sight. Lucius gazed at the distant flicker of a gas lamp, his expression darkening as the group dispersed. If fortune did not favor him, his piercing gaze swept across Crabbe, Goyle, Chris, Snape, and Alecto. We are the ones who sneaked out. Chris retorted coldly, meeting Lucius's glare. Very well, Lucius smirked, drawing Snape closer to him. Severus, you shall accompany me. Let us proceed. Lucius led Snape down a different path than the one they had come, the two moving silently through the woods. The only sounds being the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, mingled with Hagrid's boisterous shouts and a chorus of barking. They stealthily exited the forbidden forest without incident. Lucius showed no intention of waiting. He exhaled a low sigh, soon resuming his haughty demeanor. Severus, since it was your suggestion, I entrust you with its execution. Inform me as soon as you acquire the schematics. The sooner, the better. Nagini's temper is rather volatile. He then scrutinized Snape's profile, frowning slightly. And that mudblood you are acquainted with. You know the Dark Lord's sentiments towards mudbloods. They are fit only for our subjugation and amusement. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. We would be more than willing to assist you in dealing with her. Snape lowered his head, his greasy hair obscuring his face. Upon hearing the remark, his pace faltered momentarily before he quickly closed the distance, staying closely beside Lucius. He remained silent for an extended period, long enough for Lucius to almost believe that Snape was preparing to excuse that mudblood. Then, a calm voice reached his ears. I will handle it myself. You need not interfere. Snape's head lifted, and for the first time, a glimmer of brutal intensity flickered in his black eyes, only to vanish in an instant. Lucius blinked in surprise. Yet he found that those dark eyes remained as inscrutable as ever. He surmised that perhaps his nerves were frayed this evening, leading to an illusion. How audacious for an 11-year-old first-year student to display such a gaze. If he dared. Then he would ensure that neither he nor his friends would ever find a foothold here again. As for that mudblood, eliminating a first year was an exceedingly simple task. What do you dislike? Lucius inquired leisurely. I dislike others encroaching upon my chosen prey, came the reply. Severus Snape responded with a sardonic smile. The two stood before the stone wall of the basement as Lucius drew forth his wand and tapped the stones. The brick shifted, revealing a hidden passage. Lucius chuckled softly, finding the situation amusing. Severus, I look forward to witnessing your performance. Loyalty is also a crucial criterion within the ranks of the Knights of Walpurgis. Well then, good night. The following morning, the students of Slytherin House were astonished to discover that the gems within the score hourglass had all soared back into the upper points pool, resulting in the complete nullification of Slytherin's points overnight. While many speculated that the hourglass had malfunctioned, they soon beheld the caretaker, Filch, appearing triumphantly at the notice board with his cat, Mrs. Norris. He hummed a tuneless melody, wielding a bucket of paste, and affixed a notice with great zeal. Last night, due to Mr. Crabbe and Miss Alecto's unauthorized venture into the Forbidden Forest after curfew, which was discovered by Mr. Filch, Slytherin House shall lose 100 points. Let this serve as a warning to all. Do not wander outside during curfew. Simultaneously, Mr. Crabbe and Miss Alecto were mandated to undertake a 6-hour labor punishment as a deterrent for others. The head of Slytherin House, Horace Slughorn, elicited a chuckle from Sirius, who, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter. Under the furious glares of the Slytherin students, he discreetly balled his fist and pressed it against his lips, feigning a cough or two. Subsequently, he clung to James, who pulled him away. Along the way, their shoulders continued to shake with mirth. The students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff also found delight in the misfortune of Slytherin House. It is noteworthy that Slytherin had secured the House Cup for 2 consecutive years. Yet, on merely the first day of the new term, they had already lost a staggering 100 points. It remains uncertain how many questions they would have to answer correctly in class to regain their standing. Furthermore, with the Quidditch matches dominated by Gryffindor, it appears that Slytherin's aspirations for yet another championship title this year may prove exceedingly challenging. Are you all right? After reading the announcement, Spire and Snape proceeded to the dining hall together. It's nothing of concern. Snape glanced around and whispered softly into Spilla's ear, they intend to harm Lily. Please help me devise a plan. Upon hearing this, Spill halted in disbelief, gazing at Snape. You betrayed Lily to them? No, I did not. In a moment of desperation, Snape grasped Sybil's hand. The familiar sensation of dizziness enveloped Sybil as she witnessed Snape plummet from his broomstick, resembling a small black bird with broken wings. Even from a distance, she could almost feel the rush of wind crashing towards her. No. Sybil let out a faint gasp. Severus Snape sensed that something was amiss with Sybil. Her eyes suddenly appeared vacant, beads of cold sweat cascading from her forehead like a waterfall. And she seemed on the verge of collapsing. He quickly released her hand, one arm supporting her back while the other pressed against her unnaturally cold and clammy forehead. Sybil, what is wrong? The prophetic visions were akin to the tranquil surface of a lake disturbed by an unseen force, just before the images began to blur and dissipate. Sybil finally glimpsed a shadow darting close to the ground, swift as an arrow, fleeting past. Severus's figure vanished entirely from her sight, accompanied by Lily's piercing scream. She regained her composure, her gaze locking onto Snape's, which was filled with concern. Spiral exhaled heavily, offering a faint smile as she remarked, "I have yet to have breakfast. It is likely due to low blood sugar." Chapter 27. Sybil lay on the grassy bank of the Black Lake, eyes closed, seeking to soothe her dizziness. The weather was splendid today. A gentle breeze accompanied by the warm sun cast a golden hue upon her face, making her yearn for a brief slumber. Regrettably, she rubbed her temples with determination, continuing her subdued conversation with Snape about their earlier discussion. "How would you like me to assist you?" Sybil felt a twinge of headache. As for Lucius and his ilk, their attitude towards wizards of Muggle descent is quite apparent, is it not? "Indeed, I am aware. However, I believe I can safeguard Lily." Snape licked his parched lips. Although the surroundings appeared deserted, most students were unlikely to venture outside for breakfast. Nevertheless, as a precaution, he cast a silencing charm around the two of them. Once this was accomplished, Snape took a sip from a glass of milk, contemplating that as long as they safeguarded Lily, the rest of the mudbloods were of no concern to him. However, Sybil cast a glance at Snape's profile. Noting the indifference and coldness in his eyes towards others, she silently dismissed her urge to lecture him and sighed, asking, "What will you do then? Moreover, Severus, I do not believe Lily would appreciate such a form of protection." Snape meticulously crumbled the biscuit and immersed it in the yogurt before handing it to Spirell. "I have devised a plan. I shall seek a new target to divert Lucius and his associates' attention. Moreover, Lucius's arrogance will not permit him to forfeit this semester's House Cup. It suffices to incite a conflict with Gryffindor." He leaned in conspiratorially to Spirell's ear, remarking, "We received a task yesterday. If he remains preoccupied, he will have no time to focus on Lily. Please keep an eye on her and ensure she does not get involved." Spears silently scooped a spoonful of yogurt. What was she doing at the age of 11? She foolishly allowed that couple to deceive her into the hospital, where she donated one of her kidneys. At the same age of 11, she couldn't help but feel that the disparity was rather significant. "Do you understand?" Snape, after a prolonged silence, could no longer contain himself and gently nudged Sybil's arm with his elbow. "Very well then." Spiriel slowly swallowed the yogurt in her mouth. "How can you ensure that Lucius will not see through you?" Did she subconsciously soften her voice, learning the art of soul extraction? Perhaps she has. Snape pondered for a moment, recalling that the Dark Lord himself was reputedly highly skilled in the art of legilimency. "However, I too have been practicing a clemency. I shall not permit them to discern my thoughts." He raised an eyebrow and cast a sidelong glance at Spear. "Do you think I am such a foolish individual?" "You are not foolish, but rather blind to your own heart." Spear nearly foresaw how profoundly grateful Lily would be to Snape upon learning this. She retrieved a vibrating pocket watch from her garment, glanced at it, and said, "Let us go. Class is about to commence." Snape nodded slightly, inquiring if she felt better. He rose to his feet, brushed off the debris from his tattered robes, and extended a hand to Sybil, prepared to assist her in standing. Spear's gaze shifted away from those delicate, fair hands. She placed one hand on his sleeve, grasping his arm for support as she rose to her feet, ready. She was the first to stride towards the primary greenhouse. Snape followed behind, casting a doubtful glance at his hands before lightly brushing his sleeve. He silently trailed in the wake of Spire, as if a fleeting thought flickered through his mind, yet it vanished too swiftly for him to grasp. Throughout the day, everyone seemed distracted during lessons, with only Snape managing to earn extra points from the professors in all his classes. In their haste that morning, Spire and Snape had overlooked the notice posted in the Slytherin common room regarding the joint flying lesson with Gryffindor every Thursday at 3:30 in the afternoon. It was only during lunchtime that Lily excitedly approached them to chat that they became aware of it. Upon hearing this, Spire suddenly recalled the warning, and her smile gradually faded from her face. She hesitated for a moment, tugging at Snape's sleeve, and softly inquired in his ear, "Will you be able to skip your class this afternoon?" Snape gazed at Spire in astonishment. "What are you saying? Did you not claim that you were not adept at riding a broomstick? Is it not possible for you to be excused from this course?" Spill hastily concocted a justification. Loading more content. Please wait. This site is exclusively accessible via mobile browsers. If you encounter this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Kindly disable reading mode, immersive mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. It is not a lack of skill, merely a lack of expertise. Snape cast a glance at Lily and straightened his frail frame. I have previously learned to ride at home, and even managed to evade a letter-carrying owl. Upon hearing this, Lily gazed at Snape with a look of admiration, causing a faint blush to nearly envelop his pale cheeks. Sirius harbored grave doubts that Lily, anxious about her impending flying lesson, had forgotten even Mr. Snape's pronounced disdain for magic. She opened her mouth, intending to further persuade her, but a voice laced with mockery extinguished her plans entirely. James, Sirius, passing by, raised his voice to his dear friend. This novellist claims he can ride a broomstick and has even evaded an owl. How does that compare to you? Perhaps it's merely the difference between a hang glider and a true broomstick, James replied nonchalantly, though his words were steeped in provocation. Shall we have a competition? The first-year Gryffindors, upon hearing this, immediately began to stir with excitement and anticipation. The first-year students of Slytherin, refusing to be outdone, gazed at the exuberant Gryffindors with a look akin to that of spectators observing monkeys, simultaneously cheering, "Snape, you can do it. We support you. Defeat them soundly." Due to a certain historical animosity, the rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin has always been more pronounced than that between the other two houses. However, Professor McGonagall possesses a remarkable ability to discern when trouble is brewing, and before long, she materialized before them with a swift blink. "What is going on?" she inquired. Her brow furrowed and lips pressed together as she surveyed the tense assembly of students. While she could not intervene with the Slytherin students, she could certainly rein in her own. Those with nothing to do should promptly review the material for this afternoon's Transfiguration class. If I catch you misbehaving again. Professor McGonagall's voice trailed off ominously, then your academic report for my class will need to be lengthened by an additional 4 inches. Is that understood? Yes, Professor McGonagall. The students replied, their heads hung low in unison. Once she departed, the students began to whisper among themselves at their respective house tables. Lily, still present, had regained some measure of her composure. Severus, I have heard James and Sirius mention that his father was once a member of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. So it runs in the family. Are you truly confident you can defeat him? Lily refrained from exposing Snape's earlier bravado, but had certainly expressed her doubts. My mother secretly rides me. Severus Snape's countenance remained impeccably composed. This morning, I borrowed a tome on the origins of Quidditch from the library. As she spoke, she thrust the book into Snape's arms, suggesting that perusing it might yield some insights. Oh, just as Snape was on the verge of revealing his displeasure, she hastily added, Severus, I merely meant that reviewing the key points of flight could be beneficial. With that, she hurriedly pursued Mary McDonald, who was preparing to leave the dining hall. And the two departed together. Those insufferable Potter and Black. Snape forcefully tossed the book onto the table, murmuring softly under his breath. He opened the tome, flipped through a few pages, and promptly closed it again, asserting that he was already well versed in the methods contained within. I shall return the book to the library for Lily, he declared. You need not wait for me after your meal. I shall make my way to class alone. With that, he tucked the book beneath the long table and swiftly exited the dining hall. Spill sat silently, poking at the mashed potatoes on his plate, vexed by how events had unfolded. Now, not only was there talk of persuading Snape to forego attending class, but inexplicably, a contest had also been added to the mix. What a perplexing turn of events. It was truly a headache. Chapter 28 At 3:20 in the afternoon, Spill and Snape exited the castle doors, traversing a sloping meadow towards a spacious and level lawn. There, a group of first-year Gryffindors and Slytherins had already gathered, distinctly clustered with their respective housemates, their faces alight with excitement as they prepared for their inaugural flying lesson. A gentle breeze rustled the grass beneath their feet, creating a soft undulation. Beyond the lawn lay the forbidden forest, where distant, verdant trees swayed gracefully in the wind. On the lawn, 16 flying broomsticks were neatly arranged upon the ground. The brooms appeared rather antiquated. Although the bristles at the ends were unevenly splayed, the handles were remarkably smooth, as if gripped tightly by countless hands over time. At 3:30, Madame Hooch, their flying instructor, stood promptly before them. She sported short gray hair and piercing yellow eyes reminiscent of an eagle's gaze. All right, she declared, as she positioned herself firmly, addressing the languidly standing first years with a commanding tone. Now, everyone, stand beside a broomstick. Hurry, hurry, we're short on time. Extend your right hand. Those who are left-handed may switch places. Then, place it above the broomstick handle. Just like this. Madame Hooch demonstrated in front of them, then commanded. Up, up. The chorus of varying pitches echoed, almost prompting Spill to chuckle. James's broom obediently responded to his command and was firmly in his grasp. He cast a smug glance at Snape, who was still engaged in a silent negotiation with his broom, and let out a derisive snicker. After Snape had altered his tone and emotion several times, his broom obediently rose into the air. Once everyone had summoned their brooms, Madam Hooch demonstrated how to mount a broom without sliding off the front. She walked among the line, correcting their grip and advising them on the proper positioning of their feet at the end of the broom. Spill discovered that her broom consistently veered slightly to the right. Despite her attempts to grip it properly, it remained stubbornly uncontrollable, inclined to tilt in that direction. All right, when I whistle, you must kick off the ground with all your might, Mrs. Horkin instructed, placing her feet on the footrest at the end of the broom. Steady the broom. Ascend 5 feet, then lean forward slightly while in the air, and descend vertically back to the ground. Listen for my whistle. 3, 2, 1. At the sharp sound of the whistle, everyone successfully lifted off to a height of 5 feet. Unfortunately, before Mrs. Horkin could utter any words of approval, Spill found her broom entirely unruly. After ascending to the prescribed height, it unexpectedly collided forcefully with Selina to her right. Amid Selina's shrieks, the broom continued its relentless charge to the right. Miss Sybil Trelawney, her complexion as pale as a ghost, desperately wished for the frenzied broomstick to cease its wild trajectory. However, after scattering the formation of the Slytherin students to her right, it soared skyward as if propelled by the violent shake of champagne, reaching heights of 20 feet, 30 feet, and then 40 feet, with no signs of halting. Sybil Trelawney, descend at once. Grip your broomstick firmly and pull down with all your might. Mrs. Hooch shouted. Faster than her voice, 2 figures, James and Snape, swiftly pursued Sybil on their broomsticks. Mr. Potter, Mr. Snape. Mrs. Hooch was on the verge of exasperation. This year's first years were increasingly disobedient. Sybil, a muffled voice called from behind, belonging to Snape. Sybil gazed down in terror at the rapidly receding ground, her clammy hands nearly unable to grasp the slender broomstick. At that moment, the sound of a familiar voice was akin to celestial music. More importantly, she had never anticipated that she harbored a fear of heights. Upon hearing Snape's voice, Sybil instinctively felt a wave of relief wash over her. Seizing the opportunity, the frenzied broom surged upward and abruptly performed a sharp twist, coming to a sudden halt. Sybil was flung from the air like a spinning top, descending rapidly like a kite severed from its string. The azure sky and white clouds whirled in her vision, while the howling wind roared in her ears, her hair whipping painfully against her cheeks, stinging her so fiercely that tears threatened to spill. Should she fall like this, she feared she would be reduced to a mere pulp. Would she meet her end once more? This time, who could say if she would be so fortunate as to start anew? In the next moment, Severus's figure drew closer within her fading gaze. Unconsciously, Sybil reached out towards him as he dove towards her, her eyes sparkling with a fervent desire for life. How much impact could an old broom withstand? When Severus encircled her waist, the broom answered that question with a sharp crack, splitting in two. A gasp erupted from the students below, with Lily's scream standing out prominently. The wind billowed Severus's dark robes, rustling fiercely against their bodies. They plummeted like a meteor, and as they neared the ground, Severus's obsidian eyes were filled with a profound struggle. He glanced at the rapidly approaching earth, gritted his teeth, and tightened his embrace. Then, he forcefully adjusted their positions so that he was below and she above, securely wrapping his hands around her head, her ears filled with the thunderous rhythm of his heart, as if it might leap from his chest. It felt as if the prophetic scene from yesterday was reenacting itself, yet with subtle differences. She realized that the reason she hadn't seen herself in the vision was that he had been holding her, intent on saving her. A tremendous force shifted their trajectory from vertical to horizontal. James, steering his broom, leaped from it, perfectly catching the descending Sybil and Severus. With immense inertia, the three of them tumbled across the lawn, the earth flying up around them. The ensuing chaos was a blur to Sybil. When she awakened, she found herself lying in the school infirmary, turning to see Sybil and Lily, both with reddened eyes, sitting beside her. "You truly frightened me," Lily said, rubbing her eyes, relieved that nothing seemed amiss. Madame Pomfrey had informed them that she had merely been overwhelmed by fright. As Lily supported Sybil, Sybil elevated her pillow, allowing her to rest comfortably. What of Severus and Potter? Spiel was acutely aware of who ultimately saved them. James Potter, that arrogant braggart, finally refrained from boasting this time. Lily remarked that they merely suffered some scrapes. A few drops of white essence would suffice for healing. Consequently, both Gryffindor and Slytherin were awarded 10 points each. By the way, your broomstick ended up near the new whipping willow planted by Professor Dumbledore. where it was utterly shattered. Lily chirped like a lark as she spoke. Eventually, it was Madame Pomfrey who came to usher them away, and they reluctantly bid farewell to Spiel before departing. Not long after, the door to the infirmary creaked open again. Visiting hours had concluded. Madame Pomfrey turned to glance outside, where Severus Snape stood at the threshold, clutching a stack of books and parchment. Madame Pomfrey, I have brought Spiel some assignments. Oh, very well. You may come in, she replied with a nod before returning to her office. How are you feeling? Snape placed the book and parchment in his hand upon the bedside table. It could not have been better. Sybil smiled and replied, Thank you. It's nothing. Snape appeared somewhat bashful. He awkwardly scratched his face and then cleared his throat. Remember to complete your homework. I shall take my leave now. Sybil regarded his soiled robe and the greasy hair, faintly clinging to remnants of grass, and furrowed her brow. Severus, have you not bathed? The somewhat awkward atmosphere was abruptly shattered by Sybil's remark, and it was not solely for the purpose of delivering your meager courage that she had come. Snape's cheeks suddenly flushed crimson. Sybil, he exclaimed, you remain just as insufferable as you were in childhood. I shall take my leave. With that, he stormed off, his footsteps echoing in indignation. Sybil stared blankly at the closed door for quite some time, muttering to herself. Is it too much to ask for you to pay attention to personal hygiene? Honest advice is often unwelcome, isn't it? She reached for the stack of books and parchment, bringing it closer to her gaze. On the topmost piece of parchment, densely inscribed with minuscule script, were detailed notes, comparing the textbook with her notes. Sybil swiftly began to write her assignments, a smile ever present at the corners of her lips. Chapter 29. James Potter was preemptively designated as the reserve seeker for the Gryffindor Quidditch team due to his valiant performance in flying class. The Slytherin Quidditch team sought to recruit Snape for their pursuit of victory, yet he declined their offer, harboring no interest in the sport. Participation in the team would inevitably encroach upon his time dedicated to studying tomes and practicing spells, rendering it an unworthy endeavor. On Friday, the potions class commenced with Gryffindor and Slytherin together, awaiting outside the door of the underground classroom, which had yet to open, although Gryffindor boasted Lily among their ranks. Snape had grown weary of James and his cohorts incessantly discussing their rescue of Sirius, flaunting their superior flying skills before their Slytherin peers. Admittedly, he acknowledged James's commendable flying prowess, yet this did not imply that he conceded that all Gryffindors possessed the right to belittle Slytherin. It appeared these Gryffindors had entirely forgotten Slytherin's long-standing penchant for dominance within the classroom. At last, the door to the underground classroom swung open, revealing Slughorn, his rotund figure preceding him. The students filed into the classroom, greeted warmly by his genial smile, although he exhibited a particular enthusiasm for those hailing from illustrious families, such as Sirius, James, Selena, and Abby. The dim ambience of the underground classroom instilled a sense of relaxation in Snape. As he surveyed the rows of various animal specimens immersed in jars along the walls, alongside glass containers of human tissues, which brought him a peculiar sense of tranquility. All right, Slughorn proclaimed with a cheerful demeanor, students, please take out your scales, potion packets, and do not forget to bring forth your myriad of magical herbs, fungi, and elixirs. For those who have forgotten their books, I can lend you some old texts, but do remember to bring your materials next time. Snape had initially looked forward to Professor Slughorn's potions class, only to discover that Slughorn merely covered the most rudimentary aspects of potion making. Meanwhile, Lily and Spinnet were engrossed in the lesson. Thus, today's topic of instruction was the brewing of a potion for scabies. Slughorn suddenly became invigorated, announcing that the student who concocts the most exquisite potion would receive a small gift. With a beaming smile, he retrieved a small corked vial from his pocket, giving it a gentle shake. The brilliant yellow liquid within appeared to joyfully dance against the glass, a potion of happiness. It promises to bestow upon you a delightful mood. Snape gazed thoughtfully at the bottle containing a liquid that shimmered with the golden hue of sunlight, before swiftly manipulating it. All the students diligently followed suit, adhering to the instructions with precision. Suddenly, a hissing sound erupted from Snape's cauldron, and shortly thereafter, the leaking vessel extinguished the flames beneath it entirely. Snape clenched the dry nettle in his hand with frustration, a wave of embarrassment washing over him. Upon witnessing this, Slughorn retrieved an old cauldron and approached Snape, gently patting his shoulder. This cauldron cannot simply be patched up. You may use this for now. After class, you can send a letter to the Patil Cauldron shop to order a new one, and they will have it delivered for you. Subsequently, several students, reminiscent of Peter Pettigrew, managed to explode their cauldrons, as it was their first attempt at potion making, and they struggled to master the steps and timing. In contrast, Lily and Spinnet completed their potions swiftly and smoothly, with Lily's concoction appearing particularly flawless in hue. After heeding Snape's counsel, Sybil and Lily stirred the concoction first in a counterclockwise motion and then in a clockwise direction. Remarkably, this method significantly reduced their preparation time, leaving Sybil utterly perplexed. Regrettably, she had initially added an excessive amount of nettles. Otherwise, the potion they brewed would have been flawless. Ultimately, Lily emerged victorious without contest. Slughorn presented her with the elixir of joy and awarded 10 points to Gryffindor. "Here you go," he said. After class, Lily discreetly slipped the elixir of joy into Snape's hands. "This is your reward." Snape gazed at the small vial of yellow potion nestled in his palm, his heart blossoming with the warmth of countless golden daisies. Lily smiled and said, "Severus, without your assistance, I would not have been able to finish so swiftly. Here, take it. Did you not desire it? I noticed you eyeing it throughout the class." "Yes, indeed." A faint blush appeared on Snape's pale face. "I have a few matters to attend to. You and Sybil may proceed to dine." "Thank you, Lily." Loading more content. Please hold on. This site is only accessible via mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, immersive mode, or novel mode in your browser, as well as turn off any ad-blocking functionalities, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. He carefully stowed the potion away and hurriedly departed with his book in hand. What could be so pressing? Is he really skipping lunch? Lily inquired curiously of Sybil. "I am not certain," Sybil replied. Sybil glanced at Snape's retreating figure before turning to Lily and inquiring, "Shall we go for lunch? Are you returning to Gryffindor?" "No. I wish to further investigate the preparation of the potion for scabbers that Snape just demonstrated. Let us proceed." The office of Filch was a place most Hogwarts students fervently avoided. Upon encountering the excitement potion, Snape devised a somewhat immature yet potentially effective plan. Filch typically vacated his office only during class hours in the evening. Although classes had just concluded, lunch was imminent, and Filch would undoubtedly return to his office. His mood likely soured further by dining in the Great Hall. Snape stealthily infiltrated Filch's chamber, a dim and squalid space devoid of windows, illuminated solely by a solitary oil lamp suspended from the low ceiling. The walls were lined with numerous wooden file cabinets, each harboring meticulous records of every student Filch had ever punished. He dripped the Felix Felicis potion into Filch's grimy teacup, marred by years of tea stains, when suddenly, the sound of a key clashing against the lock resonated from outside the door. Snape quietly crouched behind a stack of yellowing documents. Amidst a plethora of contraband items confiscated by successive castle administrators, pressed against the wall, he overheard Filch cursing as he entered, followed by the sound of him taking a few swigs of water. Before long, perhaps due to the effects of some euphoric substance, Snape heard Filch unusually humming a tune as he exited, mumbling about heading to the Great Hall for lunch. Filch felt extraordinarily cheerful, perceiving everything around him in a delightful light, even finding the typically irksome students charming. "Filch, indeed." Snape called out to Filch from behind. "What is it, my dear child?" Filch's affable demeanor sent shivers down Snape's spine, yet he felt compelled to feign a semblance of charm, hoping to amplify the effects of the joyous potion. "I seem to have dropped something down the school's drain, and I believe I have discerned its location, but I am unable to retrieve it myself. Could you assist me?" "Of course, no problem at all. Do you know precisely where it fell?" Filch turned to head back to his office to fetch the tools needed to aid this first-year student, who appeared as lost as a lamb. After revealing the location to Filch, Snape followed him to the office, where he observed Filch ascend onto a chair and open the wooden cabinet perched atop his desk. From within the cabinet, he retrieved an expansive, yellowed parchment, adorned with a labyrinth of convoluted, interwoven pipes, resembling a colossal, tangled ball of yarn. This was the very blueprint he required. Chapter 30. Snape followed Filch into the men's restroom on the 3rd floor, informing him that the object had fallen from the 5th stall, a deep brown, diamond-shaped crystal vial, an item of great significance to him. Filch nodded with a dreamlike smile, saying, "Very well, you may go for your meal. I shall have a house elf deliver the item to your dormitory shortly." "A first year from Slytherin, I presume?" Snape nodded, offering a few more compliments to Filch to help maintain his good spirits. After witnessing Filch descending the staircase with Madame Loris in his arms, Snape hastily sprinted back to Filch's office. "Alohomora. Severus, what are you doing?" The sudden voice from behind startled Snape, nearly prompting him to instinctively cast an offensive spell. Fortunately, there were only 2 girls in the entire school who addressed him as Severus, and he had no concern that the one who had just appeared would impede his rather unconventional actions. "Sybil, could you please refrain from making noise?" Snape halted his movement, twisting the aged bronze spherical lock, and entered Filch's office. Sybil followed him inside and beheld Snape, agile as a monkey, spring onto Filch's cluttered desk. He swiftly opened the wooden cabinet door containing the blueprints, and the diagrams soared forth. With a whoosh, the chart detailing the intricate layout of Hogwarts plumbing emerged from the cabinet, landing deftly in Snape's grasp. A perfect duplicate. As soon as Snape's words fell, he was met with an overwhelming backlash, causing him to be hurled backward with a resounding thud, crashing into a pile of debris. The impact left him dazed, stars dancing before his eyes, while the yellowed parchment scattered around like autumn leaves, blanketing the ground. Sybil quickly covered her mouth to stifle her gasp. She hurried over to grasp Snape's arm, pulling him up. The map had been enchanted with a repelling charm. After speaking, she promptly retrieved a rolled-up piece of parchment and a quill that filled itself with ink from her pocket. "Keep an eye on the door for me," she urged, and then swiftly began to sketch according to the map. The corridor echoed with the clattering of keys colliding, accompanied by a disjointed melody of off-key singing. "Merlin, why am I in such a splendid mood today?" Lady Loris remarked. "Have you noticed that the students are behaving much better than in the past few days?" The cat. Lady Loris fixed her bulbous yellow eyes on the door of Filch's office. "Do you disagree?" Filch stroked his chin, his gaze gradually clouding with irritation. "Well, perhaps it's just that we haven't caught anyone yet today." He contorted his mouth into a disconcerting grin and opened the door to his office. "Let us take a break. This afternoon marks the first holiday, and we are bound to have some success." Moments before ascending the stairs of Firk, Spire and Snape departed from his office, and in an effort to restore its original state, Snape nearly depleted his magical reserves. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, Spire unfurled the parchment inscribed with structural diagrams. It was then that Snape discerned that the reverse side of the parchment contained the herbology planting report and an analysis of herb characteristics. An assignment assigned by Professor Sprout the previous day. "Allow me to illustrate it. Could you rewrite the assignment?" Sybil took out 2 new sheets of parchment, rolled her eyes, and remarked, "You were in such a hurry just now, and I drew it all with my own symbols. Can you comprehend it? Allow me to assist you." Before Snape could finish his words, Sybil waved her hand and silenced him. "Do you wish to get me expelled from school?" She focused intently on the new parchment, meticulously completing the drawing she had hastily sketched earlier. Loading more content. Please hold on. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, or ad blocking features, or copy the URL for reading in another browser. After approximately an hour, Sybil finally delineated the intricate, winding pipes. Done. She turned to Snape, however. "You must tell me what you intend to do with this schematic." At that moment, the common room was empty. It was a Friday afternoon with no classes, and everyone was outside enjoying themselves. Most of the upperclassmen had ventured to Hogsmeade Village. Snape inscribed the name of the Dark Lord on the original parchment of Slytherin, and after Slytherin had perused it, he obscured it with ink. After a moment of contemplation, Sybil decided that she could not grant you this image. At this moment, Snape gazed into Spinnet's eyes with a complex expression. This was akin to his declaration of loyalty, and whether he would earn the Dark Lord's favor hinged entirely upon this moment. Spinnet could not possibly be unaware of the repercussions should she fail to deliver. What was her intention? The emotions within her dark eyes deepened, and Snape's demeanor grew somewhat frigid, yet he restrained himself, awaiting an explanation from Spinnet. Splee, acutely aware of the atmosphere surrounding her, offered a wry smile. "I do not wish for the Death Eaters to roam freely within the school. The external circumstances are already dire. Severus, do you truly believe that all he speaks is truth? His power is formidable. His knowledge and mastery of magic unparalleled in this era. These are the very aspirations I seek, and that is sufficient." And Snape's eyes ignited a fervent gleam. As if he were entranced within the dream of his own creation, he had acquired the path to immense power, ascending to heights forever unattainable by that foolish Muggle father. He was revered by multitudes, evoking a sense of awe. Sybil did not utter a word. Instead, she picked up a fresh piece of parchment and meticulously redrew the diagram, completing it with greater swiftness than before. At first glance, the 2 illustrations appeared identical. She handed the newly crafted image to Snape while simultaneously casting the original and the previously sketched draft into the fireplace, reducing them to ashes. "A minor alteration will not affect you," Snape observed Sybil as she resumed her potion-making report, parting his lips to speak before ultimately stating, "You have your convictions, and I have my own path to tread." An awkward silence enveloped the air. "Are we still friends?" "Yes," Sybil replied, yet she did not turn back. As Snape exited the common room, His pale visage remained impassive, his greasy hair draping over his ears, casting a shadow of gloom over his entire being. Although Sybil had answered affirmatively, Snape understood that their bond could never revert to its former state. Sybil sat in contemplation after Snape's departure. And then she reached into her pocket to retrieve a letter, which she had discovered on the foot of her owl during her recent visit to the Owlery. The envelope bore the inscription to Miss Sybil Trelawney, personally, likely affixed just moments ago, as the owl had yet to deliver it to her. She delicately broke the wax seal and read, "Dear Sybil, I am aware that you have no classes on Friday afternoon, and I would like to invite you to join Professor Scamander and me for tea at 3:30. P.S. I have recently developed a fondness for cockroach clusters. Yours sincerely, Albus Dumbledore." Why would the headmaster seek her out? Sybil hastily shoved the letter back into its envelope and carelessly tossed it into the fireplace. The envelope instantly curled and blackened, before being consumed by the licking flames until it was reduced to mere ashes. 31. Chapter 31. Snape, holding the schematic, encountered Lucius, who had just returned from Hogsmeade with Crabbe and Goyle. Excellent. Lucius carefully tucked the parchment into the inner pocket of his wizarding robes, casting an approving glance at Snape, indicating that he would notify him when the time was right. By the flower bed in front of the castle gates, Sirius patted James on the shoulder and gestured into the distance. "James, look. It's Malfoy and that snotty little brat." He scanned the area, noticing the absence of the fiery-haired girl. "What do you think they're up to? Whenever I see Slytherins gathered, it never seems to be for anything good." James quickly pulled Sirius behind the shadow of the large tree in the flower bed. "They're coming." James silently mounted Sirius. The two crouched in the blind spot behind the tree, watching as Snape and Lucius, accompanied by Crabbe and Goyle, drew ever closer. The conversation between Snape and Lucius was barely audible, with James and Sirius only catching fragmented, ambiguous phrases such as "it settled then" and "go that way, her," which rendered their eavesdropping nearly futile. Perhaps it concerned the activities of the Death Eaters, James speculated, watching the four figures depart. "Are they sneaking out?" Sirius exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement. "Why not observe them discreetly? We might just manage to deduct 100 points from Slytherin." The thought delighted James, who began to ponder how to follow without being detected by the cunning Slytherins. "By the way, where's Remus?" he asked. "I ran into him in the dormitory. He mentioned something about family matters and went home today," Sirius replied, a hint of disappointment evident in his voice. "What a pity. Just as we uncover something intriguing, he leaves." Once they could no longer see Snape and his companions, they emerged from behind the tree. "What shall we do now?" Sirius languidly reclined against the stone-edged flower bed. "It's only been 3 days, and I'm already bored to tears with so much homework looming over me. Let us search for the secret passages in Hogwarts," James suggested, flicking the parchment in his hand. "I've heard from my father that Hogwarts is filled with secret corridors, some even leading outside. He discovered 2, but unfortunately, they only connect from one side of the castle to the other. I aim to uncover the rest so we can better track that sniveling worm and Malfoy, the peacock." Sirius snapped his fingers. "Brilliant idea." Dumbledore's office was located on the 3rd floor. As Sybil ascended the stairs, she immediately spotted the peculiar, gargantuan stone sentinel crouched silently at the landing. Approaching the beast, it sprang to life, appearing ready to pounce, its 2 stone eyes, the size of her fists, glaring at Sybil. "Password. Roachpile." No sooner had she spoken than the grotesque creature settled back down and slowly rose, revealing a spiral stone staircase. Sybil climbed to the top, where a brass door knocker in the shape of a griffin adorned a gleaming oak door. "Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports access via mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load chapter content. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features or copy the URL to another browser for reading." She knocked thrice, and the door swung open, revealing Dumbledore's smiling visage. "Sybil, good afternoon. Please, come in." Upon entering the office, Sybil curiously surveyed her surroundings. The walls were adorned with portraits of former Hogwarts headmasters and headmistresses, some engrossed in books, others dozing off. Those awake lifted their heads to glance at her as she entered. In the center of the room stood a round table surrounded by 3 cushioned armchairs embroidered with patterns of stars and moons. Professor Newt Scamander occupied one of the chairs. Spotting her approach, he quickly closed the book in his hands and offered her a nod and a smile. Dumbledore pulled out a chair for Sybil. "Professor Scamander and I have discussed her situation." This statement instinctively made Sybil shrink back in her seat, her gaze warily fixed on the seemingly amiable elder and professor before her. She already knew Dumbledore had been the one to save her in the delivery room. But what did it mean that he wished to share this secret with others? "Oh, Sybil, relax. Dumbledore poured her a cup of red tea and handed her a piece of irregularly shaped nutty chocolate. Would you care for a sweet treat? Under Scamander's bemused gaze, Sybil bit into the crispy chocolate. I learned from Trelawney that your magical abilities have been somewhat uncontrollable since childhood, culminating in a complete loss of control after using excessive magic on 2 occasions. Dumbledore began, his voice slow and gravelly. The mention of her magical troubles eased Sybil's tension slightly. Professor Scamander took a sip of his red tea, exhibiting no outward signs of concern. However, a closer examination of his gaze would reveal that his attention remained fixated upon the 2 obsidian bracelets adorning Sybil's wrist. It is widely acknowledged that a young wizard's uncontrolled magical prowess can result in severe complications, yet you have managed to contain it through the use of a suppressor. Nevertheless, this is not a sustainable solution. In this realm, Professor Scamander possesses considerable expertise. Therefore, I have summoned him in hopes that he may assist you in severing the silent tether that binds you. Dumbledore paused, his hands clasped upon the table. Sybil, could you enlighten us regarding the current state of your magical instability? Sybil lowered her gaze to the obsidian bracelets adorning her wrists. These bracelets, which had been her companions since she was 2 years old, were originally designed as magical suppressors. Is this what you, Professor Scamander and Headmaster Dumbledore, are referring to? Spiriel closed her eyes, extending one hand above the table, palm facing upward. In an instant, a cascade of fine black sand began to swirl and surge forth from her palm. Before long, her entire hand was transformed into delicate grains of sand. It had to suffice, for any more would cause her bracelet to strike. Professor Scamander stood up with great excitement, leaning in closely as if to bury his face in the mound of black sand. From a mere finger's breadth away, he began to scrutinize the gentle, coiled strands of sand that enveloped Sybil's hand. Indeed, it was the elusive Murtlap. Yet, in this docile and obedient form, I had never witnessed such a sight. After observing for a while, he swiftly took out a notebook to record his findings, his expression grave. Headmaster, although this Murtlap has yet to take a definitive shape, it has already merged with Sybil, achieving a remarkable state of symbiosis, truly unprecedented. Dumbledore leaned in closely, examining the phenomenon with keen interest. He sat back in his chair, lost in thought, a fleeting shadow of sorrow passing through his eyes. At Scamander's gesture, Spindle retracted the black fine sand. He set aside the notebook and remarked, honestly, I do not recommend separation, although I am uncertain as to what allows Spindle to exert control over the entity within her. Separation could potentially inflict irreversible damage upon her physical form and magical essence, perhaps even inciting the entity's wrath and hastening its manifestation. It is worth noting that Scamander continued. The effects of the suppressor have indeed diminished. In response to Spindle's puzzled gaze, Scamander proceeded to elucidate the mechanism of the suppressor, suggesting that I surmise. This suppressor will ultimately lose its efficacy when you can instantaneously convert a significant portion of your magical energy into fine sand. Chapter 32. The office fell into a profound silence, as Dumbledore's eyes, partially veiled behind his crescent-shaped spectacles, remained half-closed. His thin, elongated index finger rhythmically tapped upon the surface of the desk. What would transpire should the suppressor completely fail? Spire gazed at Professor Scarman, observing the way the corners of his mouth drooped in response to the inquiry. Spire, you must understand that most children afflicted by the parasitic entity do not survive past the age of 10. Of course, I have encountered exceptions in the past, but in those cases, the parasite had completely consumed them, rendering their situation utterly distinct from yours. Therefore, I cannot ascertain what you may ultimately become. Perhaps you will perish. Perhaps you will be devoured, transformed into a puppet under its dominion. Or, perhaps, you may find a way to master it. Upon finishing his words, Scarman neatly stowed away his quill and notebook, draining his cup of tea in one swift motion. At this moment, Headmaster Dumbledore found himself devoid of options, compelled to acquiesce to the unfolding circumstances. I must take my leave now. Tina awaits me outside. He grasped the worn leather suitcase resting on the floor, ready to depart. Thank you, Professor Scarman. Farewell. Spiel had initially contemplated departing, yet Dumbledore gently placed his hand upon hers, signaling her to remain. Thank you, Newt. Until next week. Dumbledore raised his teacup, a smile gracing his lips, conveying my regards to Tina. Professor Scamander turned his head, shyly grinning. All right, goodbye. Once the rotating staircase, activated by the stone beast, returned to its original position, Dumbledore's gaze upon Sybil grew increasingly sharp, imbued with an indescribable hope that Sybil could hardly articulate. I have always wanted to converse with you, yet I could never find the right moment. Sybil, from where do you truly hail? In Dumbledore's eyes, the glimmer of hope intensified. Trelawney has informed me that you are not of this world. Then, are you from the realm beyond the veil? What? Sybil was somewhat bewildered. Where was this realm beyond the veil? Surely, revealing her world would terrify him. She wondered if the headmaster would believe that he existed within the pages of a book. Sybil's thoughts raced for a while, leaving her at a loss for words. Yet, Dumbledore's gaze seemed to grow ever more resolute. Immense magical power, a unique constitution. In truth, there have been numerous tales in the wizarding world about individuals like you emerging from beyond the veil. The most renowned would likely be the Grim Reaper from the tales of Beetle the Bard, or perhaps the father in the first story who possessed a bouncing cauldron. You see, they are all, to varying degrees, quite unlike ordinary wizards. No, I know nothing of this. Sybil shook her head vigorously. No, Headmaster Dumbledore. I believe you may be mistaken. I truly do not understand what you are saying. Dumbledore suddenly fixed his piercing gaze upon Sybil, and she was so intimidated by his formidable presence that she dared not move. A chill swept through her spine, penetrating her very being. After a moment, Dumbledore unexpectedly chuckled softly. You see, even my soul reading cannot perceive your thoughts. In Sybil's mind, the Dumbledore from the books was indeed a figure of boundless capability. Although she had only read the first 3 volumes, it did not hinder her belief that this venerable headmaster was an almost invincible entity. Now, this man, possessing profound magical memory and immense power, was gazing at her with sincere humility, leaving her utterly perplexed as to what could evoke such vulnerability and heartache from him. Dumbledore's hoarse voice lingered in Sybil's ears. I merely seek one answer. Is the realm beyond the veil truly the world of the deceased? Do all souls ultimately find their way there? Sybil's breath faltered, stifled by the profound sorrow that enveloped her. Regretfully, she shook her head and inhaled deeply. I apologize, Professor Dumbledore. Though I indeed hail from another world, I truly do not comprehend what you are saying. I am sorry. Another world? Indeed. More content is loading. Please wait. This site is only accessible via mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure in loading the chapter's content. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL into another browser to continue reading. What is that world like? Having been discovered, Sybil felt liberated from her reservations. After contemplating, she replied, It is a future world, a realm devoid of magic. And what, pray tell, are you? I am but an ordinary student. The fleeting glimmer of fear and sorrow in Sybil's eyes, after lying in a hospital bed for 5 years, did not escape Dumbledore's keen observation. A student, you say? Yes. I am merely 18 years old. Is that so? Dumbledore sighed, appearing to accept her claims, though disappointment shadowed his expression. However, in the next moment, to Sybil's astonishment, all expressions and emotions from Dumbledore retracted in an instant. The sorrowful depths behind his crescent-shaped spectacles vanished, replaced by a calm, contemplative gaze directed at Sybil. Is this the reason why Trelawney deems you a demon? A world without magic? It seems rather implausible. Has she been ensnared in a web of words? What of trust between individuals? Professor, how can you treat an 11-year-old child in such a manner? Does your conscience not ache? Sybil was genuinely taken aback. She had assumed Dumbledore had already accepted Trelawney's assertions, yet he persisted in probing further. Thus, was the preceding series of inquiries and concerns merely a prelude? Seemingly deciphering the incredulity in Sybil's gaze, Dumbledore elucidated, the situation outside is rather chaotic. I do not wish to harbor a student shrouded in mystery within these walls. Trelawney once remarked that you are a demon who ought not to exist. I initially believed it was due to your potential alignment with them, becoming their ally. It appears I have misjudged the situation. My earlier summons of Professor Scamander to discuss your matters was indeed a genuine attempt to extricate this enigma from you. A wizard capable of controlling the obscured must never ally with Voldemort. Dumbledore regarded her with unwavering conviction, as if any hint of her inclination towards that side would warrant his immediate intervention. Yet, I did not foresee that you were a natural at clemens. Dumbledore interlaced his fingers, resting his chin upon them, the glimmer of cunning dancing in his eyes. Sybil, would you be inclined to join the Order of the Phoenix? Just as Sybil was about to decline, Dumbledore added, in exchange for your secret. In mundane terms, I presume you would not wish to be ensnared by some peculiar organization for scientific experimentation, would you? I would be willing. Dumbledore smiled, nodding affirmatively as he extended his hand. Then, welcome to the Order of the Phoenix. He jested, you are likely the youngest member we have. Spear wore an expressionless visage, reluctant to utter a word. The principal's speech was fraught with pitfalls, and she resolved to learn from this experience. As for how to join, I believe your friend could assist with this minor task. Suppressed the urge to roll her eyes and nodded. He had already devised a plan for how to infiltrate. Yet some words remained unspoken. Since you are aware of their actions, why do you not intervene? Chapter 33. There are words to be spoken. Updates will exceed a few chapters here. Once it is published, I will no longer be able to update this section. If any charming readers do not mind the trouble, you may wish to collect my work here, under the same title. Thank you all. It is anticipated that the first year will be completed and published, ensuring that even if you choose not to continue reading, it will still constitute a complete narrative. Intervene? Dumbledore slowly sipped his red tea, the delicate clink of the cup and saucer producing a melodious sound. Rather than intervening, it is preferable to provide appropriate guidance, keeping the process within manageable limits, thus ensuring the outcome aligns with our desires. The wizarding world, still reeling from the aftermath of World War II, can scarcely endure further devastation. May we achieve victory at the slightest possible cost. Sybil fixed her gaze upon the elderly man. Recognizing that he was indeed a figure worthy of admiration and allegiance, she felt a tinge of nobility swell within her, yet she resolved to maintain an impassive demeanor. Even if her heart stirred, she could not allow him to perceive it. She had witnessed Dumbledore's tenacious nature before. Rising to her feet, she prepared to depart. Thank you for your assistance, Sybil. Dumbledore's expression was earnest as he continued, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Yet you do not believe you were in the wrong. She replied. Dumbledore's countenance radiated a sense of understanding as he watched her make her way to the spiral staircase. Oh, by the way, Sybil, would you care to take some of these chocolate-covered cockroaches to share with your friends? I fear I may have overindulged in my purchases, he offered, lifting a beautifully crafted dish brimming with irregularly shaped chocolate confections. Through the uneven surfaces of the treats, Sybil could discern certain dubious black morsels. Spiriel could no longer restrain her expression, gritting her teeth as she said, Thank you, Principal, but no. As she hurried down the corridor on the 3rd floor, she dashed to the restroom, rinsing her mouth several times, yet the tumult in her stomach remained unabated. She retched twice in disgust, vowing never to set foot in the principal's office again, plagued by the ghastly sight of cockroach piles. Returning to her dormitory, feeling somewhat unwell, Spiriel lethargically approached her bed and collapsed onto it with a heavy thud. She buried her face in the pillow, yearning for nothing more than a peaceful rendezvous with her bed. Sybil was roused by the sound of a heated argument, and she recognized the voices all too well. Could it be? She was indeed hearing Lily S.'s voice in the depths of Slytherin's basement, groggily descending the stairs. She beheld a girl with flowing crimson curls and another with tousled chestnut hair, wearing glasses, as they faced off against the backs of Selina and Abby. One held 2 cups of milk while the other balanced a plate laden with several slices of buttered toast and 2 chocolate brownies. Lily. Sybil. Sybil unhesitatingly pushed aside the obstructive Selina and Abby. Have you come to deliver dinner? I am immensely grateful. She swiftly seized the milk and the tray, placing them upon a small table nearby. Grasping Lily's wrist with her left hand and Sybil's with her right, she prepared to lead them away from the Slytherin common room. Fortunately, it seemed that, apart from the 3 of them, no other students were present in the Slytherin dungeon for reasons unknown. Otherwise, Sybil could scarcely fathom what might have transpired before she was awakened. Gryffindor truly embodied the essence of bravery. Sybil Trelawney, do you think we are dead? Selina and Abby, flustered, hastened to the doorway, blocking the trio's path. They drew their wands, aiming them at Sybil and Lily, their lips curling into sinister smiles, as if they had already anticipated the pleasure of tormenting them. As for Sybil Trelawney, she harbored no conflict with them, and with her lineage as the sole heir of a fallen prophetic family, she hoped to remain uninvolved, thus avoiding their wrath. Uncertain of the consequences of attacking those suspected to be part of the Slytherin Knights Reserve, Sybil let out a resigned sigh. Yet, what choice did she have? Drawing her wand from the pocket of her nightgown, she steeled herself for the confrontation. Lily, more content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load chapter content. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser to read. Severus, returning alone, was taken aback by the scene before him. Even before Selina and Abby could display their smug expressions upon hearing his voice. Faint. Selina and Abby struck a formidable pose, but they were unprepared for Severus's sudden betrayal from behind. In an instant, they collapsed, unconscious on the floor, forced their mouths open. Snape is a person who acts with careful consideration and is perpetually vigilant against potential threats. He did not inquire why Lily and Sybil had appeared in the Slytherin common room. After uttering this remark, he retrieved a dark green crystal bottle from his tattered wizarding robe. Spill and Sybil joined forces to pry open the rather large mouth of Abby, while Snape dripped several drops of a shimmering purple potion into her mouth. Severus, What is this? Lily inquired, tilting her head in curiosity. It is a potion of forgetfulness. Snape turned around and let a few drops fall into Selena's mouth, delivering them to the bed in the dormitory. When she awakens, perhaps she will not recall the events that just transpired. Perhaps? Spear and Lily spoke in unison, their voices rising in pitch, particularly for Spear. If these two were to awaken and recall the events that had just transpired, she would be greatly concerned for the safety of those in her dormitory. The forgetfulness potion, while not as effective as the Oblivion spell, still possesses considerable secondary effects. Typically, they would forget the events of the recent past. However, in an unusual circumstance, they might not remember anything from the entire day, which is why I suggested the possibility. Snape lifted Abby's feet and urged, "Enough chatter, let us hasten to return her." It would be troublesome if Lucius and his entourage were to return soon. As the four of them finished their tasks and exited the Slytherin common room, they nearly collided with Lucius Malfoy, who was descending the staircase accompanied by a throng. "Why are Selena and Abby taking so long to return to the dormitory? We have finished our meal, yet they are still absent," grumbled a second-year girl with protruding teeth from within the group. The party quickly sought an alternate route, veering towards the entrance of the Hufflepuff common room. "Shall we procure some food? The dining hall provisions have already been cleared away," Lily suggested, gesturing ahead. She led the group to a painting depicting a silver bowl brimming with an assortment of fruits. Extending a finger, Lily playfully prodded a pear that was precariously perched on the table. The pear emitted a series of giggles as if tickled, before transforming into a large green handle. "This is what James informed me. They frequently sneak into the school kitchen for snacks, and he mentioned that the house elves are exceedingly hospitable," Lily recounted, grasping the green handle and pressing down firmly. Within the kitchen, diligent house elves attended to their duties, some adding logs to the fire, others scrubbing dishes, while a few prepared ingredients for the following morning's breakfast. Not a single house elf paused to glance at their arrival. A small elf, adorned with a pristine white towel emblazoned with the golden Hogwarts crest, approached them with a shrill greeting. "Good evening, ladies and this gentleman. How may I assist you?" Chapter 34 I shall abstain. Who would have thought that ordering a meal could lead to complications? Sybil expressed wearily as she bid farewell to them and departed the kitchen, heading towards the Ravenclaw Tower in the west. "Are they not overly enthusiastic?" Lily, who opted to remain and accompany Sybil and Snape for dinner before returning to Gryffindor, sat at the dining table, astonished by the rapid transformation of the table, now laden with an abundance of food. The sizzling roast veal, garlic bread, banana ice cream, orange juice, and more appeared as if freshly prepared. "Enjoy your meal. I am Gly, and should you have any requests, do not hesitate to call upon me." The house elf, with the white towel, bowed gracefully to the group before scurrying off to check on the progress of the other elves. Spiel glanced at Snape, who was munching on a chicken leg. "Did you not dine with them?" she inquired. "With whom?" Lily, sipping her hot cocoa, gazed at them with curiosity. Severus feigned to cough twice, subtly kicking Sybil, who sat beside him, beneath the table. "It's nothing, merely a trivial matter. I missed the opportunity to dine with everyone." Subsequently, he appeared to recall something, his dark eyes suddenly alight with brightness. Whether it was the warmth of the Hogwarts kitchen or the modest sip of fruit wine he had consumed, a faint blush spread across his pale visage. "Did you come specifically to bring me dinner?" "Indeed," Lily replied, scooping a spoonful of ice cream. "Neither you nor Sybil have had a proper meal. Who would have thought that Slytherins could be so callous?" Sybil, feeling somewhat sated, brewed herself a cup of tea, quietly interjecting Lily's complaints. "How did you manage to get in?" "Oh, it was James," Lily said, mentioning James Potter for the second time that evening, causing an inexplicable pang of jealousy within Severus. "James possesses an invisibility cloak," Lily continued in a hushed tone. "He used it to lead me and Sybil in behind Selena Searle and Abby Rawle into the Slytherin common room, and then he left us there. However, neither Sybil nor I knew where your dormitory was, so we had no choice but to wait in the common room. Before long, we saw Selena and Abby emerge again, and we thought to ask them to call for you, but to our dismay, they responded with scornful derision." Upon hearing this, Sybil could hardly suppress a sigh. Were it not for their insufficient magical prowess and technical skills, they would have swiftly subjected you to torment, rendering such sarcasm utterly superfluous. After spending a few days together, Sybil had begun to discern the true nature of her roommate. "Lily, refrain from venturing into Slytherin in the future. Should you encounter upperclassmen, it may not be as effortless as today to extricate yourself unscathed." Although Snape was pleased that Lily cared for him, he still wished she would prioritize her own safety. "Fortunately, you are not like that." Lily nodded, realizing that if not for Snape today, she and Sybil would have had a much harder time escaping. "However, that James Potter is exceedingly reckless. After much contemplation, Snape furrowed his brow, feeling it necessary to caution Lily. He took a sip of water to calm his agitation. Are you currently very close to James Potter and his friends? Huh? Lily momentarily failed to comprehend, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Oh, no. He and Sirius are both arrogant fools. But we are in the same house, so we inevitably have some interactions. As the realization dawned on her, Lily scrutinized Snape's face and broke into a playful smile. Severus, you can't possibly be. No, I am not. Snape hastily interjected before Lily could finish her sentence. He sprang to his feet, accidentally colliding with the table, causing it to wobble and spilling some orange juice and Sybil's milk tea. Sybil rolled her eyes, though Snape remained oblivious. Have you all had a good meal? It's getting late. We must hurry back to the dormitory, he said awkwardly. Lily, observing Snape's demeanor, could no longer suppress her laughter. Oh, Severus, I haven't said anything at all. Rest assured, you and Sybil will always be my dearest friends. No one can ever take your place. Snape felt an uncomfortable heat rising to his ears, fortunately concealed by his long hair, which lay flat against the sides of his head. Severus stood aside, allowing Lily and Sybil to express their gratitude to the house elf, GLE, who appeared nearly overwhelmed with excitement by their appreciation. He averted his gaze, pretending not to notice. Lily, filled with mirth, chattered playfully with Sybil as they made their way back to Gryffindor Tower, sharing a quiet laugh before parting ways. Perhaps due to her lack of friendships with boys, Lily found Severus's candid display of jealousy both amusing and delightful. After all, discovering her significant standing in the hearts of her friends was indeed a source of joy. Spill and Snape descended the stairs slowly. The crimson hue on Snape's face had yet to dissipate, his gaze fixed intently on his toes, lost in contemplation. Sybil pondered how to broach the subject with Snape, seeking his endorsement for her entrance into that notorious Order of the Phoenix. As they both spoke simultaneously, Sybil offered a gentle smile and urged, Please, you go first. Do you believe Lily harbors any feelings for James? After much contemplation, Snape ultimately resolved to seek Sybil's opinion. The smile on Spill's face faltered momentarily, but she quickly burst into laughter again. Did Lily not mention that you are her most cherished friend? What more do you desire? No, what I meant was, Snape raked his fingers through his hair, his aspirations extending beyond mere words spoken. Ultimately, he hesitated to reveal his true feelings. In the future? Sybil cautiously traversed a stairway trap. Let us defer the subsequent events for a later time. Indeed, that seems prudent. Severus Snape is not the type of individual who is exuberantly expressive or willing to divulge all his innermost thoughts to friends. Moreover, the present moment is hardly appropriate for such revelations. It is only when he has gained sufficient strength and capability that he can rightfully approach Lily to convey his feelings. With this realization, Snape found himself regaining composure. Recalling that Sybil seemed on the verge of saying something, he inquired, What were you about to say just now? Upon hearing this, Spire halted his steps and turned to face Snape, his expression earnest. Severus, would you be so kind as to recommend me for your illustrious Order of the Wolfgang? Snape regarded him with skepticism. Did you not claim that you were unwilling to join? He paused and added, Moreover, you mentioned your uncle. I have changed my mind. Spill articulated with unwavering certainty, and in that moment, I suddenly realized my profound yearning for power and my insatiable desire for dark magic. Snape clasped his hands together, casting a sidelong glance at her, wearing an expression that seemed to say, Go on, keep boasting. Why have you stopped? Nevertheless, I entrust this matter to you. Spill continued to advance forward. Snape walked beside her, his pace measured and unhurried. He uttered a singular phrase, one that would linger in Sybil's memory for many years to come. To attain strength, one must make choices that involve loss. Have you made your decision? Upon their return to the common room, Snape ascended the spiral staircase leading to the dormitory, his face shrouded in shadow, rendering his expression indecipherable. His somber voice conveyed a maturity far beyond his years, evoking in Sybil a profound sense of unease. This is an abyss. Once you enter, escape becomes exceedingly difficult. Should you choose not to join, I can still protect you. Take some time to reflect. Sybil remained silent as she returned to her dormitory, where even through the door, the thunderous snores of Selena and Abby could be heard. A faint smile tugged at her lips. Severus was indeed overly confident. The abyss had long opened its eyes, and no one could remain unscathed. Who could protect another for a lifetime? Chapter 35 Sirius. Today Lily finally spoke to me, James Potter exclaimed, lying on his bed with only his eyes visible above the covers. The joy in his eyes sparkled, reaching the very tips of his brows. I saw her and Sybil carrying trays with milk. I suspect they intend to find Sybil. So, I used the invisibility cloak to follow them behind Wincel and roar into the Slytherin common room. James's exuberant voice was interrupted by Sirius. "Oh, Merlin, how many times are you going to say that, James?" he grumbled, running a hand through his hair in irritation. "I truly do not understand what you see in her. There are so many beautiful girls. She is not like those other girls," James insisted. He reflected on the fact that despite Lily's perpetual indifference towards him, he found her to be remarkable. In truth, she is wonderful in every way. I cannot articulate why. But perhaps from the very first moment I laid eyes on her in Diagon Alley, I sensed her goodness. "I think Lily is wonderful too," Peter chimed in softly from another bed. "She has never mocked me for my height." "Peter, you needn't add fuel to the fire," James replied. Sirius felt a pang of jealousy at James's admiration for Lily, sensing that his own status might soon be overshadowed. Considering Lily's overflowing sense of justice, he feared that even grand adventures would be relegated to the background, or worse, entirely dismissed. "No, I absolutely cannot allow that," he resolved inwardly. "I will prove that she is merely a pretender, a girl who plays hard to get, no different from those infatuated girls seeking our attention." "Sirius, are you asleep?" "Yes." "Well, good night." "Humph. Good night." "Good night, James." Sirius, Peter's delicate voice piped up. "Oh, good night, Peter." Sirius mumbled beneath the covers, his voice muffled. "Good night, Peter," James yawned, closing his eyes and drifting into slumber. The following day, Sybil awaited Severus in the common room with anticipation. She had made up her mind. The two walked through the deserted corridor towards the dining hall. It was the weekend, and most students would not be awake at such an early hour. Leaving the corridor enveloped in the fresh, dewy mist of morning, Sybil clearly articulated to Snape, "I wish to join." She was resolute in her desire to become a member of the Order. She was acutely aware of the sacrifices she would incur by aligning herself with Voldemort's ranks. Yet she believed that failing to join would result in an even greater loss. Snape turned his head, his obsidian eyes fixed intently on Sybil for a considerable moment. Having ascertained her unwavering resolve, he nodded in acquiescence. Each individual must bear the consequences of their choices, whether in the present or in the future. Moreover, he had already intervened once. The structural diagram you assisted me with last time could serve as a fitting introduction for this purpose. Severus Snape pondered for a moment. Considering that, given Sybil's previous demeanor towards Lucius and others, recommending her would prove quite challenging. However, with a notable achievement, the situation would be different. Yet, it is likely that they would still pose some difficulties. You must prepare yourself mentally, for none within that circle harbors any fondness for you," Snape added with a note of concern. Sybil nodded, affirming her understanding. After having breakfast, she remained in the library. As time approached, Snape glanced at the clock and bid farewell to Sybil, for he intended to discuss her matters with Lucius. Not long after Severus Snape had departed, Lily made her entrance into the library. She quietly settled beside Sybil, engrossed in her reading and assignments. Shortly thereafter, Sybil took a seat directly opposite her. As lunchtime approached, Snape returned to the library and, upon noticing Lily and Sybil, paused momentarily. He cast a furtive glance at Sybil, signaling her to leave. Lily, observing the secretive exchange between Sybil and Snape, felt a twinge of displeasure. Ever since she had been sorted into Gryffindor, the likelihood of encountering them had significantly diminished. Narrowing her emerald green almond-shaped eyes, she pondered that both of them had been rather enigmatic lately, undoubtedly concealing something from her. Lily gestured for Sybil to gather her belongings and follow her. The two girls stealthily approached the entrance, slipping through the threshold under the disapproving gaze of Madame Pants, and quietly made their way out, having arranged to meet later that afternoon. Snape spoke directly, stating that everyone would be present to assess your intentions for joining. Lucius will extract your thoughts, and it is too late to teach you the art of mental shielding now. Sybil, even if you have a purpose, you must clear your mind. Sybil hesitated momentarily, yet ultimately refrained from disclosing to Snape that, according to Dumbledore, she should possess an innate ability for mental occlusion. What are you all participating in? Lily could no longer contain herself, emerging from the shadows of the doorway alongside Sybil. Each time Snape encountered Lily, his prideful composure and intellect experienced an undeniable regression. Presently, he merely stared blankly at Lily, at a loss for an appropriate excuse to offer. However, to Lily, Snape appeared as a silent figure, his face devoid of expression. She turned sharply, hands on her hips. This demeanor, in Sybil's eyes, remarkably overlapped with the impression she had formed upon first meeting her. Sybil, you must tell me. Wait, Lucius. Sybil, who had remained silent until now, gazed at Sybil with wide, astonished eyes through her spectacles. Typically astute, her brilliance was occasionally overshadowed by her eccentricities. Sybil had heard considerable talk of Lucius's knightly order, especially since many members resided within Ravenclaw. Yet, Sybil was different. Anyone could join, but how could she? The Knights of Walpurgis. Her voice trembled, betraying her emotions. How could you? Anger caused her chest to rise and fall rapidly, hands crossed tightly, clutching the book against her chest as if it were her lifeline. The knuckles of her fingers turning white from the pressure. Silently, Sybil gazed at Sybil, uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts, even more so incapable of providing an explanation. Traitor! Sybil shouted, her eyes glistening with tears that cascaded down her cheeks like a string of broken pearls. She surged past Sybil and Snape, forcefully shoving Sybil aside. Amidst the bewildered stares of their classmates in the corridor, she ran towards the castle's entrance. A few of her falling tears landed on Sybil's hand, causing her to flinch. Are you not going to pursue her? Snape observed the conflicted yet stoic expression on Sybil's face. After an initial moment of confusion, he swiftly experienced a profound realization. Your choice? Sybil bitterly nodded, not anticipating that her presence would be discovered so swiftly. I had hoped it would be sufficient. Lily was genuinely incensed. Lucius's Order of the Wolf was notorious at Gryffindor, though infamously so. Not a single Gryffindor would ever consider joining such a faction, and they would vehemently oppose the twisted ideologies of the Slytherins. Consequently, very few upper-year Gryffindors emerged unscathed from these confrontations. The Slytherins wielded forbidden curses with unrelenting cruelty. Disappointment clouded her gaze as she looked at Sybil and Snape. Her voice slightly choked. I believed you were different. I believed. Chapter 36. Lily, however, was interrupted by Snape, who was eager to provide an explanation. Yet, Lily shook her head, unwilling to hear his justifications. For those who had already allied themselves, no amount of explanation would prove meaningful. Furthermore, their exchange was attracting increasing attention from others in the corridor. It was simply not the right moment to continue this conversation. Swiftly, she wiped her eyes with the back of her hand and declared, I will go after Sybil. Lily. Severus Snape had intended to pursue Lily. Yet the appointed time with Lucius was swiftly approaching. Moreover, such matters could not be elucidated in mere words. After taking a couple of steps, he hesitated and came to a stop. During lunch, Sybil and Snape consumed their meals in a state of disinterest. After Sybil noticed that she had carelessly placed several pieces of boiled broccoli on her plate once again, she set down her fork. Heaven knows, she despised boiled broccoli above all else. Sybil rested her chin on her hand and mused, Severus, you mentioned that traversing the abyss necessitates making choices. Have you made yours? She turned her gaze towards the Ravenclaw table, scanning the surroundings but finding no sign of Sybil. Likewise, at the Gryffindor table, Lily was conspicuously absent. Snape followed her gaze towards the Gryffindor long table. I may not possess the right to choose, yet I have the opportunity to strive. He rose, adjusting his tattered robes. Thinking that once I become powerful, choice shall become unnecessary. Let us proceed. The time has come. Students at the Slytherin long table gradually rose to their feet and made their way towards the door. As each one passed by Spire, they would cast her a glance, whether intentional or not, accompanied by a hint of cold amusement. Selena and Abby appeared to have genuinely forgotten the events of the previous day as they strode past Spire. They held their heads high in a display of disdain, yet refrained from any overtly aggressive actions. Snape, accompanied by Spinnet, exited the castle and made their way to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, a considerable distance from Hagrid's hut. Behind a sloping terrain lay a secluded spot. Upon their arrival, they found a circle of individuals, each wearing an impassive expression. Lucius Malfoy, upon spotting them, directed a scornful smile towards Spinnet. I hear from Severus that you wish to join our order? Stepping forward, Chris Shafik interjected, the order does not welcome wizards who associate with mudbloods. His displeased gaze flickered towards Snape, as if to say, even if you have achieved something this time, it matters not. Snape pressed his lips together. And you all must be aware of the events that transpired at the library entrance yesterday. Chris slightly raised his hand to halt Snape's unfinished thoughts. His icy blue eyes narrowed, and he scoffed derisively. What sort of creature is a mudblood? I've heard it was that mudblood who departed first. Such a disgraceful occurrence. And you still dare to speak of it. If a mudblood offends you, it ought to be dealt with as one would squish a pesky bug. He extended his tongue, licking his lips as he declared, crush them. Chris turned to Malfoy and remarked, I have endured the mudbloods of Gryffindor for far too long. Newcomers may seek to join us. He gazed at Sybil, his smile radiating a palpable malice that left her feeling uneasy. Indeed, I propose we establish a test. If you can teach the Gryffindor mudbloods a lesson, you may join. Otherwise, it will only reveal your allegiance. And the Knights will ensure that mudbloods and their associates endure no respite. Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load chapter content. Please disable reading mode and ad block features, or copy the URL to another browser to read. Chris cast a subtle glance at Snape, knowing that those already initiated would face even harsher repercussions. Lucius, that schematic was drawn by Sybil. Snape disregarded Chris, fully aware that within this order, only Lucius held the authority to make the final decision. The others were merely sycophants. Upon hearing this, Lucius raised an eyebrow, his smile devoid of genuine warmth. He elongated his tone, speaking with a lightheartedness. Oh? That merely indicates she is not utterly worthless and still possesses some utility. Spiel concealed her hands within the sleeves of her robe, clenched into tight fists. Remaining composed amidst this detestable crowd proved to be exceedingly challenging. I find Chris's proposal quite commendable. Lucius appeared affable and friendly towards Spiel, urging her to join, assuring that as long as she meets the assessment, she would be welcomed. Should she require assistance, the members of the Knights Brigade are more than willing to lend a hand. Let us set the deadline before Halloween. With that, he waved his hand dismissively at a group of lower-year students, as if shooing away flies, instructing those in their third year and below to leave. Nevertheless, no one expressed discontent. They merely bowed slightly and departed in succession. Ivan Avery and Owen Mulsaber, second-year students sharing a dormitory with Snape, gestured for Snape to accompany them. Snape, remaining silent, grasped Spiel's hand and walked towards them. Sybil stifled her gasp by biting her lip, swallowing her words. If anyone were to discover her prophetic abilities here, she would likely be offered as a sacrifice to Voldemort. The vision unfolded before her eyes. She found herself transported to Halloween. As her peripheral vision caught glimpses of intricately carved jack-o'-lanterns, suddenly, the entire hall trembled, and Snape was seen sprinting through the crowd. The scene shifted abruptly, revealing Snape in a place that felt eerily familiar to her. Beneath a translucent dome, a mottled giant python bared its sharp fangs at him, its jaws snapping shut. Sybil gasped, darkness enveloping her vision, causing her to halt in her tracks. Sybil, what is the matter with you? Snape sensed a tremendous grip in his hand, and the hand he held grew increasingly cold, trembling slightly with clammy warmth. He turned to glance at Sybil, realizing that her gaze was also somewhat unsettling. At that moment, he had already led Sybil out of the forbidden forest. They stood in the vegetable patch beside Hagrid's hut, where Snape acknowledged Avery and Mulciber with a nod, permitting them to depart ahead of him. Sybil awakened for the first time amidst a state of human contact, and it seemed that the manifestation of the scene was also bound by time. Her breath remained slightly hurried, and a lingering expression of terror shone in her eyes. What is the matter with you? Severus gently patted Sybil's back, bewildered by her sudden transformation from calm to that of a person who had just emerged from the depths of water, still in a state of shock. Sybil grasped Severus's wrist tightly, causing him discomfort as she sought to distance herself from the patterned python. A patterned python? Spiel's nonsensical remarks momentarily startled Snape, but soon his gaze grew profound. He scrutinized Spiel's eyes with an inquisitive intensity. How do you know about the spotted python? His expression suddenly shifted to one of danger. What color are the spots on the python? Ah, I believe they are a vibrant yellow-green with black stripes, Spiel replied, somewhat dazed. Snape's profound eyes resembled a black hole that had devoured all light. Are you following me? Chapter 37. No, I am not. Spiel hastily denied it, for reasons unknown. Snape harbored a strong aversion to others being aware of his whereabouts. However, from his unusual tone and retorts, she discerned that Snape was indeed familiar with the giant serpent, and perhaps he even knew it personally. Spiel understood that using the word no was peculiar, yet that was the impression she had. You are aware of the giant serpent? Do you know her? She inquired cautiously. No, it is she. After Snape finished speaking, he gazed at her with a peculiar expression. How did you come to know about such a giant python? I have never mentioned it to you. As he spoke, he increasingly felt that there was something familiar about Sybil's demeanor. Just then, Sybil was astonished to see faint green light emanating from her chest. Subsequently, she experienced an inexplicable wave of weakness. Stealing a glance at Snape, she noticed that his gaze had sharpened, resembling a dark blade aimed directly at her heart. Yet, he seemed oblivious to the green glow. This reminded her of the moment she had uttered the prophecy before Trelawney, prompting Sybil to lower her eyes, wishing to avoid any eye contact with him for the time being. Do you believe what I say? I do, even though it strains credulity. Snape spoke slowly, his thoughts, which had danced in his mind several times, were finally seized. He swiftly grasped Sybil's wrist, lifting her hand. You never shake hands with others, because... Severus Snape wore a grave expression, intermingled with an indescribable hint of exhilaration. He fixed his gaze upon the hand of Sybil that he had captured, as though beholding a wondrous and magical elixir. He perceived his current thought as utterly insane, yet it was the only explanation for her previous peculiar and identical symptoms. But how could anyone possess such an ability? Although the art of prophecy in the Trelawney lineage is indeed a hereditary gift to his knowledge, not a single Trelawney had ever possessed such a formidable power. Unbelievable! Spiel firmly admonished Snape, then forcefully extricated her hand. Her actions completely transformed Snape's lingering doubts into unwavering certainty. Snape lowered his voice. If you were to tell Lucius that you possessed this ability, you could gain the Dark Lord's favor. However, I fear I would merely be conscripted into his vile experiments. Sybil rolled her eyes with irritation and muttered softly. Severus Snape, who was usually wise and rational, seemed to behave like an obsessive fan whenever Voldemort was involved. Stung by Sybil's remark, Snape scowled in displeasure. Sybil inquired with unease. You shall never divulge this secret to anyone, will you? As long as you wish not to, I shall remain silent, came the reply. Snape resumed his characteristic calm demeanor. If you doubt this, you may seek a third party to bear witness and cast upon me an unbreakable curse. Spill gazed at him deeply and said, I believe in you. The corners of Snape's mouth curled slightly as he extended his hand towards Sybil. Can you still walk? Of course, despite her words. Sybil leaned on Snape's shoulder for support. As they made their way back to the castle, Snape decided to reveal the matter concerning Nagini to Sybil. The diagram of the pipe structure you drew was intended for her. Her name is Nagini. She is an animagus, and her animagus form is that of a spotted giant python. He was also quite curious about the prophecy that Sybil had just seen through his hands. I saw you being bitten by that giant python. Spiel wearily rubbed her brow, her tone heavy with foreboding. My prophecies have never faltered, and they invariably foretell calamity. They are likely to act on Halloween. I sensed the presence of numerous jack-o'-lanterns. Do you recall the diagram I entrusted to you that day, the one I had altered? I modified several ventilation shaft junctions so that, ultimately, they would all lead to Professor Dumbledore's office. Do you think it is possible that she discovered the truth, and thus, in a fit of rage? Or perhaps she was apprehended, retaliating in her final moments? But why, pray tell, would you venture to the headmaster's office? Huh? Snape emitted an enigmatic chuckle, casting a glance at Sybil, his eyes reflecting a sense of admiration. Do the members of the Trelawney family possess an extraordinarily acute sixth sense? He leaned closer to Sybil and whispered, Nagini seeks something. She mentioned visiting Gringotts, but found nothing. I suspect her first destination should have been the headmaster's office. For it is, after Gringotts, the safest sanctuary. Then, he paused, contemplating, as for me, I would wish to ascertain that everything is indeed foolproof. Gringotts. Suddenly, Sybil recalled the day they ventured to Diagon Alley together. If the woman she had seen was indeed Nagini, she hurriedly sought confirmation from Snape. Describing Nagini as a striking figure clad in black attire, with long, wavy black hair, alluringly upturned eyes, and an exquisite figure, presumably of Indian descent. This revelation left Snape astonished. Did you not claim that you were unfamiliar with her? That day. The day we visited Diagon Alley. The speed of her speech is astonishing. I have encountered her at Gringotts. Wait, what is she intending to take? Spiel suddenly came to a halt, cautiously surveying the surroundings, and drew Snape into a secluded corner. He cast a muffling charm, reminiscent of a spell from Hogwarts. Severus. That day, I also observed Professor McGonagall seated for an entire afternoon in an ice cream parlor with an elderly gentleman. An elderly gentleman? Snape inquired with interest about the man's appearance, questioning if he was certain it was not Professor Dumbledore. Indeed. One of the most prevalent rumors circulating within the school was that Professor McGonagall held a profound admiration for the headmaster, leading many to speculate on her affections towards him. No, I am quite certain it is not Professor Dumbledore. He wears a top hat, while Professor Dumbledore has only ever donned pointed hats. I have never witnessed him in a top hat. A top hat, you say? Are there any other distinguishing features? Well, Spear pondered, he appeared quite elderly, with a silvery white beard. To be honest, now that I reflect on his visage, it seems somewhat familiar, though I cannot recall where I have encountered him. Familiar? A top hat? In Snape's mind, an uncertain conjecture began to take shape, yet he felt compelled to seek validation in the library. Off to the library he went. Snape retrieved a hefty, elegantly bound tome from the shelf, entitled The Great Discoveries and Creations of 5,000 Years. This is an antiquated volume, one that the Trelawney family also possesses, and Sybil has perused it in her moments of leisure. Snape flipped through the pages with remarkable speed, leaving Spire in a state of skepticism. At such a pace, could he truly discern anything? Yet, he had found it. He turned the book to reveal a portrait. This portrait shifted its orientation every few seconds, displaying the subject's frontal view in both profiles. The adjacent page simultaneously showcased the individual's remarkable inventions and discoveries. Cycling through them as the portrait transformed, Spira hastily leaned in to take a closer look, and after a prolonged gaze, she too confirmed, "It is indeed him." Who is he? No wonder she found him familiar, for she had also read this book. Chapter 38, Nick Lemaire. Snape gestured towards the introduction page, which seamlessly transitioned to a spinning, irregularly shaped redstone. It appeared luminous and resplendent. Accompanying it was a narration stating that Nicholas Flamel was the only known creator of the Philosopher's Stone in nearly a millennium, and the sole possessor of this extraordinary artifact. Flamel, renowned as the most illustrious and longest-living alchemist of his era, discovered a wondrous substance within the stone, capable of transmuting any metal into pure gold. Furthermore, he utilized the stone to concoct an elixir of immortality, granting eternal life to those who consumed it. In this century, he collaborated with Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore to explore the stone's ability to alter the properties of any material, leading to the development of a potion resistant to curses, marking one of the greatest discoveries of the age. Mr. Flamel had been sighted with his wife, Perenelle, near Devonshire, suggesting their likely seclusion in that region. "I believe what Nagini seeks is indeed the stone." An awkward gurgle emanated from their stomachs, prompting Sybil to casually rub her belly and close the book with poise. After all, her image before Snape was already quite diminished. Such trivialities were of little concern. Well then, now we have clarified what she is searching for. Shall we proceed to dine? I am positively famished. Snape, however, appeared lost in thought. What do you suppose the Dark Lord desires with this stone? Perhaps for immortality. Sybil cast a glance at Snape, reminiscing about the time she read Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Back then, the Dark Lord sought the Philosopher's Stone to restore his corporeal form. Yet now, Voldemort seemed to thrive, albeit in a rather grotesque manner. Could it be that he desired the stone for a beauty enhancement? Nevertheless, Snape was very much alive during the events of the first book. Although she had not perused the subsequent volumes, years of acquaintance had enlightened her to Snape's exceptional and formidable talents. Such prowess surely implied he would not succumb to the jaws of the serpent this time. However, vigilance must still be maintained. As they entered the dining hall, they found that dinner time had already passed. Only a smattering of students remained at the long tables of each house, partaking in their evening meal. Just as they stepped into the hall, they encountered Lily and Sybil approaching the entrance. Snape took a few steps forward, while Lily hesitantly retreated a step. Observing this, Sybil remarked to Lily, "I shall take my leave now," and departed without casting a glance back. Lily crossed her arms tightly across her chest, fixating her gaze on Snape. Remaining silent, Severus awkwardly adjusted the collar of his wizarding robe. "Lily, might we have a moment to explain?" "Explain?" Lily's gaze shifted from Severus to Spinette as she led the way outside. "Very well, let us find another place." To Severus's astonishment, Lily was willing to hear their explanation. A faint smile appeared on his pale face, momentarily overshadowing his hunger. He grasped Spinette's hand and followed closely behind Lily. The trio arrived at the castle's corridor, where Lily leaned against one of the windows. "What is it that you wish to explain? Are we still friends?" Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, immersive mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL into another browser to continue reading. Snape inquired, harboring a glimmer of hope unbeknownst even to her. Lily exhaled deeply, conceding, "Indeed, otherwise. Why would I desire to hear your explanations? I do not perceive you as despicable individuals, yet you have allied yourselves with that revolting faction." She furrowed her brow, her expression one of profound disapproval. That abhorrent organization, the one led by Spinette, Severus, and Lucius, has sullied the entire school. They bully fellow students mercilessly. As she spoke, a troubling memory seemed to surface, prompting Lily to take a deep breath to quell her rising agitation. "That wretched Order of the Knights, please forgive my coarse terminology, but I speak the truth. It resembles a nest infested with vermin. Do you know how they treat those born of mobile descent?" Severus found himself at a loss for words, yet he endeavored to articulate a more diplomatic explanation. "Perhaps it is merely just among classmates." "Well, that is it. You see, Spinette and I have never engaged in such banter. We are different." "Jest?" Lily incredulously echoed, "That is dark magic." "Severus, if we do not join, we will be ostracized by all of Slytherin. Students from other houses can escape, and there will be someone to come to their aid. But what of us?" Slytherin's common room, a realm shrouded in secrecy, became the backdrop for a poignant exchange between Sybil and Lily. Sybil interrupted Lily's words, her gaze piercing into the bright, slightly damp, and shimmering emerald green eyes before her. With a calm demeanor, she articulated a haunting truth. Even if we were to perish within these very walls, no one would ever know, nor would anyone come to our rescue. Do you wish to awaken one morning to learn of our demise? The glistening tears in Lily's emerald gaze could no longer be contained, cascading down in a sorrowful stream. She shook her head, exclaiming, "Oh, no, Sybil, do not speak thus." She longed to wipe away the frail tears but found herself only smearing them further. Yet, she was truly at a loss. In her mind, reason and emotion waged an intense battle. Deep down, she recognized the validity of Sybil's words. Yet the thought of their association with a group that others deemed akin to a criminal syndicate was unbearable. If she were to sob and plead, "If you promise never to wield those vile dark arts against others, then we can still be friends." "I promise," Snape exclaimed eagerly. "I assure you." The voice of Spire was deep and resonant. However, Lily, magic itself possesses no inherent dichotomy of black and white, nor is there a distinction between malevolence and benevolence. It is the wielders who ascribe definitions to it. Thus, my assurance can only extend to a promise that I shall not employ those excruciating spells against the innocent. Upon hearing this, Snape glanced at Spinnet, his expression tinged with hesitation, refraining from offering an immediate response. Lily, however, paid no mind to Snape's uncertainty, having received their assurances. She halted her tears, suddenly feeling a sense of embarrassment. Yet, she had genuinely feared losing these two friends who held significant importance in her life. Nodding, she affirmed, "You are right." She adjusted her wizarding robe, having lingered by the window of the corridor for too long, only now realizing the chill of late autumn. "I shall return to Gryffindor first. You both should hurry to dine, or else we will have to resort to the kitchens." Lily stepped forward to embrace both Spinnet and Snape. "Let us avoid others when we meet in the future. I fear it might bring you undesirable consequences. Slytherin individuals would not appreciate seeing you two in close proximity to a Gryffindor." With a smile shared between them, she chose not to elaborate further, merely waving goodbye as her light footsteps gradually faded into the encroaching night. Chapter 39. Starting this week, all classes will proceed according to the original schedule. Sybil perceives that the academic realm of magic is not as easily navigated as one might assume. The curriculum encompasses not merely written assignments, but also presentations and practical applications. Nevertheless, as long as one attentively engages in lectures and grasps the foundational knowledge, the coursework can indeed transform into an intriguing endeavor. As the deadline for assessments looms ever closer, students from Slytherin have begun to subtly solicit her participation in their schemes against Gryffindor. Upon learning of this, Lucius sternly admonished the older Slytherin students, which led them to cease their advances. His warning, however, was not born out of a sudden moral awakening to assist Sybil. Rather, it stemmed from his belief that the loyalty, magical prowess, and skills of the younger students were insufficient. Thus, within the ranks of the Knights of Walpurgis, students below the third year are strictly prohibited from engaging in such activities. With only one day remaining until Halloween, although the older Slytherin students have ceased their enticements, Sybil's lack of compliance has not gone unnoticed, leading to further obstacles for her. Ultimately, while Sybil and Snape conspired to exact their revenge, it left them both worn and weary. The room of requirement was discovered during one of their escape attempts following an act of retaliation. On Saturday morning, during breakfast, Snape discreetly slipped a note to Sybil, inviting her to a clandestine meeting within the room of requirement. Their method of communication has now taken on the characteristics of a spy thriller, aimed at minimizing Snape's exposure to any repercussions or reducing the risk of retaliation to the lowest possible level. Slytherin and Snape, one in the light and the other shrouded in darkness, appear to have fallen out over a minor cauldron mishap during potions class. In reality, however, they frequently convene in the room of requirement to collaborate on their ambitions. Today marks the final deadline. Lucius has forsaken you, and they are poised to make you regret it after Halloween. As Snape spoke, his quill danced across the parchment with a seemingly magical swiftness. Spiel leisurely perused the history of magic, recalling your words from yesterday that Ivan Avery and Owen Mulsaber intended to enchant Mary McDonald from Gryffindor before bedtime tonight, and then, well, torment her? Snape's original words did not convey torment, yet the term was indeed too difficult for Spiela to articulate. Her tone was imbued with utter incredulity, completely unable to fathom the mindset of a troublesome child. What grievances or animosities could possibly warrant such treatment towards a young girl with whom one had barely exchanged introductions? Snape remained silent for a moment before murmuring a response. Although he felt an inner disquiet, he had no intention of intervening. That Gryffindor girl, Mary, was nothing more than a muggle-born, hardly worthy of any considerable concern. Where were they planning to take her? Into the forbidden forest, near the Whomping Willow. Snape replied without raising his head, for that tree was seldom visited by anyone. Sybil contemplated for a moment, then put away her textbook. From a nearby cabinet, she retrieved a crucible and a furnace, placing them on the table. Snape lifted his head upon hearing a noise. "Do you require a potion?" he inquired. Seebeer nodded thoughtfully. "Could you perhaps refine the formula for the swelling potion?" Despite her extensive efforts in potion making, Seebeer could only concoct potions by adhering to the recipes found in her texts. Reformulating requires not only a profound comprehension of the underlying principles, but also an intimate familiarity with the various ingredients. In this regard, only Snape possesses the requisite expertise. "What effect are you seeking?" "I do not wish for a full body swelling. Rather, I desire a targeted effect that resembles the welts of a whip. If it could produce some bruising, that would enhance the result splendidly." Spiel gazed eagerly at Snape. Replacing the bat's entrails with quills from a porcupine and adding an extra dose of the desiccated stings from a billywig may result in some alterations to the timing. Snape set aside the herbology report in his hands and approached the cauldron. "Let me handle this. The timing is rather elusive. Fortunately, there were no peculiar ingredients. Otherwise, I would have had to make a trip to Professor Slughorn's office." Spill meticulously measured and divided the ingredients required by Snape from her potion supplies, arranging them neatly upon the table. Snape's pale, slender fingers delicately placed the materials into the cauldron, akin to performing a graceful waltz. "Do you wish to fabricate a wound?" Snape cast a fleeting glance at Spill, yet they would persist in their endeavor. The potions of oblivion and incantations merely allowed them to forget past events, but could not inhibit the thoughts that arose within them. "Indeed, I am aware." Sybil, seemingly from nowhere, produced a tome with a black cover, emanating an aura of ominous energy, indicating it was far from a reputable text. Thus, I turned to a passage detailing a spell for the creation of genuine memories. Spill opened the book shrouded in dark mist, intent on transforming their thoughts into tangible memories, ensuring that they could not utter a word of it. "There exists no spell more effective than an unbreakable curse. You shall play the role of a witness. Is that not agreeable? This is a forbidden tome." Snape widened his eyes, and under the menacing gaze of Sybil, who was smiling mischievously, he relented. Very well, it shall be done." As he engaged in the intricate process of concocting the new swelling potion, he cast several furtive glances at the book shrouded in dark mist, feeling a twinge of impatience. "Once I am finished, I shall lend it to you." Spear replied without raising his head. "Very well." Snape curled the corner of his mouth, reveling in a splendid mood. The potion was swiftly prepared. Nonetheless, to err on the side of caution, he supplemented it with a dose of the sleeping draught and a potion of oblivion. The consumption of these two elixirs had indeed been rather rapid. After dinner, Spittle, who had been vigilantly observing Avery and Mulciber, was the first to notice as the two trailed after Mary, who had left the dining hall alone, and together they vanished from sight. Spill rose to her feet and offered a slight nod to Snape, who had cast her a furtive glance before departing the dining hall. She followed them to the top floor, only to realize that Mary was headed to the Ollery. It was unclear how Avery and Mulciber had come by this information. After a brief, muffled grunt, in the desolate Ollery illuminated by the dim glow of the moon, Mary MacDonald softly collapsed into Avery's arms. Mulciber stepped forward, producing a black bag, and together with Avery, they began to place Mary inside, while he groped around several times. "What's the rush? There will be plenty of time later. Hurry and get her out of here." Avery's voice trembled slightly. In contrast, Mulciber appeared considerably calmer, saying, "What is there to fear? No one will come here now." Spear observed the robust Avery hoisting the bag, while Mulciber casually trailed behind, occasionally glancing around. When encountering acquaintances who inquired with curiosity, he merely responded with a mischievous grin, remarking that they were off to dispose of some old items. Silently, Spill followed closely behind them, arriving at the edge of the forbidden forest, just beyond the Weeping Willow. Upon spotting Snape concealed behind a tree, he gestured discreetly with his hand. Subsequently, the two stealthily trailed after Avery and Mulciber, venturing slightly deeper into the forest. After all, it was nighttime, and Avery and Mulciber dared not delve too far into the shadows. Chapter 40. Tonight was a full moon. Under the silvery glow, ancient branches stretched forth, weaving an intricate web upon the ground that enveloped the faces of those who dared to enter. The low hoots of owls, the distant, haunting howls of wolves, and the rustling leaves stirred by the gentle breeze all contributed to the eerie ambience of the nocturnal forest. Avery and Mulciber placed the black bag in a shadowy nook, deliberately choosing a darker spot, donning hooded cloaks to ensure that if Mary MacDonald awoke, she would not discern their faces. As they unfastened the bag, they exchanged low, vulgar banter, punctuated by their excited, labored breaths. Down they fell into a stupor. Spill could no longer contain herself. Mary's petite face had emerged from her pocket, and she promptly gestured to Snape, casting the necessary incantation for the stunning spell. As previously arranged, Snape administered the potion to Mary McDonald, while Spill undertook the task of fabricating memories for Avery and Mulciber. Cr. Cephanius. The incantation was intricate and tongue-twisting, resonating with a melodic lilt and seamless enunciation. Careful attention was required for the magical output, the positioning of her fingers, and the subtle flourish of her wrist. A shimmering web of silver light erupted from the tip of her wand, gently enveloping Avery's face as though he were adorned with a silver mask. With her eyes closed, Spill meticulously orchestrated the narrative in her mind, forcefully implanting it into Avery's consciousness. The obsidian bracelet on her wrist began to stir restlessly. This marked her inaugural attempt at performing the spell on a human subject, necessitating far more magical energy and time than her previous experiments on small creatures. As the memories took shape, Avery's body quivered slightly. Spill observed the spasmodic twitch at the corner of his mouth before his expression gradually settled into tranquility. He appeared to have experienced a delightful dream, his brow relaxed and his visage radiating joy. Sybil let out a light sigh. The mere act of creating Avery's memories left her feeling as though her very essence had been siphoned away. However, there was no room for retreat now, as time was running short. Are you all right? Snape has administered the swelling potion to Mary. The effects manifested swiftly, and the Mary he carried upon his back was utterly transformed. Her once delicate and beautiful visage was now marred by unsightly bruises and shades of green and purple. The slender arms exposed bore grotesque swellings, accompanied by disheveled hair and attire. Truly, anyone who laid eyes upon her would be led to grave misunderstandings. Sybil nodded with satisfaction, urging not to delay. Take Mary to the door of Hagrid's hut, and by the time you return, I shall be well. Severus Snape hastened towards Hagrid's hut, bearing Mary upon his back. In the midst of his hurried strides, he remained oblivious to the fact that Mary, who should have been unconscious against his shoulder, had her eyes slightly ajar. Upon catching sight of his profile, fear coursed through her, causing her to tremble. Initially, she attempted to move her hands, but only managed a slight twitch of her fingers. Pain enveloped her entire being, rendering her immobile. Humiliating tears silently cascaded from her tightly shut eyes onto Snape's dark, worn wizarding robes, vanishing almost instantaneously. She could only continue to feign unconsciousness, hoping that this Slytherin, who shared a bond with Lily, might have a change of heart and escort her to the school's infirmary. Once Snape had departed, Spindle wiped the sweat from her brow and waved her wand once more. Uttering an incantation, a silver net materialized at the tip of her wand, enveloping Mulciber's face. The wand connected to Spindle's thoughts, transmitting the images from her mind into Mulciber's consciousness. As time progressed, the obsidian bracelet on Spindle's wrist crackled with arcs of electricity, the sound of air being sliced intermittently causing the sleeves of her wizarding robe to billow and fall. Her complexion had turned ashen, yet she maintained an upright posture, her wand hand unwavering. Just a little further. She gritted her teeth, steadfast, as a substance resembling fine black sand began to overflow from her sleeves. It swarmed and danced like a plague of locusts, rising from Spindle's hand until it devoured her entire arm. Mulciber's body quivered gently, signifying that he had successfully received the fabricated memory. Observing his facial expression intently, Spindle then retracted her wand. She knelt on the cold ground, feeling as if she had just been pulled from the depths of water, utterly exhausted. Snape hastily placed Mary in front of Hagrid's hut and then rapped heavily on the door before sprinting away. To Mary's squinting eyes, the fluttering edges of his robes resembled a bat with wings outstretched, frantically soaring away from her line of sight. Snape hurriedly rushed to Spill, assisting her to her feet. Can you still manage to walk? Yes. Sybil, with great effort, straightened his posture and patted his shoulder, for the moment of performance had arrived. Avery and Mulciber awoke amidst a chill, sitting up to find themselves adorned with fallen leaves, their grayish robes and grimy faces rendering them particularly disheveled. Owen Mulciber gazed quizzically at the impassive figures of Snape and Sybil squatting beside them, his mind racing with curiosity about their presence in this peculiar locale. Ivan Avery, as if recalling a forgotten thought, soon displayed an expression of sudden realization. He nudged Owen with his elbow, a mischievous grin creeping across his face. Hey, we owe a great deal to Sybil and Severus today, but remember, you must keep this under wraps. If Dumbledore or Professor McGonagall finds out, we shall surely face expulsion. Owen Mulciber, snapping back to reality, remarked, honestly, Sybil's few swings were quite impressive. That scream, he exclaimed, a glimmer of enjoyment illuminating his features, savoring the moment. If only Sybil weren't here today, we could engage in other pursuits. Avery and Mulsaber exchanged knowing glances, their eyes twinkling with shared amusement. Spiriel furrowed her brow and coldly remarked, "If you truly engaged in such actions, then merely consuming a potion of oblivion will not suffice to resolve the matter." Snape tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Indeed. Will there be another occasion? We certainly do not wish to perpetually tidy up after you regarding such trivial matters as this, which resemble a volatile cauldron. Moreover, a single success may merely attest to our good fortune. Subsequent endeavors are unlikely to be so fortuitous." His final statement bore particularly profound significance. Avery and Mulsaber exchanged glances, remaining silent, before both sighed, appearing rather regretful. "Let us depart. It is time for bed." After Snape finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the castle. Avery and Mulsaber shrugged and followed closely behind. As the three emerged from the Forbidden Forest, they caught sight, from a distance, of Sirius Black, James Potter, and Peter Pettigrew making their way back to the castle. It seemed that there were quite a few individuals who had stayed up late today. Snape cast a sardonic glance at Spyle, as if to inquire whether they had been discovered. Spire silently glared back. How was I to know there were so many people outside not sleeping today? She instinctively glanced at the sky, where the moon hung like a silver disk, surrounded by countless twinkling stars. Indeed, the night was splendid, perfect for a gentle breeze and moon-gazing. Chapter 41. In the Gryffindor common room, Sirius, James, and Peter, just returned, sat huddled around the warm fire, each cradling a steaming cup of pumpkin juice. "James, didn't Remus say he had matters at home? Why is Madame Pomfrey accompanying him to the Forbidden Forest?" Sirius sat cross-legged on the floor, his chin propped on one hand in a casual pose. His tousled black hair partially obscured his forehead, while his deep brown eyes were fixed on the dancing flames. The corners of his mouth seemed naturally inclined to curve upwards, and the orange-pink hue cast by the firelight made his lips appear to be perpetually smiling. "Let us head back to the dormitory," James declared, finishing his pumpkin juice in one gulp. He ran a hand through his hair, making his already disheveled hairstyle even more erratic. He raised an eyebrow at Sirius, as if to say, "Isn't it obvious?" Since the trio's return to the common room, the girls had emerged from the dormitories like moths drawn to a flame, gathering in clusters to chat or complete their assignments. Naturally, James and Sirius would have preferred if they didn't fixate their attention on them. However, Peter relished the attention. It was one of the rare moments he felt popular. Sirius rolled his eyes in exasperation. "They aren't just looking at me, James. As the son of the Potter family receives just as much attention." Speaking of which, a familiar voice interrupted. Lily. Lily descended the spiral staircase, clad in a pink nightgown that accentuated her fair complexion. James instinctively ran his fingers through his hair, straightening up awkwardly as he raised a hand. "Hi, Lily." Lily gave a casual nod, her expression one of concern. "I heard you just got back. Have you seen Mary? She mentioned she was going to the Ollery after dinner to feed Oswald, but she hasn't returned yet. I checked the Ollery, but found no sign of her. Did you see her on your way back?" Mary? James, Sirius, and Peter exchanged glances, shaking their heads. "We returned quite late," James responded. "Besides, we were near the Forbidden Forest and didn't stay long." "All right then, good night." Lily waved her hand weakly and proceeded to her dormitory. It was already past curfew, and students were not permitted to be outside. Lily lay in bed, anxiously twisting the sheets, hoping Professor McGonagall would notice that a Gryffindor girl was missing. Yet, she knew that would only result in house points being deducted. Where could Mary possibly be? As James and the others returned to their dormitory, Peter's high-pitched voice broke the silence. "I saw a few Slytherins coming out of the Forbidden Forest when we returned." "Who?" James and Sirius turned their heads sharply, their expressions intense enough to make Peter gulp. It was Spire Trelawney and that snot-nosed brat. Also, second years Ivan Avery and Owen Moldsaber. He hurriedly explained, fearing their gazes. "Interesting," Sirius mused, stroking his chin. "But wait, I saw Ivan Avery and Owen Moldsaber carrying a large black bag out, and at that time, it was just the two of them. Why would they return with that snot-nosed brat and Spire from Slytherin?" James looked at Sirius, and as realization dawned, their expressions shifted. In unison, they exclaimed, "Oh no, I need to find Lily." James dashed out, and moments later, Sirius heard shrill screams emanating from the girls' dormitory, mingled with the furious shouts of the current Gryffindor prefect, Evangeline Watson. "Peter, you should sleep. James and I will be right back." As soon as the words left his mouth, Sirius was gone in a flash. In the now empty dormitory, Peter stared at the crimson curtains of his bed and slowly murmured, "Oh, Meanwhile, Spire, Snape, Ivan Avery, and Owen Moldsaber returned to the Slytherin common room. Almost all Slytherin students had gathered there, either seated or standing in small groups, engaged in hushed conversations. Upon their entrance, heads turned to observe them. Lucius Malfoy, still impeccably dressed in his wizarding robes, approached them from the back of the crowd. Extending a hand to Spire with an air of aloof nobility, his tightly pressed lips curling slightly in satisfaction. I heard that Gryffindor's Mary McDonald was taken to the infirmary by that half-blood giant. Snape had mentioned your plan to me earlier. Although it turned out somewhat differently than I expected, Lucius glanced meaningfully at Snape before continuing, the outcome is rather unsatisfactory. Nevertheless, Spire Trelawney. Welcome to the ranks of the Dark Lord S-Knights of Walpurgis. Electo Caro, arms crossed, rolled her eyes dramatically, while Selena and Abby maintained expressions of disdain. The scattered applause indicated their skepticism regarding Spire Trelawney's loyalty to the Dark Lord. Lucius, though inwardly dissatisfied, recognized the need for allies at this moment. Since she had pledged allegiance, having another pawn was certainly advantageous. I look forward to your future performances, Lucius remarked, a symbolic smirk gracing his lips. Sybil gazed at the hand extended before her for a moment, pursing her lips before gradually clasping it. Standing beside them, Snape shifted slightly yet continued to observe the handshake in silence. He noted that Sybil's eyes narrowed momentarily before regaining their clarity. Her demeanor markedly improved compared to her state after shaking his hand previously. What visions had she glimpsed this time? For the first time after the prophetic vision had concluded. Sybil's smile brightened, and she vigorously shook the soft hand she held, proclaiming with conviction, "All right." Lucius, fixated on her eyes, beheld a realm of desolate gray mist. He scrutinized her mismatched irises for an extended period, only to be met with the same persistent silence of gray. Ultimately, he relinquished his attempt to extract her thoughts through legilimency, feeling a twinge of unease, yet he possessed absolute confidence in his own abilities. As a first-year student, she could not have mastered the mental shielding technique, nor could her magical prowess surpass his. How could she possibly defend against him? Perhaps she was simply a naive girl. Speaking without thought. Suppressing his disdain, Lucius withdrew his hand and instinctively retrieved a black silk handkerchief from his pocket to wipe it. Casting a cold glance at Sybil, who seemed oblivious to the events that had transpired, he stated, "We shall proceed with the plan tomorrow. That will be all." Chapter 42 on Sunday morning. The students awoke to find the castle enveloped in a vibrant Halloween ambience. Overnight, each bedside table in the dormitories had been adorned with a charming little pumpkin lantern. The ceilings and walls of every common room were draped with numerous enchanted bats. A gentle poke with a wand would transform them into bursts of colorful, sparkly smoke, dyeing one's hair in an array of peculiar hues. Alternatively, they might vanish with a pop, dropping a few candies, with the fortunate ones acquiring chocolate frogs, honeydukes, or licorice lollipops. Some students who received the bizarre flavors of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans lamented that they would have preferred to poke a mischievous bat instead, as the sparkling smoke was far more pleasant than the beans, which had left them too queasy to contemplate breakfast. In the corridors, the suits of armor clanked ominously as students passed, and today, one must be particularly wary of Peeves' increasingly mischievous antics, as regardless of whether one opted for chaos or confectionery, they would inevitably fall prey to his tricks. Several students had already found themselves in the infirmary due to his pranks. In the dining hall, the candles that once floated in midair had been replaced by whimsical little pumpkin lanterns adorned with various strange designs. "Huh, does that not resemble Professor Dumbledore's face?" exclaimed a Gryffindor student, excitedly tugging at the sleeve of a friend while pointing at one of the lanterns. Enchanted bats flitted above the students, transforming into vibrant clouds of glittering smoke and scattered candies, accompanied by the sound of their laughter. However, Sybil found little inclination to appreciate the charming decorations. She had already received her first task beneath the pumpkin lamp on her bedside table, which involved creating chaos in the dining hall that evening. Immediately, the task card disintegrated, denying her the opportunity to retain any evidence. She noticed that beneath the bedside tables of Selena and Abby lay similar cards, leaving her uncertain if their tasks were identical. After finishing breakfast, she proceeded to the House of Requests. Upon opening the door, Sybil beheld Lily and Snape standing at opposite ends of the table. Lily cast an angry glance at Snape. Snape pressed his lips together, appearing rather discontent. Upon seeing Spinnet enter, the two feuding individuals exchanged stiff greetings before resuming their mutual glare. "I told you, I saw Mary collapsed in the Forbidden Forest yesterday, which is why I took her to Hagrid's hut." Yet, it was Snape who first conceded, letting out a resigned sigh, his dark eyes brimming with a sense of wounded emotion. "I swear, I did nothing." Lily bit her lip, but Mary insisted, It was Avery and Mulciber. The ones you often dine with, who incapacitated her yesterday. Severus, you saw the bruises on Mary. They were utterly horrific. She frowned, her emerald eyes filled with disappointment. If you truly did nothing, then why did you not take her to the infirmary instead of leaving her at the doorstep of Hagrid's hut? What were you doing returning to the Forbidden Forest? Was it not to rendezvous with them? Moreover, there are witnesses who saw you all return to the castle together. Lily's words came out in a flurry as she fixed her gaze on Snape. However, Snape fell silent, having promised Avery and Mulciber to keep yesterday's events confidential. And he would not divulge anything to anyone, even if the inquirer was Lily. Indeed, what transpired yesterday was an entirely fabricated affair orchestrated by him and Spinnet. Yet he was unwilling to breach his vow. Furthermore, if he were to explain it to Lily, Mary would inevitably complicate matters upon learning the full story. He also wished to avoid entanglement with Spinnet. At present, this ambiguous outcome seemed the most prudent, should Lucius discover their deception and select them as targets. The consequences would be dire. Snape gazed at Lily, a resolute glimmer residing in his dark eyes. He would not permit such a scenario to unfold, not even in imagination. He came to seek me out. Spill approached the table, setting down the 2 cups of pumpkin juice with a gentle tap against the surface, shattering the awkward silence that lingered between them. She turned and retrieved a glass tumbler from the nearby cupboard, distributing the pumpkin juice into 3 cups. One slid towards Lily, another towards Snape. Have you both had breakfast? She inquired. No, came the reply. Lily cradled her cup, savoring a sip of the sweet, creamy concoction that warmed her empty stomach. It enveloped her in a comforting embrace, lifting her spirits. Her voice softened considerably, momentarily swayed by Spill's words. Well then, what were you 2 doing in the Forbidden Forest yesterday? She gently asked. Snape let out a quiet sigh of relief and settled back comfortably. Then, a sudden epiphany struck him. In fact, yesterday we spotted James Potter, Sirius Black, and Peter Pettigrew near the Forbidden Forest. What? Lily's eyes widened in astonishment. The situation seemed to grow increasingly convoluted. How could so many individuals be entangled in this? Moreover, she thought fiercely, that deceitful James Potter. He claimed they were merely near the Forbidden Forest, yet they had ventured deep within it. If Professor McGonagall were to discover this, points would certainly be deducted. In her heart, Spire silently commended Snape for his astute reference to the troubles that had befallen them. A little additional finesse would render the situation flawless. Severus was indeed correct. Yesterday, we had been following James Potter and his companions, only to stumble upon Mary McDonald, battered and bruised, lying near the Forbidden Forest. The darkness was so profound that I tripped over her prone form and twisted my ankle. Consequently, Severus took it upon himself to escort Mary to Hagrid's hut, knocking on the door to ensure she could be taken to the infirmary. He then returned to find me, and just as we were preparing to head back together, Spire exchanged a glance with Snape, who was gazing at her intently, his expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions. We then encountered Avery and Mulciber, and ultimately, we made our way back to Slytherin together. Whether you believe it or not, the events unfolded with remarkable coincidence. After a lengthy and composed explanation from Spire, she turned to the bewildered Lily and inquired, "How is Mary?" Lily, struggling to process Spire's recent words, gradually replied, "She was much better when I visited today." Stealing a glance at the silent Snape beside her, she hesitantly added, "I only managed to sneak a look at her with James and the others late last night. The bruises on Mary were quite terrifying." "I'm so sorry, Severus." Following her apology, Lily found it easier to continue. With her hands clasped together in a gesture of remorse, she earnestly said, "Severus, I was too rash earlier. Can you forgive me?" Chapter 43. As Lily's glistening emerald almond-shaped eyes met his, Snape's ears began to redden. I never intended to hold it against you," he stammered, quickly averting his gaze. He took a sip of pumpkin juice to conceal his embarrassment, silently admiring Spire's storytelling prowess. Nevertheless, Avery and Mulciber were indeed despicable. Lily let out a long sigh, her heart finally easing from its earlier tension. Accustomed to hearing vile remarks about Slytherin, she still felt a flicker of doubt despite their repeated reassurances and explanations. For the first time, she sensed a divide between their houses, as if fate had destined them to tread divergent paths. Fortunately, this time it truly was merely a misunderstanding. With a sigh, Lily shifted the conversation to Mary McDonald, who was still resting in the infirmary. Although Madame Pomfrey had administered some potion, the horrific bruises that had plagued Mary had faded overnight. Yet, those two were utterly vile. They had reduced a girl to such a state that Mary didn't even recognize them. Lily exclaimed indignantly, "This is simply outrageous. Spire, Severus, you must keep your distance from those two." "Indeed," It is truly despicable, she added. Spill lowered her gaze, contemplating the pumpkin juice in her cup. Did Mary seek revenge? Gryffindor was never lacking in courage to confront injustice, yet this matter was not merely about protecting Mary. It also served to temporarily divert Lucius's attention from Lily. Furthermore, it ensured her smooth induction into the Order of Knights. Thus, she could not allow Mary McDonald to recklessly pursue Avery and Mulciber for vengeance. Raising her eyes to Lily, Spill's earnest expression was tinged with concern. Severus and I can assist, and we are rather adept at it. Meanwhile, Snape, momentarily choked by the pumpkin juice, silently nodded in agreement. Though internally reluctant, he recognized that if Lily desired it, it was not out of the question. Alas, Mary sighed, conceding the matter. Lily clenched her fist and struck the table in frustration, her tone a mixture of indignation and helplessness. I have no evidence, so I must endure for the time being. Spill was somewhat taken aback by Mary. Initially, she had anticipated that Mary would resort to all means possible to deal with Avery and Mulciber. To her surprise, however, she was willing to endure and refrain from expressing her resentment. Spiriel expressed admiration in a manner befitting a noble. Sometimes, endurance is indeed a choice imbued with courage. Yet, I have never witnessed you practice such restraint. Snape and Lily could not help but simultaneously voice their criticism. The one least qualified to make such a statement is you. Just so you know. The trio paused momentarily, then erupted into laughter. Sybil leaned back in her chair, anxiously running her fingers through her hair, and remarked, "So, I am indeed studying now. Oh, what time is it?" Lily exclaimed as she downed the pumpkin juice in her cup and tapped her forehead. I promised Mary the First would visit her shortly, bringing pumpkin pudding and the dreadful bat. Snape retrieved an old pocket watch from the inner pocket of his tattered robe, its surface adorned with a patina of rusted green. "It is 9:30. What time were you supposed to meet?" "Oh dear, I am already late," Lily exclaimed, hastily rising and making her way towards the door. "I shall take my leave. Happy Halloween." With a swift turn, she drew her wand, and her wizarding robe flowed gracefully behind her, creating a neat arc as she moved. This sequence of actions was executed with remarkable finesse, indicating that it had been meticulously planned. As the tip of her wand released a cascade of golden ribbons and swirling silver confetti, she playfully intoned, "Bang," caught off guard. Both Spindle and Snape were showered in the vibrant display, resembling two comical, anthropomorphic Christmas trees. Lily, not allowing them a moment to recover, promptly closed the door, leaving the corridor echoing with her triumphant laughter. Sybil and Snape exchanged glances, their eyes catching sight of the golden ribbons adorning their heads and the comical silver dust that smeared their faces, which elicited an uncontrollable laugh from both. With a resigned demeanor, they drew their wands and cast a cleansing charm upon one another. Sybil also took the liberty of tidying up the cups belonging to the three of them before putting them away. "Sybil, what did you witness yesterday?" Severus Snape was deeply troubled by the prophecy Lucius had shared the previous day, his mind restless and tormented throughout the night. Today, he had been eager to inquire about it from Sybil, but to his astonishment, he was intercepted by Lily right at the threshold. Sybil displayed a narrow smile of schadenfreude as I witnessed him being pummeled by Nagini, his face bruised and battered. I could hear him repeatedly insisting that he had not done anything wrong. Given the severity of his injuries, it seems he will need considerable time to recuperate. Ah? Snape rested one hand on the table, cradling his chin, his fingers drumming lightly against his cheek. Thus, it seemed that today's mission had met with failure. As his words echoed in the air, a faint, glimmering green light dissipated from the vicinity of Spire's heart. Spire was once again engulfed by a sudden wave of weakness. Cold sweat beading on his forehead, Snape stared at Spell, utterly astonished. Just a moment ago, she was vibrant and rosy-cheeked, brimming with vitality. How could it be that, with just a single utterance from him, she appeared on the verge of fainting? "Are you all right?" Snape produced a filthy handkerchief and handed it to Spill. "There is something." Spill clenched her teeth, took the seemingly odorous handkerchief to wipe her forehead, and then tossed it back to Snape, remarking that he ought to wash his handkerchief. Snape's cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson, and he emitted a discontented huff. "It is a privilege for you to use it, yet you still find fault." He carelessly shoved the handkerchief back into his pocket. "Observing your demeanor," he remarked, "I believe you could benefit from a tonic to invigorate and restore your vitality." "Ah, indeed. Do you possess such a remedy?" you inquired. "It seems reminiscent of the potions curriculum from 5th grade. I do not have it on hand. It is not particularly difficult to concoct, yet I lack several essential ingredients. I shall procure them shortly, as I sense you may find it quite beneficial in the future." After Snape spoke, he quietly scrutinized Spittle, and I felt that his reaction resembled some sort of post-traumatic state. Reflecting on our earlier conversation, I could not discern anything suspicious. Sybil let out a wry smile. I believe I have discerned the reason. What is it? Do you believe in the prophecy I spoke of? Sybil posed a question that was utterly unrelated. Indeed. Snape's response was entirely justified. The facts were laid bare before him, and how could he possibly doubt them? You see, this is precisely the reason. Snape gazed at her in astonishment, rapidly recalling the descriptions of prophetic bloodline gifts within the wizarding realm. None of the texts mentioned such a side effect, save for one. Suddenly, he remembered the ancient tales his mother had recited to him in his childhood, including the story of a seer named Cassandra. It was said that the Trelawney family descended from this seer, with Cassandra Trelawney's name derived from her, making her the original matriarch of this prophetic lineage. Chapter 44. Lily, holding a pumpkin pudding, was accompanied by a few mischievous bats ensnared in bubbles. She approached the infirmary door and encountered James and his companions. Remembering Sirius's earlier explanation, Lily was filled with indignation. These individuals had deceived her yet again. With her lovely chin slightly raised, she prepared to enter without a glance at them, but was halted by Sirius's voice. Hey, Evans, we risked being grounded to take you out yesterday. Surely you should express some gratitude. I already thanked you yesterday, after dinner. Does that mean I needn't have breakfast today? Sirius exchanged a knowing glance with James, who promptly responded, Lily, you mentioned that to show your appreciation for our assistance, you would grant us a request. Lily's heart brimmed with vexation. She furrowed her brow and glared at the trio, lowering her voice in irritation. That was because I was unaware you had deceived me. Where did we deceive you? James exclaimed in surprise. You were not near the Forbidden Forest at all. You ventured deep into the woods. Spinette and Seamus only followed you in after seeing you enter. If they inform Professor McGonagall, Gryffindor's point tally will plummet. James and Sirius exchanged awkward expressions, while Peter discreetly took a small step back, hiding behind Sirius. But when we returned, Peter did see second-year Slytherins Avery and Mulciber exit with you, James muttered, somewhat helplessly. Who knows if they truly followed us or not? I trust Spinette would not deceive me. Lily took a step back, distancing herself from the trio, her voice trailing off. And you all, HM. She wished to say no more to them. Well, if you don't mind, I shall go see Mary now. Excuse me. Lily pushed open the wooden door of the infirmary, vanishing behind it with her pumpkin pudding and the bubble-ensnared bats. Sirius's expression darkened as he glared menacingly in the direction of Slytherin, cunning Slytherins. However, James sensed something amiss in the entire situation, yet according to Trelawney's explanation, it seemed plausible. Are you saying they truly entered the Forbidden Forest after us? He asked, leading the way towards the dining hall. Did they see Remus? With his hands shoved into his pockets, Sirius's mind was already engaged in 100 scenarios where he could best those two insufferable Slytherin tricksters. Upon hearing James's question, he shrugged casually. What is the point of seeing? He vanished into the Forbidden Forest. We couldn't even find him. Ugh. James sighed in frustration. It seems Evans will likely ignore me for quite some time now. Perhaps, Sirius replied, draping an arm over James's shoulder with a chuckle. Girls are like that. Pursue her passionately, then give her the cold shoulder. Who knows, she might start to care. Turning back, he inquired of Peter, Don't you think so, Peter? Why, yes. Peter's small eyes sparkled with admiration. James, you're talented and come from a good family. What reason does Lily have not to like you? See. Sirius patted James on the shoulder. Peter has quite the insight. More content is loading. Please wait. In the room of answered wishes. Snape stood in astonishment, taking a step back as his chair scraped against the floor with an unpleasant screech. You inherited that Cassandra's gift, but this must be the most complete gift. Snape pondered for a moment, then shook his head gravely, declaring, No, this is not a matter of talent, it is. For the first time, Snape felt that the books he had read were insufficient, particularly in the realm of ancient magical history, which he had previously only glanced at casually. After all, the wizarding world, having endured several catastrophic wars, had seen many traditions severed, with certain spells and alchemical practices existing solely on paper. The modern magic could not replicate the techniques of that era. This was not a matter of talent. It was a curse, a recognition bought at the cost of one's very life force. Sybil nodded, seamlessly taking over the unfinished words. In truth, she had harbored suspicions for quite some time. Thus, during her hours in the library, amidst her studies, she often perused texts concerning prophetic gifts. Among these, she naturally explored the origins of the Trelawney family's prophetic abilities. It was not until she stumbled upon those mythic tales, which may have once been true, that she encountered the stories of the prophetess Cassandra, who foretold the fall of her nation. The doomed princess, Cassandra, earn the trust of her people only after the last drop of her blood had been shed. In the case of ancient curses, particularly those entwined with vitality, there exists no resolution. The sole recourse lies in the consumption of potions, which merely serve to alleviate the torment of the process or its aftermath. Yet, this is but a means of relief. Snape pondered the scant knowledge he possessed regarding curses. Curses fall within the realm of dark magic, a discipline not easily mastered by all, as the repercussions of backlash can be exceedingly dire. It is a form of magic that is not only rather futile but also profoundly perilous. Let us not dwell on this any longer. Sybil waved her hand, as if such an act could banish her troubles. From the inner pocket of her robe, she produced a small, deep blue velvet pouch. What material was still lacking? This is the entirety of my pocket money for the year. She looked at the pouch with reluctance, gritting her teeth. With a deep breath and a closed eye, she pushed the pouch towards Snape, the coins clinking melodiously against each other. It's yours now. Snape amusingly tucked away the small pouch, admonishing, do not be so foolish. A smug expression soon adorned his face as he continued, Lucius has informed me of a lucrative opportunity. Although the target audience comprises upperclassmen, I am determined to make my bid. Who knows, perhaps I could eventually take over your potion supplies. He added, for now, I shall keep this in my possession. If it becomes unnecessary, I shall return it to you later. As he spoke those last words, a hint of embarrassment flickered across his features, given his financial constraints. He could not boldly claim that these materials would come without cost. Fortunately, he and Sybil shared an unspoken understanding. Oh, what is this opportunity? Sybil's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she exclaimed, I wish to join as well. Snape curled the corners of his mouth, a secretive smile. He then scrutinized her with a seemingly critical gaze. Shaking his head in disappointment, a talent that even hard work could not elevate was simply unacceptable. Humph. Sybil lay despondently across the table, feeling utterly disheartened by the biting words. By the way, did you receive the task card this morning? Snape gently nudged her arm. The mere mention of that task induced a throbbing headache. The thought of creating chaos during dinner was almost unbearable. Imagining the professors seated together at the high table only exacerbated her discomfort. She truly lamented the overly favorable impression she had left on the professors, feeling compelled to tarnish it with a few demerits. Sybil let out a long sigh, her cheeks pressed against the table, her arms weakly stretching out upon its surface. It was all her fault for being so naive, for revealing herself too hastily, much like a tempestuous whirlwind. Trapped within the eye of the storm, escape was impossible. Chapter 45. My task was to await Nagini at the entrance of the principal's office. Snape approached the window, gazing outside. The weather today was exceptionally clear. Beneath the azure sky adorned with fluffy white clouds, students frolicked outside the castle, appearing to him as mere specks of vibrant color, akin to ants. It was said that today, Headmaster Dumbledore would undoubtedly be invited to partake in the Dark Lord's grand feast. The banquet was set to commence in the morning and extend into the evening, leaving him no opportunity to return to the school. This would conveniently allow Nagini to act. Attend the Dark Lord's feast? Surely not. Shouldn't Dumbledore unleash a killing curse upon Voldemort at the sight of him? After much contemplation, Spirrell still could not comprehend the situation. However, it did not hinder her from realizing that the esteemed principal would undoubtedly not be present at the school that evening. What banquet could possibly surpass the imperative of safeguarding against potential intrusions and theft? She had clearly notified him, after all. Thankfully, it was merely a matter of assistance. She implored him once more, do not enter the principal's office. Recalling the ominous prophecy, Spirrell felt compelled to reiterate her warning to Snape. Snape let out a soft hum. Spear lamented with a heavy heart that her assigned task was to create chaos during dinner. She wished fervently that others had been given the same task, allowing her to follow in their wake, perhaps stumbling through the chaos and ultimately achieving success. Snape chuckled softly, shaking his head as he gazed out the window, falling silent thereafter. Within the castle lingered a serene calm, while outside, a tumultuous storm was brewing. This decade-long purge of the wizarding world commenced on Halloween in 1971. For the first time, hordes of werewolves brazenly manifested in the Ministry of Magic's atrium, asserting their rights. Their leader, Fenrir Greyback, effortlessly breached the Aurus blockade, swiftly seizing a muggle wizard and biting through his throat. This act sent a chilling shockwave through the Ministry's enforcers, who had hoped to reason with the unruly creatures. Following the werewolves were rough, dark-skinned goblins, nearly bare in tattered rags yet wielding exquisite silver weapons crafted by their kind. Unlike the officially registered goblins of Gringotts, these were exiles, cast out from their strongholds for various reasons. They had congregated in the depths, enduring harsh conditions, and as more goblins sought refuge, they declared themselves the exiles of the burrows. In the extreme adversity of their subterranean existence, Skirmishes erupted constantly, hardening their hearts and nurturing a fierce temperament infused with the innate cunning of their race. No one knew what the outcome would be if one were to confront these burrow exiles, for those who did had long since perished, despite their relatively small numbers. Their ferocity overwhelmed the senses of the gathered wizards, causing some of the more timid souls to instinctively retreat. A singular question plagued their minds. How had Voldemort managed to rally such a fearsome assembly? At the forefront stood the trolls, giants, and a few stout humanoid beings, cloaked entirely in voluminous black garments that revealed not a single inch of skin. It must be the giants. A wizard whispered, his voice trembling and fragmented, his one hand quaking uncontrollably with fear. The scale of this gathering far surpassed any previous encounter, as creatures of darkness, typically elusive, now encircled the ministry, leaving no avenue of escape. Merlin above. All he wished was to clock in and perform his duties, yet here he was confronted with a coup. Voldemort emerged from the path cleared by this menacing throng, stepping into the space between the opposing factions. He wore a black hood, obscuring most of his face, leaving only his pallid chin and a triumphant smirk visible. From the wide sleeve of his robe, he produced a thick scroll of parchment, his raspy voice resonating throughout the ministry. Eugenia Jenkins, I represent my comrades and wish to discuss our rights. He spoke deliberately, his tone rising. And upon uttering the word rights, a shadow fell over the hearts of the ministry wizards arrayed against him. Meanwhile, owls delivering letters to students at Hogwarts descended upon the Great Hall during lunchtime, scattering messages from parents like dumplings tossed into boiling water. The tables became a chaotic mess, with barely a surface left untouched. Amidst the flurry of feathers, Professor McGonagall was compelled to issue several commands to prevent a deluge of owls from invading the dining hall. All letters will be categorized and placed in the common rooms of each house. Now, please eat in peace. With that, she and several professors departed, their expressions grave and hurried. A buzz of excitement erupted in the hall as students who had not received letters gathered around those who had. Oh, Merlin! My mother says Voldemort has forcibly taken over the ministry, exclaimed one. My grandparents say the same. They advised me to stay safe at Hogwarts. Many students received letters, sparking animated discussions, particularly among the younger students, who were mostly anxious for their families. The older students, however, were far more apprehensive, recalling the vivid horrors of the past. Could this situation be resolved as it had been before? How long could Hogwarts withstand the tempest? The students of Slytherin House calmly indulged in their lunch, perceiving it merely as a meticulously orchestrated banquet. Is this what you refer to as an invitation? Sybil whispered softly as she conversed with Snape. Snape whispered thoughtfully. It stands to reason that if the Dark Lord were to seize control of the Ministry of Magic, Headmaster Dumbledore would undoubtedly intervene. How could they have possibly failed? Time, opportunity, and the hearts of the people are all within their grasp. As for uncertainties and unforeseen events, who can say? Sybil continued to consume the green beans on her plate. The avian creature in the principal's office, adorned in vibrant red plumage, slowly opened its drowsy eyes, smacked its beak, preened its feathers, and resumed its slumber. In the Forbidden Forest, several creatures, foreign to this woodland, began to emerge. Leading them was a patterned giant python, which gradually approached the forest's edge. In an instant, the python transformed into a woman clad in a black robe, her figure enchanting, while a wolf at her side morphed into a scarred brute. A black widow spider leapt from his hair, swiftly transforming into a diminutive, gaunt witch. Have you memorized the map? Yes, my Lady Nagini. Shafik, you shall remain here to provide support. I will accompany Carlo. Very well, my Lady Nagini, the brute replied. Chapter 46. As the crimson sun dipped below the horizon, the last rays of orange light vanished. The night descended, shrouded in silence. James, Sirius, and Peter spent the afternoon searching the castle for Sybil and Snape, but their figures remained elusive until dinner, when they finally appeared in the dining hall. Sirius glared at their backs with disdain, wishing to bore a hole through them with his gaze. The dining hall buzzed with chatter. Most of the younger students and those of Muggle descent boasted about the candies they had acquired throughout the day, erupting into laughter at their friends' peculiar hair colors. The older students, however, lacked the spirit for merriment, having spent the afternoon discussing Voldemort, exchanging the latest news. Parents who did not work at the Ministry of Magic warned their children to never leave the school unaccompanied, declaring Hogwarts the safest haven. Conversely, the students with parents employed at the ministry found themselves in a more distressing situation. They anxiously inquired about the latest developments from classmates who had received letters, yet, thus far, none had received correspondence from their parents. This unsettling circumstance instilled profound fear and unease within them. Particularly troubling was the fact that during the evening feast, Only Professor McGonagall and 3 other heads of houses occupied the high table, while the rest of the professors were conspicuously absent. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed as fragments of plaster fell from the walls, silencing the bustling hall to the point where one could hear a pin drop. Another explosion erupted, accompanied by flames and debris, shattering the glass dome above the dining hall. Wingardium Leviosa. Professor Flitwick swiftly brandished his wand, casting the levitation charm. A multitude of glass shards, broken supports, and stones of various sizes floated in midair, suspended just a meter above the students' heads. He then directed his wand forcefully towards the left wall, sending the massive, deadly shadows crashing down with a cacophony of noise and wind, all collapsing into a heap in the corner. Spill glanced at Professor McGonagall, who was about to rise, took a deep breath, and feigned a terrified scream. Like the flick of a switch, the entire auditorium was engulfed in a cacophony of screams, chaotic and frenzied, as students surged en masse towards the dining hall entrance. With keen eyes, Spire observed senior Slytherin students such as Chris Shafik and Alecto Caro sprinting ahead of the crowd, swiftly exiting the dining hall and vanishing from sight. Professor McGonagall reacted with remarkable promptness. She brandished her wand to seal the dining hall doors and amplified her voice, commanding silence. Her gaze was laden with stern warning as she cast a fierce look over the students gathered at the Slytherin table. Earlier, she had received intelligence indicating that many of the wizards following Voldemort hailed from Slytherin. Dumbledore had urged her to keep a vigilant watch over the Slytherin students to prevent them from making choices they would regret for a lifetime. Professor McGonagall's lips pressed into a thin line as she regarded the now silent students, her voice sharp as she instructed, "Return to your respective house tables at once." The heads and deputy heads of the houses stepped forward, urging their peers to follow the headmaster's lead and hastily return to their dormitories. With a flick of her wand, the dining hall doors creaked open once more. She strode to the doorway, ushering Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw to proceed first, followed closely by Gryffindor and Slytherin. The students filed out of the hall in silence, and Spire caught a glimpse of Lucius Malfoy's subtly curled lips, reassuring her that her task had been accomplished. Thankfully, her sudden intuition had guided her to make the most prudent choice. It seemed that she was the sole one entrusted with the task of disrupting the order of the dining hall. Yet, this was merely a superfluous assignment, serving as a test of her loyalty. In truth, even had she remained silent, there would have been students who would have raised their voices. Lucius Malfoy felt a sense of satisfaction regarding Spire's recent actions. At least she had successfully navigated this minor test, which bore little weight in the grand scheme of things. Should she have complied, it would merely signify her obedience to orders. Conversely, what merit would a person who could not heed the simplest commands possess in joining the ranks of the Dark Lord's Knights? Slughorn silently escorted his students back to the Slytherin common room. He observed the group of children, his beard twitching slightly. Hesitating for a moment, he ultimately restrained his desire to speak and departed without uttering a word. Once assured that the passage to the common room was securely closed, Lucius clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention and declared, "Action." At that moment, the first and second-year students began to protest. Selena, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "Why do our cards all say stay behind?" Lucius donned the hood of his wizarding robe, obscuring most of his face, and a cold voice emerged from beneath the hood. "Because you were too weak." Paying no heed to their sentiments, Lucius Malfoy led the remaining upperclassmen out of the common room, leaving only Narcissa behind to maintain order. Spire cast a worried glance at Snape, who responded with a slight nod before joining Lucius's entourage, hooded and resolute. Meanwhile, Caro, satisfied with the destruction of the tower adjacent to the dining hall, observed the professors remaining at the school escorting their students back to the dormitories in a bid to safeguard them. A broad smile graced her face upon seeing her cousin, Alecto Caro, who approached her with delight and embraced her. However, this was not the time for reminiscing. After their embrace, Sarah Caro transformed into a spider, concealing herself within Alecto's hair, prepared to proceed to the next location to orchestrate an explosion that would mask the sounds emanating from the headmaster's office. Chris Shafik, accompanied by several others, set obstacles at various intersections leading to the headmaster's office, aiming to delay the professor's arrival as much as possible. In Dumbledore's absence, Professor McGonagall emerged as the greatest threat within Hogwarts. Lucius Malfoy kept a close watch on her, ready to impede her if necessary. The remaining 3 professors were each monitored by a 7th-year Slytherin student. Nagini navigated through a labyrinth of corridors, taking the shortest route straight to the vent of the headmaster's office. With a decisive clank, the brass grating was flung aside by Nagini, landing on the ground. Perched on a shelf, Fawkes straightened his posture, his sharp gaze fixed upon the dark opening, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. His golden red feathers bristled slightly, poised to engage in the battle that awaited him. Chapter 47. Nagini emerged from the vent, transforming back into her human form, and hissed threateningly at Fox. As Snape arrived at the door of the headmaster's office, a piercing cry echoed from within. His pale face remained serene as he gazed at the grotesque stone guardian, his arms rigidly raised before him. The grip of his right hand around his wand betrayed his underlying tension, the knuckles whitening from the strain. Nagini, her expression icy, regarded the bothersome phoenix before her and swiftly raised her left hand. On both wrists were identical black bracelets of an indeterminate material. The beads of varying sizes on the left bracelet shimmered with a fleeting emerald glow, which traveled through the dangling clasp to the black stone fragments below. What had merely been dark stones became illuminated with densely etched Sanskrit characters as the green light danced across them. Subsequently, the slender chains bore the emerald glow, culminating at the 5 rings adorned with black, pyramid-like surfaces on her fingers. With a flick of that green light towards Fox, she leaned forward. One hand clenched into a fist while the other shielded her chest, searching for an opening within the phoenix's evasion path. A smirk curled at the corner of Nagini's lips as her sharp, pointed tail, a superb melee weapon, glimmered with a chilling darkness as it surged toward Fox with a sound of slicing air. The dull thud of flesh meeting flesh mingled with Fox's shrill cry, causing the old headmasters watching to tremble in fear. They hastily retreated, vanishing into the portraits. Fox was sent sprawling to the spiraling stone steps, but with a powerful twist. It soared upward, unleashing a blast of fire toward the pursuing Nagini. Damnable foul bird, Nagini thought, unwilling to confront the nearly invincible flames of the phoenix directly. Any malevolent creature touched by its fire would burn until utterly consumed, with no hope of extinguishment. However, Nagini did not come to the headmaster's office to engage in a mortal struggle with Fox. She turned and opened the staircase leading down, calling out, "Are you not coming in yet?" Upon hearing Nagini's hoarse voice, Snape's body trembled involuntarily. In an instant, he recalled Sybil's prophecy. He had initially believed that with the door closed, he need not enter. His duty was merely to guard the entrance. However, he soon realized that while he could not enter, those within had the power to summon him. Without hesitation, Snape ascended the staircase and stepped into the disheveled headmaster's office. At that moment, Fox perched atop the crystal chandelier hanging from the dome, emitting a low, ancient tone, the wound inflicted by Nagini's peculiar bracelet gradually healing. Nagini gestured for Snape to stand before her, stating that while he occupied the phoenix, she would seek the Philosopher's Stone. Would this ancient phoenix, nurtured by those who held justice and the welfare of the world dear, strike against a student who obstructed its path? Even if that student served the Dark Lord, could it attack without hesitation? Nagini herself was uncertain, but the Dark Lord had suggested she give it a try upon his return. Fox remained quietly poised at the edge of the chandelier, observing the 2 figures below. He watched as Nagini waved her hand, causing every drawer in the office to fly open, and the contents within to levitate and shatter into fragments. She had the boy standing in front of her, trembling yet striving to steady his emotions, tightly gripping his wand, fixated upon her. Despite turning the headmaster's office upside down, Nagini found no trace of the Philosopher's Stone. She lifted her gaze to the exalted phoenix, her furious shriek reverberating through the room. "It is you. You have taken the Philosopher's Stone." Snape felt as though his senses were deceiving him. He could scarcely believe he perceived disdain and mockery within the eyes of a bird. As the narrative unfolds, a magnificent phoenix named Fox flapped his wings, gripping a radiant redstone in his talons. With an air of indifference, he tossed the stone aside. And as Nagini transformed into her serpentine form, poised to strike, Fox elegantly soared past, causing the stone to vanish from sight. This playful act of Fox incited Nagini's fury, prompting her to hiss in frustration. Noticing Snape standing nearby, a fierce glint flashed in her eyes as she lunged toward him. Realizing that if she could not best the phoenix, she would resort to coercing it with something it held dear. Severus Snape found himself immobilized, as if ensnared by a binding curse, rendered powerless to avert his gaze from the menacing, glinting fangs of Nagini, which seemed to magnify endlessly before him. The cavernous maw loomed like a black hole, threatening to consume him without mercy. His mind was a void, yet he could almost hear Sybil's frantic voice urging him to flee. In that moment, Snape loathed his own frailty. It was precisely this weakness that relegated him to the role of a mere pawn, a casualty of circumstance. His inability to break free from the immobilizing spell only deepened his despair. Fox, perceiving Nagini's intent to attack Snape, instantly understood the treacherous design of that cunning woman. In a flash, he appeared before Snape, shielding him from the impending assault. A sickening sound echoed as the serpent's fangs pierced flesh, and Fox let out a mournful cry, summoning all his strength to retaliate with a fierce strike to Nagini's abdomen. Both combatants sustained grievous injuries. Nagini, writhing in pain, coiled her body tightly, savagely biting into a bloody piece of flesh adorned with golden red feathers, swallowing it whole. Mr. Malfoy. Professor McGonagall's frantic voice echoed from below. An unprecedented display of urgency from the usually composed and stern educator. Snape struggled to shift his gaze, catching a glimpse of Nagini flicking her tongue disdainfully at him before she swept her tail, toppling books from the shelves. The cascading tomes crashed down upon Snape, pinning him and Fawkes beneath their weight. Through the gaps between the fallen books, Snape witnessed Nagini dragging a thick trail of blood across the floor. After which the headmaster's office fell into an eerie silence. She must have escaped through the ventilation shaft. If you do not step aside, I shall bind you, McGonagall exclaimed, exasperated, as she brandished her wand at Lucius Malfoy, who had been obstructing her path. Her tone was sharp, her anxiety palpable. Lucius, upon sensing the stillness in the headmaster's office, adjusted his slightly disheveled robes with a gentlemanly air and stepped aside. I had no intention of hindering you. I simply wish to consult on some matters pertaining to the advanced wizarding examination, he replied smoothly. Professor McGonagall shot him a fierce glare before hastening up the staircase. Oh, Merlin. The grandeur and elegance of the headmaster's office had vanished, replaced by a scene of chaos. Blood-soaked scraps of paper littered the floor alongside shattered silverware and porcelain. The once magnificent wooden bookshelves stood bare, their contents strewn haphazardly across the ground. Buried beneath the debris, Fawkes emitted a weak call upon hearing McGonagall's voice. Fawkes, McGonagall exclaimed, swiftly locating and extricating him from the pile of books, only to discover Snape lying rigidly on the floor. Mr. Snape? What brings you here? She inquired, her surprise evident. Realizing his condition, she swiftly retrieved her wand and pronounced the spell, Immobulus. A gentle white light enveloped Snape, releasing him from his paralysis. Rubbing his aching head, he sat up and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. Chapter 48. The darkened tunnel was thick with the scent of blood, mingled with fetid odors that threatened to drive one to madness. Nagini, her abdomen torn open, struggled to navigate her way out. Yet, as time passed and her blood flowed freely, the primal instincts within her surged forth with increasing ferocity. Each movement scraped her raw flesh against the jagged walls, exacerbating her wounds. In a moment of delirium, Nagini veered from her intended escape route, propelled by instinct until she finally emerged into a more spacious, albeit still foul-smelling, area with less oppressive air. Before her loomed a solid wall, and through her blurred vision, she discerned two glimmering green orbs. Open the door, she bellowed. Though only a hissing sound escaped her lips. Remarkably, the two green lights stirred in response, and the wall split down the center, revealing an opening as the two halves melded seamlessly into the adjacent walls. A gust of rancid air washed over her, briefly restoring her clarity. With no retreat left, she pressed onward into the dark abyss, enduring the excruciating pain. In the shadows, a pair of yellow, lantern-like eyes slowly opened, blinking before fixating on her. An intruder, bearing a scent that was oddly familiar, had trespassed into their domain. Is it, Master? Outside the forbidden forest, Shafiq was losing patience, according to plan. Nagini should have emerged alongside Alecto by now. The sound of leaves crunching beneath his feet broke the eerie stillness of the woods. Shafiq's eyes brightened as he spotted a vaguely familiar girl approaching. Yet, he had little time to ponder her familiarity. Every unknown entity was a target for elimination. No matter her appearance, she was to be silenced, as he had witnessed numerous instances where verbosity led to a villain's downfall. Without hesitation, Shafiq drew his wand and aimed a green beam at the approaching figure, exclaiming, Avada Kedavra. Alecto Caro gasped as she evaded the curse with unexpected agility. Rolling to the ground, Shafiq, Sarah Caro, hidden within Alecto's hair, revealed herself. Stop. This is my niece, Alecto. Oh, it's Alecto. I assumed you were aware, Shafiq replied sheepishly, retracting his wand. In critical moments, one must remain vigilant. Where is Lady Nagini? Why has she not joined you? I did not encounter Lady Nagini, Sarah explained. After demolishing the tower and causing havoc in the dining hall, the four heads had scattered to protect their students. She recounted her encounter with Alecto, who had been hiding and causing further disturbances until she was discovered by Phileas Flitwick. With no other option, she had feigned kidnapping Alecto to secure her own escape. After a turn down a corridor, she transformed into a spider, concealing herself in Alecto's hair, while Alecto directed Flitwick elsewhere, creating the illusion that she had fled. With Flitwick in pursuit, she had instructed Alecto to lead her to Shafiq. Upon hearing this, Shafiq anxiously glanced at his pocket watch. No, time is of the essence. We can wait no longer. Alecto, Inform Lucius that Lady Nagini remains within the castle. Should anything arise, contact the master directly. We must depart. Understood. Alecto nodded. Watching as Shafiq transformed into a wolf, with his Aunt Sarah concealed in his fur, and they swiftly departed. On her way back to the castle, Alecto encountered several professors returning in response to the unfolding events. Loading more content. Please hold on. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features. Or copy the URL into another browser to continue reading. Stop. As she stealthily attempted to traverse the stone steps beside the restaurant to reach the basement, the pallid-faced Professor McGonagall materialized. Following her were several Slytherin students. Upon spotting Lucius, Alecto's eyes gleamed with recognition. Good evening, Professor McGonagall. Good evening, Miss Carroll. Can you elucidate why, after I issued the decree mandating that all students remain within their respective dormitories, you are still loitering outside? Oh, I got lost. Ah, splendid. It appears that the upperclassmen of Slytherin have collectively lost their way this evening. She cast a frigid glance at Lucius Malfoy, her emphatic tone underscoring her genuine ire. Or perhaps they have all transformed into diligent students eager to inquire. Minerva, you see, the students are quite frightened tonight, Horace attempted to interject, but faltered under McGonagall's steely gaze, swallowing his words. Frightened, you say? McGonagall retorted, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. Indeed, they are terrified. When I found Mr. Goyle, he was dousing the floor with water and casting freezing charms. And Mr. Crabbe, hurling dung on the ground? Enough, Horace. McGonagall furrowed her brow in exasperation. If you have anything to say, convey it to Albus. Slytherin loses 50 points. Mr. Crabbe, Mr. Goyle, Mr. Malfoy, and Miss Carroll shall each serve 2 weeks of detention and labor punishment. You have no objections, I presume? No, none at all. Professor Slughorn's experience has taught him never to attempt to defy an enraged woman. Very well. The expression on Professor McGonagall's face softened slightly. Then, I have a few matters to discuss with Mr. Snape. I shall take my leave now. Snape could only helplessly follow Professor McGonagall as they made their way to her office. You all may return now. Slughorn waved dismissively at a few individuals, urging them not to cause him any more trouble. This evening, even his typically amiable demeanor was unable to contain a flicker of frustration. Did these children not understand that some actions, once taken, are irrevocable? However, reflecting on the events that transpired at the Ministry of Magic today, he realized that, given the stance of their family, retreat was no longer an option. With a heavy sigh, he ambled away. Lucius Malfoy, accompanied by several companions, returned to the Slytherin common room like triumphant heroes. As expected, all the Slytherin students awaited their return. Regrettably, it was not yet a time for celebration. Contemplating the rewards that awaited them from their master, Lucius wore a self-satisfied expression. He gestured to the crowd, signaling them to rest. A new era is about to dawn. The students of Slytherin applauded and then returned to their respective dormitories. Standing aside, Alecto caught Lucius as he was about to ascend the stairs and whispered in his ear. They asked me to inform you that Nagini remains within the castle. Upon hearing this, Lucius's triumphant smile froze on his face, his fair and handsome features contorting in disbelief. What? Nagini is still in the castle? A shiver ran down his spine, despite being in the warm common room. He felt a chilling dread seep through his very core. Chapter 49. What does Nagini's presence in the castle signify? In an instant, Lucius comprehended that this evening's efforts had been futile, exposing themselves in the process. Setting aside his frustration for the moment, his immediate concern was to locate Nagini and ensure her departure, all before Dumbledore could discover her presence or, worse yet, before she could unleash a calamity that he would be powerless to contain. After enduring a series of inquiries, Snape was finally granted leave by Professor McGonagall. Upon his return to the Slytherin common room, he discovered not only Spinnet but also Lucius Malfoy awaiting him on the sofa. Severus! Exclaimed Lucius, his anxiety palpable as he swiftly rose and approached Snape, grasping his arm and demanding in a hushed tone, Where is Nagini? Has she not departed? Snape was also taken aback. She must have exited through the ventilation duct in the headmaster's office. How could this be? She has vanished? Indeed, she has not departed. She remains within the confines of the school. Lucius paced restlessly, inquiring, Where could she possibly go? She is injured and should not be able to travel far. As Snape contemplated the ominous abyss, a chill gripped his heart. The woman, a confidant of the Dark Lord, could not possibly meet her demise at Hogwarts, could she? Lucius stared wide-eyed at Snape, his mind racing with the implications of her injury. The thought plunged him into a chasm of despair. failing in his duties. And now Nagini was wounded. He could scarcely fathom the wrath that his master would unleash upon receiving this news. He could not withstand such fury and had to act swiftly, immediately. Lucius surveyed the Slytherin common room before striding towards a vent in the corner, removing the black grill above. He turned back and commanded, "Now, you two, accompany me to find her." "Wait. Spill, do not obstruct the path." Lucius impatiently gazed at her, drawing his wand and aiming it at Spill. "You shall be the first to enter. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to let you experience the excruciating sensation of having your heart wrenched from your very bones." Sybil sighed. "I did not say I would not go. I simply do not wish to search aimlessly." She turned to Snape and inquired, "Is Nagini's injury severe?" Snape, with a grave expression, nodded slightly. However, Sybil exhaled in relief. "That makes things easier. We can find the shortest route from here to the ventilation duct leading to the headmaster's office, and then follow the path she took." Given the brief passage of time, the scent of blood surely has not dissipated. At this moment, Lucius finally acknowledged Sybil, smoothing his hair and regaining a semblance of his usual composed and dignified demeanor. "Very well. Is the structural diagram still available?" Sybil inquired of Lucius. Lucius nodded and returned to his dormitory to retrieve the copy of the school's plumbing schematic that he had made. Spill scrutinized the map and swiftly circled several nodes of the pipes, promptly connecting them into a single route. "All right, follow this path." She handed the map back to Lucius Malfoy, only to find him gesturing for her to proceed first, rolling her eyes silently in her mind. Spill removed her cumbersome robe and tossed it onto the sofa in the lounge. Grasping her wand, she bent down and prepared to crawl into the already open pipe. "Spill, are you really going in like that?" Snape's face suddenly flushed with embarrassment. "Indeed. But, you are still wearing a skirt. Enough of this nonsense. Who wants to see? Hurry and go inside. Stop dawdling." Lucius, standing behind them, impatiently urged the two to hurry inside. "Did you hear that? Just refrain from looking where you shouldn't." Spiel, with a palpable sense of irritation, crawled into the duct, propping himself against the wall as the fluorescent lights flickered. In the darkened passage, a hazy silver glow illuminated a small portion of the path ahead. After watching Spiel and Snape enter the duct in succession, Lucius finally followed suit, casually reattaching the previously removed barrier to prevent any professors or Filch from discovering that students had stealthily slipped out of their dormitory. As they approached the ventilation duct leading to the headmaster's office, the metallic scent of blood grew increasingly potent. Snape, fearful of glimpsing something he ought not to, kept his gaze fixed downward, his head bowed as he focused intently on the murky walls, inadvertently smudging his nose with dust. They crawled along the trail of still-drying blood until they reached the wall where Nagini had last arrived. The gaping wall exuded a suffocating stench that caused the faces of the three who had just emerged from the duct to turn pale. Where was this place? Lucius gazed apprehensively into the deep, dark opening, reluctant to venture inside. "I do not know," he murmured. Sybil, clutching her wand, approached the cave entrance and peered inside. The stench within was far more unbearable than that outside. She lowered her wand to illuminate the ground, revealing dark, dried bloodstains leading into the murky depths. Where a wall had once stood but was now absent, it was evident that Nagini had ventured inside. "Let's go back," Lucius declared, resolutely abandoning their advance. It mattered not whether they entered. Punishment awaited them either way. He saw no reason to gamble his life for another's. The trio retraced their steps in silence, Sybil and Snape tacitly refraining from questions. Upon returning to the common room, Lucius ushered them to their dormitories and stealthily slipped into the Slytherin prefect's bathroom. Given the gravity of the situation, it was prudent to report the incident. There was no safer place than the prefect's bathroom. Setting up the communication array, several stones connected to the magic at the tip of his wand, forming a serene, pale blue orb that floated quietly in the air. "Lucius?" The orb emitted a husky voice. "Have you located Nagini?" "Yes, my master. Take her to the Forbidden Forest. I have a means to extract her," Voldemort commanded. "That might not be possible, my lord." Lucius wiped the sweat from his brow. "I cannot bring her out." "What do you mean?" The rising tone indicated that the owner of the hoarse voice was growing increasingly displeased. "Has she been captured by Dumbledore?" "No, my lord," Lucius weakly explained. "She has entered a perilous location, and I cannot follow her." He vividly described the place, and the blue orb fell into a long silence. "You useless fools." After a furious roar, the communication was severed. Lucius knelt bare on the ground, trembling, and as he prepared to rise using the stone steps, the blue orb reappeared. Master. Lucius immediately sat back down, quaking in fear. "Prepare yourself. Come to the Forbidden Forest tomorrow night to retrieve us." Chapter 50. Upon hearing that Voldemort would be coming, Lucius Malfoy, despite his trepidation, felt a sense of relief. If he could just survive the night, the ordeal would be over and he would no longer live in fear. Yet, by the following morning, he realized his relief had been premature. Gryffindor students emerging from behind the fat lady's portrait, ready to head to the Great Hall for breakfast, were horrified by a dark, smoke-emitting entity hovering outside the tower. However, as they observed that the ominous mass merely floated silently up and down with no other movement, they mustered the courage to approach for a closer inspection. The more they gazed, the more the dark figure struck them as eerily familiar. "Is that Sir Nicholas?" James inquired, wrapping his robes around his hand and prodding the shadowy mass. Gasps arose from the surrounding students as the entity drifted forward upon contact. This scene was witnessed by Professor McGonagall, who rushed over, nearly applauding their audacity. Clearly, the rule against touching unknown objects had been abandoned by this adventurous group of students. "Why are you all gathered here? Hurry to breakfast. Do you wish to be late for your first class?" The Gryffindor students scattered immediately, with James and Sirius glancing back occasionally. Professor Flitwick approached the dark mass, frowning as he examined it closely. "Minerva, what sort of formidable force could petrify even a ghost?" McGonagall, weary and rubbing her temples, replied, "Let's first get him to Professor Binns." She surveyed the other professors present and instructed. Each head of house must inform their students to refrain from wandering alone or into sparsely populated areas. In case of emergencies, they should immediately notify a professor, who will handle the situation. Additionally, professors, I must ask you to take turns on night duty. We will assign 2 professors each night. The professors nodded in agreement. In the Great Hall, students from various houses received their copies of the Daily Prophet. The news reported Voldemort's recent display of power at the Ministry of Magic, which had made a significant impact. Many Aurors and wizards of Muggle descent had perished during the chaotic battle. Students who had yet to hear from their families nearly broke down upon reading the article. Adding to the already palpable anxiety, news spread like wildfire that Gryffindor's ghost, Sir Nicholas, had been petrified by an unknown force. Soon, this startling revelation became common knowledge throughout the school. Speculation arose about whether this was a signal of Voldemort's intent to seize the school. The students of Slytherin remained undisturbed by the news while dining. Yet they were taken aback by the calm demeanor of Lucius Malfoy, who sat beside Sybil Trelawney, enjoying his breakfast. Narcissa, holding her plate and pursing her lips, said nothing. She merely slammed her dish onto the table. An odd atmosphere enveloped the entire Slytherin long table, as everyone silently consumed their breakfast, pretending not to notice anything amiss. After casting a glance at Narcissa, Lucius quietly engaged in conversation with Sybil and Severus. "Do you think that Gryffindor Ghost was momentarily stunned by him?" he inquired. "It's unlikely," Severus replied. "I have witnessed her perform magic. Although it differs from our magical system, from the fluctuations in her magical energy, she is not powerful enough to petrify a ghost. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been injured." "That is reassuring. At this moment, Lucius merely wished like an ostrich that nothing was connected to that individual, hoping to safely await the night when the Dark Lord would take over this mess. Though she did not create it, she was nonetheless implicated. "Do not forget that hole. You do not think it is empty, do you?" Spill cast a sidelong glance at Lucius. The foul stench emanating from within suggested that whatever lay inside might well have already made its escape now that the door was ajar. Spell's words dripped with intimidation, prompting Snape to impulsively deliver a kick beneath the table. Lucius Malfoy, visibly unsettled, cast a furtive glance towards the platform, yet found no sign of Dumbledore. His heart was a tumult of relief and trepidation. Regardless, his master would arrive to collect her later that evening. He instructed them to inform him of any peculiar occurrences. After whispering his words, Lucius pushed his plate aside and rose from the long table, making his way towards the door. Meanwhile, Narcissa, observing the exchange, shot a glare at Spell and hurriedly followed after him. Sybil raised an eyebrow, exuding an air of fearless composure. The first class on Monday was Transfiguration, and both Sybil and Snape dared not arrive late. After Lucius departed, they followed suit and exited the dining hall. As they made their way to the classroom, Sybil observed several slender, dark lines moving stealthily along the corridor and turned to inquire of Snape, "Why did you not speak with him?" "Speak of what?" Snape replied, his gaze fixed on the pages of Fantastic Beasts and where to find them, instinctively keeping pace with Sybil. "You are already aware of what lies within the tunnel." "Of course," Sybil stated confidently. She halted her steps and turned to gaze at his shoulder-length black hair, her tone imbued with certainty. "You know, don't you?" Snape cast his gaze downward, where a crooked line composed of countless black spiders sprawled before his feet, a line that was one of several meandering through the corridor. In truth, from the moment he arose, he had observed the spiders within the castle scurrying toward a singular destination, out of the castle. They were all fleeing as if they had encountered an arch-nemesis bent on their annihilation. Snape sighed, uncertain. If Hagrid's roosters had all been killed, then certainty would be absolute. Let us visit Hagrid's hut at noon. Very well. Preoccupied with the need to ascertain the fate of Hagrid's roosters, Sybil found herself distracted throughout the morning classes. Fortunately, many students shared her plight, and the professors turned a blind eye. As noon approached, owls began to arrive in the dining hall, delivering news. Everyone eagerly anticipated word of their family's safety. Some students, upon receiving letters, burst into tears, while others wept with joy at hearing their parents had returned home unharmed. Let us go. Unable to endure the pervasive atmosphere of sorrow and fear in the dining hall, Sybil hastily finished her meal. Even the Gryffindor students, known for their fearless demeanor, appeared somewhat subdued. The mixed atmosphere of the Slytherin table, rife with schadenfreude, only deepened her sense of discomfort. Snape methodically wiped his mouth, then discreetly patted down his wizarding robes, ensuring everything was in order before departing the dining hall with Sybil. They hastened through the porch and made their way swiftly towards the castle's exterior. Time was of the essence. They had little left of the midday hours and needed to return promptly. Chapter 51. Today was overcast, with the fierce autumn winds swirling the fallen leaves across the desolate, yellowing grass. The small cottage remained eerily silent, devoid of the usual smoke ascending from the chimney. It seemed that Hagrid was absent today. Do you detect an unusual scent in the air? Sybil inhaled gently through her nose. Snape remained silent, suddenly halting his movement as he extended his left hand to obstruct Sybil's advancing steps. His right hand, with its pale and slender finger, rested gently upon the slightly pouted cherry-red lips, causing Sybil's heart to inexplicably skip a beat. Spill cast a glance aside, inhaled deeply, and nodded. The two of them tiptoed toward the chicken coop behind the cottage. A vibrant green tail languidly flicked across the ground, while feathers, blood, and the lifeless bodies of chickens with severed throats lay scattered haphazardly about. Sybil's eyes widened in astonishment as her hands instinctively covered her mouth, watching the enormous serpent, measuring 50 feet in length, systematically devour every remaining rooster and hen in the chicken coop. Spill cast a furtive glance towards Snape, scarcely daring to breathe. According to the descriptions in the book, a basilisk was merely a legendary creature. Yet now, they found themselves face to face with a colossal serpent, adorned with rigid horns atop its head, its emerald hue gleaming, and its body cloaked in thick scales as large as a basin. Sybil felt that had it not been for their presence behind her, she would have likely perished long ago. Espuile subtly beckoned with her finger towards Snape, casting a fleeting glance in the direction of the castle, forming the shape of a professor with her lips. If the two of them were to recklessly rush forward at this moment, Espuile could think of no other term than serving a meal to describe their actions. Snape nodded slightly, and the two gradually retreated. Crack! The fallen leaves were crushed under Snape's feet, shattering into fragments that danced away gently with the breeze. At that moment, their retreating steps seemed to be halted as if someone had pressed the pause button, leaving them frozen in place, hesitant to move even a single step. A bead of sweat trickled down Snape's temple as they were struck with terror, realizing that the basilisk ahead had suddenly come to a standstill. He swallowed hard, grasped Sybil's hand with a fervent grip, and bellowed, "Run!" The two of them dashed forward in a panic, heedless of their path, while the basilisk twisted behind them, causing the entire chicken coop to collapse with a thunderous roar. It hissed menacingly, trailing ever closer to the diminutive figures ahead. Spill and Snape dared not glance back. The basilisk's method of attack lay in its gaze. A mere meeting with its orange-yellow eyes would result in instant demise. Headmaster Dumbledore is absent from the school. Who possesses the capability to confront such a creature? Spill is sprinting with an almost primordial fervor, yet still cannot evade the encroaching serpent, which draws nearer with each passing moment, its foul breath unmistakably wafting through the air. Professor Dumbledore, upon learning of the basilisk's presence at the school, is certain to return. Snape's voice was fragmented amidst their hurried flight. Run. Once we reach the castle, we shall be safe. Yet, the cunning basilisk had other plans. It coiled its tail around a sturdy tree nearby, uprooting it with ease. One by one, it hurled the trees before them, blocking their path at every turn. Spill and Snape had no alternative but to follow the path chosen for them by the basilisk, gradually distancing themselves from the castle gates. With gritted teeth, Snape swiftly pulled Sybil deeper into the forbidden forest. The trees on either side collapsed in layers, one after another, startling flocks of birds into flight. Suddenly, a familiar cry pierced the air, accompanied by the furious hiss of the serpent, entering his ears and igniting a flicker of hope within his heart. What could that be? Spiriel sensed that the serpent-like creature seemed ensnared by some unseen force, thereby slowing its pursuit of them. She instinctively attempted to glance back, but as she turned midway, Snape noticed her movement and swiftly pulled her close, encircling her protectively in front of him. His grip on her wrist was warm, while the hand covering her eyes felt cool at the fingertips. "Do not look back," he commanded. As Snape shielded Spittle's eyes, they took refuge behind a tree. The two pressed their backs against the trunk, listening intently to the fierce duel between Serpent and Phoenix. Fawkes, displaying remarkable bravery, had just emerged from a grueling battle with Nagini the previous day, and today, he was fully healed and prepared to face the basilisk alone. Unfortunately, while his claws and sharp beak could inflict harm, they were not sufficient to vanquish the creature entirely. Once more, Fawkes soared into the air, pursued closely by the basilisk, which opened its maw to reveal venomous fangs glimmering with a bluish hue. With a sudden dive, he let out a piercing cry, his elongated golden beak plunging fiercely into the basilisk's eye. It was akin to piercing a water-filled balloon, as dark blood erupted forth, splattering onto the ground and transforming the fallen leaves and twigs into a mass of blackened sludge. Emboldened by his success, Fawkes pressed on, blinding the basilisk's other eye as well. The pain drove the creature into a frenzy, its tail thrashing wildly and severing the nearby trees at their bases. The splintered trunks flew in all directions, nearly striking the very tree where Snape and Spittle had taken cover. The blinded basilisk spun aimlessly, its nostrils flaring as it sought the scent of the two diminutive figures it was pursuing. Exhausted, Fawkes flew back to Snape and Spittle, and from the Phoenix's realm. A tattered and crumpled object tumbled to the ground at Snape's feet. Was that the Sorting Hat? Snape was taken aback. A hat? Has this Phoenix lost its wits in battle? How could a hat possibly vanquish a basilisk? Would it be placed over its mouth? Or perhaps the Sorting Hat would sing its off-key melody to charm the serpent? Should it be worn upon one's head? Without hesitation, Spiral seized the hat and placed it firmly upon Snape's head. She could no longer don this hat herself, given her performance at the beginning of the term. It was conceivable that wearing it might lead her to incinerate it. Snape had no time for contemplation. His sole intention was to vanquish the basilisk, ensuring their safe return to the school. As for the Sorting Hat, it appeared to tremble with anticipation upon making contact with Snape's hair, as if bracing itself for a grand revelation. Suddenly, it released its grip, seemingly unburdening itself of some weighty secret. A substantial object emerged from within the hat, and as it struck Snape's head, both the hat and the object tumbled to the ground. A gleaming silver sword revealed itself from the depths of the Sorting Hat, its hilt adorned with a ruby the size of an egg. Without hesitation, Snape drew his sword, casting his gaze towards the distant basilisk. Then briefly glancing at Sybil standing to the side, he calmly uttered a single phrase, "Wait for me." In the distance, Fawkes continued to flit around the head of the serpent, singing an enigmatic and peculiar melody. Upon noticing Snape approaching with the sword, it emitted an excited cry, its fiery form expanding dramatically in an instant. With his sword held firmly in both hands, Snape charged towards the serpent. Fawkes, with a graceful descent, glided low in the air. He leapt upward, brandishing the sword, willingly serving as the brave one's stepping stone. Standing tall upon the Phoenix, he raised his sword high and leaped. Chapter 52. The sword, imbued with an indomitable spirit, plunged between the two gaping wounds of the monstrous serpent. In furious retaliation, it flung Snape violently from its head. Armored protection. In an instant, the drained magical energy could not even shape the ironclad spell, and the shattered, translucent blue barrier began to dissolve the moment it materialized. Snape, with the shattered barrier, crashed into the trees ahead, sending splinters flying in all directions. The violent impact caused him to uncontrollably spit out a mouthful of blood, and before his eyes, golden stars danced chaotically, rendering his vision hazy, like a rag doll. He lay amidst the debris of wood, utterly motionless, his body marked with countless lacerations. Sybil's eyes brimmed with fury, and the obsidian bracelet on her wrist emitted a distressed clattering sound. Arcane sparks danced wildly upon her arm, yet she felt no pain. With a sharp crack, the bracelet disintegrated into dust, scattering like fireflies in the air. The surging black sand finally broke free from its constraints. In an instant, it enveloped Sybil, swirling around her in a tempest of rage, lifting ancient branches and debris, and charging towards the basilisk, which, sensing it was still insufficient, poised its tail for a lethal strike against Severus. The ground bore no trace of Sybil's presence. A fierce onslaught forced the basilisk to retreat a step. As the howling black sand seized the sword embedded in the creature's head, the blade glinting as though it might vanish into the shadows, a delicate hand emerged from the chaos, gripping it tightly. Fawkes stood beside Severus, gazing solemnly at the tempestuous black sand, opening its beak to sing a soothing, ancient melody, gradually healing Severus's myriad wounds. The sword, held by that small hand, stabilized as the black sand slowly coalesced into the ethereal form of a girl. With both hands on the sword, she fearlessly thrust it into the gaping maw of the basilisk, undeterred by its venomous fangs. Severus, awakening from his stupor, beheld this scene. His eyes widening in shock at the apparition formed of black sand, his heart quickening. The blade pierced flesh with a decisive thud. The basilisk emitted a mournful wail. Collapsing despondently, its massive body crashed to the ground, sending dirt and broken branches flying. A deluge of black blood sprayed forth, raining down through Sybil's ethereal form, eroding the earth into dark voids. The basilisk's fangs pierced the arm she had just formed. She knelt rigidly on the ground, the sword raised high. Having impaled the basilisk's head, the gleaming tip of the blade pointed skyward. Gradually, the black sand flowed back into Sybil's body. She appeared disheveled and smeared with blood. Her features obscured. Her hands remained tightly clasped around the sword lodged in the basilisk's mouth, her entire being eerily still. Professor McGonagall, alerted by the unusual commotion in the Forbidden Forest, hurriedly arrived alongside Madame Pomfrey and a returning Dumbledore, only to witness a scene far more harrowing than they had anticipated. To their dismay, 2 students appeared to be involved. It seemed that these students had vanquished the basilisk that had inexplicably emerged. Oh, Merlin! Upon seeing the girl still kneeling beneath the basilisk's head, sword raised, McGonagall's eyes glistened with tears. She rushed forward, while Dumbledore cast a glance at Fawkes. His heart slightly reassured. McGonagall cautiously touched the girl, discovering her body was rigid and the breath at her nostrils faint. Albus, more content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content failed to load. Please close reading mode, novel mode, and disable ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser. Do not panic, Minerva, there is still hope. Dumbledore's steady voice calmed McGonagall. She pried open the girl's hand, retrieving the sword and withdrawing it from the basilisk's mouth, handing it to Dumbledore. Then, she embraced the girl's stiff form as Dumbledore, sword in hand, swiftly severed the basilisk's fangs. McGonagall laid the girl flat on the ground, as Fawkes flew over to stand beside the arm pierced by the fangs, its eyes brimming with tears. Dumbledore pressed one hand on the girl's arm, grasped the fangs with the other, and pulled forcefully. The foul blood sprayed forth, just as the phoenix's tears fell upon it. At that moment, a somewhat revived Severus, supported by Madame Pomfrey, slowly rose to his feet, leaning against a tree. At his insistence, Madame Pomfrey led him to Sybil's side. McGonagall looked up, her eyes still red but betraying her anger and concern. Her voice was tense. Mr. Snape. Taking a deep breath, she turned her gaze to the girl, who lay still yet seemed to be regaining some vitality. Surely, this must be Miss Trelawney from Slytherin. You. She huffed heavily, glaring at Snape with the unmistakable intent of settling accounts later. Albus, how is she? Madame Pomfrey furrowed her brow, staring at Sybil, who appeared slightly better yet was recovering at an unusually slow pace. Typically, Phoenix tears are the swiftest and most effective remedy known. However, this recovery seemed inconsistent with her recollections. Do not worry, Poppy. Her recovery is indeed a bit slower than usual. Dumbledore lifted the still unconscious Sybil into his arms. Let us go. Headmaster, about this basilisk. McGonagall glanced at the creature's corpse, her words lingering. Basilisk. The rotund Slughorn wiped the sweat from his brow. Having rushed over, his eyes lit up upon seeing the basilisk's body. However, the moment he laid eyes on Snape, his smile vanished. What is the meaning of this? Dumbledore interrupted Slughorn. Horace, we can discuss explanations later. You handle this, and once you have resolved it, come to my office. Very well. Slughorn's coarse beard twitched as he nodded. The 3 of them escorted Spinnet and Snape back to the school's infirmary, where they meticulously cleaned the 2 and provided them with fresh garments. Upon assuring that Snape's injuries were no longer of concern, Madame Pomfrey handed him a calming potion, urging him to take a restful slumber. Snape glanced at the sleeping Sybil in the adjacent bed before shifting his gaze to Dumbledore, who smiled warmly at him. He intended to utter a few words, but the calming potion prepared by Madame Pomfrey was exceedingly effective. His dark eyes gradually closed, and before long, he succumbed to slumber. Dumbledore stood by Sybil's bedside, gazing down at her now vacant wrist, gently returning her hand to the covers. His compassionate eyes reflected a sense of helplessness as he tenderly stroked her hair, sighing softly, I'm sorry. I should have granted you more time to grow. Yet, the war has commenced, and we are out of time. He quietly exited the infirmary, where Fawkes gracefully alighted on his shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his gray-brown beard. As Dumbledore walked, he returned smiles to the students who greeted him, yet beneath his smile, a fleeting sharpness glimmered. One already vanquished, surely he would exercise caution. The children were his bottom line. He hoped they would not overstep again. Chapter 53. As night fell, the students remained oblivious to the fierce battle that had transpired in the Forbidden Forest that afternoon, as the professors had strictly prohibited any visits to that area. Students heading to the greenhouse for herbology glanced curiously at the fallen trees, mistakenly believing they were remnants of Hagrid's preparations for the forthcoming Christmas. Lucius Malfoy spent the entire afternoon in a restless state. Upon learning that Sybil and Snape had been admitted to the infirmary, he hurried to inquire further, only to be politely rebuffed by Madame Pomfrey, who informed him they were currently resting and unable to receive visitors. It was apparent that the two had encountered something significant, perhaps related to that terrifying black void. As night enveloped the surroundings, Lucius strolled alone from the castle. Most of the older Slytherins were confined due to the events of that day, leaving him to face the impending Dark Lord by himself. He found himself inexplicably drawn to the woods, which had been warned against by the professors. The fallen trees had been cleared, leaving only a barren, dark expanse. Lucius stared in astonishment at this vast clearing, rivaling the size of the Quidditch pitch, speculating what Sybil and Snape might have discovered. Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed rapidly from afar. A black carriage descended smoothly before Lucius. The magical latch on the carriage was released, and 2 men and a woman emerged. Voldemort cast a sidelong glance at Lucius, asking, "Is Nagini still in that hole?" "Yes, my lord," Lucius replied, with a dismissive wave of his hand. Voldemort showed little interest in Lucius's explanation. He surveyed his surroundings, his nostrils flaring as a familiar scent wafted through the air. His gaze hardened upon seeing the charred earth. As he sifted the dark soil through his fingers, the fine particles danced away, shimmering with silvery highlights, evoking memories of past events. Given the time that had elapsed, he could only glimpse fragments, such as the emergence of a phoenix and a swirling mass akin to sand. Lastly, he recalled the sword that pierced the head of his beloved pet. That was the sword of Gryffindor. Voldemort recognized it instantly and was aware of its concealed location by Dumbledore. Gryffindor, he mused, instinctively believing that anyone capable of wielding Gryffindor's sword must be a student of Gryffindor. As the vision faded, he gestured for Lucius, who had remained silent, to present the items he had prepared. Lucius, having not seen Sybil and Snape in the earlier vision, pondered whether they had been absent that afternoon. If so, why did they require treatment in the infirmary? His eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be they were attempting to evade something? Lucius? Voldemort's displeasure was evident as he observed Lucius lost in thought. The latter hastily collected himself, retrieving a transparent crystal vial containing a pale golden liquid from his robe pocket. He lowered his head, cradling the vial in both hands. Voldemort frowned disdainfully, tilting his head as Sarah Caro stepped forward, taking the vial, uncorking it, and consuming its contents. Lucius produced a small black velvet pouch embroidered with the letternine silver thread, from which he extracted 2 sets of Slytherin uniforms. Voldemort regarded Lucius briefly before performing transfiguration upon himself. As he donned the clothing, he appeared slightly shorter, his smooth golden hair neatly styled at the back of his head. Once dressed, he transformed into the likeness of Lucius Malfoy. Sarah Caro, now resembling Narcissa Black, approached Voldemort's side. Voldemort cleared his throat twice, adjusting his voice to match Malfoy's. "You will wait here." "Yes, my lord." With Sarah Caro beside him, Voldemort strolled leisurely towards the castle, as if returning to his own home, exuding an air of casual confidence. They smoothly arrived at the second-floor lavatory. Caro hung a maintenance sign on the door and closed it behind them. In truth, even without such a precaution, few students would enter this lavatory due to the presence of a neurotic ghost who incessantly wept, creating an unpleasant atmosphere for anyone wishing to relieve themselves. Suddenly, a pearlescent ghost flitted out from the farthest stall, curiously hovering before Voldemort. He regarded the specter with a slight smirk, as if admiring one of his prized possessions. With a casual flick of his wand, the petrified ghost became enveloped in dark mist, floating before him. With a mere gesture, Voldemort swept the mist into the stall, locking the door with a swift motion. Familiar with the layout, Voldemort approached a brass tap adorned with a small serpent etched on the side. "Open," he commanded. As a peculiar hissing sound escaped Voldemort's lips, the brass tap emitted a blinding light, and the mirrored walls began to spin rapidly. Gradually, the sink receded from view, revealing a large pipe through which one could easily crawl. "You stay here." "Yes, my lord." Following the broader pipe, Voldemort swiftly descended. As he neared his destination, he slowed his pace, as he had done countless times over the past 20 years, standing steadily upon the damp floor, summoning a magical orb of light. He ventured deeper into the darkness. After navigating several twists and turns, Voldemort arrived at the open doorway of a wall. Standing at the threshold, he rapped his wand against the wall. "Is that you, my lord?" A distant, urgent hissing responded. "Where are you?" The hissing grew frantic. "I am here. I can feel it. She is dead. She has been killed. Is my servant well?" "She is unharmed, quite well. She has been slain. You still live." The atmosphere suddenly fell into silence, and after a considerable pause, the hissing sound resumed, "Taking your servant away. Should any minuscule creatures intrude again, I shall not be lenient." Voldemort sauntered in, and within a few paces, he could feel the muddy path beneath his feet transform into one of stone slabs. It was an elongated chamber, where the initial pitch darkness gradually gave way to a dim light, suffused with a verdant mist. Towering stone pillars supported this cavern, nestled beneath the black lake, with serpents coiling around them, casting long, eerie shadows across the room steeped in mystique. Upon reaching the last pair of stone columns, Voldemort beheld the battered Nagini coiled at the base of a familiar, wizened wizard statue bearing a simian visage. Chapter 54. A Word to the Wise. Updates will surpass the current chapters, anticipated for release on December 28th. For those who appreciate it and do not mind the trouble, feel free to bookmark my work, which shares the same title. Thank you all. The first year segment is nearing its conclusion, with approximately 20 chapters remaining. I appreciate your steadfast companionship, and I look forward to our second year together. Voldemort gazed down upon Nagini, his eyes devoid of warmth, offering not even a trace of compassion. Had it not been for her manageable nature and her residual utility, he would have never expended energy to rescue her. He produced a delicate brass cage from his sleeve, swiftly enlarging it in his grasp. Raising his hand, he cast a levitation charm, sending Nagini into the cage. Before departing, he lifted his gaze to the visage of the Slytherin stone statue, obscured high in the darkness. Opening his mouth, he emitted a hissing sound, warning her not to attempt escape, for her fate had already been revealed. This is the safest place. Await patiently for the opportune moment to cleanse those who stand against us. Deep within the statue, something seemed to slither and retreat, fading into the shadows. Yet, in this lightless cavern, only it remained. After a professional diagnosis by Madame Pomfrey, Sybil requires at least another week for her full recovery. During this period, she must consume a small cup of phoenix tears daily to treat her blood, which is continually tainted by snake venom. Consequently, Sybil is reluctantly obliged to report to Professor Dumbledore's office each day. Today marks her final visit to seek tears from Fawkes, and a sense of relief washes over her. After all, enduring Fawkes's mournful, tear-filled gaze each day has begun to weigh heavily on her. Not to mention, Fawkes would stand over her, gently squeezing out tears under Dumbledore's approving gaze. To be frank, she has already begun to feel quite overwhelmed. As the stone gargoyle dutifully opened the revolving staircase, Sybil ascended into the office, where she was surprised to find Professor McGonagall in attendance. Dumbledore offered her a warm smile and beckoned her closer. It appeared that Professor McGonagall had been discussing some significant matter with Dumbledore prior to her arrival, as their conversation came to an abrupt halt upon her entrance. However, Dumbledore gestured for her to continue, leaving Sybil perplexed. It is well known that the Slytherin house has largely devolved into a reserve for Death Eaters, with upper-year students already engaging in Voldemort's activities before their graduation. Miss Trelawney is the youngest member of the Order of the Phoenix, so there is no need for concern, Dumbledore said with a smile, though his keen eyes cast a sharp glance at Sybil. Sybil nodded in agreement, feeling a warmth as Fawkes perched atop her head. Ahem. Professor McGonagall placed her hand by her mouth and cleared her throat, yet Sybil would wager 10 galleons that she had just witnessed a fleeting smile from the professor. As if the act of coughing were contagious, Dumbledore too let out a cough. He then retrieved a brilliant red, translucent stone from his drawer and placed it upon the table. Sybil's gaze sharpened, as if she had encountered the Philosopher's Stone. Professor McGonagall's attention was immediately captivated. Albus, are you certain you wish to proceed with this? Indeed, Dumbledore nodded, donning dragon-hide gloves and retrieving a fong that emitted a cerulean glow. Sybil scrutinized it several times, confirming it to be the very fong of the basilisk she had slain. The Philosopher's Stone? The fong? Surely, it could not imply what she feared. Her eyes flickered with a hint of regret as she beheld the crimson, translucent gem. Yet, placing it within the Phoenix's domain would ensure its safety. Professor McGonagall, too, seemed to lament the fate of this singular Philosopher's Stone. The Phoenix's space can only serve as a temporary refuge. Moreover, what if someone discovers how to unlock it? Minerva. That individual possesses extraordinary talents. I am unwilling to take even the slightest risk. Very well, if you must proceed, McGonagall acquiesced, ceasing her attempts to dissuade Dumbledore. Dumbledore chuckled amiably. Fear not. Nicholas has preserved ample elixir of life to sustain them for centuries to come. However, you are well aware that its utility extends beyond mere creation of those simple elixirs. It would be an immense waste. That individual, along with the unfortunate girl cursed with blood magic from birth, are both in dire need of it. Hence, destruction is the only path that grants me peace. With that, Dumbledore raised the fong encased in dragonhide gloves, its sharp tip swiftly puncturing the redstone. Upon erupting with a crimson magical shield, the gem shattered with a resounding crack, disintegrating into a fine red powder. The venom within the basilisk fong rapidly corroded the stone's magic, transforming the red powder into mere stone dust. With a wave of Dumbledore's hand, not even a trace remained. All done, he proclaimed, gleefully clapping his hands together. He casually selected a piece of parchment from his desk and retrieved a ruby from the drawer. Grasping the Elder One set aside, he cast a transfiguration spell upon the ruby. Spiel was rendered speechless by the old headmaster's actions. Suddenly, she recalled a saying, those who possess the power to vanquish the Dark Lord are, in themselves, quite formidable. Dumbledore's slender fingers deftly wrapped the ruby, identical to the Philosopher's Stone, in parchment, securing it with a charming bow. You see, it still exists, and they are destined to contend for it endlessly. He handed the small package to Professor McGonagall. Minerva, please place it in the vault of Gringotts, number 713. Let us hope that the day we see it again never arrives. Professor McGonagall's expression was somewhat inscrutable, yet she complied with Dumbledore's wishes, accepting the small package before departing from the headmaster's office. Spiel, how fares your divination? Dumbledore inquired, gazing curiously at the girl who appeared composed throughout. Not particularly well. Sybil replied with a hint of bewilderment, pondering why Dumbledore had chosen to reveal to her that the Philosopher's Stone was, from this day forth, a mere counterfeit. I have a friend, he said, gazing into Sybil's mismatched eyes, his voice tinged with an oddity and a whisper of nostalgic rasp. His divination skills leave much to be desired. Dumbledore lowered his gaze, a smile playing upon his lips as he twirled his mustache. He pushed forward a glass vial filled with a transparent liquid from the edge of the table. Here you are, the dosage for today. Ah, age has its toll. My vigor wanes in comparison to my youth. I wish to rest for a while. I trust you do not mind? Spear shook her head, gazing at Dumbledore, who was reclining in his chair, having conjured a purple woolen blanket adorned with golden stars to drape over himself. He winked at her, ensuring that no one would discover their headmaster lounging in his office. Slowly turning his chair to face the wall, Dumbledore waved a hand at Spear, reminding her not to squander her talents, urging her to apply them wisely. Shortly thereafter, a faint snore escaped him. Dumbledore had drifted off to sleep. Chapter 55. When Nagini awoke, 3 days had already passed. She found herself confined within a large brass cage, her wounds completely healed. Voldemort leaned against the bars of the cage, idly twirling his wand. I recall instructing you on how to access the Phoenix's realm. Why did you still fail? He queried, a glint of red flashing in his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Nagini. Should you entertain any more treacherous thoughts, he warned, casually waving his wand towards her, it will be excruciating. A crimson beam struck Nagini, sending a searing pain deep into her soul, causing her entire serpentine form to recoil violently against the cage. Voldemort held his wand aloft, expressionless, as he observed her frantic attempts to escape the confines of her prison. It was only when her scales flew off, blood gushing, and she lay gasping on the ground that he finally lowered his wand. You shall remain here for reflection, he decreed. Master. Nagini struggled to regain her human form, yet her serpent tail remained. Desperately, she called out to Voldemort, Master, grant me another chance. I never intended to hoard the Philosopher's Stone. You didn't? Voldemort turned, a sinister grin curling his lips. What am I to make of your words, Nagini? Your skirmish with that phoenix was merely to demonstrate that the stone was destroyed during the battle, wasn't it? The stone is a mere embellishment for me, but for you, it holds a different significance. What shall we do about this? Voldemort's voice dripped with mockery as he regarded her serpent tail. Lowering his tone, he continued, there is but one Philosopher's Stone, and it should rightfully belong to whoever needs it most, especially since it was I who procured it. Do you think I would believe you if you claimed the stone was consumed by phoenix flames? Nagini, has your intellect regressed to that of a serpent, relying solely on instinct? Or do you believe me so easily duped? His tone was light yet laced with a chilling resonance that penetrated Nagini's very core. She despondently stared at her serpent tail, remaining silent until Voldemort departed. 1 drop, 2 drops. Crystalline beads of moisture trickled down her scales, slowly sliding to the ground, leaving a damp mark that quickly vanished. much like her fading persona. The magnitude of her expectations matched the depth of her despair. How much time remained for her? In mid-November, the students of Hogwarts finally anticipated the first Quidditch match for the House Cup. However, external disturbances had begun to dampen their spirits for revelry. Julian Lee, the original seeker for Gryffindor, had announced his temporary withdrawal from the match, as his brother was a victim of the recent Ministry of Magic incident. Due to overwhelming sorrow, he found himself lacking the motivation to engage in any activities, even bursting into tears during class. Consequently, Madame Pomfrey had to administer calming drafts to stabilize his emotions. Curiously, Lucius Malfoy, the captain of the Slytherin team, was also absent from the match. Rumors circulated that he had suffered injuries during potion-making practice, while others speculated that the marks on his body resembled those of a beating rather than an accident. The swirling rumors surrounding their withdrawals had inadvertently piqued everyone's interest in the match and uplifted the atmosphere. Naturally, the debut of James Potter, the new seeker substituting for Julian Lee, became a focal point of the confrontation. When the two competing teams met in the Great Hall that morning, sparks flew. Yet under the watchful eyes of the two headmasters, they were compelled to display decorum. James, do not be anxious. Just perform as you would in our regular training. Amelia Bones, the Gryffindor captain, motivated her team in the locker room, preparing them for the final push. The atmosphere in the Slytherin changing room was notably serene. Yet the expressions on everyone's faces were somber and foreboding. Lucius Malfoy, his body swathed in bandages, revealed only his eyes, which glimmered with fury and malice. He made a gesture across his throat, his voice muffled by the bandages, commanding, "Eliminate them." As the clock approached 11, students and faculty alike began to make their way to the Quidditch pitch. The biting cold wind swept through the air, and the sky was overcast, suggesting that snow might soon grace the grounds. As both teams emerged from their changing rooms and approached the field, they were met with a cacophony of noise, cheers mingled with boos, the latter primarily directed at the Slytherin team. It was an open secret that many members of Slytherin had families involved in that notorious affair. Madame Hooch, the Quidditch referee, called for Chris Shafik and Amelia Bones to shake hands. Chris Shafik produced a glove from seemingly nowhere, raising an eyebrow as he donned one and extended his hand towards Amelia. She bit her lip, reluctantly reaching out, only to withdraw her hand almost instantly. However, when she witnessed Shafik's next action, the Gryffindor girl nearly succumbed to the urge to throw a punch. Chris Shafik pinched the glove with 2 fingers, removed it, and tossed it onto the ground before casting a fire spell that incinerated the glove entirely. Mr. Shafik, spells are prohibited on the pitch. Furthermore, for willfully damaging the field, Slytherin loses 5 points. Madame Hooch exclaimed, her discontent palpable. Unfazed, Shafik shrugged. After all, Slytherin's points had not seen daylight for more than a day this semester. What did it matter? The crowd erupted into a chorus of boos. All right, take your positions. On my whistle, Madame Hooch instructed. 3, 2, 1. The 14 players leapt into the gray, overcast sky in unison at the sound of the whistle. The seekers from Slytherin and Gryffindor soared to great heights, seemingly spotting the golden snitch simultaneously. Amidst the gasps of the spectators in the stands, the two plummeted at a swift 90-degree angle towards the ground. As they neared the earth, one executed a sharp turn, ascending through the draped curtains adorning the stands. The situation grew increasingly peculiar among the beaters of both teams. The Slytherin beaters, upon seizing the quaffle, would promptly launch it toward James Potter's head. It appeared they had singled him out as Gryffindor's Achilles heel. If they could shatter him, the entire team would falter. This compelled Gryffindor's 2 beaters to remain ever vigilant, soaring protectively around James to shield him from the relentless barrage of bludgers aimed at his head. The tactical arrangements of Slytherin appear to be quite effective this time. Among their remaining 3 chasers, 2 are notably robust in stature. These 2 formidable chasers are relentlessly pursuing the Gryffindor chaser who possesses the quaffle, likely considering themselves akin to a bludger, unhesitatingly colliding with anyone in their path. Chapter 56. Johnny Gate is the sole slender member of the Slytherin team. However, his physique is remarkably agile. After all, Gate was previously the seeker for Slytherin. The commentary in the stands is provided by Leonard Parsons from Ravenclaw, a seasoned Quidditch enthusiast. Under the duress of Slytherin's 2 chasers, the quaffle is snatched from the Gryffindor chaser's grasp. Johnny Gate swoops in with precision, seamlessly catching the quaffle as it is hurled in his direction. He then dashes towards the Gryffindor goalpost with lightning speed. Amelia Bones stands vigilant in goal, prepared for the impending challenge. Has Lucius been struck by Nagini? As Slytherin's spire gazed at the match while gossiping with Snape, Johnny Gate executed a feint near the goal, causing Amelia to believe he would miss the shot. To her astonishment, Gate unleashed a spectacular bludger. Leonard Parsons shouted in excitement as Gate swept the ball from the opposite side towards the Gryffindor goal. The bludger soared through the Gryffindor goalposts with a resounding clang, securing the first goal of the match. The ball was in. Leonard Parsons, exhilarated by the exquisite feint, exclaimed, "What a marvelous deception." Slytherin leads 10-0. In the stands, the cheers from Slytherin House resonated triumphantly above the boos from the other houses. Snape also clapped his hands, glancing around. Amidst the buzzing noise, he silently cast a muffling charm. I believe that yesterday during the day, he received a letter, and after he left that evening, he did not return for the entire night. Snape evidently found the mummy-like visage of Lucius Malfoy, which he had encountered that morning, exceedingly amusing. His eyes curved like crescent moons, only to swiftly revert to his customary expressionless demeanor. Spill peered through the telescope at the tumultuous battle unfolding above, while James Porter darted left and right, desperately attempting to evade a rogue orb that seemed to follow him like a boomerang. Do you think Nagini would send Malfoy to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone? Lucius would not go. Snape extracted his tattered Advanced Potions textbook, concealing it beneath his robes as he occasionally cast a glance at the score. With his peripheral vision, he noted the surroundings. I overheard Lucius mention that Nagini had been severely punished by the Dark Lord. It seemed that this failure to seize victory was attributed to her. Suddenly, the Gryffindor students in the stands erupted into enthusiastic applause. The two quickly turned their gaze upward, discovering that James Potter, like an arrow released from a bow, had darted past two Slytherin players, successfully breaking through their blockade. In a split second, as two bludgers bore down on him, he deftly maneuvered his broom to plunge downward, only to swiftly pivot and ascend once more. Seizing the moment when Johnny Gates was distracted, he snatched the quaffle from his grasp. His body hugged the broom as he zigzagged toward the Slytherin goal with lightning speed. The trajectory was fluid and seamless, as if he had rehearsed it 1,000 times. James Potter. Leonard Parsons' eyes sparkled with excitement. The first-year substitute chaser from Gryffindor had astounded everyone by performing with the poise of a seasoned player in his very first match. With his agile and proficient broom handling skills, James Potter swiftly secured 10 points for Gryffindor. A few players from Slytherin exchanged glances and nodded slightly. After a moment, Snape exhaled and continued. The Dark Lord has decreed that no one is permitted to assist her in stealing the Philosopher's Stone. What do you suppose Nagini desires with the stone? I have no idea, replied Spire, lowering her telescope. In any case, Dumbledore has hidden the stone away securely. How can you be certain that the stone is well hidden? A single remark from Snape caused Sybil to pause mid-stretch. Observing her demeanor, Snape merely shrugged, thinking to himself that ignorance might indeed be a source of peace. Having participated in several life-and-death endeavors, he had developed a certain aversion to secrets. He resumed his focus on the book before him. Professor Slughorn was correct. One's own strength is the most reliable foundation one can possess. Spill chuckled awkwardly. Haha. Well, it doesn't really concern us anyway. Let's watch the match. Sever, do you think we can win? Absolutely. Snape expressed unwavering confidence. Gryffindor dominating Quidditch? That's merely Slytherin letting them have their fun. Quidditch demands strategy. Those brawny Gryffindors only know how to charge blindly. As Snape had predicted. Although Gryffindor's Seeker managed to catch the golden snitch, Slytherin ultimately emerged victorious. James Potter, lacking experience, was caught off guard by two Slytherin beaters during the second half of the match. They knocked him off his broom with a bludger, resulting in a broken arm that forced him to withdraw from the game. The atmosphere in the Gryffindor common room was dismal. They had lost to Slytherin in the very first Quidditch match of the term. Despite Slytherin's narrow victory by just 10 points, Gryffindor students felt utterly humiliated. After all, they not only lost the match but had one of their players injured as well. James sat morosely on the sofa by the fireplace, staring blankly at the roaring flames. Sirius, Remus, and Peter exchanged glances, silently urging one another to approach first. However, they soon found their hesitation unnecessary as Lily was being ushered over by a group of girls. Remus stepped aside, retreating into the shadows. There was a peculiar sensation, as if everyone had discovered a secret, except for the one directly involved. Potter, you flew splendidly today. Lily had rehearsed her encouraging words for quite some time before finally voicing them. To be honest, while she had watched the match from below, she found it rather lackluster, especially the physical clashes between the players, which gave her the impression of watching an American football game. Not to mention, James had been knocked off his broom, resulting in a broken arm. Oh, dear, this match was even more brutal than American football. Upon seeing Lily sitting across from him, James instinctively straightened up and scratched his nose. Lily, do you really think I was great? Lily forced a smile, awkward yet polite, and nodded. Internally, she rolled her eyes at Mary and Amelia, the girls who had pushed her to encourage the rookie player. How odd, she thought. She wasn't particularly close with these boys. So why did they summon her to offer encouragement? Especially Amelia. She should have been the one to encourage the players. Chapter 57. James gazed at Lily, grinning foolishly as if he had received immense comfort. Next time, I will definitely win. Just you wait. Sirius took a step back, standing beside Remus. Unable to bear the sight of this fool grinning like an idiot, this was certainly not the James he knew. Peter sat on the sofa, blinking his little eyes enviously at Sirius and James, who were surrounded by girls. I wonder if I'll be selected for the Gryffindor Quidditch team next year. He recalled Slytherin's lineup from today. Perhaps Gryffindor could use a smaller chaser? Before the snow arrived, the Quidditch match between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff concluded as well. Hufflepuff's Seeker ended the match just 20 minutes in, as the golden snitch flew right under his nose. If he can't catch that, then... James paused deliberately. He and Sirius were never short of admiring gazes, except for one. James raised an eyebrow, scanning the room until he spotted the red-haired figure engrossed in a book. He raked his fingers through his hair, as if this would enhance his charm. His voice suddenly rang out. Then that Seeker should consider retirement. He quickly recovered from the blow of the earlier match, and each time he saw Lily nearby, he would regale her with tales of Quidditch techniques, causing her to wish she could turn and flee upon seeing him. Just as now, Lily silently rolled her eyes, closed her book, and prepared to find a quieter spot to study for her potions class. Whenever James Potter and his gang appeared, it was as if a multitude of ducks had descended, creating a cacophony. By the second week of December, each house prefect began compiling a list of students remaining at school during the Christmas break to submit to Professor McGonagall for final tallying. Neither Slytherin nor Snape intended to return, while Lily had already packed her belongings in anticipation, ready to board the Hogwarts Express back to London immediately after the final examination on the last day. The end-of-term exams before Christmas effectively redirected the students' scattered attention back to their studies. How did the exams fare? When Spire and Snape arrived at the room of requirement, Lily was already nestled among a pile of soft velvet cushions. She waved at them and lethargically inquired with a classic post-examination question. Not too bad, Spire reflected, feeling reasonably well about it, as he had managed to answer everything. Snape is unlikely to encounter any issues. His academic performance has consistently been exceptional across all subjects. Particularly in potions, Professor Slughorn has already extended an invitation to Snape to assist him with some commonplace materials, thereby offering him an opportunity for work study. Snape straightened his posture. Although he still donned that old robe that appeared to have been neglected for quite some time, a subtle smile graced his lips, exuding an air of confidence. Splendid. I believe I cannot possibly score below an A. Lily suddenly sprang to her feet, her emerald green eyes wide with astonishment. With her hands cupping her cheeks, she exclaimed, "Oh my goodness! Did you all manage to answer the supplementary question in the history of magic regarding the distinctions between the Yeti of Chabai Mountain and the one from Glanbane?" Spiel and Snape exchanged a glance, and Spiel chuckled softly. "Isn't this a simple question?" "What?" Lily wailed as she collapsed onto the mat. Professor Binns never even mentioned this. Professor Scamander had also not brought it up. How could it possibly be considered an easy question? She gazed helplessly at the lofty ceiling, thinking, surely, I can't just make something up about their paw sizes being different or their fur colors and lengths varying. Suddenly, the room of requirement was enveloped in an atmosphere of peculiar awkwardness. When Lily looked up and saw Snape and Spiel gazing at her with sympathy, she angrily tossed a cushion aside, exclaiming, "Oh, come on." Spiel and Snape nodded, barely suppressing their laughter. "I actually left it blank." Lily was filled with regret. She should have just filled it out casually. Oh dear, no more dwelling on it. Let's enjoy Christmas. Have you packed your luggage? Spill approached Lily, settling beside her and gently caressing her silky, crimson locks. Lily instinctively nestled her head against her friend's abdomen, nuzzling like a small kitten. This tender display caught Snape's eye, who found himself glancing over several times, though the two girls, engrossed in their playful banter, remained oblivious. Lily departed on the express train in the afternoon, and they exchanged heartfelt farewells before her departure. "I have prepared Christmas gifts for you. I hope you will cherish them," Lily called out, waving to Spill and Snape from the window. The red steam locomotive carried her further away until she vanished into the enveloping white mist surrounding the castle. On the eve of Christmas, a heavy snowfall blanketed Hogwarts Castle, resembling a lavish cake adorned with thick frosting. Students had already taken to the solidly frozen Black Lake, enjoying their time skating. The Slytherin common room lay desolate, with only Snape and Spill remaining. No other Slytherin students chose to stay at the school for the holiday. Spill entered the communal lounge barefoot, discovering that Snape was already in the midst of unwrapping presents. Spill, Merry Christmas. Snape held a small package wrapped in silver green paper. Smiling as he addressed Spill, Merry Christmas. Spear gazed toward the Christmas tree in the lounge and then pointed to a vividly colored square box, exclaiming, "This is the gift I have prepared for you." Unwrapping presents is perhaps the most eagerly anticipated moment of the Christmas celebration. Snape received a brand new pair of dragonhide gloves from Spella. Lily gifted him a new cauldron, accompanied by a book entitled Enchanting Potions. Snape's popularity is evidently far superior to that of Slytherin, as nearly all the students from his house bestowed gifts upon him. In stark contrast, the gifts for Spittle were so few that one could count them on a single hand. Sybil was not particularly concerned about the number of gifts. She first perused the cards attached to several presents, but did not find the name she longed to see, leaving her with a slight sense of disappointment. Casually, she picked up one gift and opened it, revealing 5 diminutive gnomes adorned with red pointed hats. Each gnome was uniquely posed and exquisitely lifelike, with each holding a gemstone of a different hue. To her astonishment, one of the gnomes yawned in Sybil's hand before resuming its original stance, nearly causing her to drop it in fright. What was this? Spill placed the dwarves on the ground and inquired of Snape. Snape crouched on the ground, scrutinizing the object intently and uncertainly remarked, "It appears to be a statue of Grom. Who could have bestowed it?" There is a voice that interjects. Grom, the gnome, is depicted as a garden sprite adorned with a petite red cap. In this narrative, this gnome is characterized as a benevolent creature. Chapter 58. Sybil raised the card that had been set aside, blinking in astonishment. "Professor Dumbledore," she exclaimed, as she displayed it to Snape while reading the lines inscribed upon it. "It is said to be a collection of goblin guardians from Merlin's own trove, rumored to diligently protect every inch of the home. Wishing you a heartfelt Merry Christmas." Spiel found herself somewhat perplexed. A goblin guardian? Snape cast a brief, silent glance before immersing himself in the task of unwrapping his gifts, having never before received such a multitude. The common room fell into an unexpected silence, the only sound being the rustling of wrapping paper as Snape tore through it. Sensing the peculiar atmosphere, Snape spoke again. "Perhaps it is because you vanquished that basilisk. I am unsure, but after a while, it does appear rather charming." Spill smiled and gently tapped the red hat atop one of the little dwarf's heads. Snape cast a sidelong glance at Spinnet, noting her disinterest in continuing the conversation, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The Goblin Guardian signifies the safeguarding of peace within the wizarding realm. However, the notion of Dumbledore appointing a silent observer to ensure such tranquility? This action, is utterly more insane and perilous than that of the Dark Lord himself. Spill appeared oblivious to Snape's peculiar demeanor as she set aside the greeting card and the little gnome, turning her attention to the silver-green gift he had presented to her. As she unwrapped the delicate paper, she discovered an unremarkable wooden box, adorned only with simplistic floral engravings. Holding the box to her ear, she gently shook it, and it emitted a sound reminiscent of a glass bottom striking against a tabletop. Curiously, Sybil opened the small box. "Wow," she exclaimed, her fingers gently caressing the little wooden box, which had been enchanted with a seamless stretching spell. Before her lay an array of neatly arranged, dark green crystal vials. Each vial was approximately the size of a palm, and beneath each compartment lay a copper plate inscribed with numbers. There were potions of beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels, totaling an impressive 50 vials. "Thank you, Severus." Spill was utterly at a loss for words. Carefully setting the box aside, she sprang to her feet and leaped towards Snape, tackling him to the ground and enveloping him in a hearty embrace, her laughter ringing out joyfully. A crimson flush enveloped Snape's face as he bashfully nudged Spella, urging, You should rise first." Spiel sat cross-legged on the ground, a smile gracing her face as she watched Snape approach, cradling a wooden box in his hands. "Well, as long as you like it. I've never given you anything particularly worthy before." "Ah, here is the instruction manual." He extracted a small piece of paper from the box's crevice and handed it to Spiel, which was densely filled with details about the potions contained in each bottle and their respective effects. Most of the potions are light-sensitive liquids, so I've housed them all in dark crystal vials. This is truly invaluable. Sybil casually selected a crystal vial from the wooden box, weighing it in her hand before letting it dangle loosely. The sleeves of her nightgown perfectly concealed the back of her hand, unless one looked closely. It would be nearly impossible to discern that she held something. The petite dark crystal vial, whether employed openly or covertly, proved to be exceedingly convenient, indeed, a tool for revenge. Not for mere mischief. In any case, it was both practical and discreet. Thereafter, nothing could compare to the potion gift set that Severus had bestowed upon her. Lily had gifted Sybil a remarkable set of 36 automatic ink feather quills. This exquisite set had caught Sybil's eye for quite some time at the ever-changing ink stationery shop. Yet she had refrained from purchasing it, never anticipating that Lily would surprise her with such a thoughtful present. It was truly a gesture filled with sincerity. Additionally, Mrs. Weasley had also presented Sybil with a gift, her signature chocolate animal biscuits, packed into 2 large boxes. In one of the boxes, she had inscribed a note intended for Sybil, requesting her assistance in delivering it to Sybil. Sybil gazed at the gift that belonged to Sybil, placing it delicately upon the coffee table, intending to deliver it to her shortly. After unwrapping their presents, the two glanced at the time, only to realize it was already 9 o'clock, which left them feeling rather peckish. They each retreated to their dormitories to change their attire before heading towards the Great Hall. The professors of Hogwarts had completed the grand decorations of the castle a week prior. The previously elusive Hagrid had also reappeared a week ago, bringing with him several enormous fir trees. However, aside from Sybil and Snape, no one seemed to have noticed his absence over the past few weeks. Along the corridors, wreaths adorned with mistletoe, Christmas flowers, and pine cones were hung every 2 meters. Throughout the year, the Great Hall was most splendidly adorned during the Christmas season. The walls were draped with cascades of holly and mistletoe. The candles that once floated beneath the dome had been replaced with silver, Christmas tree-shaped candles. In the far left corner of the hall stood the largest Christmas tree, dragged in by Hagrid. It was festooned with a dazzling array of ornaments and ribbons, shimmering icicles, color-changing glowing bubbles, and cherubic statues that sang carols adorned the tree, while a large, radiant golden snowflake crowned its pinnacle. This snowflake rotated gracefully, showering golden and silver glittering flakes that cascaded down upon the branches, creating a particularly enchanting spectacle. Beneath the tree lay a heap of small gifts prepared by the professors for the students remaining at school. This was Sybil's first experience of the Christmas gathering. In the past, she had only been able to remain in her room, listening to Sybil and the others laughing and chatting in the common room. Nevertheless, she would receive gifts from Sybil, ranging from doodles to cushions adorned with tassels. However, as time passed, the laughter faded away, rendering Christmas indistinguishable from any ordinary day for them. Sybil collected her thoughts as she entered the hall, her gaze first landing upon a solitary gift box perched on the Slytherin long table. Subsequently, she turned her attention to the Ravenclaw table, where Sybil was expressionlessly consuming her meal while engrossed in a book. With a quiet sigh, she resolved, "Severus, I shall first deliver the items to Sybil." Snape nodded silently, saying nothing. Sybil approached the long table of Ravenclaw. The students, who remained at the table, cast her disdainful glances before turning away, as if they had not seen her at all. Sybil, in turn, chose to act as though there were no one beside her, remaining silent. "Merry Christmas." Sybil held a box of chocolate cookies in one hand, while her other hand hesitated awkwardly in the air for a moment before retracting. She gently placed the cookie gift box from Mrs. Weasley beside Sybil, stating that it was a present from Mrs. Weasley. The individual with the voluminous golden brown hair remained completely still. Chapter 59. Sybil reminisced about the time when the two of them relied on each other, and it would be impossible to claim she felt no sorrow. Throughout the years, Sybil had indeed been close to her. However, what significance did that hold? She was even unaware that she was her twin sister. Therefore, her explanations were of little consequence to Sybil, for she was merely a cousin after all. Spill made his way back to the Slytherin long table, slowly, under the mocking gaze of the Ravenclaw students. Snape gently patted her hand and offered her a cup of eggnog. However, he found himself perplexed by Sybil's unwavering desire for Sybil's understanding. In his view, as long as Sybil grew stronger, why would she worry about Sybil not listening to her? Much like the Dark Lord, who had faced fierce resistance from the Ministry of Magic, yet now, they had all bowed in submission. People tend to gravitate towards the powerful, do they not? Yet, he refrained from voicing these thoughts. He was aware that Sybil did not entirely share his perspective, and there was no need to court unnecessary discord. Though only Sybil and Snape occupied the Slytherin table, their surroundings were laden with an abundance of food. A plump roast turkey, perfectly cooked steaks accompanied by a delectable and distinctive black pepper sauce, a large platter of sausages shaped like octopuses, and mounds of meatballs adorned with Christmas flowers crafted from blueberry sauce. Additionally, there were palm-sized mashed potato gift boxes topped with a sprig of mint as a festive decoration. In truth, it was indeed a gift box. Once pricked open, a rich, savory gravy would cascade across the plate, soaking into the mashed potatoes. At the head table, Dumbledore had exchanged his pointed wizardess hat for a rainbow hat that changed colors 7 times. Professor Slughorn had just shared some unknown tidbit with him, eliciting a cheerful nod from the headmaster. Hagrid, drinking cup after cup of wine, was growing increasingly flushed, appearing somewhat contemplative before finally resting his head on the table in slumber. Professors McGonagall and Sprout engaged in conversation while occasionally glancing down at the students. The dessert following the main course was an array of red Christmas flower puddings, each boasting various flavors. Despite the variety, the Hogwarts house elves had not indulged in any peculiar tastes, opting instead to infuse the puddings with trinkets symbolizing good fortune for the year ahead. Gryffindor's Peter Pettigrew was the first to discover a trinket, his face flushed with excitement as he raised the crescent-shaped silver piece that had been nestled within the pudding. Everyone applauded, offering their blessings, which made him tremble with exhilaration. Before each house table lay a plethora of wizarding crackers. After lunch, the students delightedly tore into their gifts, and the professors finally wore expressions of amusement. Professor Flitwick donned a floral party hat, eliciting laughter from his colleagues as they cheered him on. Snape and Spill casually drew a colorful firecracker, which erupted with a resounding explosion, engulfing them in a cloud of yellow smoke. Simultaneously, a wizard's chess set and 2 hats that automatically emitted bubbles burst forth from within. Sybil placed her hat atop her head, her spirits slightly lifting. She thought to herself that in the future, she would have opportunities to explain herself and to seek understanding. "Hey, James, are we going to explore the secret passage today?" Remus quietly inquired at the Gryffindor table. Professor McGonagall had warned them that if they continued to harass the portraits on the wall, she would deduct points from their house. "Absolutely," James and Sirius replied in unison. "Aren't there still 3 secret passages we haven't discovered yet?" James cheerfully stuffed the gifts he had just received from the firecrackers into his pockets. He cast a mischievous glance at Sirius and, pulling out a prank wart he had been concealing in his hand, pressed it onto Sirius's face. As James and Sirius turned to speak, a chill touched Sirius's nose. The wart had landed squarely on the tip of his prominent nose. Surprised by Sirius's sudden turn, James looked at him apologetically. "I truly didn't expect you to turn around so suddenly." "Ha ha." Remus and Peter couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Sirius curiously touched his nose. "Will this thing grow larger?" "Indeed, it will grow daily and will only fall off after 7 days. By that time, you'll look like this," James said, mimicking an upside-down gesture. Then he extended a hand, shaking it vigorously. "James, wait for me. Oh, this wart is just too heavy." The Gryffindor students laughed at their antics. And even Professor McGonagall, witnessing the spectacle, could only shake her head with a resigned smile. This year's Gryffindor first years were certainly quite mischievous. It was rumored they had formed a little group called the Marauders. One could only hope that Remus would keep an eye on these two and prevent them from leading the well-behaved Peter astray. With all their cleverness, if only they could apply it to their studies, perhaps the top marks would not go to Slytherin Snape this year. "All right, we've eaten enough. Let's set off," Sirius exclaimed, once again touching the wart on his nose with delight. James stood up, intending to retrieve the rough sketch of the map they had drawn earlier. However, after rummaging through all his pockets, he found no trace of the map. Wait. Undeterred, he emptied the contents of his pockets onto the table, still finding no sign of the elusive map. Frustrated, he glanced at the other 3. "It seems I've lost the map." Meanwhile, Sybil and Snape were making their way back to the Slytherin common room. As they passed through the first-floor corridor, Sybil noticed a crumpled piece of parchment lying starkly on the gleaming floor. Curiously, she picked it up and unfolded it, revealing a chaotic array of squiggly lines and haphazardly scrawled letters and symbols. Yet, no matter how they were drawn, each line was capped with a small circle at both ends, accompanied by additional letters and emblematic markings. What could this be? Snape leaned in with curiosity, his large nose nearly touching the parchment. After a prolonged gaze, Spiel finally managed to identify a rectangle that resembled the castle's entrance. It appeared to be a map. With a slight smile, she waved the parchment in her hand at Snape, exclaiming that they had tasks to attend to that afternoon. The deserted Slytherin dungeon enveloped Spiel in a profound sense of comfort. At last, they could claim the prime spot in front of the fireplace, casually placing a small table before it, upon which they could heave an assortment of delectable treats and beverages. Chapter 60. Snape possessed no aptitude for deciphering codes. Upon returning to the common room, he cast a lingering glance at the map described by Sybil, making it clear that he had no desire to engage with it further. The chaotic lines, haphazardly smudged ink blots, letters, circles, and crosses on the parchment each pushed the limits of his patience. Setting the mug of hot cocoa on the tray upon the floor, Sybil laid the parchment flat on the small coffee table and conveyed her conjectures to Snape. "This is the entrance," she indicated a narrow rectangle. "From here, you would proceed into the corridor on the first floor, and over there is the auditorium." As Sybil spoke, she began to redraw. "James, are you certain you dropped it while rummaging through your pockets here?" In the corridor on the first floor, Sirius, Remus, and Peter had followed James back and forth 3 times. They traversed the corridor's archway repeatedly. Under the biting draft, the cold was unbearable. "I am certain. It must have slipped out when I was grabbing a tissue." James shivered as he meticulously examined every inch of the floor, yet he found nothing. The chill was simply too intense. "I propose we quickly draw another one before we forget everything," he suggested. Sirius felt as though the faux tumor on his nose was about to freeze into a solid lump. "All right," James reluctantly acquiesced. The 4 of them made their way towards Gryffindor Tower, with Remus and Peter expressing concern that it might have been picked up by Filch. "Do not worry, Peter and Remus. Even if he finds it, he wouldn't understand it," Sirius declared, pridefully flicking the faux tumor on his nose. "There is no one who could decipher our drawing from just a few letters and lines. Rest assured." In the Slytherin common room, Spindle has successfully charted the map with considerable detail. "Severus, the owner of this parchment, has ventured to many places we have yet to explore." Sybil gazed in wonder at the crumpled piece of paper, discovering numerous passages within it. "Look over here," she pointed. "This is a decorative door on the 4th floor, inscribed with 12A, which likely denotes 12 o'clock noon. This line." Sybil's fingers meandered along the sinuous lines, leading to a depiction of a vase adorned with flowers. "I surmise it is indeed a painting. Otherwise, the mischievous spirit would surely have shattered those vases. The artwork likely portrays the vase and blossoms. Yet this Z&D remains an enigma to me." Snape cast a fleeting glance, finding the letter Z rather familiar, yet he could not recall where he had encountered it before. Perhaps it was the second letter. At times, his handwriting was so hasty that it easily led to confusion with the letter Z. At that moment, Spilton suddenly realized and struck the table with a decisive gesture. "Indeed, it is the second. This path actually leads to the 2nd floor." The more Sybil gazed at the image, the more intriguing it became. She recalled a dynamic map that once appeared in a novel, seemingly created by James Potter and his companions from Gryffindor. Perhaps she could invite Severus and Lily to collaborate on a similar project? As she turned the paper over, she noticed the 4 letters JSRP inscribed in the lower right corner. Curious, Snape, who also focused on these letters, fixed his gaze intently. "Do you know what these 4 letters signify?" Spiel presented the parchment to Snape. "Further content is loading. Please hold on. This site is optimized for mobile browsers. If you encounter this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, immersive mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features in your browser, or copy the URL to another browser for reading." Snape pushed aside Spinet's hand, then disdainfully nodded, indicating it was none other than James Potter and his Gryffindor companions. Spiel gazed at the map in her hands, pondering the notion that thoughts often materialize into reality. Could this map she held truly be a precursor to the living map? During my assistance to Professor Slughorn with potion preparations, I had encountered their reports. Snape continued, remarking that he always wrote the horizontal line of the letter J at a steep angle, reminiscent of his perpetually disheveled hair. He then gestured towards the 2nd letters, noting how the lower half of Sirius Black's S was invariably exaggerated in size. Thus, it became evident that this drawing must have been crafted by James Potter and his companions. In conclusion, he succinctly stated, "No wonder it is so poorly rendered. So this parchment indeed belonged to them." After a moment of contemplation, Spirell neatly folded the parchment back to its original form. "Do you intend to return it?" Snape shook his head, expressing his disapproval. "If you return, they will suspect that you have seen it. It would be better to destroy it altogether, as if it were never found." Sybil chuckled as she playfully flicked the paper, which was no larger than a tofu cube. After all, it was not her fault that it had accidentally fallen. Others glanced over, curious about the commotion. "I shall entrust it to the school S.Owl, allowing it to deliver the message to Jam. They will remain oblivious to the fact that I was the one who found it." Snape nonchalantly curled his lip in annoyance, pondering the incessant fuss over Gryffindor's belongings. Moreover, this particular item belonged to James. The mere thought of that name made Snape feel a wave of nausea. It served them right for their carelessness, and they ought to learn a lasting lesson from it. Spill did not grasp Snape's subtle intentions. She carefully stored her drawing, intending to wait for Lily's return from the holiday to brainstorm ideas on how to create the Marauders map, confident that Lily would find it intriguing. Afterward, she left the Slytherin common room and made her way to the Ollery. The holiday always seemed to pass by in the blink of an eye. This Christmas break was the most relaxing one in Spill's memory, if only she could ignore the bothersome thoughts. Although they were unable to visit Hogsmeade, they could leisurely enjoy snacks, play wizard's chess, and read in the common room each day. However, the little group from Gryffindor found it difficult to remain calm. The day after Christmas, Professor McGonagall deducted 20 points from them for excessively harassing the portraits within the castle. She sternly warned the four of them to maintain a distance of at least 2 meters from all portraits and statues to avoid further complaints. "Sirius, you should have complied with that one-eyed witch's request," James exclaimed, struggling to suppress his laughter. "Oh, be quiet, James," he retorted, pinching his nose and adopting a high-pitched voice. "Look, your growth and my eye complement each other perfectly. If you let me kiss you, I'll reveal everything you wish to know. Embrace me, and let us never part." Sirius, exasperated, swatted at James, who was laughing so hard he could barely stand. Remus chuckled as he tried to mediate. All right. You didn't agree to her demands, did you? But she actually claimed to Professor McGonagall that I was harassing her." Sirius suppressed his nausea. "I'd rather kiss a mandrake." Upon uttering this, he noticed the strange looks from the other three. "Fine, I only said that. I don't want to kiss either of them." Sirius absent-mindedly touched the growth on his nose. With a pop, it transformed into a cloud of white smoke and vanished. Chapter 61. 7 days had swiftly passed. The sudden lightness in his nose left Sirius feeling somewhat disoriented. "Indeed," Remus remarked, gazing out the window at the snow-clad Hogwarts castle, resembling a fairyland. He could hardly fathom that he was now able to attend school normally. In the blink of an eye. He had been there for over half a year and had made several close friends. How wonderful. "I'm going to celebrate New Year's with my dad and will return after the weekend," Remus informed the others. "But the train has already left," Peter said, looking at him in confusion. "Headmaster Dumbledore will take me back." In the afternoon, James, Sirius, and Peter sat on the window seat of the tower, leaning against the glass to look outside. They watched as Remus and Madame Pomfrey walked towards the Whomping Willow, their figures disappearing into the woods. "Why does Dumbledore always have Madame Pomfrey escort Remus to that part of the Forbidden Forest?" James asked, retracting his hands and sitting cross-legged on the large window seat. "I don't know. Don't you think Remus seems to be hiding something from us?" Sirius continued to gaze inquisitively out the window. "Perhaps when the weather improves." "We should follow him again," James decided, stroking his chin. Owls flew back to the school from afar, and all the students who had left for the holidays returned the day before classes resumed. Lily, as usual, sought out Spill and Snape in the room of requirement after school to work on assignments. Upon learning that Spill had obtained the unfinished castle map lost by James Potter, she expressed her astonishment. The Gryffindor students were all aware that the four of them spent their days either harassing statues or portraits or dashing around the castle. Much to Filch's chagrin, it turned out that they were not merely venting their boredom but were actually inquiring about the castle's secrets and familiarizing themselves with the routes. Those arrogant boys had such clever ideas. Nevertheless, their affairs were of little concern to her. Subsequently, Spill proposed the idea of creating the Marauders map to Lily, which completely absorbed Lily's attention. She was now solely focused on how to bring Spill's idea to fruition. However, the sketch drawn by James indicated the locations of certain passages on only one floor, without specifying which portrait, statue, or door was involved. Furthermore, some letters and symbols were nearly illegible, and Spill could not decipher them all. Therefore, they needed to conduct an on-site investigation to complete the map. Constrained by circumstances, Lily could not join them. She could only assist with finding spells or conducting experiments in the room of requirement after school or during weekend breaks. Perhaps it was fate. At that moment, Spill stood in the castle's dungeon corridor with her hand-drawn map alongside Snape, at what was the final point of their exploration. According to her markings, there should be a path leading to Hogsmeade behind one of the knight statues in the dungeon corridor. This was also the only secret passage leading outside the castle indicated on the map. Now, standing behind a knight statue was James, who held a piece of paper in his hand. Beside him stood Sirius, Remus, and Peter, who was being tugged forward by Sirius despite wanting to retreat. So it's you. James's eyes widened in anger upon seeing the map in Spill's hands. That day, in the biting cold, we searched for so long. I can't believe these two Slytherins took the map. James instinctively disregarded the joy he felt when he later received the schematic from the school owl. His mind was consumed with one thought. They actually understood it. You plagiarized, Peter exclaimed. Spire took a step forward and inquired, "What did you say?" Immediately, Peter darted behind Cyrus, peering out timidly and weakly declaring, "The map in your hand is our creation." Sirius let out a derisive laugh, saying, "So you lost something and expect no one to look? Why not cast a locking spell then? I even kindly allowed the school's owl to return your map." Beside him, Snape seized the parchment from Sirius's hands, presenting it provocatively beneath James's nose as he mockingly taunted, "With your skills, do you truly believe you could produce such a clear map? The only part of your drawing that resembles anything coherent are the 4 letters of your own names. The rest bears no distinction from a tangle of raxburts." He then curled his lip in a feigned regret, adding, "Oh, to say that is an affront to raxburts. My apologies, perhaps mouse droppings would be a more fitting comparison." James was about to retort when Sirius swiftly drew his wand, pointing it at Snape and declaring, "Inverted bell." As Snape observed Sirius making a move to retrieve something, he swiftly retreated, pulling Sybil down to crouch beside the armored knight for cover. In a show of defiance, he retaliated with a Petrificus Totalis directed at Sirius. The two spells collided mid-air, erupting in a dazzling display of sparks. Within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, it seemed that some form of sensing enchantment had been cast, as the sound of hurried footsteps in the distance indicated that professors were undoubtedly approaching. Peter gasped in alarm, quickly retreating. Noticing Sirius's intent to continue casting spells, Remus urgently grasped his arm, pulling him back. "Stop it, Sirius. We must flee." He then called out to James, who remained stationary, attempting to draw his wand. Snape and Spinnet were certainly not foolish enough to remain stationary. They promptly dashed towards the direction where the 4 Gryffindors retreated. "Humph. This time, you shall not evade." Sirius, while running, cast a fierce glare at Snape and Spinnet, who were fleeing alongside him. "What is the matter?" Snape cast a sidelong glance at them. As James ran, he exclaimed, "Good evening. Right here. We shall duel." Sirius and Snape exchanged a glance, each detecting a hint of sly amusement in the other's eyes. With a nod, Snape conceded, and during dinner, Sirius once more fixed his gaze upon Snape's back. It appeared he was attempting to pierce Snape's seat with his stare. Eagerly anticipating an opportunity to embarrass him, he rubbed his hands together, ready to teach both of them a lesson later that evening. This time, he vowed, he would thoroughly humiliate that insufferable Slytherin and the brutish girl, ensuring they understood why the Gryffindor banner was crimson. "Sirius, could you temper your glare?" Remus sighed, exasperated. "The way you're staring at Snevelis makes it seem as though you've fallen for him. Try to emulate James' composure." "Ugh, Remus, don't disgust me." Reluctantly returning his gaze to his plate, Sirius found his appetite completely vanished due to Remus' remarks. Meanwhile, the composed James plunged his fork into the steak with a resounding clink. How dare he suggest that his writing resembled rat droppings? That Snevelis appeared more like a bat. Yes, a perpetually greasy bat. "Excuse me, but I believe I overheard you discussing Severus," Lily interjected, having turned at the mention of Snape, who was notably unpopular among James Potter's quartet. She furrowed her brow in confusion, an instinct urging her that these 4 were certainly up to no good. James pressed his lips together, unusually delayed in his response. Sirius chuckled triumphantly. "You'll find out tomorrow. That Slytherin Snevelis and the brutish girl, Sirius." Remus swiftly interrupted, preventing the boastful Sirius from further exposing their plans. Lily, fuming, laid down her utensils and flushed with anger. "His name is Severus, not Snevelis, and she is not brutish. Is this how you all assign nicknames to your classmates?" "What do you mean, classmates?" Sirius rolled his eyes dramatically. "Lily, we are your classmates." "They are too." With that emphatic declaration, Lily rose from the long table and exited the hall. Watching her retreat, James' mood darkened further, blaming those 2 wretched Slytherins. "Hey, Snevelis." As Snape and Sybil departed the hall, James and his companions followed suit, calling out to Snape and tossing him a paper airplane. The plane sailed gracefully through the corridor, landing at Snape's feet. With a steadfast promise of "see you tonight," the 4 turned and made their way towards the stairs. Spill gazed at their retreating figures with amusement, pondering how they could be so certain that we would follow. Snape shrugged with a look of disdain, remarking that the Gryffindors were indeed quite simple-minded. He bent down to pick up the plane, unfolding the paper which bore nothing but 4 digits and 2 letters, 11:30 p.m., James. Suddenly, Spire had a flash of inspiration and called out to James Potter. James turned around in response, looking at Spire, who was smiling and gazing at him with a twinkle in her eye, and he felt an unexpected chill breeze at the back of his head. She extended a hand towards him, suggesting a handshake, a pact, emphasizing that one should strike the deal without striking the face. Surely, you wouldn't want Professor McGonagall to discover the illicit duel, would you? Hesitantly, James approached and shook hands with Spire, questioning whether they would report him to Professor McGonagall. Given Slytherin's cunning nature, he felt it was quite plausible they might resort to such treachery. Spiel chuckled softly, shaking her head. How could that be? What did you see? On their way back to the common room, Snape inquired quietly of Spiel. They had been chased by Filch, fleeing in panic, ultimately attracting the attention of Professor McGonagall. Sybil reminisced about her last sight of Professor McGonagall, her face ashen, hands firmly placed on her hips. It seemed that the Gryffindor house points would soon resemble those of Slytherin, utterly devoid. How splendid! Snape revealed a pleasant smile, deftly supporting the staggering figure of Spirell and casually handing her the small crystal vial he had prepared in advance. Drink this. As she consumed the warm restorative potion, the lingering weakness within her dissipated significantly. The night grew late, and James and his companions cast glances at the alarm clock on the bedside table, tossing and turning restlessly. This evening, they were likely to be caught by Filch or Madame Loris, and the thought of violating an unknown number of school rules stirred their emotions. The disdainful gazes of Snape and Slytherin, coupled with their malevolent smiles, flickered through Sirius and James's minds. What concerned James even more was Lily's unwavering defense of that insufferable Toad. That Toad, both cunning and deceitful, with his usual pretentious arrogance, what made him superior? Was he truly deserving of Lily's loyalty? This presented a splendid opportunity to tarnish his image in her eyes, and he was determined not to let it slip away. It's 11:30, James murmured. We must leave. With a swift motion, he threw off the covers, and they dressed in darkness, donning their robes and seizing their wands, stealthily making their way to the door. Sirius and James pressed their ears against it, listening intently to the surrounding silence. As Remus approached the door, he noticed Peter still nestled in his bed. He softly called out to the darkened four-poster, shrouded in heavy curtains. Peter, wake up. It's time. We need to go. After 2 attempts, the bed remained eerily still. Forget it, Remus. He must be deep in slumber. Let us just go. Sirius restrained Remus, who was intent on rousing Peter. Quiet. Keep your voices down. I'll open the door, James whispered, slowly revealing the dormitory door. They traversed the other students' rooms, cautiously descending the spiral staircase into the Gryffindor common room. The dying embers in the fireplace flickered faintly, and the armchairs loomed like shadowy figures. Crossing the common room, they reached the portrait hole, pushing through the fat lady's portrait and crawling out. The corridor lay in silence, illuminated only by the sparse moonlight filtering through the windows. After glancing at his pocket watch, James urged them in hushed tones, Hurry, we're going to be late. They moved briskly down the corridor, taking stairs 2 at a time, arriving at the cellar. The smooth passage made James feel a sense of foreboding. Torches flickered on either side of the cellar walls, casting a bright glow down the long corridor, while the armored knights stood solemnly, their polished armor gleaming in the firelight. They crouched beside one of the knights, pressing their bodies against the wall, gripping their wands tightly, eyes darting nervously between the 2 ends of the corridor, wary of Snape and Slytherin possibly ambushing them. Minutes ticked by, yet the Toad and the barbarous girl did not appear. Were they delayed by fear? Sirius felt a rush of anger, sensing he had been toyed with. Coward, he muttered. Shoo. Remus's ears perked up, as if he heard something. Let us sniff around. My dear Dolores, they must be hiding somewhere. A raspy voice echoed from the corridor, accompanied by the jingling of keys, which sounded like a death knell, drawing nearer. It's Filch. He is patrolling the cellar with his Dolores. Was it mere coincidence? There was no time for further contemplation as James, Sirius, and Remus tiptoed towards the door, away from Filch's voice. Just as their robes brushed past the corner of another doorway, they heard Filch's footsteps descending the stairs. They must be around here somewhere, he muttered, his voice resonating through the empty corridor. Let us go. James silently gestured to Sirius and Remus, and they crept forward, careful to minimize the sound of their footsteps. They moved awkwardly down another corridor lined with knights, listening to Filch's dragging footsteps and the clanging of keys. He was drawing closer. Suddenly, Sirius stumbled, tripping over his own feet, instinctively grabbing James's robe for support. James stumbled back, stepping on Remus's foot. And in an instant, the three of them tumbled into a heap. In the stillness of the night, even the slightest noise was magnified. Their fall was a cacophony. "Ha! Found you." Filch laughed, quickening his pace. In an instant, the trio abandoned all stealth and scrambled to their feet, sprinting down the corridor. They dashed through doorways and around columns, racing up the stairs without a glance back at whether Filch was in pursuit. Finally, they paused near the Ollery. "I think we've lost him," James gasped, leaning against the cold wall, wiping the sweat from his brow. Sirius bent over, panting furiously. "We must return to Gryffindor Tower," Remus said, trying to steady his breath. "The sooner, the better." "I almost wish we were Ravenclaw students right now," James remarked, covering his nose with his sleeve as they moved outside, hoping to expedite their return. "The Slytherin toad and the barbarous girl tricked us." Even Remus, typically mild-mannered, felt a tinge of anger. James realized, no, they never intended to meet us in the cellar. "What?" Sirius and Remus stared at him in disbelief. James thumped his head in frustration. "It's too late to ponder this now. Let us hurry back before Filch discovers which students have left their beds." Remus and Sirius exchanged puzzled glances at James's assertion, yet they agreed that discussing it later was prudent. Thus, they nodded in unison, "Let us go." However, matters were not so simple. The trio stood frozen before the fat lady's portrait, which led into Gryffindor. The image depicted nothing but verdant trees, the area devoid of life. The fat lady must have gone visiting at this late hour, leaving them locked out of Gryffindor Castle. Worse than being unable to return to the dormitory was the sound of Filch's triumphant voice echoing, "Ha! I knew it was you little rascals wandering about at this hour." More content loading. Please hold on. This site only supports mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content failed to load. Please exit reading mode, disable ad blocking, or copy the URL to another browser. Filch appeared at the end of the corridor, cradling Mrs. Norris in his arms, a smug smile plastered across his face. When Professor McGonagall saw the three brought to the staff room by Filch, her mouth tightened into a thin line, and she promptly deducted 50 points from each of them. "Now, immediately, return to your tower and go to sleep." She stood with her hands on her hips, her face a stormy shade of blue. James had no doubt that if her hairdo was of the detachable variety, she would have unhesitatingly removed it and hurled it at them like a projectile. The three returned to their dormitory in silence, collapsing onto their beds without uttering a word. Tomorrow, the entire Gryffindor Point gym would be seen soaring away. Remus buried himself despondently in his blankets, pondering whether he might be expelled for breaching school rules. He should never have trusted Slytherin to uphold any promise. Sirius glared resentfully at the tassels of the curtains. Alas, they had not made any commitments at all. Does anyone remember what that sniveling creature had said back then? James sighed, lamenting how impulsiveness had led to their plight. "All right," Sirius recalled suddenly, his eyes widening as he sat up and turned to James's bed. "All right." He angrily thumped the mattress before collapsing back onto it, lamenting how he hadn't seen through Slytherin's cunning at the time. The next day, the Gryffindor students were astonished to discover that their point gym had vanished without a trace. However, upon seeing the notice board, they quickly understood what had transpired. In truth, most of the Gryffindor boys were already aware of the duel arranged between James and his friends and the Slytherin students. They frequently clashed with Slytherin themselves, and thus, no one held them accountable. The boys looked at James and his companions with sympathy, some upperclassmen even offering a reassuring pat on the shoulder as they passed by. Slytherin frequently employs their cunning to unwittingly land themselves in Professor McGonagall's grasp, and it is not the first or second time this has occurred. The first-year students still have much to learn. Lily learned from others that James and his friends had arranged a duel with Sybil and Snape the previous day. While sneaking out of the dormitory at midnight is indeed improper, she felt a twinge of sympathy for James and his companions, considering that Sybil and Snape had failed to uphold their end of the bargain. Moreover, the dwindling points in Gryffindor's jar were truly disheartening. Professor McGonagall had not bestowed a single kind word upon them all day, and as a result, every student had been burdened with an additional 6 inches of report. "I hope you can engage your minds rather than idly sneaking out of bed to run amok in the castle." Lily recalled Professor McGonagall's admonition before the end of Transfiguration class. Alas, why were they so at odds with one another? Finally, when Sybil and Snape entered the room of requirement, laughing and chatting, Lily hurried to inquire about the events of the previous night. "I heard that James and his friends challenged you to a duel at midnight yesterday?" "Indeed," they replied. Spear placed the book in her hands upon the table. "What has happened? Why do you not go?" Lily inquired softly, and then hurriedly elaborated. I did not mean to blame you. It's just that last night, they were ultimately caught by Professor McGonagall, and Gryffindor's points were entirely reduced to 0. Spiel and Snape erupted into laughter. Lily, you cannot possibly be unaware that lingering outside the common room past curfew is a violation of school regulations, can you? The corners of Snape's mouth curled upwards. Ever since he beheld the empty treasure of Gryffindor that morning, his spirits had soared. Only a fool would venture there. Ha! Sybil replied with a smile. The two of them laughed heartily, oblivious to the fact that Lily's smile had become increasingly strained. They continued to share their mischievous feelings as they had in their childhood, particularly as their targets were the old rivals from Gryffindor. However, didn't you all make a pact? A promise ought to be honored, don't you think? Lily's tone began to rise slightly. Sybil chuckled awkwardly. We didn't actually make any commitments. We merely took a rather clever approach to the answer. It was only then that she realized Lily seemed somewhat upset. Severus realized this and hurriedly clarified. We merely agreed, but we did not establish a formal pact. This hardly constitutes a commitment, does it? Moreover, he and Spinnet exchanged cautious glances. The points deducted from Gryffindor due to the mischief caused by James Potter and his friends were already considerable. Without our intervention, they would still face penalties. All right, Lily interjected, waving her hand as if to dispel her frustration. I shall take my leave. She gathered her books, cradling them against her chest. It dawned upon her that she seemed to know little of Spinnet and Severus. How had these two childhood companions transformed into individuals she scarcely recognized? Was their rift merely a consequence of being sorted into different houses? Or perhaps, she had never truly understood them at all? That Lily. Snape followed Lily, attempting to call out to her. However, Lily did not glance back. She simply closed the door and walked away. He turned to glance at Spill, who was staring blankly at the table, lost in thought. Surely, Lily would not remain angry with us over such a trivial matter? Snape seemed to ponder aloud, perhaps questioning and answering himself. She is likely feeling discontent merely because she is also a student of Gryffindor House, which has incurred a loss of points. Perhaps that is the case. Sybil opened her book, taking out parchment to prepare for her assignments. Girls tend to possess a more intricate sensitivity, even in the absence of extensive social experience. She could acutely perceive that the current situation seemed to unveil the personality and ideological disparities they had long strived to conceal and overlook. It remained uncertain whether these differences would dissipate with the passage of time or intensify further. Had she been sorted into Slytherin, perhaps there would be fewer complications now. Snape furrowed his brow and muttered a complaint. In his view, the root cause of it all was that Lily had not been sorted into Slytherin. Sybil remained noncommittal. Since that divergence, Lily had visited the room of requirement less frequently. This was partly due to the lingering awkwardness, and partly because the academic demands of the latter half of the semester had intensified. Consequently, even on the birthdays of Snape and Sybil, Lily merely placed her gifts quietly within the room of requirement, leaving behind a note. While Snape was still delighted that Lily had not forgotten them, Spinnet felt that Lily had begun to distance herself from them. She started to spend more time after school sitting with her Gryffindor classmates to complete assignments. Upon seeing them, she would offer a smile and a nod as a form of greeting. If James and his friends were present, they would taunt her with grins and sneers. Although Lily still found James and his friends' arrogant and self-important behavior repugnant, she attempted to disregard their antics, rather than defending Snape and Spinnet as she had in the past. After Sybil expressed her views to Snape, she was met with an unprecedented resistance from him. He stubbornly believed that Lily was merely overwhelmed with her studies, much like themselves. Each day was consumed by the recitation of texts, the relentless writing of reports, and the endless practice of spells and transfiguration. After several attempts, Spill finally relinquished her efforts. Much like Severus Snape himself stated, individuals must inevitably pay the price for their choices. In the 2 months leading up to the semester's end, Voldemort enacted severe reprisals against several wizards who vehemently opposed him. This situation heightened the professor's anxieties within the school, as the plight of Muggle-born wizards and those labeled as non-human beings appeared to deteriorate further. Subsequently, the professor's assignments could only be described as frenzied, seemingly eager to ensure that every student comprehended all the spells in their textbooks, including the dark incantations, within the final weeks. It was as if they believed that mastery of these spells would empower the students to become adept practitioners of magic, capable of successfully defending against dark sorcery. However, there were no alternative methods. Hastening their progress was the only means to slightly enhance their chances of survival in the impending conflict that loomed on the horizon. Amidst an atmosphere that seemed tranquil yet was rife with tension, the semester approached its conclusion. In the weeks leading up to the holiday, all senior members of the Knights of Walpurgis received notifications from Lucius regarding personnel changes. The liaison between the Dark Lord and them was no longer Nagini, but had transitioned to Sarah Carlo. Lucius promptly scheduled a meeting with the new liaison for after astronomy class on Monday evening. Due to her contributions during the Basilisk incident, Spill was honored to gain an audience. On Sunday night, Spill found it difficult to rest peacefully in her bed. She felt an overwhelming heat, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Her brow furrowed in distress, yet she could not escape the clutches of the nightmarish visions filled with resentment. The woman's desperate screams were hauntingly familiar. Within each agonizing cry, her body seemed to undergo an unspeakable transformation of terror. Spire could even empathize with the sensation of her skin gradually splitting apart in excruciating pain, each inch tearing as if her blood was boiling within her entire body. Yet inexplicably, from the crown of her head, a relentless wave of icy coldness began to seep in, spreading slowly and steadily. It gradually engulfed her entire being, extinguishing the fiery tumult that had once consumed her. Within her heart, it felt as though a cold-blooded beast was on the verge of bursting free from her chest, intent on claiming her soul entirely. The dark, fine grains of sand seemed to sense her unrest. They lifted from her body, floating above her, distorting her visage within a shroud of black sand. "Save me. I beg you. Rescue me. Give me that stone. Help me. Help me. Before darkness consumes me." The woman struggled desperately, roaring in defiance. Sybil suddenly opened her eyes. Her normally mismatched brown and blue irises transformed into an eerie white. The black sand swiftly retreated into her body. The wind billowed the curtains that hung by her bed, creating ripples in the air. Sybil exhaled heavily, wiping the sweat from her forehead, and tugged at her nearly soaked, clingy nightgown. Bewildered, she glanced around and realized she was still peacefully nestled in the soft embrace of her dormitory bed. What had just transpired in that vivid dream? Chapter 65. Spill rubbed her arms, as if attempting to soothe the fear that had just been instilled by her cracked skin. A woman? A stone? That woman from a moment ago was. After a moment of contemplation, Sybil was astonished by the answer that had just come to her mind. Nagini? But why had she dreamt of Nagini? What could this dream signify? Was it a prophetic vision? Yet Spill gazed at her hands, the darkness crafting a vague outline. She had not come into contact with her. Why, then, did she experience such a peculiar dream? With a thud, a heavy object fell to the ground, prompting Spill to abruptly draw back the bed curtains. In the pitch-black dormitory, the other two beds, shrouded in drapery, appeared merely as two indistinct shadows. Faintly, one could discern the delicate breaths of Abby and Selena. Recently, Sybil has frequently heard a thudding sound in the dead of night, teetering between dreams and wakefulness. However, when she lifts the bed curtains, she is met only with silence. Has a mouse found its way into her dormitory? Sybil stifled a significant yawn, momentarily casting aside the myriad questions that swirled in her mind. The scent of the peculiar fragrance used by the house elves, imbued with a hint of apple, invariably lulled her into a profound desire for slumber each evening. On Monday, Sybil spent the entire day in quiet contemplation, pondering whether a connection existed among those cursed bloodline bearers. In her quest for evidence, she ventured to the library at noon to peruse various texts. Yet her search yielded no promising leads. The records documenting prophetic abilities were exceedingly scarce, let alone those pertaining to a prophetic lineage tainted by a curse like hers. Perhaps only the archives of the Trelawney family might harbor even the faintest whisper of insight. However, she was barred from entering the family's restricted collection. Access was granted solely to Sybil. As for Nagini's blood curse, the ordinary reading area of the library contained no relevant tomes. On the rare occasions she stumbled upon mentions, they merely noted that blood curses are profoundly malevolent. After classes, Sybil recounted her strange yet vivid dream to Snape in the room of requirement, inquiring if there might be a means to meet Nagini. Unfortunately, Nagini would not be present that day. Snape shook his head, clearly identifying the crux of the issue. Even if you manage to reach her, what assistance can you truly offer? Are you to pilfer the Philosopher's Stone right under Dumbledore's watchful gaze? Come now, let us shake hands. Without hesitation, Spire seized Snape's hand and grasped it firmly. She yearned to glimpse the ominous future that awaited Severus, wondering if Nagini would manifest therein. As the mists before her parted, a grotesquely thick black serpentine tail came into view, coiled upon the ground. Her upper body was already encrusted with scales, her arms pressed tightly against her sides. The visage that once captivated the world had become unrecognizable. Only the protruding mouth, revealing sharp venomous fangs, remained. Her once alluring eyes had shifted to the sides, while the crown of her head still bore the remnants of dark, wavy hair. Clearly, in a few hours, they would indeed encounter Nagini, whose human traits had diminished to the point of insignificance. This abomination resembled a grotesque hybrid creature. She opened her mouth, struggling to produce human speech. "You will regret this," she cried in despair, her body rising upright, contorting at an impossible angle. When she next faced Snape, her head had transformed entirely into that of a serpent. She had irrevocably become a viper, the last vestiges of human emotion extinguished in her cold, yellow slit-like pupils. A single tear traced the patterned black scales, falling to the ground. The serpent reared up, poised to strike, its jaws agape. In a swift motion, she lunged forward, hissing as she aimed to bite Snape, who stood before her. In that moment, she heard Severus's calm voice, "Obstacles abound. What do you see?" The vision was abruptly interrupted. Spire's sight gradually sharpened, the blinding white light causing her to instinctively squint. It was Snape who had forcibly separated their clasped hands. He sat across from her, reaching out to wipe the tears that had fallen from her face. "You were crying." Sybil raised her head, her vacant gaze fixated on Snape's profound black eyes. "Is Nagini dead?" Snape's expression was tinged with surprise. But what could be the reason? I mean, her magical prowess and skills were formidable. He instinctively glanced at his own hands, his tone laced with both uncertainty and a flicker of anticipation. Did I kill her? Although Nagini was a loyal servant of the Dark Lord, Snape had never forgotten, even for a moment, the helplessness and terror she had instilled in him that fateful day. He eagerly anticipated the moment he could exact his revenge. No, she was dead, yet she was alive, however. The version of her that lived on was no longer truly her. Sybil's words left Snape utterly bewildered. So, was Nagini truly dead or alive? She, too, was a bloodline bearer. Sybil abruptly revealed a piece of information that took Snape by surprise. "I believe this is the reason why I dreamed of something related to her." "What?" Snape suddenly felt overwhelmed by the abundance of information. "Are you suggesting that the blood curse can truly be dispelled merely with the Philosopher's Stone? What exactly did the Dark Lord communicate to her?" "Wait, the blood curse?" Snape pondered the descriptions of the blood curse. Upon learning of the curse carried by Spill, he undertook a thorough review of his knowledge regarding curses. The records of the blood curse are numerous, classifying it as one of the 3 most malevolent curses. It is only when a wizard harbors profound hatred towards another, even extending that malice to the victim's family, that they may cast this curse, which embodies the utmost malevolence. The cost of invoking the blood curse is steep, as the individual upon whom it is cast will forfeit all happiness for their descendants. Snape quickly comprehended the situation thus. Nagini was not an animagus, but rather a descendant afflicted by the blood curse. He cast a glance at Sybil's despondent visage, aware that she was likely experiencing a sudden sense of sorrow akin to that of a rabbit mourning a fallen fox. Unsure of how to console her adequately, he could only utter a dry remark. "You are different. Well, it is time for dinner." Indeed, Spire remained devoid of spirit. The two emerged from the room of requirement, and Snape hesitated momentarily. Then, with a stiff gesture, he placed his hand on Spire's shoulder, his tone awkward as he said, "Don't overthink it. You'll understand why she sought you out by evening." Upon finishing his words, the embarrassment crept up to his ears, revealing his ineptitude in offering comfort. "Even if I could assist, I would not lend her aid." Indeed, Spire felt sympathy for her plight, yet it did not justify her wanton violence. She firmly believed that if Nagini were to turn against them, Dumbledore would certainly come to her aid. However, she remained perplexed as to why Nagini steadfastly believed that the Philosopher's Stone could alter her lineage. All would be revealed tonight. Spiriel gazed through the archway at the sky, ablaze with a fiery crimson hue. The setting sun bled into the horizon, and the morning glow burned fiercely, igniting the last remnants of daylight. There is a message to convey. With 5 chapters remaining, the first volume will conclude, followed by the introduction of the second volume, which will soon be available for purchase. Heartfelt gratitude to my companions for their unwavering support throughout this journey. Chapter 66. Beneath the summer night sky in the Forbidden Forest. The air was alive with the sounds of chirping insects and dancing fireflies, while mist swirled around their feet. The introduction to the new liaison proceeded smoothly. Sarah Carroll lacked the oppressive demeanor of Nagini. Instead, she resembled a dutiful puppet, obedient to the Dark Lord's commands, devoid of any extraneous thoughts. As they became acquainted, she informed the assembled Slytherins of Nagini's pursuit directives, cautioning them to refrain from rash actions if they encountered Nagini. They were instructed to simply keep her in sight and report immediately, as the Dark Lord sought her alive. Electo Carroll, relying on her familial connection, inquired with curiosity about the events that had transpired. However, she was met with her aunt's cold, indifferent gaze in the presence of the Dark Lord. One must simply obey without questioning matters that do not concern them. Her detached scrutiny swept across everyone present, a reminder they were to hold dear. After delivering her message, Sarah Caro glanced at her incessantly vibrating pocket watch. "Remember what I have told you," she commanded before slipping her hand into her pocket and vanishing from sight. Just as the others prepared to return to the castle, a hoarse voice, seemingly emerging from the depths of hell, called out, causing Lucius's back to prickle with unease. He was all too familiar with this voice, having encountered it countless times over the past 2 years. How audacious could she be? Had she been lurking behind the trees? He pondered how much of Sarah Caro words she had overheard. Thoughts raced through Lucius's mind as he slowly turned, yet he saw no trace of her. He breathed a sigh of relief and reached into his wizarding robe to notify the recently vanished Sarah Caro. "Lucius," the voice hissed, "if I were you, I would not act rashly." Nagini, concealed behind the trees, had developed a peculiar speech pattern, hissing with every word. However, Lucius, ever astute, silently lowered his hand and exchanged a knowing glance with Chris Shafik, remaining motionless and silent. Chris, standing beside Lucius, took advantage of the concealment provided by his robe to quietly slip his hand into Lucius's pocket. The others adopted an attitude of indifference, focusing solely on their own thoughts. Having heard nothing, they were well aware of Nagini's formidable power and recalled Sarah Caro earlier admonition to refrain from impulsive actions. They were merely following orders. Nagini's current state was dismal. For one who had always held herself above others, she had never appeared so grotesque. She flicked her irretrievably transformed serpent tail, lifting her serpentine body as she slowly slithered up the tree. In the darkness, the only sound was the rustle of leaves whispering in the night. Perched on the tree, Nagini observed from above, her eyes having degenerated to the point where she could no longer discern human forms. She could only taste the air for the boy's scent. She had investigated him, noting that the girl from her dreams was seldom far from him. She had deliberately included her in today's meeting. They were meant to be together. This was her last chance after narrowly escaping the Dark Lord's watch. "Hiss, Snape, and your girl remain. The rest, begone." Lucius, upon hearing this, decisively turned to leave. The others exchanged glances before quietly following in his wake. "Have you notified her?" Lucius asked Chris, who walked beside him. "I have," Chris replied. Alecto, wearing a malicious grin, queried, "Should we inform the professor?" "No need." Lucius shot a warning glance at the gleeful Alecto. "Do not stir up trouble. Remember, we have seen nothing. We reported Nagini's presence as per orders. As for the other disobedient and arrogant children, we are not their nannies to follow them around and monitor their actions. Do you all understand?" "Yes." Once the others had departed, Nagini leaped down from the tree. Her appearance mirrored what Spiriel had witnessed in her dream the previous day. Now, they stood face to face. Aware that she was human, they were confronted by a genuine, spine-chilling monster. The shock was far greater than what had been seen in the prophetic visions. Pain flickered in Nagini's slanted eyes as she spoke. And Spiriel observed with horror that her tongue had also bifurcated, transforming into a snake's forked tongue. "Where's the magic stone?" Spill maintained her composure and slowly replied. "He was concealed by Professor Dumbledore, though the location remains unknown." "Hiss, liar." Nagini, in a fit of fury, lashed out with her tail, sending Spill crashing to the ground. "Hiss, you. Hiss, prophecy. Hiss, ability. Hiss, I see." Although speaking had become a formidable challenge for Nagini, the chilling glare in her eyes conveyed her intent with crystal clarity. Sybil pressed her lips together and resolutely declared, "I cannot assist you." "Ah." Nagini writhed in a frenzy, her massive form twisting as she hissed, "The Philosopher's Stone. Break the curse." Her pupils gradually shifted to a yellow hue, contracting and then expanding once more. She struggled to resist the transformation wrought by the blood curse. Yet the formidable power of the curse was not something that could be suppressed merely by willpower. "You shall suffer the curse." A faint, familiar raspiness penetrated deep into Nagini's nearly frenzied soul. An overwhelming sense of despair instantly clouded her eyes. Spill observed that Nagini's gaze suddenly turned vacant. After a brief moment, she regained her clarity. The golden-slit pupils fixed intently upon the two figures standing before her, emitting one final, defiant roar. "You shall come to regret this." Her entire body uncontrollably arched backward. The surge of her bloodline could no longer be contained. Seeing this, Spire hurriedly rose from the ground and grasped Snape's wrist, pulling him backward in a frantic escape. However, Snape was merely staggered by her considerable force. Suddenly, he forcefully wrenched his hand free from her grasp. Sybil turned around in astonishment, for she heard that calm voice from the prophetic vision. laden with obstacles. Chapter 67. In the depths of Sybil's astonished eyes, a crimson glow flickered. In the darkness, this radiant beam shot towards the writhing Nagini like a shooting star. A shield, approximately 2 meters high and resembling a substantial silver-blue barrier, materialized before Nagini, mere half a meter away, shimmering with ethereal brilliance. The crimson beam unleashed by Snape struck the solid silver-blue magical shield, merely causing a ripple to emanate from its surface. Behind the shield, the once turbulent Nagini had now settled into stillness. She reared her elongated form, her golden slit-like eyes coldly fixated upon them, her forked tongue flickering as if awaiting a command from an unseen master. Though youthful in age, the audacity of those who dared to approach her was remarkable. A solitary figure gradually emerged from the depths of the dappled shadows, drawing near to Nagini, cloaked in a black hood. Only a sharp azure chin and a mouth pressed into a thin line were visible. His voice, raspy and deliberate, carried an undeniable air of formidable authority. Spindle felt a dryness in his throat, standing beside Nagini, who communicated in Parseltongue. The figure before him could only be Voldemort. With an air of leisure, Voldemort curled his lips into a smirk, no longer paying heed to the two insignificant beings before him. A pale, bony hand emerged from his dark robes, and Voldemort, with satisfaction, caressed Nagini's smooth scales. His most loyal and reliable servant had finally fulfilled her purpose today. "Are you hungry?" he hissed softly. In his rare display of gentleness towards Nagini, who had been stripped of her humanity yet retained the intellect of an adult, Voldemort's demeanor shifted. However, his nonchalant tone and the way he tilted his chin towards Spindle and Snape instilled a sense of foreboding in Spindle. Nagini hissed a few times, and to Spindle's astonishment, he perceived an illusion of coyness in her sounds. "All right, I understand," Voldemort remarked as he patted Nagini's head. With her pale, pointed chin and a wicked curl at the corners of his mouth, Voldemort turned to address the two men. "What do we have here?" he mused, as if he had stumbled upon something amusing. "Are you from Slytherin?" Yes, my lord." In the wake of a retaliatory attack being thwarted, Snape had been contemplating the identity of this formidable individual. The sudden appearance of a powerful magical shield was a silent spell, a mastery of magic that was simply unprecedented. Beyond that, it aligned with the words previously spoken by Sarah Carroll. Snape quickly deduced that the individual standing before them was none other than the Dark Lord he had long revered. "My lord?" Voldemort expressed satisfaction at this address, chuckling softly. "It appears you are still one of Walpurgis' followers. And what of this girl?" "Master, my lord. I am too." Spirited by the dire threat to her life, Sybil cast aside her initial reluctance, her declaration emerging with resolute urgency. "Since you are my adherent, then what was that earlier display?" Voldemort narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on the two seemingly innocuous children. Should they exhibit even a hint of deceit, he would ensure Nagini was well fed. "In regard to my lord, that was merely a fleeting thought. I had a prior conflict with Nagini." Snape hesitated only briefly before resolving to speak the truth. He believed that with his current mental fortification, he could not deceive the Dark Lord, and he had no desire to fathom the consequences of failure. As soon as he spoke, a sharp pain pierced his mind, immediately alerting him to the intrusion upon his thoughts. Yet, he found himself powerless to resist, desperately clinging to the memory of the secret regarding Spinnet, while all else slipped beyond his control. Voldemort casually sifted through the boy's memories, confirming the veracity of his words. He attempted to delve into the girl's recollections as well, but whether she was paralyzed by fear or simply devoid of thought, all he encountered was a hazy fog. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. Voldemort tapped his palm with his wand, musing about a misstep. Ah, how excruciating. He did not even need to point his wand at Snape. The moment his voice resonated, Snape collapsed to the ground. The pain, penetrating to his very core, drenched his back in cold sweat, his lips quivering pale, and his forehead slick with moisture. His already greasy black hair clung limply to his scalp, as if doused with a bucket of icy water. Voldemort's chilling voice echoed, "A misstep? Such occurrences are utterly intolerable in my realm. Remember this lesson. There are places where errors must not be made." He paused ominously, retracting his wand. "Otherwise, it is not merely the hand that falters." No sooner had he uttered these words than he vanished with Nagini before the two of them, indifferent to their responses, disinterested even in their names. In his eyes, the distinctions between ants and refuse, regardless of gender or size, were inconsequential. All were doomed to be mere fodder. As a king, did he require knowledge of the thoughts and names of the expendable? Absolutely not. Snape took a moment to compose himself as he struggled to rise from the ground. Yet his pallid visage and trembling arms betrayed his innermost feelings. Alongside a subtle fear, he experienced a thrill at the sight of a formidable figure. Witnessing the extraordinary strength of the one he had chosen as a paragon signified that he too could attain similar prowess in the company of greatness. He held a profound confidence in his own talents and diligence. Snape slowly approached the spot where Voldemort had vanished with Nagini, meticulously surveying his surroundings. "What are you looking at? We have already missed our bedtime. Let us return swiftly," Sybil stammered, clutching the sleeve of Snape's robe tightly. Her complexion was pale, as she had never anticipated the depth of Snape's vengefulness, nor the rapid arrival of Voldemort. The recent exchange had instilled a profound fear within her, causing her heart to tremble. The events of the night stirred echoes of her past memories. She felt an unsettling unease regarding Nagini. Why did she proclaim that they would come to regret their actions? What compelled her to seek you out specifically? Observing her demeanor, it was clear that even if she had discovered the whereabouts of the Philosopher's Stone today, she would not have the opportunity to act on it. The two conducted a meticulous search in the vicinity, ultimately discovering Nagini's garments lodged within the hollow of the tree where she first appeared. The black lace dress, crumpled and carelessly stuffed into the tree cavity, revealed a crumpled piece of paper as it was extracted. They exchanged a glance, and Snape deftly tucked the paper into the inner pocket of his robe. Chapter 68, Casting the Clothing onto the Ground. Sybil conjured a waterproof and fireproof enchantment around the area. Subsequently, Snape waved his wand, directing it towards the center, Inferno. The delicate black lace gown ignited spontaneously, consumed by flames. Once he confirmed that the garments had turned to ashes, Snape employed a cleansing spell, erasing all traces and soot left on the ground, rendering the location devoid of Nagini, much like her very existence. The Slytherin common room and the school library were evidently not suitable venues for studying this crumpled piece of paper. The following day after class, Spill and Snape hastened to the Room of Requirement, where Lily was conspicuously absent. The Room of Requirement had long since transformed from a secret hideout for 3 into a sanctuary for 2. They meticulously unfolded the paper on the table. This sheet appeared to have been torn from some book discussing the Philosopher's Stone, its surface having yellowed with age. The individual who tore this paper seemed to have been in a rush, for the left edge was not only jagged but also missing a corner. The portion of the page that could accommodate writing was nearly filled with annotations. However, the handwriting consisted of 2 distinct styles. One was a haphazard scrawl resembling a child's penmanship, while the other was an elegant, flowing script. Notably, the ornate script occupied a larger proportion of the page than the childish scrawl. Based on the content, both Spill and Snape surmised that the erratic, juvenile handwriting likely belonged to Nagini. Most of the notes were framed as questions, which were then answered by the elegant handwriting's owner. It was evident that Nagini had conducted extensive research, as nearly all inquiries regarding the Philosopher's Stone were inscribed in her uneven script within the margins of the page. The owner of the elegant script appeared to be a highly knowledgeable individual with profound expertise in dark magic, souls, and curses. If their conjecture held true, the owner of the ornate handwriting was none other than the Dark Lord himself. The concluding summary inscribed along the right edge corroborated their suspicions. Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel's latest research confirmed that the Philosopher's Stone possessed the ability to alter the characteristics of living beings. If one were to possess a complete Philosopher's Stone and had a suitable subject for blood transmutation, one could attempt the procedure. What do you think of this method? Spiriel furrowed her brow and stroked her chin. Such a bloody, brutal, and inhumane method is unimaginable to the average person. Merely reading through it once left her with a queasy sensation. There were certain sections that she found difficult to comprehend. Snape harbored no particular aversion. The advancement and innovation of magic are invariably built upon the foundation of sacrifice and hardship. What new spell or potion has ever emerged without some form of calamity? Even the renowned universal cleaning agent from Mrs. Scour was developed amidst the unfortunate poisoning of Mr. Scour during its formulation. Not to mention the myriad of bizarre mishaps that have occurred with other potions prior to their implementation. In truth, upon perusing the contents of this parchment, he felt as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. The instructions regarding the preparation and brewing of the blood replacement potion were entirely unfamiliar to him. This recipe must have been crafted by the Dark Lord himself. It was absent not only from traditional potion-making tomes but also from Prince's extensive collection on the subject. The subsequent discussions regarding soul transference and the substitution of another's bloodline were exceedingly intricate. Additionally, it delved into the realm of magical circles, a concept he had never encountered before. I suspect this could merely be a ruse concocted by the Dark Lord to manipulate Nagini into assisting him. Spear scoffed at the method inscribed on the paper. She gestured towards a particular passage, exclaiming, "Look at this. They even require a Muggle wizard's blood sacrifice. How utterly insidious." Snape remained noncommittal. He carefully treasured the paper, placing it close to his heart, and with a sense of satisfaction, gently patted it. Spiel gazed at him in astonishment. You can't possibly believe it, can you? Immediately, she stepped onto her chair and climbed onto the table, extending her hand. She stretched her entire body across the tabletop. Then, with the precision of a fierce predator pouncing upon its prey, she lunged at Snape, pinning him firmly to the chair. Spiel clutched at his tattered wizarding robe, demanding, "Hand it over. You have no use for it. Let me set it ablaze." Upon hearing this, Snape hastily clasped his hands tightly over his chest, his face flushed to the point of resembling a crimson hue. You let go. Quickly, give it to me." With unwavering determination, Spindle firmly grasped him with one hand while the other boldly reached into Snape's collar, exuding an air of defiance that suggested, "If you refuse to give it to me, I shall rend your garments asunder. I shall study it, merely to observe. Just a glimpse. Hand it over." Spill does not care whether he is merely observing or conducting research. This piece of parchment is nothing short of a vivid record of dark magic. And only its destruction will bring peace of mind. Spill, if you continue to meddle, I shall retaliate. Hand it over to me. Spear exerted all her strength to pry open the fingers that Severus had firmly pressed against her chest. Snape glared at her hand, his gaze sharp and resolute. With a steely determination, he closed his eyes and turned them all to stone. Spiel was taken aback by his audacity in employing magic against her. And she was unexpectedly petrified. Severus, the one responsible for Spiel's transformation, soon found himself facing the repercussions of his actions. With a resounding crash, the chair beneath Severus collapsed under the weight of their tumultuous exchange. A certain, indescribable area was struck forcefully by Spiel's knee, eliciting a muffled groan from Severus. Almost immediately, a dull thud resonated as Spiel's forehead accurately collided with his lips. Snape acutely experienced the sensation of mutual anguish. He inhaled deeply, licking his lips, the metallic tang of blood lingering in his mouth. Just as he prepared to push Sybil away, he noticed that the sensation beneath his hands had transformed from the rigidity of stone to the softness of fabric. Raising his gaze, he found Sybil's eyes fixed upon him, burning with intensity. Their gazes converged upon Snape's hands, elegant, long, and fair. Yet, fortuitously or not, they rested just below the neck and above the waist. In a rather unremarkable position, Snape hastily withdrew his hand, a crimson hue spreading across his entire visage, cascading down to his neck, resembling a boiled shrimp. Spire's heart raced like a drum, her gaze wavering as she awkwardly cleared her throat, for the first time grateful for her long, cascading hair. Surely, her ears were flushed with a deep crimson. Even through her tresses, she could feel the searing heat emanating from him. Nevertheless, she remained resolute in her purpose. Kneeling on the floor before Snape, Spire extended her hand towards him with a fierce demeanor, striving to disregard the sudden, stifling silence that enveloped the room. Her voice laced with menace. "Hurry. Give it to me." With a flush creeping across his cheeks, Snape averted his gaze, gradually reaching into the folds of his garment. As he retrieved the piece of paper, he silently invoked the art of duplication. On the path he had chosen, no one could impede his progress. Chapter 69. Spill placed the paper upon the floor and, before igniting it with her wand, cast a deliberate glance at the expressionless Snape, whose face was flushed. Subsequently, she coughed lightly, clearing her throat with one hand while the other gracefully waved her wand to conjure a flame spell. Spurl watched with satisfaction as the paper was instantly reduced to a fine ash, a weight lifted from her heart. Once everything was tidied up, she began to confront Snape. "Severus, how dare you use the Petrificus Totalis spell on me?" Snape would never concede to his wrongdoing. He immediately countered. "You were the one who initiated the theft. Furthermore," he added, "you even collided with me." His lips are still bruised, I must point out. "Well, that is simply your own misfortune." Although Sybil had been petrified, she was still aware of the events that had just transpired. In retrospect, a blush crept across her delicate face. She then narrowed her eyes, her mischievous gaze causing Snape to swallow nervously and take a step back. With a wide grin, he erupted into laughter, completely unguarded, caught in her clever scheme. "Ha ha ha," he bellowed, unable to articulate even the simplest incantation amidst his uncontrollable mirth. Wishing to tell Sybil to cease her antics, yet only managing to burst into laughter. Spilder raised an eyebrow with pride, for at our current level, it wouldn't last long anyway. Before it concludes, do savor the joy, Severus. Spirited, Sybil picked up her textbook and cast a sly glance at Snape, whose mirth brought him to the brink of tears, before humming a cheerful tune as she departed from the room of requirement. The sweltering heat of early July made her reluctant to recall how she had tackled the exam questions during the examinations. All first-year students from various houses congregated in a vast classroom. Sunlight streamed through the leaded windows, rendering the atmosphere almost unbearably warm. For each exam, the professors provided them with newly enchanted quills specifically designed for testing, infused with spells to prevent cheating. Should one inadvertently cast a sidelong glance at another's work, the quill would launch itself at one's face, serving as a stern reminder to focus solely on one's own paper. The practical potion exam was particularly nerve-wracking. Focusing on the concoction of a forgetfulness potion, Sybil had faltered during the final stirring, resulting in a product that resembled a lump of mud. She could only hope that Professor Slughorn would consider her generally commendable performance and refrain from deducting too many points. Transfiguration was perhaps the most challenging exam. Professor McGonagall had placed a single large table in the classroom, upon which sat a rather drab old mouse. Immobilized and subjected to the less-than-stellar spells of the young witches and wizards, the task was to transform this mouse into a snuff box. With those achieving a complete transformation deemed competent, extra points would be awarded for any embellishments on the box. However, should any trace of the mouse, be it whiskers, tail, or fur, remain post-transformation, points would be deducted. This year's Gryffindor students appeared particularly adept at transfiguration, with James, Sirius, and Lily standing out as the undeniable leaders. Their snuff boxes not only featured exquisite designs but were also adorned with gemstones. In contrast, the silver snuff boxes crafted by Sybil and Snape could be deemed rather unremarkable. Professor Flitwick had the students line up outside the classroom, summoning them into the examination hall by name through a brass knocker shaped like a beast's mouth. The task at hand was to successfully levitate a 1-meter-long heavy stone block to a height of 2 meters before gently lowering it back into a designated circle on the ground. Consequently, the examination room often saw students dispatched to the school's infirmary to treat injuries sustained from falling debris. The atmosphere of scholarship within the castle was unprecedented, as everyone was eager to avoid receiving grades below and having to repeat the year with lower-year students. At long last, they reached the final day, with Slytherin's last exam being herbology. As long as Spire can endure for another half-hour in the stifling and dim greenhouse, he must discern which among the 50 pots of devil's snare and crab-claw cactus belong to each species. Subsequently, he will categorize the numbers on the cultivation pots and inscribe them on his parchment. Thereafter, he will approach the table and meticulously document 5 methods to combat devil's snare on a fresh sheet of parchment, once submitted to Professor Sprout. The examination will be deemed complete. Having completed the exam, Snape and Spire arrived consecutively at the entrance of the room of requirement. Upon noticing the laden trays in Spire's hands, brimming with pastries, confections, and 2 glasses of chilled orange juice, Snape shook his head in resignation and accepted the tray. He urged Spire to open the door, revealing a room designed to resemble a serene palm grove by the beach. 2 comfortable hammocks swayed gently. A soft rush mat adorned the floor, and a quaint little table stood at the center. Everything was perfectly suited to their current needs. The 2 sighed in relief as they reclined in the inviting hammocks, finally liberated from the relentless burdens of academia. From this day forth, until the examination results were announced, they could leisurely indulge in a full week of recreation. Of course, Spire and Snape harbored no concerns regarding their grades. Just as they each raised a glass of orange juice to toast the conclusion of the term, the door to the room of requirement swung open. Lily. Snape gazed in astonishment at the long-lost red-haired girl. Hello. It has been quite a while. Lily stuck out her tongue and shut the door behind her. Hi. Although Sybil felt somewhat perturbed by Lily's previous aloofness towards them, she still managed to smile and greet. In response, a swaying hammock appeared in the room. Snape glanced at the untouched orange juice in his hand before offering it to Lily. Would you like a drink? Oh, thank you, Lily replied, accepting the juice. Their fingertips brushed briefly before parting, and Snape shyly smiled, a rosy hue blooming on his pale cheeks as he discreetly tucked his hands behind his back. Having not seen her 2 dear friends in quite some time, Lily felt a hint of unfamiliarity in their interactions. She gently sipped the orange juice and settled onto the newly acquired hammock. An odd silence enveloped the room. How did the exams go? Lily attempted to alleviate the awkwardness, but Spello was somewhat disinclined to revisit the exam topics, believing that such discussions served only to dampen the spirits of those who had faltered. She draped a light blanket over her face, murmuring, I'm a bit tired. You 2 chat without me. I'll just rest for a moment. Lily sensed Spella's distant demeanor, yet she recognized that it was Spella who had initially distanced herself, leaving no grounds for reproach. Fortunately, she had the entire summer to mend their bond. She resolved to illuminate the dark deeds committed by that band of knights, hoping to make Snape and Spella aware of the malevolence they had perpetrated, thus urging them to draw a clear line between right and wrong. Lily and Snape lowered their voices, discussing their examinations and their shared affinity for potions. In the gentle murmur of conversation, Sybil truly fell asleep. Chapter 70. The week swiftly passed, and Sybil finally enjoyed a few days of genuine tranquility during this semester. On the eve of the results announcement, the entire hall was adorned in blue and bronze. A massive banner depicting the Ravenclaw eagle hung upon the wall behind the main seating area. This year's House Cup champion was the steadfast and uncontentious Ravenclaw, while the second place was claimed by the diligent Hufflepuff. The point gems for Slytherin and Gryffindor were woefully scarce. Lucius wore a sullen expression. The Slytherin students had engaged in too many indiscretions this year, leaving their points hourglass with but a few gems. Fortunately, Gryffindor's points were nearly on par with theirs, a fact for which they owed a debt of gratitude to Severus and his companion. Without their intervention, Gryffindor would not have managed to maintain their score even after winning the Quidditch Cup. Another year had passed. Dumbledore appeared weary, yet he cheerfully proclaimed, "Before we indulge in these delectable dishes, let us commence the awarding ceremony for the House Cup." The specific scores for each house were as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor, with 12 points. 3rd place, Slytherin, with 23 points. Hufflepuff, 326 points. Ravenclaw, 362 points. As soon as he finished speaking, the typically composed Ravenclaw students erupted into cheers, clattering their forks and knives upon the tables. It had been ages since they had last secured the House Cup. Professor McGonagall's countenance had turned a shade closer to iron as she heard Gryffindor's score, yet she had to suppress her frustrated demeanor, forcing a stiff smile to congratulate Professor Flitwick, who, under her clenched teeth expression, felt a tinge of awkwardness. However, he was relieved that Gryffindor's troublemakers had not been placed in Ravenclaw. He was older and lacked McGonagall's vigor. Dumbledore raised his hands to quell the noise. And as the hall gradually quieted, he continued, "This has been a remarkable year, albeit a sorrowful one. Many events have transpired during this time, and there have been numerous changes. You have all grown significantly since your arrival. With the summer holidays approaching, I hope you take the time to digest all that you have learned before the next term begins. Now, let the feast commence." The ensuing moments flew by, and before long, the examination results were announced. Snape effortlessly secured the top position in his year, with Lily closely trailing behind. Surprisingly, James Potter claimed the 3rd spot, which was quite unexpected. Spire ranked 5th, yet she felt quite content. No first-year student had to retake any exams. Everyone had successfully passed. The following morning, upon awakening, Spire discovered her wardrobe had been entirely emptied. All her belongings had been neatly packed into suitcases by the house elves and placed at the foot of her bed. Abby and Selena had already vacated the dormitory. These two girls had treated Spire with disdain ever since she joined the Knights, often regarding her as if she were invisible. Even though Spire had accomplished several noteworthy deeds, they had not acknowledged her efforts. However, there was a slight advantage to this. At least they no longer mocked her openly. After retrieving her suitcase and enjoying breakfast in the Great Hall, they were set to formally depart from Hogwarts Castle. A series of parchment notices folded into the shape of airplanes awaited in each common room, ready to soar towards the students as they emerged. These notices contained important reminders for the holiday, the most crucial being a stern warning against the use of magic during the break. Some students mistakenly believed they could evade this by ignoring the notices. In reality, if they did not unfold the airplanes, the messages would cling to them insistently, continuing to swarm until one chose to open at least one. Hagrid was stationed on the lawn outside the castle, guiding a throng of students onto boats that would ferry them across the lake. Once the last student boarded the Hogwarts Express, the castle would be sealed. As the train departed, it gradually faded into the thickening mist. In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere upon arrival, the carriage now contained only Spire and Snape. The corridor outside was bustling with chatter and laughter, as everyone engaged in lively conversation. Snape felt a twinge of disappointment, as he had anticipated that Lily would come into the compartment to join them, allowing them to sit together, unperturbed by the presence of Potter and Black. As the train continued along its course, Muggle villages began to emerge gradually, and after passing through a Muggle town, the glass door of their compartment was rapped upon. "Lily." Snape sprang up from his chair with an air of delight, swiftly pulling open the glass door. Lily entered, clad in a short-sleeved blouse and a knee-length pleated skirt. "Severus." "Sybil, why have you not changed your clothes yet? I heard them say we have little time left before we arrive. We are dressed beneath." Snape spoke as he removed his tattered wizarding robe. Observing his attire, Lily thought perhaps Severus would appear more presentable in his robe. The oversized, yellowed shirt, paired with his gray trousers trailing on the ground, rendered him unrecognizable to Lily, who was accustomed to his usual garb. The kind-hearted girl cautiously concealed the fleeting glimmer of sympathy in her emerald eyes. From the beginning to the end, Spire remained silent, quietly gazing at the fleeting landscape of fields. The thought of her impending meeting with Sybil and the necessity of cohabiting throughout the summer filled her with an unsettling sense of disorientation. After all, Sybil had yet to forgive her. Could she possibly explain herself at home? Surely, it would go unnoticed within the confines of their dwelling. But would Sybil even believe her? At long last, the train gently came to a halt at Platform 9 of King's Cross Station. The platform was bustling with people, all preoccupied with retrieving and counting their luggage. A middle-aged guard stood at the entrance, allowing only 2 or 3 individuals to pass at a time. This measure ensured that a throng of people would not emerge simultaneously from the sturdy wall, drawing the attention of muggles. Mr. and Mrs. Evans arrived to welcome Lily, accompanied by Penny, and their eyes glistened with tears of joy upon seeing their long-missed daughter. Mrs. Evans pulled Penny closer, and the family of 4 embraced tightly. Sybil gracefully declined the invitation to leave with the Evans family, wishing instead to wait for Sybil, as Mr. Evans had a significant dinner engagement that evening. He could only express his apologies to Sybil for being unable to wait any longer. Consequently, Severus followed the Evans family as they departed. Sybil stood foolishly at the platform for quite some time, waiting in vain for Sybil to appear, even after the middle-aged guard had emerged. "Little girl, who are you waiting for?" The guard inquired with a puzzled expression, as the students had all departed and the professors had also taken their leave. "Are you waiting for someone? Do you need assistance?" Spiel tugged at the corners of her lips, offering a resigned smile. "No, thank you." She turned and pushed her luggage cart towards the station exit, hoping to catch the next train back to Corkworth. The middle-aged guard watched her solitary figure recede into the distance, shaking his head with a sigh as he closed off the platform. It would remain out of service until the school reopened in 2 months. Chapter 71. The summer sun poured down upon the Bois-Lion forest, a verdant expanse nestled in the heart of Brittany. Locals referred to it as the Forest of Lost Souls. For every midnight, a mysterious fog enveloped the area. Those who failed to exit the forest before the stroke of 12 would find themselves trapped forever. According to ancient tomes of the wizarding world, Merlin's tomb was said to lie within this very forest. In the eyes of sorcerers, the midnight mist resembled an expulsion spell. At that moment, a group of unexpected visitors arrived in the tranquil forest. Clad in black wizard robes and hoods, they did not seem to mind the summer heat. Leading the group was a man accompanied by a viper. They stood quietly beside him, awaiting his command. Voldemort delicately held a tattered, translucent piece of parchment, the key to his recent attack on the Ministry of Magic. He had received reliable information that the Department of Mysteries possessed a map leading to Merlin's treasure. Amidst the chaos of the Ministry's full-scale efforts to thwart him, his followers had seized it from the Department of Mysteries' office. It was said that this map, obtained inadvertently by the first director of the Department of Mysteries, originated from behind the veil. The parchment displayed only a single line and a mark labeled them. This indicated their destination, the stone chamber that imprisoned Merlin, his final resting place. The map's usage was straightforward. One merely needed to overlay it with a Muggle map at the designated mountain location. For reasons unknown, the Department of Mysteries had allowed it to gather dust in a drawer for years without a single inquiry. The sweltering sun scorched the forest, weaving through layers of leaves. The figures traversing the woods moved silently and swiftly, cutting through thorns and underbrush with ease. The overgrown path was magically cleared before them, revealing a barren trail. They journeyed from the northwest to the northeast, circling the marked M, searching for the fabled stone chamber. Yet, all they found were trees and dense thickets, no sign of the legendary resting place of Merlin, not even a stone slab. Voldemort stood at the marked point. Having stowed the map, he stroked his chin, extending his hand to sense the nearby magical energy, hoping to trigger a resonance. Suddenly, he let out a light chuckle. Interesting. Let us return when the fog descends tonight. As dusk fell upon the banks of the Melee River in St. Marlin, a peculiar group of strangers arrived, cloaked in black. Their faces obscured, clearly not benign. The small town, home to just a few dozen families, swiftly responded by shuttering doors and windows, signaling their unwelcoming stance. Riddlefist Lestrange hunched slightly, inquired of Voldemort whether they should eliminate a household for respite. Voldemort dismissively waved his hand. "Do not let the Ministry's hounds catch wind of our presence." "Is there a church here?" His gravelly voice rose slightly, hinting at malevolent intent. Lestrange's eyes lit up at the suggestion, and he nodded. "I shall find one." Moments later, under his guidance, they arrived at a small church on the town's edge. Before them, the altar still bore an open Bible. Through the lattice of the confessional, they could faintly discern the silhouette of a person. Voldemort sat in front, gazing at the compassionate figures of the Holy Mother and Father, his long fingers interlaced. Resting slowly upon the table before him. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds shattered the stillness, the statues disintegrating into fragments, no longer embodying divine love. As midnight approached, the Bois-Lion forest gradually became shrouded in a fog so thick that visibility was reduced to mere inches, despite the full moon illuminating the night sky. The dense mist obscured any silver light from gracing the forest. Even with a map, the group found themselves disoriented within the fog, save for Voldemort, who seemed to have memorized the route. He wandered through the mist, stopping occasionally, as if each step bore significant meaning. Lestrange and the others followed closely, fearing that if their master moved too swiftly, they would be left behind until the fog cleared. As they moved, faint melodies of enchanting voices reached their ears. A captivating song. The fog before them began to dissipate, revealing a crystalline blue pool where several women frolicked, their alluring figures half submerged. The shimmering water was mesmerizing. They turned, beckoning the group with playful smiles and enticing gestures. Voldemort glanced at Antonin Dolohov, who had quickened his pace, a smile on his face, and disdainfully curled his lip. Foolishness. A sudden wave of excruciating pain jolted them from the entrancing song. Stay alert. It is merely the siren song. Look at yourselves. Voldemort coldly admonished. The magical traps set within the woods posed no threat to Voldemort. He advanced with determination to a location that had been empty during the day. The legendary stone chamber that contained Merlin revealed itself amid the night as fog. Time seemed to have left this chamber untouched, the surrounding grass lush and green. Voldemort stepped forward, extending his hand, having sensed a powerful magical pulse earlier. With a crackle, his fingertips brushed the air, sending arcs of electricity spiraling away. Draw your wands, Voldemort commanded, retracting his hand and contemplating the seemingly nearby stone chamber, pondering whether to unleash a barrage of spells. From the 5 wands erupted countless azure magical projectiles, surging forward in a relentless tide. An invisible barrier, upon being struck, rippled with concentric waves, swiftly absorbing the magical energy that impacted upon it. Once the onslaught ceased, it appeared as if it had never existed at all. Suddenly, a flash of blue light manifested out of thin air. The stone chamber before them became indistinct. Countless blue missiles seemed to be expelled by this unseen wall, racing like shooting stars toward the location where Voldemort and his accomplices stood. Armor. The 5 cloaked figures whirled, pressing their wands firmly into the ground, erecting a crimson barrier. The earth erupted, transforming their standing ground into a pockmarked landscape. Antonin Dolohov's eyes widened in realization. Fixated on the barren patch of earth before him, pounded by the magical missiles. Master, there appears to be a stone slab here. Voldemort cast a glance in that direction. Embedded firmly in the shattered ground was an ochre-colored stone slab, inscribed with ancient magical runes. Dense runes encircled 5 oddly shaped apertures, forming a pentagram magical array. Chapter 72. Thus it is upon seeing the slab, Voldemort understood that their endeavor was destined to be in vain. It was no wonder that the Department of Mysteries could only let the map gather dust in a filing cabinet. At first glance, the densely carved ancient runes might lead one to assume they were all of that era. However, the critical positions within this pentagram were inscribed with ancient Elvish script, containing several characters even he could not decipher. While ancient runes had at least some traceability, the ancient Elvish script, after the Second Industrial Revolution, the elven race had vanished without a trace. The remnants of their universal Elvish script had not been earnestly studied by wizards since the death of the former headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore. Thus, Tom Riddle, favored by the old headmaster, could be regarded as the last remaining wizard proficient in Elvish script. As the final azure magical projectile struck the barrier, Voldemort withdrew his wand. Observing the land and trees around him rapidly self-repairing, he had no choice but to persistently assault the stone tablet to prevent it from being obscured by grass. A hurried glance at the slab revealed that the ancient Elvish inscriptions around the peculiar openings were for wind, wood, water, fire, and earth. Moments later, the area beneath their feet reverted to its original state upon their entry. Voldemort gazed greedily and yearningly at the stone chamber within arm's reach, knowing that even centuries later, he would be unable to breach the magical array set outside the chamber. The potent magic, exceptional craftsmanship, and perhaps even the long-lost Elvish spells, each element held an irresistible allure for him. He subtly signaled those below, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. His eyes devoid of mirth, the relic of Merlin, let us begin with those pure-blood traitors. Indeed, the other 4 echoed in unison. They emerged from the forest, transforming into wisps of black smoke. The Bucilian forest returned to its former tranquility. The following day, the bishop of the Pamplemousse monastery discovered that Father Raphael from St. Marlintown by the Melee River had failed to attend the routine report at the monastery. He dispatched another priest to inquire in the town, and as dusk approached, the priest returned to the monastery with alarming news. Father Raphael had been found dead in the confessional of the chapel, his expression one of sheer terror. These malevolent wizards are utterly audacious. Upon hearing the word's expression of terror, the bishop immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. He had already received reports from the French Ministry of Magic regarding the chaotic power transition within the British ministry, initially believing France would remain unscathed, only to realize his underestimation. Now, he had to promptly notify the French Ministry of Magic to prepare. That dark sorcerer had extended his claws toward this land. A week into summer vacation, Sybil had not seen Sibylline. They resided under the same roof, one outside the door, the other within, never crossing paths. However, this stalemate was soon disrupted by an owl named Errol, bearing an invitation from Mrs. Weasley. Sybil, after reading the letter. Sybil joyfully held the letter paper and gently tapped on the firmly closed door of Sibyl's room. Miss Sybil, is there something you need? A star suddenly appeared at the door, blinking its watery, large eyes and gazing up at her. Sybil forced an awkward smile, uncomfortably waving the letter in her hand. Mrs. Wesley greeted us and inquired if Sybil and I would like to spend a few days at her humble abode. Very well, please hold on. After a brief bow, Star transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing before Sybil's eyes. Now, whenever Sybil wished to converse, Star would promptly appear, evidently acting upon Sybil's instructions. Moments later, Star reemerged. Miss Sybil expresses her gratitude for Mrs. Wesley's kindness. At this juncture, Star paused, her teacup-sized eyes glancing at Sybil. She was acutely aware that the unfortunate Miss Sybil and Miss Sybil were sisters born of the same mother, yet Mr. Tracius had made it abundantly clear on the day of their birth that the Trelawney family had but one mistress, Miss Sybil. Miss Sybil has indeed cared for this child since her infancy. Alas, the world of wizards is truly perplexing. The stars quietly bowed their heads, seemingly reluctant to witness the expression on Sybil's face. She swiftly uttered, Miss Sybil has declared her intention not to go. You must venture forth alone. With that, she vanished. Sybil bit her lower lip, clutched the letter tightly, and turned back to her room. It seemed that she and Sybil could never return to their former selves. On the day she left home, Sybil had deliberately slipped a letter through the crack of Sybil's door, hoping that upon reading it, she would find it in her heart to forgive her. Upon opening the door, a cascade of brilliant red hair caught her eye first. Hearing the sound, Arthur Weasley looked up with a shy smile. Good morning, Sybil. Good morning, Arthur. Thank you for your invitation, she replied. Arthur Weasley glanced into the house. Is Sybil certain she won't join us? Sybil gently turned her head and discovered Star gazing intently at her from behind. Turning back to Arthur, Sybil nodded and said she wished to read at home. Very well, Arthur replied, glancing at Sybil, who was only carrying a blue velvet bag. Shall we set off? Indeed, she responded. Sybil stepped forward and grasped Arthur's arm tightly. In an instant, the two vanished from 9 Linen Street, Corkworth, and found themselves before a modest dwelling. Arthur pushed open the door, and with the familiar sound of jingling metal that resonated with Sybil, he shouted, Mother, Sybil and I are back. Oh, it's Arthur. Mrs. Wesley turned around with reddened eyes, revealing a girl before her, head bowed and weeping softly. Molly. Arthur swiftly released Sybil's hand, a broad smile illuminating his face. The girl, with her cascade of soft, chestnut curls, lifted her head, tears glistening on her cheeks, and threw herself into Arthur's embrace, weeping audibly. Arthur, at a loss, held the inconsolable Molly tightly, glancing up at Mrs. Wesley, inquiring what happened. Mrs. Wesley loudly blew her nose, per Molly. Welcome, Sybil, she said, stepping forward, her eyes glistening. To embrace Sybil. Don't linger at the door, come inside. She moved past them to the entrance, peering outside to ensure no one was watching before she safely closed the door. With Molly, who was nearly fainting from her sobs, cradled in his arms, Arthur gently administered a calming potion, coaxing her to drink, before carrying her upstairs to her room. He tiptoed back down, unable to contain his eagerness to ask Mrs. Wesley, Mother, what on earth transpired? Summary. This narrative unfolds before the prophesied salvation, in an era marked by darkness and trepidation, yet still teeming with courage and love.